At the Seoul Jamsil bus stop, an employee named Park Do-hyuk was assuring his boss that he would arrive at the meeting place on time, while his boss reminding him how important the meeting was. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and a crack split open in the air. From the rupture, countless goblins started emerging. Someone shouted that it was an outbreak and people start panicking. Outbreak is an event in which a portal to another dimension opened, allowing monsters to invade the real world. During the chaos, Park noticed a young child falling onto the road and rushed toward her trying to save her. However, before he could get her to safety, he saw that the goblins had already reached them. He closed his eyes in the fear and heard the sharp sounds of an attack. Afterward, a voice was asking whether the two of them were all right. They were the Awakened, chosen by Deus to handle the monsters. One of the Awakened then assured them that they had arrived to save them. Later, in the office, Park's boss began shouting at him and asked why he had come back without securing the deal, and said that if an outbreak had occurred, Park should have run to the designated meeting place. At that moment, Park silently agreed with him. Meanwhile, his colleagues were whispering among themselves, talking about the incident. Throwing a contract on his face, his boss gave him the last chance and asked him to sign it till evening or lose the job. After office hours, Park and his colleague were talking about how their boss's harsh behavior and how Park couldn't possibly have predicted the outbreak. His colleague that he wanted to earn enough money to become an Awakened someday. Park wished he could become awakened through the game he enjoyed, but his colleague kept insisting that such a thing wasn't possible. After that, Park found himself rushing to catch his bus, while his colleague wished him for the success. That evening at 6, Park was determined to get the contract signed. Suddenly, another earthquake struck, and a crack tore open in the air, and goblins began chasing him. Closing the gap, creatures grabbed his bag. Park fought back, believing the documents inside were as important as his own life. Another goblin attacked him, but a security guard eventually pulled him to safety and sealed the entrance gate. By pressing a button, the guard sent an electric shock to the goblins. Suddenly, a few cars arrived and 4 awakened fighters appears on the scene. Charging towards the goblin, they started eliminating them by using their magic and sword. Park comes out searching his bag. Their leader, Kim Chul-jung, returned Park's bag, boasting about their strength. Meanwhile, the other awakened were teasing their leader. Suddenly, a giant goblin appeared, roaring out loudly, freezing Park in fear, even though the leader asked him to run away as soon as possible. The leader attacked the goblin to hold him back, but he was knocked out instantly in the blink of an eye, causing the remaining awakened to flee. As the goblin approached, Park panicked, thinking his life would end without him accomplishing anything. Just as the goblin attacked him, he stumbled toward a nearby car, where he saw a screen informing him that he had awakened the abilities of DNF and that temporary control had been granted to help him fight. As the goblin relaunched his attack, Park used a magic missile spell, shocking people near him. Sliding beneath his leg, he attacked with another spell name, Burning Hands, from behind. After that, using a sword, he completely defeats the goblin. The other awakened were stunned. The girl standing there claimed that it's a dual awakening, but the boy cut him by saying it's more than that. Finally, the system announced that the tutorial had ended, and full control was returned to Park. 20 years ago, in the year 2000, countless mysterious towers appeared in capital cities around the world. They were made of unknown materials, and within each tower resided a transcendent being called Deus. Although governments quickly sealed the towers, rumors about them continued to spread. Soon after, massive outbreaks began occurring across all regions, and to stop them, countless individuals chosen by Deus awakened with special powers. 20 years passed. By 2020, the world fully recognized the Awakened, marking a great turning point in human history. On March 27th at 6:12 p.m., Park Do-young awakened as well, reborn as one of them. The scene shifted to Park's apartment, where he looked at his coat and realized that defeating the goblin the previous day hadn't been a dream. Remembering the battlefield, he wondered how it ended up holding a steel sword and whether the goblin had truly died, but the weapon left behind made him believe he had really awakened. 2 awakened soon approached him, calling him master and praising the magic he had used. Park was confused, but they insisted he was far stronger than them and that he should speak casually. When he told them to clear the area because people had died, they explained that deaths during outbreaks were common. With their leader gone, they asked if he could join and lead them. Park found it strange since these were the same people who had panicked and abandoned him earlier. He asked for time to think, but they begged him to come with them. Just then, a KBI officer arrived with her guards and stopped everyone, announcing that they would now follow KBI orders. The 2 awakened were startled, saying KBI shouldn't have finished their work so quickly, while Park felt relieved because KBI was the organization that managed awakened activity and ensured public safety. Officer Lee Yoon-so explained that they had come earlier than usual because the outbreak had produced a high-ranked monster. She called the two awakened over, but they were shocked to realize Park had disappeared. Park, meanwhile, was already running away. The two panicked, wondering if they should chase after their master, but Lee Yoon-so simply ordered her guards to apprehend them. They tried to flee but were easily caught. A guard asked if Park should also be arrested, but Lee Yoon-so refused, saying she saw no reason and felt they would encounter him again. At that moment, Park's alarm rang. He woke up in his room, realizing that everything after the battle had not been a dream. He wondered what to do next, knowing his boss would never believe he failed the deal again because of an outbreak. Accepting that he couldn't change what had already happened, he decided he first needed to understand his new abilities. When he checked his awakened status screen, he saw that he had gained abilities from the game DNF, with stats and job classes matching the very first character he had created in that game. He realized that even dual awakened were extremely rare and highly valued, yet he himself seemed to have 3 jobs. Shocked and excited, he shouted in disbelief until a neighbor yelled at him to be quiet. Calming down, he thought it was too risky to enter a dungeon right away, since many newly awakened people died early on. He needed a way to grow stronger and earn money without fighting. While thinking, he noticed the max level replication mechanic skill and decided to test it on a cup. He summoned the power and attempted the replication skill on it. Park tested his replication ability and discovered that it worked perfectly, creating an identical copy of a glass in both appearance and weight. He realized the skill was even better than the one from the game. After confirming the test was successful, he thought about finding valuable items, specifically relics. After the large outbreaks in 2000, many antiques had absorbed dimensional energy and turned into relics of various ranks. Rare ranked relics alone were worth at least 10 billion won and could completely change a person's life. Although many old objects had become relics, no awakened individual had ever been able to analyze them, which made their true value and abilities a mystery. Park decided to use his analytical identify skill from DNF to search for relics, so he visited a nearby antique shop. After 3 hours of searching, he discovered an extraordinary ring among several other valuable items and prepared to head home. When the shopkeeper commented on his early activity, Park casually explained that it was his day off and that antique collecting was his hobby. As he left the shop, his boss called, demanding to know why he hadn't clocked in. Park finally snapped and told him he was quitting, angry about the unreasonable workload, lack of holidays, and constant mistreatment. After cutting the call, Park decided to return home and sell the relics he had found. On the way, he noticed 2 awakened fighting and shouting at each other in the middle of a crowd. Just as their brawl escalated, Officer Lee Yoon-so appeared, stopped them by force, and reminded them that awakened fighting in public was illegal. She warned that although she would let them off this time, they would face jail if it happened again. Just that she noticed the crowd praising her after stopping the awakened fight, while people near Park whispered about her status as a B-rank KBI officer. She then called out to Park, asking him to pick up the item he had left behind at the outbreak site. Later, at the KBI office, she apologized for only offering instant coffee, and they sat down to talk. She explained that based on witnesses and the abilities of the other awakened present, it was clear they couldn't have defeated the monster, so she believed Park was the one who subdued it. When Park asked if she wanted to recruit him, she said recruitment wasn't the goal, but he needed to register as an awakened if he was going to become stronger. She then guided him to the examination. After the test, Park collected his belongings and returned to her. She reviewed his results, stared at the paper in shock, and handed it to him, saying only that he had passed. She wished him well, telling him to survive, which left Park unsettled. As he left, another awakened asked her why she treated someone with such low prospects so kindly, and she simply replied that it was out of curiosity. As Park left the KBI office, he noticed agents trying to recruit newly awakened individuals and felt relieved that no one was interested in him, since he only wanted to earn money quietly without unwanted attention. Back at his apartment, he attempted to replicate more items, but the system informed him that rare relics couldn't be replicated at his current level. He still had 3 antiques left, a kettle, a fountain pen, and a championship belt, so he decided to equip the Orc Ring and check relic prices on Deosnet now that he was officially registered as an Awakened. Deosnet, the marketplace and communication hub for Awakened, allowed users to trade relics and share information. Meanwhile, in Nagoya, Japan, an awakened gunner named Rie noticed Park's fountain pen listed online. Realizing how rare it was for an ordinary object to become a relic, and knowing how valuable intelligence-boosting items were, she determined to buy it despite the fierce competition. In the end, she successfully secured the relic pen from the auction. At the White Lotus Guild's top-floor office in Seoul, Vice Guild Master Min Sun-yul told her husband, Guild Master Kang In-han, that she had noticed something unusual on Deus.net. A new seller with no previous history had listed both a rare and a normal relic at the same time. She explained that it couldn't be a second account, since each awakened could only have one registered ID. This made her suspicious, as even their powerful guild struggled to acquire relics, despite clearing many dungeons. Kang In-han asked if she believed the seller might possess a special ability allowing them to obtain multiple relics, and she agreed. She noted that while high-ranked relics usually appeared in Gangnam's Deus market, cheaper ones were often sold online, and this person seemed capable of gathering both. Concluding that the seller couldn't be an ordinary awakened, Kang In-han agreed to contact the Subjugation Administration team to investigate. Min Sun-yul thanked. At a park, Park completed a challenge of doing 50 push-ups, which caused his level to rise to 11 and advanced him to a second-class wizard. He was surprised the method worked, but realized that training as if he were inside a game was helping him shape his stats the way he wanted. While preparing for more training, he thought about learning key wizard skills like autocast and cast concentration, which were essential for avoiding monster attacks in DNF. He practiced repeatedly, trying to form the mentality armor, but failed over 20 times and began doubting his approach. Meanwhile, a young boy nearby was distracted by Park's intense training, but his friends called him over to retrieve a ball rolling toward the road. As the boy ran after it, a truck approached dangerously, and his friends screamed for him to move. Park noticed the situation, sprinted toward the boy as he rushed forward to protect him again, focused on forming the mentality armor. When Park lunged forward to save the boy, his mentality armor activated just enough to stop the truck, though he was left with a deep cut on his face. He wondered if the spell hadn't activated properly. After checking on the child, the boy asked if Park was a hero, and at that moment, Park noticed that a new skill, Auto Spellcast, had been created. Park assured the boy he was fine and patted his head, but as people around them panicked at the near accident, Park decided to leave. The boy grabbed his clothes and asked for his name. Park hesitated, worried it might cause rumors, but finally introduced himself as Park Do-hyuk and told the boy he worked as a hero, although it had to remain a secret. The boy promised not to tell anyone. Park then slipped away, telling him to be careful around cars. Meanwhile, the bystanders wondered who he was, asking the boy if he knew, but the child said he hadn't been given a name. Later that night, two dealers visited Park to finalize the relic sale. They confirmed the prices, 1.08 billion won for the fountain pen and 450 million won for the belt, and transferred a total of 1.53 billion won to him. After checking his account and seeing the money deposited, Park was astonished to have such an amount when he'd barely had 10,000 won before, though he calmly confirmed the transfer. Once the dealers left, he reflected on how much had happened that day and considered buying chicken on his way home. The next day, Park waited at a bus stop and checked which bus went to Awakened Road. While waiting for bus number 30, the ground suddenly shook. Remembering the previous outbreak and the goblin attack, he wondered where the new dimensional gate was appearing. A man collapsed nearby, shouting that the door had opened in the sky. When Park looked up, he saw a crack forming above him and a storm of arrows raining down with enormous force. Realizing these weren't ordinary monsters, he examined one of the creatures and recognized its twisted features. Confidently, he identified the same type he used to hunt easily in DNF, it as a gnome. A monster approached Park, but before he acted, an awakened girl appeared, declaring she would fight it. She flew forward, only to realize there were far more monsters than expected, all firing arrows at once. Imagining herself being killed, she froze, until Park activated his mentality armor, stopping the arrows before they reached her. She realized he had saved her, but Park warned her to stay focused as another monster charged at her. She cast Magic Missile and defeated the creature, but Park urged her to retreat because the situation was too dangerous. She insisted on fighting beside him, but he pointed out the arrival of mechanical-looking monsters using a powerful fear skill called Intimidation, which froze her in place. When she asked why he was unaffected, Park explained he had experienced it before. He then grabbed her and quickly carried her to safety. After she dropped her sword, Park told her to rest because she was still suffering from the aftershock. She thanked him, and when he asked to borrow her rapier, she warned him that it wasn't very good. Park identified it as a Modipus rapier and said it would work fine. Park rushed toward the monsters, climbed onto a rooftop, and observed the enemy group. 10 hammer gnomes, 9 archer gnomes, and 1 gnome leader with a strong shield. Since a single magic missile wouldn't be enough, he used magic's harmony and absolute precision to enhance his attacks and wiped out several lesser gnomes. Jumping back to the road, he noticed his spells felt stronger than in DNF. More monsters charged him, so he activated Fear, transforming into a dragon-like figure that roared and forced the gnomes into panic. When an arrow was shot at him, his transformation allowed him to deflect it back at the attacker. Park reflected that Fear became stronger with higher intelligence, and he was glad he had bought the replicated fountain pen. Knowing the effect wouldn't last long, he targeted the gnome leader. After another precise spell, Barrage failed to break the leader's shield. He switched tactics and used Enchant Weapon to empower his sword. He struck the high-ranking monster, but when its body cracked open, Park was shocked to find it hollow, nothing inside it at all. Once Park realized the monster was hollow inside its armor, he grew more confident. As the gnome leader attacked, Park used magic's harmony and absolute precision again, launching magic missiles that heated and cracked the metal exterior. He understood that the true body was hidden beneath thick machinery, and that now, with the shield broken, his spells were finally able to hit it directly. But he also knew the fear effect would soon fade, so he had to finish the battle quickly. He unleashed more precise spells, overwhelming the monster with continuous beams of magical energy until its armor shattered. To end the fight completely, he flew upward and rained a final barrage of lasers from the sky, destroying the leader. Afterward, he swiftly eliminated the remaining gnomes. Once the battle ended, Park sat down, relieved the leader had been the only one with a magic-resistant shield. Still, the experience made him realize he needed stronger abilities for future fights. He would have to find Class 2 spells as soon as possible. Just that, Officer Lee Yun-so arrived and asked Park if he had really handled everything alone. When Park confirmed it, she asked about the other awakened, Kim Lee-un, and he explained that she was injured early on, so she had moved her to safety. Park then asked about the outbreak reward, and Lee Yun-so estimated that the dimensional stones, weapons, and bodies of the 19 gnomes plus the leader would amount to nearly 500 million won. As Park prepared to leave, she asked if he wanted to appear on TV for an interview, but he refused, saying he disliked attention and preferred the KBI to handle it. Lee Yun-so agreed and thanked him for his work. While Park slipped away, she was immediately surrounded by reporters demanding information about the mysterious awakened who defeated the gnomes. The scene then shifted to the Plum Blossom Guild headquarters. Vice Guild Master Chang Chun-hua reported to his Guild Master Lizzie that an outbreak near Shinenru Street had resulted in no deaths and only minor injuries. Although only 2 F-rank awakened were present, one rookie had quickly defeated E-rank gnomes using both sword skills and magic. Chun-hua emphasized that the rookie even used spell-like incantations, something only theorized to exist among awakened. Lizzie, shocked by the idea of an F-rank who could wield swordsmanship, magic, multi-target spells, and incantations, concluded that such a rare talent needed to be recruited immediately, before any rival guild moved first. Lizzie scolded Chun-hua for merely reporting the information, instead of immediately recruiting the mysterious F-rank awakened. She reminded him that someone capable of using unknown abilities like incantations was an extremely rare irregular and should be brought into their guild as quickly as possible. Realizing his mistake, Chun-hua apologized and rushed out to find Park. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, White Lotus Vice Guild Master Min Sun-yul was in her car listening to the news. The broadcast reported that an outbreak on Shininryu Street had become sensational, as a new F-rank awakened named Park Do-hyuk had single-handedly wiped out all the gnomes. She received a call from her boyfriend, Kang In-han, the White Lotus Guild Master, who teased her for leaving work to him. They discussed the possibility of recruiting Park and the cost of offering him a contract. She argued the amount needed to be high for such a unique awakened, so he raised the offer to 10 billion won, but insisted Park must pass the guild's test first. She agreed, determined to recruit him, while he reminded her not to get distracted and to do her job properly. At Park's apartment, numerous guild agents gathered, all hoping to recruit him after hearing about his abilities. They were astonished when the Vice Guild Master of South Korea's top guild, White Lotus, Min Sun-yul, arrived, making the crowd even more tense. She referred to the other recruiters as fruit flies, implying they were wasting their time. Some agents wondered whether Park had already begun talks with White Lotus. Min Sun-yul declared that only a guild as powerful as White Lotus was qualified to recruit an irregular like Park. She then noticed a pamphlet on Park's door stating that any offer below 100 billion won would not be considered. Shocked, she questioned the amount. Vice Guild Master Kim Hoon from Wooden Soul Guild stepped forward and complained that offering 100 billion won for an F-rank awakened who used spellcasting was absurd. Min Soon Yul replied that Park wasn't just any spellcaster. He was an irregular, someone with abilities they had never seen before. Although Kim Hoon insisted no one would pay that much, she maintained that Park was only waiting for a guild that truly understood his value. Frustrated but determined, Min Soon Yul announced that she would return next time with a better offer and left the scene. After she left, Park checked if all the recruiters were finally gone. He found it surreal that so many guilds wanted him, but he reminded himself that joining a guild meant losing freedom and possibly risking his life for their sake. Since he no longer needed money urgently, he decided to focus on gaining strength and growth instead. Holding 2 maps, he planned out the next steps for increasing his abilities. 5 days later, Park arrived at a restricted area marked with monster warnings from the KBI. He had spent the past days gathering relics, bracelets, belts, binoculars, and even a defensive suit from Shininryu Street, and had invested 500 million won in an armored vehicle. His stats had risen significantly after all these preparations. A guard verified his registration and opened the gates for him to enter the area. As Park stepped forward, he wondered aloud whether it was finally time to put his new power and equipment to the test. Park reflected that 20 years after Awakened first appeared, countless dungeons had formed, but most of them were controlled by guilds. For an unaffiliated F-rank like him, gaining access to a dungeon required too much hassle. Fields, however, were different. These were areas where monsters had escaped from dungeons and multiplied. Surrounded by high walls and open to independent hunters, fields offered good experience and dimensional stones. So many solo awakened trained there. Inside one such field, monsters were feeding when Park, perched on a tree, used magic's harmony and absolute precision to fire magic missiles, killing them instantly. His improved stats now allowed him to hunt openly without hiding. Although the sight of gore was new to him, he found himself adapting quickly, likely because of the combat experience granted during his awakening. In the middle of the forest, Park examined groups of goblins and wolf-like monsters to gauge their strength. But suddenly, he realized he had been surrounded by a large number of dangerous creatures. Even so, he smiled confidently and prepared to wipe them out. At the Monster Corpse Market, the shopkeeper examined Park's haul and remarked that he hadn't seen goblin and other monster corpses preserved so well in a long time. He estimated the total value at around 300 million won. Nearby Awakened were stunned, amazed that Park had earned such a large amount in a single sale, more than some had made in 5 years. The shopkeeper processed the transfer and mentioned that a package addressed to Park Do-hyuk had also arrived. He apologized for opening it to ensure it contained nothing dangerous, but Park assured him it was fine and thanked him for handling it. The shopkeeper praised Park's skill, but Park dismissed it as luck. Internally, Park thought he preferred to keep a low profile rather than attract jealousy from others. A group of Awakened nearby noticed Park and began complaining among themselves. Their leader pointed out that Park had earned 300 million won just by selling monster corpses, while they struggled for days to make even 3 million, most of which went toward fees and cheap food. They believing the shop staff treated Park better and assuming he was arrogantly showing off just because he could use magic. Their frustration turned hostile, and the leader admitted he wanted to kill Park. The group discussed ambushing him, reasoning that since he was new to the area, he would likely return with a truck full of monsters. They noted that everything inside the field was the Awaken's responsibility, meaning no one would protect him. With that, they decided to rob him of everything: his money, armored vehicle, and dimensional stones. The next day, while Park was loading monster corpses into his armored truck, he grumbled that collecting the bodies was harder than killing the monsters themselves. Nearby, the hostile group of Awakened prepared to ambush him, with one member moving in first, while the others stayed ready to assist. As Park stood by his truck, he sensed murderous intent approaching and instinctively activated his magic, protecting himself from the sudden attack. One attacker mocked him, believing they had overpowered him, and the rest cheered, thinking Park finally got what he deserved. They moved in to beat him further, but Park caught their weapon effortlessly and mocked them for trying to defeat him with such weak abilities. He struck back, punching one in the face and stating that responding to murderous intent was merely self-defense. He then used Burning Hands, burning the attacker upon contact, leaving the rest of the group shocked by his overwhelming strength. After Park defeated the first attacker, the remaining Awakened rushed him, but he sensed every movement and easily defended himself. 2 more Awakened appeared, confused that their earlier attacks hadn't landed. Realizing Park wasn't the weak newbie they had assumed, they panicked and considered escaping. Park questioned why they picked a fight when their skills and teamwork were completely unrefined. He activated magic's harmony and absolute precision, firing magic missiles that struck them with overwhelming force. One Awakened tried to stay confident, thinking Park wouldn't be able to cast such powerful spells repeatedly and planned to endure with his shield before counterattacking. But Park then used Vividness Within Death, Vibrant Mist, a spell that disrupted vision and caused a stun effect with prolonged exposure. Enhanced by his high intelligence, the mist created a strong shockwave that not only disoriented the Awakened, but also damaged their bodies internally, leaving them completely overwhelmed. That spell left the Awakened bleeding from their eyes, confused because they hadn't felt any physical attack. As one of them realized Park was far stronger than expected, Park struck him down with his sword, telling him to pay the price for trying to kill him. The last attacker attempted to flee, begging Park to spare him, but Park refused, saying he wasn't saintly enough to forgive someone who tried to take his life. A barrage of magic missiles ended the man instantly. Park noted how weak they truly were, unable to withstand even a single enhanced spell. Moments later, KBI guards arrived, shocked at the bodies, and asked Park to explain. After hearing his account and reviewing video footage, they determined that his actions fell under legal self-defense, but still asked him to cooperate during the investigation. Park agreed. While the guards prepared to move the bodies, Park sensed something strange in the forest. An intense surge of mana. A guard dismissed it as combat fatigue and went to check, but Park urgently warned him to run. The guard, unaware of the danger, questioned what could possibly be there, right before a massive wolf monster emerged, roaring fiercely. Park recognized the massive wolf as the boss monster of the field wolves he had hunted in DNF. When it lunged at a guard, Park quickly created a shield and knocked it back, telling the guards to retreat. He used Burning Hands, but the wolf dodged with incredible speed. Realizing obvious frontal attacks wouldn't work and that the wolf's howl had summoned its entire pack, Park prepared for a tougher fight. The guards panicked as numerous wolves appeared, confirming they were the field's wolf pack. Park instructed them to escape using his heavily modified armored vehicle, insisting they were safer leaving than trying to help without proper gear. One guard resisted, but another agreed they needed outside reinforcements. Meanwhile, he stalled the wolves, punching and defeating several of the black wolves even without a weapon. When one leapt at him, Park finished it off with magic missile. A guard finally got the vehicle ready, pulled another inside briefly, and then drove away, promising to return with stronger Awakened. Once they were gone, Park felt relieved that the distraction had cleared. He turned back toward the massive wolf, ready to face the boss alone. The giant wolf attacked Park with sharp claws and a tail whip, but Park dodged while noting that its movements matched the attack patterns he remembered from DNF. He knew that if he avoided the boss, its pack would immediately close in. As the wolves rushed him all at once, Park leapt high into the air. The massive white wolf roared and charged after him, but Park used a skill that temporarily froze the creature in place. Just like the skill delay mechanic in the game, pointing his finger at the immobilized wolf, Park decided to finish the fight in one strike. He combined Burning Hands and Magic Missile, unleashing both at full power. The attack engulfed the wolf, burning it completely and defeating the boss. After reinforcements arrived and confirmed that the wolf boss had been defeated, Park was questioned about the 3 Awakened who attacked him. Thanks to the black box camera installed in his vehicle, the investigation quickly concluded that the attackers were fully at fault. Realizing that ambushes against Awakened were more common than he thought, Park decided he needed better protection. Since shields and armor alone were too risky, he concluded that he needed a reliable companion, something like a mini drone suited to his current level. At the outskirts of the field, Park sat on top of his armored vehicle and began building one. With the materials he had purchased from the Deus market, he planned to create a drone using dimensional stone-coated steel. Excited to try mechanical construction for real instead of only in the game, he also prepared 2 Abland wands for the project. Soon, his mini-drone completed its construction. Spotting monsters nearby, Park decided it was the perfect chance to test it. He sent the drones forward, ordering them to go as they launched into the air. Park observed that although the mini-drones looked like high-end toys, their strength came from being constructed with mechanical magic. This allowed them to move quickly and become extremely effective against monsters lacking ranged attacks, essentially acting as natural predators. When the drones fired their lasers, they shredded the monsters so thoroughly that Park could barely recognize what they had been. Thrilled with their destructive power, he recovered the drones and noted that they were strong enough for reliable combat support. What he needed next was to test how useful they would be in real battle situations. He planned to keep using them to raise his mechanic level to at least level 11, the requirement for constructing a golem. Reaching that point would bring him one step closer to creating that guy, the powerful companion he envisioned. Videos of Park Do-hyuk fighting the 3 attackers and defeating the field boss were uploaded online and spread rapidly. Viewers were amazed, and a girl who had secretly recorded and posted the footage celebrated the surge in subscribers and likes, believing it was a win-win situation. She gained popularity, and Park's fame grew as well. Meanwhile, at the Plum Blossom Guild, Chun-Hwa discovered the viral video and was shocked by Park's strength. When he showed it to Guildmaster Lizzie, she too was stunned that an F-rank awakened had overpowered 3 attackers and slain a boss monster alone. She insisted Chun-Hwa personally go out and recruit Park immediately. Although Chun-Hwa hesitated, arguing that offering 100 billion won to an F-rank rookie seemed excessive, Lizzie reminded him that even he couldn't have defeated such monsters at that rank. She emphasized that if Park was already this powerful as an F-rank, he would become far stronger in the future, and 100 billion might soon be too little. She grabbed Chun-Hwa by the collar, urging him to move quickly. Across the city, other guilds were also panicking, determined to recruit Park at any cost before their rivals did. While walking through the field, Park checked his bank balance, now increased by 700 million won, an amount that no longer surprised him. His phone rang, and he recognized the caller as someone who had recently tried to recruit him. When he answered, he was surprised to hear Guildmaster Lizzie from the White Lotus Guild calling from Chun-Hwa's phone. She asked for his location, saying she wanted to meet him personally, but Park, still busy hunting, told her he would hang up if it wasn't important. Lizzie quickly made her offer. She wanted to recruit him into White Lotus with a contract worth 100 billion won, explaining that his abilities shown in the viral NeoTube video justified the investment. Chun-Hwa whispered that the amount exceeded their budget, but Lizzie silenced him. Park, however, was more surprised to hear that a video of him existed online. When she mentioned the uploader's name, he realized this was his first time hearing about it and ended the call abruptly to sort things out. Lizzie shouted after him, but it was too late. In frustration, Chun-Hwa suggested giving up, but Lizzie grabbed him by the neck, furious that he would say such a thing, right before he yelled at her to look ahead while driving. Park checked NeoTube and was shocked to find that the video of him fighting the 3 attackers had been uploaded without his consent. He realized the uploader did it for views, but the footage could make him look like a murderer if people ignored the context of the monster hunt. Since his spellcasting abilities were exposed, he concluded that refusing guilds was no longer an option. Guild-controlled dungeons held exclusive spellbooks and blueprints he needed. Park sent a message to every guild trying to recruit him, stating that the viral video wasn't posted by him and that his abilities were worth far more than 100 billion won. He announced that at midnight, at the Deos Market in Gangnam, he would demonstrate why and invited any interested guilds to come see for themselves. Meanwhile, at the Blue Castle Group headquarters, CEO Baek Un-ho scolded his daughter, Baek Do-hui, the Blue Castle Guild master, for her revealing battle outfit. She argued it allowed better movement in dungeons and was more functional than the protective suit their guild had designed. She then told him she planned to make a move on Park Do-hyuk, explaining that after watching his video, she sensed he was no ordinary mage. Her father questioned whether he was worth a large investment, but she insisted that her intuition, always accurate, that told her he was special. Seeing his daughter excited and smiling for the first time in a long while, Baek Un-ho agreed to support her. When he asked how much she wanted to offer Park, 10 billion, she replied confidently, 200 billion. Shocked, he still agreed to prepare the funds, and Do-hui hugged him gratefully. At midnight in Gangnam's Deos Market, all the major guild masters gathered for Park Do-hyuk's announcement. KBI officer Lee Yoon-so opened the event, explaining that instead of a relic auction, they would be witnessing something unique. She introduced Park as the spellcasting awakened who had recently become a hot topic online. Park stepped onto the stage, introduced himself, and explained that unlike ordinary mage-type awakened, he had no skill delay. The audience reacted with disbelief. Some accused him of lying, others claimed the videos must have been edited. To prove his point, Park activated magic shield armor instantly. Guild representatives confirmed aloud that the speed was real and unlike anything they had seen. Still, the crowd remained skeptical, insisting that a simple shield wasn't enough proof and that instant attack spells should be impossible. Park said he expected that response and prepared a demonstration using a substitute scarecrow. Before he could begin, Blue Castle Guild Master Baek Do-hui raised her hand and offered to help, saying that a trained tank from her guild would be far more suitable than a scarecrow. She presented a tank for the demonstration and asked Park if he would agree. At the demonstration, Park explained to the gathered guilds how mage-type awakened normally needed casting time to use skills, leaving them unable to move and dependent on tankers for protection. He contrasted this with his own ability. His spells activated instantly the moment he recited an incantation, allowing him to cast while moving. He also explained that his spell power was not weaker than ordinary magic, but instead even stronger, making instant cast magic his unique specialty. For the demonstration, Blue Castle Guild sent their elite tanker, Ma Sung-mi, to stand in as the test target. Park recognized her name, noting she was famous and expensive to hire for dungeon runs. She assured Park that she was prepared and even eager to experience his spell power directly. She shared her defensive stats with the audience through projected screens. Guildmaster Lizzie commented that testing Park's abilities against Ma Sung-mi was ideal, since her defense was exceptionally high, something that couldn't be achieved through stat points, but only through powerful relics and skills. With her stats even higher during battle, the guildmasters agreed this would clearly reveal the true extent of Park Do-hyuk's ability. Park saw the demonstration as a rare chance to test his full power against a real tank, rather than weak attackers. When Ma Sung-mi signaled she was ready, a force field was erected around the stage for safety. Park unleashed Magic's Harmony, Absolute Precision, and Magic Missile simultaneously. The blasts struck her barrier with surprising force, and even Sung-mi was impressed at how powerful each hit was, especially since Park fired 5 at once. Park followed with Burning Hands, shocking the watching guildmasters, who whispered that he could cast destructive spells instantly without delay. Sung-mi soon found her first layer of defense broken. Even though she was known as one of the strongest D-rank tanks, Park had already surpassed her expectations. She asked him to show more, saying she was still able to continue. Baek Do-hui noted with interest how the famously picky tank was becoming excited about Park's abilities. Park agreed and demonstrated even greater power. When he pointed upward and cast a high-tier burning spell, the attack was so strong it even melted part of the protective barrier, startling the audience. Sung-mi was slightly injured but insisted the strike was an honorable scar and thanked him, saying she would like to see his magic again. With the stage damaged, the event ended and Park announced his conditions. He stated he would not join any guild, but would work as an affiliated contract mercenary instead. Many guild masters immediately objected, saying there was no point investing 100 billion won in a mercenary who wouldn't belong fully to their guild. Most guilds backed out, until only White Lotus and Blue Castle remained. Lizzie questioned why she should pay a huge sum for a mercenary, but Park revealed he could also construct creations, surprising everyone. Lizzie wondered if he was a dual awakened and immediately agreed to his terms, offering 100 billion for a 5-year contract. Then Baek Do-hui calmly outbid her, 150 billion, plus a promise to always pay Park 5 times whatever White Lotus offered. News exploded across the country announcing that F-rank rookie Park Do-hyuk had signed a 150 billion won mercenary contract with the Blue Castle Guild, breaking previous records by more than 30 times. Headlines focused on the uniqueness of his contract as a mercenary rather than a full guild member, making him the center of national attention. Park read the reports on his phone, surprised that everything had spread so quickly, even though the contract had been signed only a day earlier. He hadn't told his parents at first, fearing they might worry, but their messages were supportive, urging him to stay safe and not act recklessly. Even his younger sibling reminded him not to make their mother cry. Park checked his stats and saw that intelligence and mana had surpassed 300, with every other stat around 100. He estimated this put him roughly at the level of a C-rank awakened. Deciding that securing more powerful spells would be more important than collecting relics for now, he prepared to head out and continue growing stronger. At the Blue Castle Guild lobby, employees whispered among themselves when Park Do-hyuk arrived, questioning why their guildmaster had brought in a mere F-rank rookie for such a huge contract. Park expected the criticism. On the surface, he still looked like an inexperienced newcomer. He approached the counter to request a meeting with the guildmaster, but before the receptionist could assist him, an awakened named Jeon Min Cheol approached. He was known for forcing new recruits through an unofficial rite of passage. Other guild members watched eagerly, wondering how Park would handle it. John greeted Park with an extended hand, but the handshake turned into a test of strength as John squeezed with crushing pressure. Park realized this was their so-called rite of passage and refused to be overpowered. He activated magic armor, increasing his physical strength, and held firm. John became frustrated when Park didn't buckle. Park calmly provoked him, asking if that was the best he could do. The watching employees whispered nervously, worried that John was taking things too far, but they also noticed that Park seemed completely unfazed. John, angered, pushed his power to the limit, but Park matched him effortlessly. When Jian unleashed his full strength, Park's enhanced grip overwhelmed him. In the end, Jian was the one who lost the handshake contest, leaving the onlookers stunned. Do-hoi arrived straight from a dungeon and immediately scolded the scene unfolding in the lobby. She ordered the instructor to retrain Jeon Min-cheol in manners, and the instructor admitted his previous training had been insufficient. Park silently noted how strictly the guild disciplined its members. Do-hoi then asked Park to come with her, saying she heard he had been looking for her. Park briefly wondered if the entire handshake incident had been orchestrated to test him publicly, but dismissed the thought. He followed her to the top floor, the Blue Castle Guild Tower's master's room, which also served as the CEO's office. She explained it doubled as her living space as well. When she asked why he wasn't busy spending his newly earned fortune, Park said that wasn't a priority. He had come because he was searching for a specific dungeon related to his abilities, a mechanized goblin dungeon similar to ones from DNF. Do-hoi immediately recognized it as Sindarim D731, an EF rank dungeon with a goblin chief engineer as the boss. She showed him a list of dungeon requests and gifted it to him, explaining that helping him grow would benefit the guild too. Park realized this dungeon likely contained the golem blueprint he was seeking. Do-hoi then told him that the dungeon was under Blue Castle's management and offered him access on one condition. She wanted to accompany him inside. In the Blue Castle Guild's underground training center, Ma Sung-mi was still training intensely when instructor Park Gi-tae approached and asked if she wasn't tired after practicing since morning. She noticed he was holding something and asked about it. Gi-tae explained that because Guildmaster Do-hoi had witnessed Jeon Min-cheol causing trouble with Park Do-hyuk in the lobby, he had been reassigned to retrain Jeon in proper manners. Sung-mi mentioned she heard Park Do-hyuk had signed a massive 150 billion won contract, the largest ever recorded. The instructor confirmed it and asked for her opinion on Park's strength, since she had personally blocked one of his attacks during the demonstration. Sung-mi admitted she hadn't been bruised like that in a long time, and that the fight had actually excited her. She said she wanted to spar with him seriously next time. The instructor was glad to hear she had finally found a long-range dealer she liked working with. He then teased her about her military-like speech pattern, saying she'd sound more like a normal young woman if she softened her tone. Sung-mi explained it was a habit from growing up in a military family. Gi-tae reassured her it was fine, and promised to save a spot on the team for Park, hoping he could partner with her. Before leaving, he reminded her not to overtrain her body. Sung-mi agreed. At 6 a.m. near Sindarim Station, Do-hoi welcomed Park for his first dungeon run as an awakened. Park was surprised the guildmaster moved so quickly, but she told him that supporting him was natural now that he was part of Blue Castle. She had even prepared awakened porters, unusual compared to the usual unawakened civilian porters, showing the scale of a top-tier guild. Before entering, Do-hoi asked if he was sure he could handle the dungeon alone. Park confidently replied that his confidence was calculated, not reckless. When the dimensional gate appeared, he noted that this would be his first real dungeon experience. Inside, they found a tall grass forest biome. Do-hoi explained that dungeon structures were random, and that this one seemed normal. She reminded him she would stay behind and observe while he demonstrated his abilities. Park evaluated the terrain. One path was a deep forest, the other a neat open grassland. Knowing that intelligent goblins often set traps along the easier-looking routes, he deliberately chose the forest. He cast Mentality Armor Shield, preparing for the kind of sneaky strategies mechanized goblins were known for. Park entered the dark forest section of the dungeon when he suddenly sensed bullets flying toward him. He dodged easily and spotted several goblins firing from the trees. Sprinting between their shots, he revealed that he already knew their locations. More goblins then leapt from behind to ambush him, but he activated his shield, causing them to crash into each other. Calling them idiots for attempting such a simple attack, he used burning hands to incinerate them all at once. After the enemies fell, Park commented that they weren't much of a threat and continued deeper into the forest. Soon he reached a strange area filled with mechanical structures and realized he had arrived at the dungeon's infamous mechanical labyrinth, known for its countless traps. Do-hoi silently observed Park from behind and realized his abilities were far beyond what she had expected. She had assumed he would struggle with the bazooka goblins or the melee goblins, yet he defeated them effortlessly. What impressed her even more was his spell accuracy. F-rank magicians normally averaged around 35%, especially within just a month of awakening, but Park's precision was exceptionally high. As Park approached the mechanical labyrinth, Do-hoi recalled that taking the wrong path inside would trigger dangerous traps like vampiric wasps, poison thorns, or chainsaws. When she saw him suddenly stop moving, she wondered if he was hesitating or giving up. Then she noticed something else. Park had released the same drone he demonstrated at Deus Market. She was shocked to see it functioning normally inside a dungeon, since no man-made device was supposed to operate there. The realization left her even more astonished at Park's abilities. Inside the mechanical labyrinth, Park sent his drones ahead, using sight sharing so their camera feed appeared directly in his vision. Through them, he could see hidden goblins and the many traps scattered around. He decided that since he had drones, there was no risk of getting lost or triggering traps, and he could efficiently hunt goblins for experience. When he spotted a group of goblins behind a wall, they ambushed him, shouting for an attack. Park lifted himself into the air, dodging their shots. As the goblin leader ordered them to take aim and fire, Park created Reflect Image, letting the goblins waste their attacks on an illusion. He then combined Shield and Burning Hands, wiping out the entire group. His system notified him that he had leveled up. Do-hoi, watching from afar, was shocked again. She expected Park to repeat the same spells, but instead he adapted, dismantled the mechanized goblins with multiple techniques, and demonstrated attack, defense, and support skills all by himself. Even as an S-rank awakened, she had never seen someone this versatile, and with self-made drones on top of it. Her 150 billion investment suddenly felt cheap. Park eventually reached the boss chamber. Peeking inside, he saw cannons lining both sides and the Goblin Lord in the center, powered by a red gem on its forehead. He judged that the cannons were 5 times stronger than those used by the underlings, and that his armor alone wouldn't withstand them, but with their 1-minute cooldown, he believed he had more than enough time to kill the boss. Entering the chamber, Park activated Magic's Harmony, absolute precision, sending both drones to fire. He cast Magic Missile, unleashing a barrage of lasers at the Goblin Lord. But the boss activated a massive device, powering up all surrounding cannons. As it commanded them to fire, large robotic monsters deployed and began charging straight toward Park. As the robots launched their attack on Park, he dodged and countered by firing a missile, placing his hand against the robot's stomach. He thought that would be enough to deal with the underlings, but suddenly the robot attacked again. Park dodged at the last moment, only for the goblin boss to strike from behind. Using his shield, Park blocked the attack and fired magic missiles from his drones. From the other side, an underling landed a heavy hit, throwing Park to the ground. The underling attacked again, but this time Park dodged and ended it with a final decisive blow once and for all. Park then came face to face with the Goblin Master. The goblin launched a fire missile toward him. Noticing it at the last moment, Park blocked it with his shield, but the shield shattered. He realized that without a shield, the fight would become extremely dangerous. Seeing that his cannons were fully charged, Park attacked the goblin and his minions. Mistaken for an illusion, his skill allowed him to bypass every minion and head straight toward the goblin. Dodging the incoming attacks, he leaped high into the air and unleashed Burning Hands at the monster. However, through the smoke, the Goblin Master suddenly grabbed Park by the neck and lifted him into the air. Park was stunned. When Do-hoi saw this, she was also shocked. When the goblin leader lifted Park by the neck, Do-hoi prepared to intervene, thinking she couldn't let him die. But before she could act, she noticed Park calmly casting a spell. Sweet Whisper of Seduction. Charm Person. The charm immediately affected the goblin leader, who loosened his grip and released Park. At that moment, all the surrounding cannons fired at once. Park quickly hid beneath the goblin leader's massive metal suit, letting the barrage tear through the armor instead of hitting him. Do-hoi initially thought she had protected him, but soon realized Park had planned it. The cannon fire completely destroyed the boss's entire machine body, leaving Park unharmed. When the firing stopped, Do-hoi rushed over to ask if he was okay. Park admitted it had been dangerous, but said the fight ended exactly as he expected, though the boss had been sturdier than anticipated. With everything obliterated, the cannons, the goblin leader, and the chamber, the system notified Park that he had reached Wizard level 20. Thrilled, he wondered if the large amount of EXP was because he fought alone, and he noticed several valuable item drops. Do-hoi told him she had many questions about the unique spells he used, but she would step out first so he could inspect the boss drops. She added that the battle confirmed he was truly worth the 150 billion won contract and that she looked forward to working with him. After Do-hoi left the boss chamber, Park checked the goblin leader's drops. He obtained medium-class dimensional stones, several Class 2 spellbooks such as Strength, Web, and Mirror Image, and most importantly, the golem blueprint he had been seeking. Satisfied with the rewards, he left the dungeon and immediately decided to start building the golem. 3 days later, in the Blue Castle Guild's underground training center, instructor Park Gi-tae asked whether Park was sure about raising the training dummy's AI to its highest difficulty. Park confidently told him to proceed. The instructor warned that the dummy would attack immediately once it detected a target. Do-hoi arrived just then, remarking that it hadn't been long since they last met in the dungeon and asking what he was planning this time. Park said he had business with her and hinted that it was something similar to the drones he had shown before. When she asked if it was another invention, he simply asked her to watch. As the instructor announced that the dummy was fully activated and dangerous, Park summoned his new creation. "Come forth, Akron." A massive robotic golem appeared in front of everyone, shocking the instructor and Do-hoi as they realized Park had successfully built a high-grade combat construct. Park demonstrated his newly completed golem, Akron, in the Blue Castle Training Center. When Do-hoi saw it, she immediately asked if he was willing to sell it, but Park explained that Akron was built for his personal use and that he planned to test its combat ability in dungeons. He ordered Akron to finish off the training dummies, and the golem instantly obeyed, using burning hands to incinerate them in seconds. Do-hoi was stunned. She had never seen a golem with such advanced artificial intelligence. When she asked what he was willing to sell, Park presented several inventions: a giant bomb, a surprise ice bomb, and a sight-stealing bomb. Do-hoi was shocked when he casually pulled them from a hidden space and realized he possessed a sub-dimensional storage ability, something normally limited to only a few S-Class Awakened. Park simply claimed he was lucky, hinting that being an irregular explained his unusual powers. Park asked the instructor to open the training room doors and began demonstrating the bombs. The giant bomb exploded with such heat that even dimensional stone-reinforced walls began melting. He immediately countered the danger with the ice bomb, freezing the entire area in moments before it naturally shattered. Do-hoi approved and asked to see the final bomb. Before continuing, Park handed her a pair of protective glasses. When she put them on, he threw the sight-stealing bomb, which released an overwhelming flash of blinding light. After watching all 3 bomb demonstrations, Guildmaster Do-hoi said each one seemed extremely useful and asked Park about production costs. Park refused to reveal that information, saying it was a secret and that some things, like Pandora's box, were better left unopened. He explained that he planned to sell each bomb to the Blue Castle Guild for 6 million won, or 10 million if selling to others. Do-hoi admitted it was unfortunate she couldn't know the real cost, but she agreed the price was fair considering the bomb's versatility in combat, escape, and dungeon operations. Park added that it was cheap compared to saving a life. Do-hoi then made him a proposal. If he agreed to an exclusive supply deal with Blue Castle, she would pay 10 million won per bomb. Park accepted, forming a direct arrangement with the Guildmaster. The next day, at the White Lotus Guild, Lizzie was in her office when Chun-hwa burst in shouting that they had a serious problem. He handed her the Blue Castle growth report, indicating something urgent had happened concerning Park and Blue Castle's sudden rise. When Lizzie read the report, she was stunned to learn that Blue Castle had begun selling powerful dungeon explosives through an exclusive contract with Park Do-hyuk. Furious, she regretted not recruiting him earlier, especially after witnessing his construction abilities. Chun-hwa tried to reassure her by saying they could try again once Park's 3-year contract ended, but Lizzie angrily told him to think before speaking. Guild employees whispered that another uproar had begun, most likely due to Blue Castle's sudden rise in the news. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lizzie made Chun-hwa kneel and scolded him, asking whether he truly believed Park would still be an F rank after 3 years, clearly implying he would become far more powerful. When Chun-hwa asked where she was going, Lizzie replied that they needed to recon Blue Castle immediately, ordering him to prepare at once. He quickly agreed, understanding her urgency. At the Blue Castle Group's product release, guildmasters from all over Korea rushed in, panicking and demanding contracts for Park Do-hyuk's new dungeon explosives. They asked how to buy them, how much supply existed, and whether Park truly made them. Blue Castle staff confirmed that the explosives were indeed Park's creations and were sold exclusively through his contract with their guild. From a balcony, Do-hoi watched the commotion. A guild member beside her asked why she came in person. Do-hoi said she simply did not want to miss such an entertaining first day of sales. Then she mentioned an incident from 2 years earlier. During a conflict over dungeon rights near Namyong Station, the Plum Blossom Guild had spread malicious rumors about both Blue Castle and the then 18-year-old Do-hoi, eventually winning the dungeon rights. The rivalry between the two guilds had continued ever since. Do-hoi then went downstairs, where Lizzie and Chun-hwa from Plum Blossom had arrived. Lizzie complained about the cold, but greeted Do-hoi politely. Do-hoi greeted her back, asking why she had come without notice. Lizzie asked why the Blue Castle Guildmaster herself was present, and Do-hoi replied that she didn't want to miss the debut of Park Do-hyuk's explosive products. Lizzie said she had been looking for her, and Do-hoi offered to escort her to the drawing room so they could talk privately. While Do-hoi and Lizzie stared each other down downstairs, Park watched the scene through a security monitor from his office and remarked that he was glad he wasn't involved. Just then, Ma Sung-mi entered carrying dimensional stones. Park thanked her, explaining he couldn't move during construction. She said it was no problem. Park was surprised to see her and asked how she knew he was there. Sung-mi replied that the guildmaster had told her and that she had come with a request. She wanted a proper one-on-one sparring match with him. She explained that during their last encounter, she had only blocked his attacks and wanted to test herself against him seriously. Park accepted the challenge, though he asked her to wait because he wasn't done constructing. Sung-mi calmly sat down, saying she would wait as long as needed and could help if he required anything. After he finished preparing enough items for the guild, Park said he was ready and suggested they start. Sung-mi agreed immediately, eager for the match. When Park finished preparing, he suited up in special training armor and met Ma Sung-mi on the training field. She asked whether he had equipped everything, and Park confirmed he had, though he was amazed by the gear. Sung-mi explained that the protective suits replicated a fighter's real durability by displaying health levels that changed from green to yellow to red, and the suit would shut off when health reached 0. Park was impressed to hear that each set cost 25 billion won, but Sung-mi said the guildmaster considered it cheap if it meant preventing real injuries. Park then suggested making the spar more interesting by placing a bet. He proposed that if he won, Sung-mi would become his exclusive tanker for 3 months. If she won, he would become her exclusive mage for the same period, free of charge. Sung-mi asked how long the exclusivity would last, and Park confirmed 3 months. She considered the offer. At that moment, Guildmaster Do-hoi entered and said she also found the bet entertaining. Park and Sung-mi were surprised to see her. Park mentioned he thought she was busy speaking with Lizzie, but Do-hoi replied that she had indeed met Lizzie, and thanks to Park's explosives, the conversation had been quite enjoyable. She hinted that she appreciated the advantage his inventions had given her. Sung-mi warned the Guildmaster that she was a D rank, while Park was only an F rank, asking if she ought to receive a handicap. Park immediately refused, saying he would not participate if she were given one. He didn't need it. Do-hoi admired his confidence and asked Sung-mi what she thought. Sung-mi accepted and agreed to spar without any handicap. Do-hoi then signaled the start of the match. Sung-mi, determined to crush him before he could cast anything, activated a provoking skill. Park suddenly felt his legs pulling him forward on their own. Realizing he had been hit with provoke, he countered by activating the solidity within my mentality, armor shield, followed by magic's harmony, absolute precision, and began casting magic missile while charging toward her. Sung-mi responded with iron wall defense, reinforcing her durability. Park analyzed her strategy: provoke to drag him in, iron wall to endure the incoming spells, then a counterattack. It was a classic tanker technique. He knew he could brute force through it with firepower, but that was not the outcome he wanted for this spar. A heavy smoke suddenly spread across the arena. Sung-mi recognized it as a smokescreen and immediately used mana sense, realizing Park had already cast multiple spells in the time it took for the smoke to settle. She calculated that he must have used a considerable amount of mana and assumed he would rush in to finish her soon. That was when she planned to strike. Just then, Park surged toward her at high speed. He invoked the different me within myself, mirror image. Dozens of illusionary copies of Park appeared, all moving unpredictably within the smoke. Then he layered magic's harmony, absolute precision once again, and launched another volley of magic missile, the shots weaving between the images and pressuring Sung-mi heavily. Despite being pushed back, Park reminded himself that Sung-mi was one of Blue Castle Guild's elite tankers, someone trained rigorously and renowned for resilience. She wouldn't fall easily. After that, the fight between Park and Sung-mi continued. It was said that Sung-mi swung her sword at him while using her shield to push him back, even deactivating her iron wall defense to increase her speed. She tried to overwhelm him with wind speed and drove him all the way into the wall. She then poured mana into her sword, attempting another strong strike. The guild master, watching quietly, commented that Sung-mi's skills had improved a great deal in the short time she had been away. A little later, Sung-mi suddenly found herself unable to move. She realized she was completely stuck and was shocked to see threads binding her limbs. The guild master touched the shiny strands and asked if those sticky threads were actually spider webs. Park confirmed it, explaining that when he had put up the smokescreen earlier, he had secretly laid down webs throughout the entire sparring arena. He said the protective suits ensured no one would be harmed, which was why he hadn't attacked Sung-mi directly inside her armor. Sung-mi then understood that when Park had rushed forward with multiple clones, it wasn't because he was low on mana. It was a trap to make her deactivate Iron Wall defense. Park admitted that her attack had been strong enough to damage his armor, but the strategy still worked. She smiled and acknowledged her defeat, promising that she would definitely win the next time. Park agreed, and when she reminded him to free her, he apologized for being too absorbed in the conversation and released her from the webs. The guildmaster praised both of them and declared Park the winner of the match. She placed Sung-mi in Park's care, and Park assured her she could rely on him. At the White Lotus Guild office, the vice guildmaster stood on her balcony when a guard approached to report that the assassins had successfully entered the country. She asked if security was being properly maintained, and the guard reassured her that everything was under control. He explained that their dealings with the spider ghost had been handled anonymously, so there was no risk of them being traced. She dismissed him, telling him he had done good work. Once she was alone, she checked her phone and saw the latest news about Park Do-hyuk. She muttered to herself that his abilities were like a golden goose, too valuable to lose. But since he had chosen to contract with the Blue Castle Guild instead of her, she declared coldly that if she could not have him, then no one else would. The next morning at a bus stop, 3 men were gathered. One of them, named Seoul, was on the phone saying he had arrived and asking for the target's information. Another man admired how full of attractive people Seoul was, but Sung scolded him, saying they needed to focus on the job unless he wanted to end up back on the streets. He reminded them that timing was everything, and that they would leave as soon as they eliminated their target. When Seoul checked the details, he remarked that Park Do-hyuk was extremely famous, so finding him should only take a day. Sung accepted this and told the group to loosen up and prepare before they went after him. Seoul wondered aloud why such a large reward was offered for killing an F-rank awakened, but Sung told him not to question it. They just had to finish the mission quickly. The scene moved to a forest where Sung-mi was battling numerous monsters using her sword and shield. Eventually, the monsters began overwhelming her, but a volley of magic lasers suddenly struck and wiped them out. Recognizing the power, she remembered how she failed to withstand it during their spar, yet she admired Park's destructive speed. Park appeared and casually told her to hurry since the monsters were boring him. Sung-mi felt frustrated, thinking that if Park's spells were this strong, a tanker like her seemed unnecessary, more like a burden than a help. She resolved to find a way to contribute meaningfully. Park noticed her distraction and asked what she was thinking. She brushed it off and mentioned her surprise that his drones worked even inside dungeons. Park replied that she would see even more interesting things if they kept going. He also reminded her she didn't have to speak formally with him, but she hesitated. Park encouraged her to take her time with it. Before they continued, he told her that since it was their first day teaming up, he would keep using buffs and they should speed up, but she didn't have to force herself to match his pace. A party, he said, should move in sync. She agreed. Afterward, a group of huge monsters appeared, trolls accompanied by goblins. Park noted that while trolls were normally simple to defeat despite their regeneration, they became dangerous when paired with a goblin shaman who could buff them into berserkers. He asked Sung-mi to hold the trolls and inner goblins aggro for as long as she could. She agreed, though she warned she might not last long. Park then summoned Akron, his massive golem, which charged into the battlefield and began fighting the monsters. Sung-mi was stunned at the sight of it. Park explained calmly that Akron was his own construction and told her that she and the golem would handle the aggro while he targeted the goblin shaman. Park activated an advanced skill, invisibility, something only B-rank awakened typically learned, and disappeared from sight. Sung-mi was again astonished, wondering how many more surprises Park had. As Akron clashed with the trolls, she reminded herself that she still had far to go to be useful to Park, but resolved to fulfill her role perfectly. The scene shifted to a remote building where a group of gangsters attacked the people inside. When one victim asked why they were doing this, the attackers mocked him, saying they didn't need a reason and that he was simply unlucky. After finishing their assault, the group regrouped and reported to their leader, Sung, that they had found traces indicating Park Do-hyuk had recently been in the area. They seemed surprised at how easy it was to track him. One of the gangsters questioned whether South Korea's security around dimensional gates was always this lax. Sung explained that because the country was small and lacked manpower, lower-ranked gates often had minimal protection, making them easy to infiltrate. He warned the others that the mules would arrive soon, so they needed to eliminate Park Do-hyuk quickly and leave. With that, the group entered the dungeon chamber to hunt him down. While Akron and Sung-mi continued fighting the trolls, Sung-mi wondered whether Park Do-hyuk would really be able to cut through the monsters and reach the goblin shaman safely. Meanwhile, Park was already confronting the goblins and used Whisper of Pain and Acid Arrow, piercing holes through their heads. Sung-mi kept battling the trolls and saw Akron assisting her exactly according to Park's commands. Park then praised Akron and immediately followed with Wave of Lightning and Lightning Bolt, wiping out the remaining large monsters. He remarked that the fight was finally becoming challenging. Sung-mi commented that he seemed like a completely different person compared to when they sparred. She asked if it was because he had met Mr. Gilma the day before. Park explained that he had met Gilma about a personal matter and through him had obtained 3 books: Invisibility, Acid Arrow, and Lightning Bolt. Using his Identify ability, he figured out how useful those spells were. After they finished clearing the monsters, Sung-mi said that they were almost at the end. Park suggested she rest for a moment, though she insisted she wasn't too tired. Just then, Park heard something unusual. Hoping it was nothing, he activated invisibility and used his drone's shared vision ability to check the dungeon entrance. Through the drone, he saw 3 intruders entering. Park realized they were not members of Blue Castle and questioned how they had passed the KBI guards. He asked Sung-mi what they should do if unregistered intruders entered a dungeon. She explained that they were supposed to verify permissions or forcibly remove the intruders, and if the intruders resisted, they were allowed to kill them. Park reacted with surprise, confirming if that rule was really true. While Park and Sung-mi continued fighting the trolls, the 3 intruders secretly observed them from behind a large rock. One of the intruders remarked to Seong that Park's magic didn't look nearly as powerful as the rumor suggested, and Seong agreed, saying he didn't expect Park to struggle so much in a D-ranked dungeon. Still, he reminded the others that they were being paid, so it didn't matter. The youngest member, Maknae, questioned why their target seemed so unimpressive. Seong told him to look at the group of trolls and ordered him to go first and draw their aggro. Maknae complained that Seong was trying to take the easy route again, planning to hide and ambush Park once the trolls chased in their direction, but Seong praised him for understanding without being told. Maknae reluctantly agreed and ran off to carry out the order. After that, Seong instructed the 3rd intruder to keep a close eye on Park and Sung-mi to make sure they didn't try anything unexpected, and the man said he understood. When Park and Sung-mi managed to defeat a troll, Park admitted that the fight was tougher than expected, and Sung-mi noted that the troll's regeneration was far stronger than they had anticipated, though she believed they still had enough strength left. Meanwhile, the intruders observing them whispered among themselves. One of them said he still couldn't believe someone like Park was worth 150 billion. Seong told him to stop talking and pointed out that the monsters aggroed by Maknae were now heading straight toward Park and Sung-mi. A large group of 6 trolls and 9 goblins rushed toward them. When Park saw this, he wondered aloud why the monsters had moved. They should have stayed put unless someone provoked them. Seeing that things were escalating, one intruder asked Seong whether they should simply finish the job without relying on the monsters. Seong asked if he could handle it, and the man claimed it would be easy. Seong then ordered him to kill Park and deal with Sung-mi afterward. The intruder immediately threw multiple knives toward Park, but Park calmly blocked everything with his shield spell. Park then gave an order to Akron, who had been positioned behind the intruders. Akron grabbed the 2 attackers with ease. When they panicked and asked Seong what was happening, Seong himself had no idea. At Park's command, Akron hurled the captured intruders toward the approaching trolls. Park stepped forward and confronted the intruders, asking them how it felt to be attacked as helplessly as they had intended to ambush him. One of the men cursed and charged at Park with knives, but Park instantly incinerated him with burning hands. Seong realized with fear that Park's power was on an entirely different level and suspected that Park had known about their plan from the beginning and had set a trap. Park then warned Seong about simply standing still, just as a troll appeared behind him. Seong panicked and begged for help. Another intruder attempted to sneak up on Park with a stealth attack, but Park vanished using invisibility and reappeared in front of him, firing multiple magic missiles. The attacker was shocked that Park had detected him and then noticed a drone overhead, realizing Park had used it to track all of their positions. Park told him he had relied too much on his own skills. As trolls gathered behind the intruder, the man understood they had walked right into Park's trap. Park simply bid him farewell. At the Blue Castle Tower, Do-hoi informed Park that the KBI had finished investigating the incident from the previous day. She explained that the 3 intruders were from Yanbian and were likely assassins sent by someone known as Ghost Ant, an awakened based in China whose real identity and face were completely unknown. She added that Ghost Ant was infamous for murdering well-known awakened and for running a group that carried out contract killings around the world. Park asked why someone like that would target him, and Do-hoi suggested that the assassination was probably the result of a commission, most likely ordered by someone who wanted to suppress Blue Castle Guild after their stock price had risen due to Park's explosives. When Park asked whether she meant rival top guilds like Plum Blossom or White Lotus, she agreed and hinted that the culprit was probably someone obsessed enough to think, "If I can't have him, no one can." However, she refused to name the suspect, saying she didn't want to accuse anyone without certainty. Park accepted her decision. She handed him a card, explaining that the assassination attempt might not have been the last, so she recommended that he hire a guild bodyguard, or at least strengthen the security around his home. Park thanked her for the concern and said he had something he needed to take care of. When she asked what it was, he told her that he had received an E-rank advancement quest, implying that he needed to prepare for his next step as an awakened. At the entrance of the Deus Tower near Guanghuamen, Park arrived for his rank-up quest. Inside the bright lobby, he noticed a large monitor displaying various records. A guard approached and instructed him to wait near the dimensional gate, explaining that the monitor showed rankings from previous rank-up tests and that the results were automatically registered in the KBI database. Park asked whether it meant participants could become a target of interest, and the guard confirmed that finishing quickly indicated exceptional ability. Hearing this, Park became excited. He thought that if he set a new record and drew the KBI's attention, he might gain access to their library, giving him the chance to acquire even more advanced spells. While Park waited for his rank-up test, a young awakened named Ajushi approached him and mockingly asked if it was his first time, saying only a beginner would show up wearing such shabby armor. Park replied that, as a damage dealer, he didn't really care about appearances. The man continued to insult him, suggesting he must simply be poor and might not survive the quest. Park calmly disagreed, saying he didn't see any reason to flaunt wealth just to complete a test. The man took offense, shouting that Park was disrespecting him and boasting about being from the White Lotus Guild. He demanded Park recognize the guild's emblem, but Park just told him to stop yelling and prove his strength through his skills. As the man continued insulting him, Park simply thought that people might misjudge him based solely on his armor, but the results of the quest would make everything clear soon enough. When the dimensional gate opened, Park and the boastful White Lotus rookie entered for their rank-up tests. The White Lotus awakened completed his trial first and came out bragging that it had been easy. Confident in his guild-trained body and his reputation as a rookie worth 5 billion won, he assumed the shabby-looking Park could never compete with him. When the results were posted, the crowd rushed to the monitor in excitement. The White Lotus rookie proudly believed the cheers were for him, until he saw that Park Do-hyuk had taken rank 1, breaking the record. Realizing Park was the same 150 billion won mercenary who invented dungeon explosives, he fell to his knees in shock and disbelief. Park then approached him and casually asked how it felt to lose to someone who looked like a beggar. Park began his E-rank advancement quest, which required him to eliminate 100 monsters and reach a designated location. With Akron's burning hand and his own spells, he rapidly cleared through the enemies. At one point, he noted that a monster managed to endure Akron's strike for a moment, but he still defeated it without difficulty. Before long, the system announced that all 100 monsters had been eliminated. Park exited the chamber, and the tower broadcast his completion time, 59 minutes and 35 seconds, officially confirming his successful E-rank promotion. At home, Park cooked while reviewing his performance in the rank-up quest. He acknowledged that although the test was easy, Akron and his drones were still not strong enough against tougher monsters like trolls and ogres. He decided that increasing his alchemist level would help strengthen both himself and his constructs. When he tried to change jobs, a notification appeared stating that he had advanced to E-rank and could now select a special spell. Park was surprised. Special spells were rare, permanent passive abilities that normally could only be chosen when creating a character in DNF. He never expected to receive one now. Realizing how valuable this opportunity was, he considered what would help him the most. Since he already had powerful attack, defense, and summoning abilities, he decided that what he lacked most was healing. He chose the priest spell Healing Him, thinking it would allow him to survive without needing a dedicated healer. Feeling unexpectedly fortunate, he wondered if someone, or something, was looking out for him. At the White Lotus Guild's private residence, Vice Guild Master Min Sun-yul was relaxing in her bedroom when Park arrived unexpectedly. She acted pleasantly surprised, saying she hadn't contacted him since the Deus Market event, but was glad to see him again. Calling him the super rookie everyone is talking about, she invited him to speak. Park didn't waste time and directly asked her why she had tried to kill him. Sun-yul appeared shocked and denied everything, claiming she didn't even know who Ghost Ant was. She stepped closer, held his hand, and asked gently if something had happened to him. For a brief moment, Park felt himself wavering because she looked genuinely worried, but he pulled his hand away, reminding himself that the White Lotus Guild had long been infamous for dirty tactics, and that Min Sun-yul, in particular, was known for doing anything if it meant making money. He refused to let himself be deceived. Park sat down calmly and told Min Sun-yul that he had expected her to deny everything. He offered her two choices. First, if she compensated him properly, he would overlook the assassination attempt and would not treat her as an enemy. Second, if she refused, he would publicly expose the incident. Sun-yul insisted that nothing he said had anything to do with the White Lotus Guild, but Park stood and reminded her that she knew very well who would suffer most if the story became public. He then turned to leave, saying he would pretend the negotiation never happened. Panicking, she called out and asked how much money he wanted, offering 1, 2, or even 3 billion won. Park demanded 10 billion. Shocked, she questioned how he could ask for such an amount when he didn't even have proof she ordered the hit. Park pointed out that her reaction alone practically confirmed her involvement. Realizing she was cornered, she reluctantly agreed to pay, but warned him coldly that if anything about this leaked to the public, she would kill him for real. After leaving the White Lotus building, Park checked his phone and saw a message containing information about reinforcing the security of his home. He reflected that Min Sun-yul truly behaved exactly as the rumors claimed and suspected that she would interfere again sooner or later. He also realized that once Ghost Ant discovered his assassins had failed, another attempt was likely to follow. For that reason, Park concluded that he needed to grow even stronger. Afterward, he received another message, this time from the Information Guild, which had finally responded with details about a lead near Isu Station. Park recalled that he had already planned to pick up several books he had ordered from that area, so he reasoned that he could take care of everything in a single trip. He noted that it had been a long time since his last treasure hunt. Near Isu Station, a frustrated man sat alone at a table, staring at his financial planner ID card while wondering where his life had gone wrong. He had believed that becoming a financial planner would solve his problems, yet nothing had improved. When he checked his group chat, he saw one of his friends boasting about earning an enormous amount of money from a single dungeon run. Bitterness welled up as he reflected that while he was barely surviving, others were prospering simply because they were awakened. As he stood up to leave, he blamed his misfortune on not having been born awakened in this era. At that moment, he felt a strange vibration. Looking around, he noticed a sudden outbreak forming, unlike anything he had witnessed before. Instead of pushing civilians away, the dimensional force was pulling ordinary people into the rift. He immediately understood that any normal civilians drawn inside would be killed instantly by the monsters within. At the same time, Park also noticed the outbreak. He was shocked, realizing that he had never encountered an outbreak that dragged people inward instead of pushing them away. Understanding that civilians would die if no one intervened, he hurried toward the dimensional disturbance. As he approached, however, two men suddenly stepped forward and blocked his path by raising a "no entry" sign. As the outbreak grew increasingly unstable, the two awakened men moved ahead and loudly introduced themselves as Kim Jae-jun and Yoon Min-soo. They informed the surrounding civilians that the incident had already been reported to the KBI and urged everyone to evacuate immediately, warning that monsters could emerge at any moment. Seeing that other awakened were present, Park felt a sense of relief. He ran toward them and introduced himself as Park Do-hyuk, an E-rank awakened, explaining that he had come to assist. Instead of preparing for a rescue, however, the two men casually handed him a baton and instructed him to manage traffic control. Park was taken aback and protested, insisting that they needed to enter immediately to save the civilians being pulled inside. In response, the two mocked him for his E-rank status and warned him not to cause trouble by entering a dungeon-like situation with such a low rank. One of them even patted his shoulder and ordered him to stand aside and focus on crowd control. Park reminded them of the Awakened Law, which required awakened individuals to protect civilians during times of crisis, and questioned why they were behaving as though avoiding danger was acceptable. Min-soo merely laughed and sarcastically asked whether Park truly believed he could save everyone. Park calmly told him to remove his hand and step aside. He then immediately activated rapid reinforcement, haste, dashed past them, and leapt straight into the outbreak just moments before the gate slammed shut behind him. Inside the outbreak, the financial planner regained consciousness on the ground, confused about how he had ended up there after being at Isu Station only moments earlier. When he attempted to stand, he noticed a deep cut on his leg and realized that he could not move properly. As strange noises echoed through the forest, he turned and saw a gigantic monster devouring trees and everything in its path. Terrified, he tried to run but quickly collapsed. Overwhelmed, he cried out for help, thinking that he had never done anything meaningful for his parents. When the monster grabbed him and lifted him toward its mouth, he desperately begged to be saved, promising to give up everything he had if he survived. Just as the monster hurled him forward, Park Do-hyuk rushed in, leaped into the air, and caught him safely before he could hit the ground. After gently setting him down, Park asked whether he was all right. Still in shock, the man asked who had saved him, and Park calmly introduced himself as Park Do-hyuk, an awakened individual who had come to rescue him. Park checked the man's condition and asked if he was all right. The man explained that he had injured his leg and could not move. Seeing the wound, Park placed a hand over it and used Healing Him, restoring the man's leg instantly. When Park asked if he could walk, the man tested his leg, found it healed, and thanked him gratefully. Park instructed him to head back toward the direction behind them, explaining that it would lead him safely to Isu Station. But before the man could move, he suddenly shouted for Park to look behind, because the giant monster was approaching again. At that moment, Akron appeared and wrapped its tail around the monster, restraining it. Park ordered Akron to throw it, and the golem spun and hurled the creature far into the distance. With the danger temporarily handled, Park lifted the rescued man and told him they needed to move quickly, as there were still more civilians trapped inside who needed help. Outside the outbreak zone, 2 Awakened were patrolling and repeatedly urging civilians to evacuate. 2 KBI officers arrived and removed the barricades, but the Awakened stopped them, saying the area was off limits. One officer introduced himself as Choi Dae-ho, vice director of the KBI Seoul branch, and immediately asked whether they had checked the inside of the outbreak. The Awakened men became overly polite and said they were simply regulating the area. They explained that a crazy Awakened had rushed into the dimensional door earlier, and they stayed outside because they believed it was too dangerous. Vice Director Choi grew irritated and asked what they had been doing while someone recklessly entered the outbreak. They admitted they waited for the KBI because they did not want to risk dying, mentioning that monsters could emerge at any moment. Choi asked if any monsters had actually come out. When they replied no, he scolded them harshly, asking whether they had forgotten their duties to protect civilians and other Awakened during disasters. He reminded them that Awakened carry greater responsibility than anyone else in such emergencies. One of the KBI officers then told the vice director they were short on time, so he ended the scolding and ordered them to move out immediately. Inside the outbreak, Park was moving through the forest while using his drone to locate survivors. He spotted another civilian cornered by a monster and immediately flew toward them. He cast Whisper of Pain and Acid Arrow, killing the creature, though he briefly felt a headache from overusing spells. He pushed through it and continued. Soon, another monster charged at them. Park quickly used Swamp Web to slow it down and pulled the civilian with him, telling them to hold on. The civilian panicked and warned him about another attack from behind. Just before the monster reached them, Park activated Haste, leaped high into the air, and cast another Swamp Web, trapping the creature. From midair, he followed up with Hellfire Incarnation, Fireball, blasting the monster. At that moment, the 2 KBI officers entered the outbreak to search for survivors. The vice director ordered them to split up, but the female officer suddenly pointed upward after noticing a massive fireball falling from the sky. Both officers were stunned by the sheer brightness and destructive power of Park's spell. After the battle, the KBI vice director called out to see who was there. At that moment, Akron appeared, escorting all the rescued civilians. The rescued financial planner nervously asked if they had finally reached safety, and when he spotted the KBI officers, he happily shouted that they had survived. The other civilians soon gathered and expressed their relief. The vice director quickly realized that these people must be the civilians who had been dragged into the outbreak. However, he grew confused when he saw the golem, thinking there should be no Awakened capable of constructing something so advanced. Akron then approached Ms. Yoon-soo and confirmed that she was a KBI affiliate before stating that it would return to its master, Park Do-hyuk. The vice director questioned Yoon-soo, reminding her that she had previously reported Park as only a spell user. She explained that Park indeed used spells and could also produce bombs, but she had no knowledge of him being able to create a golem. The vice director remarked that the KBI's database was clearly lacking if such an ability had gone unnoticed. He ordered Ms. Yoonsu to escort the civilians out while he searched deeper inside the forest. As he ran, he discovered a massive scorched pit and was shocked to find a Hellmonfish, a monster usually seen only in C-rank dungeons and known for its resistance to fire, completely burned. He wondered if Park had used the scattered explosive devices to accomplish this. Soon after, Park appeared and asked who he was. The vice director introduced himself as Choi Dae-ho of the KBI Seoul branch and asked about remaining survivors. Park informed him that he had already rescued the last one and had been heading back. The vice director thanked him for his assistance. The Isu Station outbreak officially came to an end, and that night the incident dominated the front page of Newsnet. In an interview, SS-rank KBI Vice Director Choi Dae-ho praised Park Do-hyuk, saying that Park embodied the true meaning of being an awakened by fearlessly entering the dimensional gate with the sole intention of saving civilians. He confirmed that all 10 trapped civilians were rescued safely and expressed their gratitude toward Park. Sung-mi later saw the news on her phone and realized that this outbreak explained why Park had been so busy recently. Park downplayed it, saying the outbreak was coincidental and that he had been occupied with other things, including strengthening Akron after advancing his alchemist level and obtaining higher class spells and artifacts. After completing Akron's reinforcement, Park acknowledged that the golem had grown stronger and said he would rely on it going forward, while Akron pledged to protect him until its destruction. The scene then shifted to another battlefield where Park and Sung-mi fought together again. Sung-mi charged in to draw the monster's attention, while Park supported her with binding spells. Park noted that armored trolls were resistant to frontal attacks and praised Sung-mi's distraction tactics. He coordinated with her before unleashing a powerful fire spell, carefully watching to make sure she escaped safely. As the fight continued, Park warned Sung-mi of another monster approaching from behind. When Sung-mi turned around, a monster tried to strike her, but she blocked it with her shield and was knocked to the ground. Park immediately checked on her, and she assured him she was fine, warning that the monster's aggro had shifted toward him. Park quickly assessed the situation and realized that blindly firing spells might not finish the enemy in one hit. Instead, he decided to concentrate his firepower. He used Lightning Bolt to weaken the armor, then activated Haste and charged in directly. Despite Sung-mi shouting an alarm, Park trusted his abilities, closed the distance, and struck the monster's core, defeating it in a single decisive blow. After the battle, Park's drones detected a cave-like structure. While resting nearby, Sung-mi scolded Park for fighting too recklessly and said she was worried he might get hurt. Park replied that he was more concerned about her injuries and explained that he always calculated his actions carefully before taking risks. Sung-mi apologized, admitting she was afraid of losing a reliable partner, and Park promised to fight more safely. When the drones returned, Park said he needed to investigate something unusual they had found. Sung-mi wanted to come along, but Park insisted she rest, explaining that he needed to conserve strength before the boss appeared. He left a drone behind to keep watch and reassured her before heading off alone. Park followed the drones to the cave and entered it, sensing that the artificial structure must have a hidden purpose. As he moved deeper, the dark passage unexpectedly opened into a vast area with a bridge resembling part of a city. Confused by the sight, Park suddenly noticed a humanoid figure forming from the fog, a man with long gray hair, a wine-colored robe, and a staff glowing with blue light. Park called the mysterious figure by name, which surprised the man, Verhad, who asked how Park knew him. Park explained that Verhad looked exactly like a character from a game in his world. Verhad found this amusing and remarked that many foreigners who had arrived here through dimensional cracks had said similar things, often describing the experience as a dream. Verhad then explained that Park, like those before him, was a foreigner from another world, and that this place was a test field he had created to draw out the full potential of such individuals. Park asked if anyone else had ever completed the test, and Verhad replied that many had tried but all failed, usually just short of the final stage. Verhad offered Park the chance to attempt the test, saying that success would bring a powerful reward while failure would simply reveal the limits of one's abilities. Park decided that, no matter the risk, he would take the test if it meant becoming stronger, and he accepted the challenge. Verhad explained that the test's goal was simple in theory: reach the magic tower without dying. However, the path was filled with endless traps, shifting terrain, unknown monsters, and finally gigantic black lions guarding the tower. Park realized through repeated trial visions that while he could handle the traps and monsters, the black lions were far beyond his current strength. The pain and realism of repeated failure left him shaken and convinced he could not win by brute force. Seeing Park hesitate, Verhad encouraged him not to fear making new attempts, though he refused to explain further. Park reflected on those words and realized there might be another solution. As he examined the path, he noticed something strange, a wall behind him instead of the usual deadly cliff, suggesting the map might allow an unconventional approach. Inspired by the idea of thinking differently, Park decided to stop following the obvious route. Remembering a character who succeeded by choosing a path no one else dared to consider, Park smiled, resolved to try something new, and began running forward with renewed determination, no longer afraid of making new attempts. Park decided to act on his realization and ran toward the wall instead of the intended path. Using haste, he broke through it and rushed toward the magic tower, realizing that he had entered a different dimensional layer where Verhad could no longer perceive him. When a black lion appeared and tried to block his way, Park briefly panicked but tested his theory by casting color spray, slipping past the lion and escaping unharmed. Soon after, the system announced that Park had successfully passed Verhad's test. When he regained awareness, Verhad congratulated him, explaining that Park was the first person to ever succeed because the test required creativity and determination rather than brute strength. Park humbly replied that he had simply paid attention to his surroundings after Verhad's advice, though Verhad noted that the same advice had been given to all previous challengers. As a reward, Verhad offered Park a blessing and asked him to present his most meaningful relic. Park chose the Ring of Faith and Light, and Verhad enhanced it by one level, making it a unique relic bound solely to Park. Verhad explained that the blessing would allow Park to cast spells without chanting. Park immediately accepted, recognizing it as an extraordinary reward, and sensed Verhad's mana being transferred directly into the ring. Verhad gave Park a ring, and Park realized it was his first legendary ring. Verhad asked how he felt about it, and Park replied that he was not only satisfied, but also felt like a completely different person. Verhad said he was glad to hear that, and told Park it was time for him to return. When Park asked if this was a farewell, Verhad said that if their worlds ever became connected, they would meet again. Park agreed, but felt regret that he had not talked more because he had been too focused on the test. Verhad then asked for Park's name. Park introduced himself as Park Do-hyuk, and after Park disappeared, Verhad said he would remember that name and bid him farewell. Park returned to his world and appeared at the battlefield where Sung-mi was fighting monsters. He realized that only 30 minutes had passed since he disappeared. Sung-mi said she was relieved that he was safe. A monster tried to attack her from behind, but Akron intervened and defeated it. Park noticed that Akron seemed stronger than before. He warned Sung-mi and used Fireball, Acid Arrow, and Magic Missile together to defeat another monster in a burst of light. Sung-mi felt that although she was using the same tanking methods, Park's spells had become much stronger, and even his casting chance were gone. She wondered what had happened during the short time he was gone. Park simply said they should move on. The next day, Park sat in his office at the Changsung building and reflected on his meeting with Verhad, the legendary ring, and the flame arrow spell set he had received. The guild master arrived and asked how things were going with Sung-mi, noting that she had been fighting in C+ rank dungeons. Park replied that things were going well and praised her trust and teamwork. The guild master said she was relieved, but mentioned that Sung-mi had been training even on weekends and needed rest. She asked Park to take good care of her. Park thanked the guild master for allowing him to team up with Sung-mi. The guild master then asked why Park had called her. Park explained that he wanted to sell an item through the Changsung group. He showed her a scroll. When she asked what it was, he explained that it was an identify scroll that revealed hidden abilities of equipment. She suggested testing it on a better item and offered her own sword, the Silver Blade, saying she already knew its abilities. Park agreed and activated the scroll on the sword. After it was complete, he handed it back to her. She was shocked to discover a new hidden option and said she had never known about it. Park explained that this was the true power of the Identify scroll, which could draw out hidden abilities from equipment. Park explained that Identify was a basic spell he had known from playing DNF, where items often appeared unclear. But in this world, many relics still remained unidentified because no job existed to reveal their hidden information until he gained this ability. The guild master reflected that in her 10 years as an awakened guild master, during which she had seen countless abilities, she had never encountered anyone like Park. When Park asked for her opinion, she hesitated and said she needed time to think, noting that the scroll was an irreplaceable product only he could create. She then asked how many scrolls he could make per day, and he replied that 120 was his limit. He added that he planned to sell exclusively through the Blue Castle Guild, with a minimum price of 20 million won and possible increases depending on market response. She proposed overseeing sales and distribution in exchange for 10% of the net profit, which Park accepted. She remarked that the Identify scroll would cause a huge stir, and Park replied that he was looking forward to it. 5 days later, the release of the Identify scroll completely changed how the Awakened viewed relics. As relic ranks and abilities were revealed, market prices soared, and the scroll quickly became a major hit. Media attention soon focused on Park, the creator of the scrolls, leading to broadcast appearance requests and even the formation of fan clubs. The scene then shifted to an office where a woman asked Mr. Daeho if it had been 5 days since the Identify scrolls were distributed. He confirmed it and reported that the price had risen from 20 million won on the first day to 33 million. He remarked that he never expected a single awakened ability to cause such drastic changes in such a short time, and warned that if news leaked overseas, foreign forces would surely act, suggesting they move first. After mentioning that Ms. Yoonso Lee was associated with Mr. Do Hyuk, the woman instructed him to contact her and arrange a meeting with Park, which Daeho agreed to do. Later, at the KBI Seoul branch lobby, Park checked his phone and reflected that his influence among the Awakened was steadily growing, though he knew faster growth would require expanding on a national scale. His goal had been to connect with a government-affiliated organization, so he was surprised that the KBI reached out first. When Lee Yoon asked if he had been waiting long, Park replied that he had just arrived. When she asked if it was his first visit to the KBI Seoul branch, he confirmed it and commented that the place seemed especially busy. Lee Yoon explained to Park that all management and reports concerning the Awakened passed through the KBI, leaving them no time to rest. She then escorted him to the director's office and informed the director of their arrival. The director invited and apologized for not greeting Park personally, explaining that there were too many eyes watching. She introduced herself as Jang Mi-jo, the KBI Seoul branch director. Park thought the people before him were South Korea's top SS rank figures and felt the intense pressure. The director stated that she would be direct, saying the KBI believed Park would become the next rising star representing South Korea. When he questioned, she explained that unlike most Awakened who specialized in one field, Park possessed abilities across many areas. Park briefly suspected they intended to pressure him, but the director clarified that the KBI wished to provide him with full support, including dungeon operations and other fields. Realizing it was national backing rather than coercion, Park asked for the reason behind the decision. Daeho explained that the KBI supported promising Awakened to prevent foreign nations from recruiting them and to maintain order and national safety, stressing that there were no ulterior motives. Park accepted the KBI's support. While the meeting was still ongoing, the ground suddenly began to shake. Everyone was shocked, and Park pointed out the window, where a large-scale outbreak was forming. A public safety alert was immediately issued, and Awakened fighters began moving toward the affected areas. On the way, Daeho explained that 5 years earlier, a large outbreak had occurred in Gangwon province. Lee Yoon-seo added that back then, there had only been 30 to 40 low-ranked outbreaks, so casualties were limited. However, she said this time there were 78 outbreaks, which was far more concerning. Park asked if it was acceptable for him to be deployed with SS-ranked teams. Daeho replied that depending on the situation, special transfers were allowed, so it would be fine. Soon after, they spotted the outbreak area ahead. Daeho decided to move with Park, while the others followed the branch director and stayed in contact. At the outbreak site, civilians were surrounded by a giant monster that was about to kill someone. At that moment, Akron arrived and used flames to wipe out most of the monsters. One monster avoided the fire and tried to attack Akron, but Daeho jumped down from a rooftop, confirmed the location, and destroyed it with a fire-infused punch. After eliminating all enemies, Akron reported that the area was secure and began evacuating civilians. Daeho commented that Park's golem never failed to impress him. Park then reported over the call that he had lost contact with another team and told Daeho to follow the drone. Daeho agreed. Meanwhile, the KBI director jokingly asked Daeho if he had damaged any buildings again and said she would check later using Park's footage. Daeho denied causing any damage. Shortly after, the director became surrounded by spider-type monsters. Jang Mi-jo received reports of multiple survivors trapped indoors and ordered everyone to move faster. The spiders created a barrier around her, trapping her briefly. She activated her spider abilities, broke through the restraints, burned the monsters with magic, and asked to be guided to the survivors. Throughout the city, gunfire echoed everywhere. Two members of the Taewa Guild, Seoyeon Kang and Rhea Ju, were watching from a rooftop. Seoyeon remarked that it was a rare sight, while Rhea replied that many high-ranking Awakened were present and noted that Daeho had just defeated a large monster, saying he was impressive as ever. Rhea then pointed out Dohui Baek, and Seoyeon observed that although it was hard to tell, Ryunami appeared to be injured, adding coldly that it would benefit them if she died. Rhea then noticed Park and asked if he was the same Park they were targeting, suggesting they observe his abilities. Park soon approached Ryunami and healed her wound, surprising Dohui, who praised his healing ability. Park explained that he could not use it frequently because it consumed too much mana, though Dohui commented that it still surpassed the recovery skills of A and B rank healers. Other Awakened gathered and discussed Park's Vir 5T3 satility, after which Ryunami thanked him. Park warned that poison might still remain and advised her to withdraw, which Dohui agreed to before escorting her away and leaving the rest to him. Shortly after, the KBI director informed Park that civilians had been found hiding and that one had reported a massive monster inside a department store. Park suspected it might be the boss monster, and Daeho agreed, urging caution. At that moment, a giant insect monster appeared behind Park. Seoyeon identified it as a venomous Archeni, while Rhea estimated it to be an ABA rank boss and commented that its sudden attack had been narrowly avoided. 9A's heavy firepower was unleashed. The surrounding Awakened were shocked when the monster showed no reaction. Park realized the problem, noting internally that the venomous Archeni gained resistance to the first attribute it was hit with, which in this case was fire. As others speculated about its magic resistance and rushed forward, Park used his shield to block its attacks and decided that if he could evade its assaults and close the distance, he could defeat it with physical combat, even as the monster cast its net toward the approaching Awakened. A masked woman approached Park and asked whether the monster was weak to physical attacks. Park replied that he could assist with damage if he managed to get close. She told him to support her and moved ahead as the monster ensnared another Awakened and prepared to strike. The woman intervened, cutting through the attack with her weapon and deflecting every assault with ease. Watching her fight, Park realized that if her attacks could sever limbs, she should be capable of finishing the monster herself, though he wondered who she was. Attempting to assist, he combined his spells and launched a fire attack, determined to contribute properly, but she effortlessly sliced through the incoming attacks and, focusing all her strength, cleaved the monster in half. Park was left stunned by her overwhelming power. Afterward, she asked whether he still did not recognize her. Removing her mask, she revealed herself as Yuhui Shin. Yuhui asked if Park still did not recognize her, and he asked if she was an Awakened. She confirmed it, explaining that she had worked for a guild in England and returned to Korea after her contract ended. When an explosion occurred, she said they had no time to talk, and Park agreed to focus on suppressing the outbreak. Daeho told Park he would meet him at Point B, while the director suggested moving to another area. Yu Hui said she would support that sector and visit Park at the Blue Castle Guild afterward, which he accepted. Watching from a rooftop, Seoyeon remarked that although Park's spell power was unclear, his buffs, speed, and healing ability were exceptional, and she and Rhea decided to observe him further. 3 days later, after the outbreak was fully contained, Park reflected that the battle had raised his level significantly, allowing him to reach Class 4 with a wizard level of 31, though he believed no more spells remained on the local server. Later, a man introduced himself to Park as Taepung Shin, the person Park had saved during the previous outbreak. He thanked Park for contacting him, and Park invited him to sit, explaining that he needed long-term help managing his assets, and asked Taepung to speak casually since they were the same age. After some hesitation, Taepung agreed. Noticing the books in the room, Taepung asked if Park was interested in materials from the other world. Park confirmed this and requested that, in addition to asset management, Taepung gather language books and related tools, offering to cover office expenses and salary. After reviewing the contract, Taepung accepted eagerly. Park gave him a card with a 1 billion won limit for purchases and asked for regular updates before leaving for another appointment. In the training room, Sungmi and Yu Hui were sparring when Park arrived and remarked that they were early. Yu Hui explained that she had decided to look around after returning to Korea and ended up matching with Sungmi. She praised Sungmi's tanking skills, saying she had never seen an Awakened so dedicated to the role, even in England. Sungmi admitted that one moment of carelessness would have broken her defenses. Park said he was glad they had a good impression of each other and proposed temporarily recruiting Yu Hui until she found a new guild. Sungmi agreed, noting the team needed a physical attacker, and Yu Hui accepted, saying that with Park and Sungmi, she could fight without concern. Park told everyone to trust him and fight without holding back, promising that he would support them properly. Yu Hui jokingly complained, and the two started bickering playfully. Sungmi noticed how close they were. Park explained that he and Yu Hui had been friends since middle school. Yu Hui jokingly held his hand and said she was his girlfriend, which shocked Sungmi. Park quickly denied it, saying they had only dated briefly more than 10 years ago. Yu Hui teased him by calling herself his first love, but Park told her to stop joking. They then agreed to move on and check their dungeon connections. Later, Park's D-rank rank-up quest activated. He entered a chamber of ancient ruins and realized it was the Temple of Nightmares. He recalled the story of Valorox, a devil who cursed the temple after corrupting its holy leaders, turning it into a place of corruption. Park wondered why the DNF world was so deeply connected to his promotion quests. He realized that many of his abilities, spells, and growth had been influenced by DNF, meaning it was not just a coincidence, but deeply embedded in the Awakened system. He decided to investigate it further later. As Park moved deeper into the ruins, devils appeared and attacked him. He decided to test his newly learned spells. He cast Ice Storm, followed by Stone Skin, but noticed that Ice Storm had limited range. He then used Hustle Fly, noting that while it was not very fast yet, it gave him a clear advantage. He finished the enemies with Fireball and proceeded downward. On the lower floor, torches lit up, and a warning echoed that intruders would be killed for disturbing the Lord's slumber. Park recognized the statue of Lacto and remembered that its sword carried a dangerous spell. He dodged its attacks and realized that normal attacks would not work well, but corrosive magic would. He used Acid Arrow, recalling that he had learned this weakness after many encounters in DNF. As the statue advanced and declared it would not leave its post, Park became certain that this dungeon was directly recreated from the DNF world. He thought that even though it was a simple implementation, he would take full advantage of it. After an intense fight, the enraged statue of Lacto was defeated, and Park completed the D-rank advanced quest. The system announced his success and granted him the chance to choose a special spell. Park reflected that he had previously selected a healing spell for solo situations, but since future battles would be more team-oriented, he chose an AoE strengthening buff instead. Later, while on the roadside, Park was surrounded by civilians asking for autographs, advice on leveling up, and party recruitment. A car soon arrived, and a woman introduced herself as Yeri Ko, a recruiter from the American Freedom Guild. She explained that she was not there to recruit him into the guild, but to discuss a dungeon-related proposal. When she mentioned an S-rank dungeon and suggested continuing the conversation in the car, Park agreed. During the drive, Yeri explained that the Freedom Guild was planning to challenge an S-rank dungeon in the United States and wanted Park to join as a mercenary. Park questioned why they would invite a D-rank Awakened, but she clarified that his versatility as a buffer, debuffer, and magic dealer made him more efficient than multiple specialists. She added that the Guildmaster was willing to let him choose a unique rank relic as a reward and promised an equal split of the loot. After laying out the offer, she asked for his decision. Park reflected that he had nothing to lose and saw the invitation as a chance to experience high-level dungeons abroad. When Yeriko said they were near their destination, Park told her he would accept the offer and contact her again after adjusting his schedule. She thanked him, said the Guildmaster would be pleased, and promised to wait for his call. After dropping him off, her driver asked whether it was acceptable not to mention guild membership, and Yeri replied that Park could not be tempted by money, believing that unforgettable experiences would eventually secure him. Later, the scene shifted to Park's apartment hallway, where Rhea and Seoyeon secretly arrived and attempted to break in. Rhea noted that the security was far stronger than expected, warning that mana interference would burn anyone who forced entry and estimating the cost at over 50 billion due to the dimensional stones embedded throughout the building. Seoyeon wondered if they should back off, but Rhea dismissed the idea, suspecting KBI involvement and recalling past betrayals. Suddenly, the elevator arrived at the 31st floor and opened to reveal no one inside, shocking them. As they questioned what was happening, they sensed someone approaching from behind. Park confronted the two women, asking who they were and what business they had with him, noting that they did not seem like fans. One of them replied that they would talk another time, saying the location was unsuitable. Park said he would accept that, and the two left in the elevator without further explanation. Watching them go, Park remarked that things had just become noisy again. Over the next 2 days, Park wrapped up all his domestic affairs, including Blue Castle Guild production and delivery, briefing Sungmi and Yu Hui, and organizing the Otherworld books he had acquired. After packing the essentials, he departed for the United States. The scene then shifted to the Freedom Tower in New York, where Park met Brox, the Guild Master of Freedom. Brox welcomed him and introduced himself as the head of the top guild in the US Park, noticed the large collection of otherworld books, and Brox explained that he had been researching their language in preparation for future contact. After sitting down, Brox revealed that the guild had previously encountered someone who could use the otherworld language in a dungeon, but that the person had been assassinated soon after. When Park asked if their upcoming dungeon was the same one, Brox confirmed it and explained that due to a 6-person limit, they needed someone versatile. Park realized this was why he had been chosen. Brox added that while most Awakened focused on a single SSS rank ability, Park's wide range of skills made him ideal for forming flexible strategies, which was why he had selected him. Park suspected that although Brox acted as if he needed him, his real goal was likely to spark Park's interest in the Freedom Guild. Still, Park saw no reason to refuse, as the offer satisfied his curiosity and promised a unique rank relic and valuable rewards. After finishing his explanation, Brox said he would honor his promise and led Park to a bookshelf that concealed a secret room. Inside, he explained that the relics there were ones he did not need or could not use due to overlap. Park immediately recognized that all of them were above unique rank and realized the setup was meant for him to identify them. After inspecting the relics, he chose the Kata ring. Brox accepted the choice and said they would proceed to the dungeon briefing. Later, Park asked Yeriko whether Brox would join them and was told that he had gone to France for another invitation. She then led Park to a conference room where the attack party was gathered. S-rank tanker Larson, S-rank melee fighter Sarah, S-rank bruiser Lincoln, and A-rank sub-ranger Rai. The scene shifted to the battlefield, where the attack party prepared for combat. Larson remarked that he had not expected corrosive rain, while Lincoln said that without Park's armor, they would have been in serious trouble. Sarah added that the variety of buffs was impressive, and Ree commented that it was her first time receiving so many enhancements. Park then sensed approaching enemies and warned the team, prompting everyone to take their positions. As the monsters charged, the group formed their defenses and counterattacked. Larson declared that he would not fall to something like this, while Sarah flew forward, cutting through the abominations with ease. Observing her, Park noted that her S-rank melee skills allowed her to slice through the monsters effortlessly. Park then searched for the source of the enemies using shared vision and discovered ghost-type monsters controlling them from the trees. Realizing they had not noticed his drone, he activated Dimension Door and moved in. Moments later, explosions erupted across the field as the ghost monsters fell from the sky. Yeri was stunned, realizing how rare such high-level spatial magic was, especially from a D-rank Awakened. When Park told her to stop staring and add her firepower, she wondered how someone like him could combine abilities so seamlessly and felt an even stronger curiosity about him. As the dungeon assault continued, Do-hyuk's abilities became increasingly evident through his removal of debuffs and his use of invisibility to bypass dangerous areas. Thanks to this, the team reached the boss room ahead of schedule. Park felt an uneasy sense of familiarity and feared that facing a certain enemy would be difficult under their current conditions. A loud voice announced their presence, and a massive black figure appeared. The S-rank boss, the Black Prince Arcane. Sarah remarked that it was her first time encountering such a creature, while Yeri noted the overwhelming chaotic energy surrounding it. The monster then advanced toward the Awakened and roared for them to die. During the fight, Akron was heavily damaged by the black monster. Larson shouted that the enemy had moved to the rear. Ree told everyone to stay together and reorganize their formation. The team agreed and moved together. Yeri told Park that he should move as well. Park realized that they could not defeat the enemy by only sending their allies forward. Park then gave instructions, saying that after Arcanus's first attack, its teleportation would likely target him since he appeared to be the weakest. He told them to follow his orders for now and promised to explain later. As expected, Arcanus used teleportation. Park warned that the enemy would hesitate briefly after teleporting and ordered everyone to attack during that moment. The team dodged and counterattacked, but the battle remained difficult. Arcanes roared and threatened them. Park warned everyone to watch out for swords emerging from the ground. Soon after, Arcanes stabbed his sword into the ground, causing multiple swords to erupt upward. The team panicked as soul separation effects began. Park ordered anyone who had been marked to come to him immediately. Lincoln drew Arcanes' attention by shouting and used his shield to protect himself. Arcanes declared that he would fight Lincoln first and began attacking him. Lincoln begged the others to hurry. The remaining members used Dispel Magic. Park wondered if the boss's wisdom stat was higher than his own, but his spell worked, allowing them to regroup. However, Arcanus quickly attacked again and accused them of plotting. He then summoned his minions onto the battlefield, shocking everyone. Park told the team that he would draw the aggro of the summoned minions and ordered the others to help Lincoln. Larson warned Park to be careful. The team continued attacking Arcans. Sarah used Liberation. and Yeri followed with her own abilities, but Arkans mocked them and deployed a protective shield. Seeing the opening, Park announced that this was their only chance and ordered everyone to attack Arkeens with all their power at once. Park activated an area of effect strengthening skill, and a dark red light spread across the battlefield. Lincoln noticed that his pain had disappeared and asked what kind of skill it was. Larson realized it was Park's buff, and Ree said she no longer needed a magic buff potion because the effect was excellent. Park then warned everyone that the Black Prince was currently immune to physical attacks and that its weakness was magic. He instructed everyone to use only magic spells. The team immediately launched their spells at the Black Prince. Larson said he would immobilize the enemy and drove his sword into the ground, activating Light's redemption. He gave the signal to attack. Lincoln followed by casting Judgment Hammer and throwing it at the Black Prince. However, the Black Prince dodged the attack and mocked them before releasing a powerful wave of magic. The team managed to survive thanks to their shields. Larson called out to Ree, and Ree told everyone to stay focused. They resumed their coordinated attacks. The Black Prince suddenly appeared behind Ree, but the others immediately covered her, attacking together. Sarah warned Ree to duck and flew in to strike the Black Prince from above. Despite being pressured from all sides, the Black Prince continued dodging. Park then rose into the air and unleashed all his spells at once. The battlefield was filled with blinding light. For a moment, Park wondered if they had defeated it. However, the Black Prince was still alive. Though heavily damaged, it stood up again, coughing. Larson expressed disbelief that it had survived even with Park's buffs. Lincoln said they had to finish it before it could recover. At that moment, the Black Prince activated its sword, releasing an overwhelming power. Declaring that it would not end like this, the Black Prince unleashed a brilliant purple light that spread across the entire battlefield. As the Black Prince released all of its remaining power, everyone was overwhelmed and the attackers collapsed, though the Black Prince itself was gravely injured. It questioned Park about why he alone was unharmed. Park replied that he was unsure, prompting Arcane to suggest that their powers shared a special resonance. Arcane explained that its final attack had consumed all its remaining energy and that its servants had perished during its journey through space-time. Park realized that they shared a connection, and when Arcane asked if he knew who it was, Park confirmed that he did. Arcane then entrusted Park with a necklace, a ring, and a book, asking him to rescue any surviving followers who recognized those items and to spare them from suffering. Park accepted the request and told Arcane to rest in peace as it turned to ash. Immediately after, the system announced that Park had leveled up to 41 and advanced to a Class 5 wizard. Park took a deep breath and examined the translation book, realizing it could convert an otherworld language that had remained untranslated for 20 years. He also recalled the two unique accessories he had received, the Desmond necklace and the Limitless ring. Near Arcane's ashes, he discovered another book and wondered if it was the boss's original reward. After deciding to leave the high-grade dimensional stones, he identified the book and confirmed it was a spellbook called Sunfire. Curious, he tested it, releasing intense heat across a wide area. Soon after, Yeri regained consciousness and asked what the heat was. Park replied by asking whether she had finally woken up. Park reflected that the S-rank dungeon conquest had come to an end, and that, after returning to the Freedom Tower, his teammates had exchanged contact information with him, clearly impressed by his spellcasting. Although Yeriko later offered him a position in the Freedom Guild, he declined and returned to Korea. The scene shifted to the KBI Seoul branch, where Daiho was asleep in his office until the branch manager woke him by pressing a cold can against his face. Startled, he complained about being disturbed after working all night, and she replied that she had important news regarding Park Do-hyuk. She informed him that the American Freedom Guild had secretly invited Park and successfully cleared an S-rank dungeon with him. Daiho remarked that her intelligence network was impressive, to which she responded that information was vital. Sitting down, she added that everyone who had joined the dungeon praised Park highly, and that the Freedom Guild had even attempted to recruit him. Daiho reacted by saying that if a guild of that caliber was making a move, they could not afford to remain idle. The branch manager suggested inviting Park to a KBI dungeon expedition, and Daiho agreed, saying that even a lower-ranked dungeon could be appealing if they offered him all the experience points or rewards. He added that he would contact Yunso immediately. The scene then shifted to Park as he reviewed his report and noted that his stats had increased significantly. He reflected on the spellbook Taepung had found for him while he was in America, acknowledging the effort it must have taken and deciding that Taepung deserved a reward. He also noted that he had acquired another spellbook, the infamous permanency spell that once disrupted the DNF balance. To test it, Park enchanted a sword and then cast permanency. watching as the enchantment became permanent and the timer disappeared. Realizing it permanently increased the weapon's grade, he considered acquiring a unique grade gauntlet to further boost his close combat power. As he thought about contacting Yoonso, she called him first. Park answered, saying he had been about to call her as well. When she asked for his reason, he inquired whether a unique grade gauntlet was available on the market. After checking, she confirmed that one was listed. Park then asked whether it was possible to auction one of his skills, which surprised her, as it was not an item, but an ability. At the Gangnam Daeus market, Manhwa asked Lizzie why she had come despite saying she was not interested in the day's auctions. Lizzie explained that a notice about a special auction had been announced a few hours earlier and said that when even the market called it special, it was worth attending. Soon after, Yoonso announced the end of the regular auction and introduced the special auction, asking everyone to welcome Park Do-hyuk as its host. The guild masters reacted with surprise, wondering what Park intended to sell and noting that it was unlikely to be ordinary scrolls. Park then introduced himself and stated that he was not selling an item, but a skill. Manhwa questioned whether an Awaken's power could even be sold, while Lizzie reasoned that since the market approved it, the skill must be extremely valuable. Park explained that only the first 10 buyers would be eligible, and that he would upgrade their weapons by exactly 1 grade. The announcement shocked the hall. When Min Sun-yul questioned whether Park was telling the truth, Park asked if he had ever lied before, and clarified that any weapon below legendary grade could be upgraded. He added a warning that anyone who became his enemy, or tried to harm him, would have their item downgraded. When Min Sun-yul argued that many could already enchant items, Park dismissed the claim, stating that if simple enchantment were his goal, he would not be selling his skill in such a way. Park announced that the auction would begin at 500 million won, and after stepping down from the stage, Yoonso reported that all 10 slots had sold for a total of 20 billion won. She confirmed that the payments were complete and asked Park to proceed with the upgrades. Park instructed the buyers to place their weapons on the table and immediately activated his skill, shocking everyone present. Lizzie exclaimed in disbelief when she saw her weapon had advanced to legendary grade, and similar reactions spread through the hall. After finishing, Park said he had somewhere else to be, and Yoonso thanked him for his work. As he prepared to leave, Park noticed Min Sun-yul gathered with others and identified the hostile gazes of Jang Hung-soo and Kim Hoon from the Wooden Soul Guild, deciding to remain cautious. Daeho then approached Park, greeted him, and suggested heading to their meeting location, which Park agreed to after confirming the auction had gone well. Elsewhere, Min Sun-yul confronted Jang Hung-soo and Kim Hoon, remarking that following someone in secret was poor manners. She confirmed that she had called them together because of Park Do-hyuk, warning that his growing influence through explosive supplies, identify scrolls, and weapon reinforcement would turn them into pawns if left unchecked. Proposing a truce, she stated that Park and the Blue Castle Guild were inseparable targets and insisted that if they could not control them, they would have to destroy them. Late at night, Park and Daeho headed to the meeting location, where the branch manager was waiting. She wondered aloud if this attempt had failed as well, since 2 hours had already passed. When Park arrived, he commented that it was surprising to find a dungeon in such a remote area. Daeho explained that although the dungeon was public knowledge, it had only been discovered recently. The branch manager added that because it had been left unattended for a long time, there was a high risk of an outbreak. Park noticed that Jang Mi-jo was also present. She greeted him and said she would explain things directly. She explained that the KBI had originally planned to invite him to a private dungeon, but a real estate report revealed the existence of this open dungeon. For the safety of nearby residents, they had tried to clear it quickly. Park asked if there had been problems during their attempts. Jang Mi-jo admitted that only one person could enter the dungeon at a time, and once someone failed, that person could not re-enter. 5 KBI members had already died, and even SS rank Awakened like herself and Daeho had failed. Daeho said they were reflecting on their mistakes. She explained that the difficulty was not due to raw power, but because of invisible traps, monsters with resistance, and many unpredictable variables. That was why they needed Park and his wide range of skills. Park said he had originally come expecting a private dungeon, and added that if he was risking his life, he wanted proper compensation. He requested exclusive access rights to a private A-rank dungeon. Daeho objected, but Jang Mi-jo stopped him and considered the request. She explained that while dungeon ownership could not be transferred, the KBI would retain official ownership and grant Park full usage rights. Park agreed and accepted the condition. She added that if the dungeon was left uncleared and caused an outbreak, Park would bear full responsibility. Park agreed without hesitation. Afterward, the branch manager explained the dungeon's hazards. Upon entry, a poison cloud would quickly spread, and even a short delay could be fatal. After avoiding it, lava would block the path, requiring the use of walls to cross. Inside the cave, countless traps, including flying swords, would activate. At the end of the cave system, there would be a straight path in complete darkness, and the only way forward would be to follow a faint light. Park realized that from that point on, he would have to clear the dungeon alone. He activated infrared vision and noted that even high-rank Awakened would be helpless in total darkness. He used Lightning Bolt to light the way and decided to deploy his drones, knowing that although the dungeon offered great experience rewards, he could not afford to lower his guard. Later, as Park continued deeper into the dungeon, Daeho remarked that by now he should have reached the end of the dangerous area. The branch manager suggested checking his status. At that moment, Yoonso arrived, explaining that she had come immediately after receiving the call and had brought no equipment. The branch manager told her that it was fine since she would not be entering to conquer the dungeon. Daeho explained that her task was simple. Because it was a one-person dungeon, they only needed to check whether Yoonso could enter, which would confirm Park Do-hyuk's status. When Yoonso asked if that was all, Daeho replied that there was little else she could do in a B-rank dungeon anyway. Concerned, Yoonso asked the branch manager whether Park would be alright, noting that several hours had already passed. The branch manager replied that Park's wide range of abilities made him well suited for the dungeon, and said they could only trust him and wait patiently. Inside the dungeon, Park finally stood before the boss room and reflected that without using drones, he would have fallen into traps or even died by now. He wondered what kind of creature ruled the dungeon. Elsewhere, Daeho remarked that if Park were to fall, they would have no choice but to request help from a high-ranking guild. When Park opened the door, only to be confused when he saw no boss, only a strange woman, and questioned whether she was even human. A voice suddenly demanded to know who he was and why he possessed Arcane's item. Park recognized the speaker as Leech Deluxe, an A-rank boss monster, and noted that such a creature had never appeared in the DNF floors he knew. When the monster questioned him, Park dismissed the demand, realizing that although it ranked below Arcane's, he was facing it alone this time. The boss mocked Park's arrogance and threatened him with eternal pain. Park noted that, unlike Arcane, this enemy was a magic-type monster, something he was familiar with from past battles. When the monster unleashed dark magic barrages, Park narrowly avoided serious damage, realizing the attack pattern was different from what he expected. As the boss followed up with dark spears that shattered his shield, Park activated invisibility and evaded, prompting the monster to scoff at his tactics. Park used mirror image to distract the boss, but the creature dismissed the spell as childish and claimed it would destroy everything at once. It then cast a gravity spell on Park, who mocked the attempt and remarked that he would not recklessly charge a wizard. Instead, Park leapt in at the right moment, struck the monster, and unleashed Fireball and Lightning Bolt, engulfing it in flames. Park realized that the key weakness was that the creature could not cast spells without chanting incantations. Although heavily damaged, the monster survived and angrily demanded to know who Park really was. Later, as Yoonso attempted to enter the chamber, something suddenly happened inside. Everyone began shouting, and Daeho wondered whether it could be an outbreak. He shouted at Lee Yoonso, asking what she was doing, and urgently told her to get away. She understood and immediately started running. Everyone then prepared themselves for a fight. However, Park soon emerged from the chamber with a girl and stated that he had almost died. Everyone was shocked to see him. The scene shifted to KBI office, where the branch manager arrived and asked whether Park had calmed down a bit. He replied that he was feeling okay now. She then asked him to explain what had happened, who the girl was, and what had occurred inside the dungeon. Park responded that he had first cleared the dungeon safely. Although there had been some troublesome areas, he said he would disclose how he cleared the dungeon, as promised. The branch manager noticed the skeleton head of the boss monster and praised him for his excellent work. She remarked that while they had requested it, she had not expected him to defeat an A-rank boss all by himself, calling it impressive. Park replied that it had taken a great deal of effort. The battle itself lasted only about 5 minutes, but many spells were used during that time. Branch manager told him that they would not ask about anything he obtained inside the dungeon, as it was an unwritten rule. However, the real problem was the girl, as her situation had become complicated. Daeho explained that if they considered her part of the loot Park had gained from the dungeon, they would have no right to interfere with her. But if they treated her as someone who needed to be investigated, their approach would be different, especially since she was the first person ever to come out of the dungeon. Park then looked at the girl and asked them not to misunderstand him. He said he hoped they would listen to what he had to say, that since he had come out of the dungeon with her, he felt responsible and wanted to take care of her. He guessed that he did not know what might happen to her if she were taken by the KBI or another organization. He also believed that she was somehow connected to AWAKENS. Branch manager replied that she agreed with him. If the girl's existence became public, it would be difficult to manage the interests of organizations dealing with awakened people, and they would likely request to research her. She ordered that the girl remain undisclosed under this plan, and mentioned that if Park needed anything, they would be ready to help him. Park thanked them. The KBI manager told him not to thank them. They were the ones who should be grateful to Park for clearing the dungeon on their behalf, and thanked him for his hard work. After that, they headed toward Park's apartment by car. On the way, Dae-ho told Park that since he now had someone beside him whom he needed to protect, there was something important he should know. Park told him to go ahead. Dae-ho explained that the KBI had a monitoring program and indirectly kept an eye on people connected to them. Park thought that since the KBI had said they would support him, they would not be monitoring him, but he admitted that such a system probably existed. Dae-ho mentioned according to their reports, someone was following Park and seemed quite skilled. They had tried to follow that person, but the individual noticed them and disappeared immediately. Park recalled a few strange incidents from the past. Just then, the traffic signal turned red. Dae-ho mentioned he hoped Park would always be careful and asked him to contact them if he ever sensed danger. Park agreed. Yoon. So then leaned closer to Park and told him that he could call her any time, whether for personal reasons or not. Dae-ho interrupted, saying they were discussing something serious. She argued that he had already finished his explanation, so it was fine, and then asked Park what he thought. She went on to ask him if he had a girlfriend, and if not, whether he would consider dating her. At that moment, the signal turned green, and Dae-ho suddenly accelerated the car, causing her to fall back into her seat. She complained to the Dae-ho that he was driving dangerously and asked what he was doing. He told her to behave and fasten her seatbelt. Still, she said that she found Park attractive as a man. Park replied that she was a charming person. She smiled at his response. Later, Park arrived at his apartment. Sitting on a chair in front of his screen, he thought about how his mechanic level had increased by 10 inside the dungeon. He decided to check his stats and noticed that he should first put all his available stat points into magic, and decide it was safe to say that his magic and wisdom stats were now close to rank A. He then wondered if he should check the rest of the loot. At that moment, the girl woke up and asked where she was. Park replied that was his home and asked if she was awake now. Later, the girl was sitting in Park's living room when Park came in with coffee. He said that the place must feel interesting to her. She replied that it was very different from where she used to live. Park said that she had come to a completely different world and also noted that she spoke their language very well. The girl then showed him an item and explained that it translated the language of this world for her. Park said it was an interesting item and asked if she remembered what had happened in the dungeon. She said her memory was unclear, but she remembered that her consciousness had been offered as a sacrifice. She also remembered Park arriving, defeating Lich Deluck, and saving her, added that Park had her brother's necklace. Park showed her a necklace and a ring and asked if those were the items she meant. She agreed and said that since Park had them, she wanted him to listen to the message her brother had left with the necklace. Park then told her, in her brother's language, that if he met any of his servants or people, they would recognize the necklace and ring. Her brother had begged Park to rescue them so they would not suffer. After hearing this, the girl began to cry. In the DNF world, Park knew the Awakened and the Desmond Empire were only side stories to him, so he knew very little about them. That was why he had never known that the Awakened had a sister. She replied that day had felt like hell, and that even sitting peacefully now felt like a blessing. Park then asked what had happened. She explained that her family had once been royalty in the Desmond Empire before its fall. Everything began when a dark magician came to the empire and drove the fourth emperor, Ian, insane. The Mad Emperor became a tyrant and started killing everyone, even his own talented subjects. Soon after that, the magic empire of Artania began attacking. With all the talented people dead, the Desmond Empire collapsed almost instantly, and its downfall took less than a year. Her brother could not stand by and watch, so he killed the fourth emperor and went to the front lines. However, it was not enough to stop the Artanian forces. In the end, he used a forbidden magic hidden underground in the Desmond Empire. After receiving the power of darkness, he was able to protect the empire from Artania for a time. But soon, the dark power took over completely. The soldiers and citizens of the Desmond Empire were consumed by it and turned into monsters. She said she had sensed the coming danger and tried to escape as far as possible, but she was quickly captured by Diluc's soldiers. After that, she was locked inside the altar. Park asked if that was the reason she had been inside the dungeon. She agreed and said that before fell asleep, Diluc had told her something. She explained that because of him, he and his people had been lost in a dimensional crack, but he claimed they would return. He had said that when that time came, he would kill her and gladly use her as an offering. Because of that, she believed the dungeon was a place connected to the dimensional crack, and that was how she ended up there and met Park. She then asked for his name. Park replied that they had been so busy talking that they had not introduced themselves. He introduced himself as Park Do-hyuk and told her to call him Do-hyuk. She introduced herself as Hayes and mentioned that she knew he had rescued her and asked for another favor. She requested his help in adjusting to this world, explained that she wanted to understand why she had come there and uncover the secrets her brother had left behind. Later, on the battlefield, a large bear monster attacked Sung-mi. She protected herself with a shield, but the monster continued to attack. Yu Hui then flew into the air, prepared a spell, and killed the monster with a single strike. She told Sung-mi that they should go help Park. However, when turned around, she saw that Park had already defeated all the monsters. She thought while she and Sung-mi were struggling with one monster, Park had defeated many by himself. After that, Park recalled a moment from earlier when he had been sitting in his apartment talking with Hayes. During their conversation, Hayes had said that she would make sure to repay him and show her gratitude. Park had accepted her words. Then she placed herself under his care. Park agreed and said that in order for her to get used to his world, the first thing they needed to do was buy her some new clothes. Yu Hui kept calling out to Do-hyuk, telling him to snap out of it. He came back to his senses and asked what was wrong. She told him that they had arrived at the boss room and asked what he had been thinking about. He replied that it was nothing and told her not to worry. Yu Hui then asked what he had experienced in the US that made him so much stronger. Sung-mi agreed and said that she and Yu Hui had been working hard together for days, but Do-hyuk seemed to change every time they met. Yu Hui added that Sung-mi had worked hard and reached C rank, yet every time they saw Do-hyuk, they wondered if rankings even mattered. Park asked Sung-mi if she had really been promoted to C rank. She confirmed it and said it happened while he was in the US. Park suggested celebrating her promotion with a meal. Yu Hui agreed and said that Do-hyuk would be the one paying. Park replied that they would decide after defeating the boss. He then explained the plan, saying that since he had high fire resistance, he would act as the main tank. He told them to attack the boss from behind and aim for its weakness, which was similar to the other monsters they had faced. Park stood in front of the fire monster. Sung-mi asked if he would be okay, and he told her not to worry, as he had already tested it. He used sunfire on the boss, but the monster released intense flames from its mouth. Sung-mi thought that the heat was so strong she could barely breathe and wondered how Do-hyuk was enduring it. She noticed Park charging toward the monster and using fireball, but it had little effect. She warned him that even with fire resistance, his insides would not be fully protected. Park then decided to use the items he had obtained after defeating Diluc, the Dimensional Stone, Diluc's Nightmare Bracelet, and Aramir's Force Missile. He thought that Force Missile was far superior to normal magic in speed, power, and quantity, making it extremely powerful. He decided it was the perfect time to test its effectiveness. The fire monster attacked Sung-mi, but she blocked it with her shield. Yu Hui rushed forward and praised Sung-mi's tanking. She then flew up and attacked the monster, but apologized, saying she could not finish it and that it needed a bit more damage. Park told her it was fine and said he would finish it. He then activated Force Missile and continuously bombarded the boss monster. After the boss was defeated, Yu Hui called Sung-mi over and asked her to come for a moment. Sung-mi walked over and asked what was wrong. Yu Hui told her that she would not be joining the C-rank celebration. Sung-mi asked why she was not coming. Yu Hui replied that Sung-mi should spend time with Do-hyuk instead and suggested that they go on a date. Surprised, Sung-mi asked if she meant a date. Yu Hui mentioned that reaction. It was clear that the two of them had never met alone outside a dungeon before, and encouraged her to go and say the things she had never been able to say before, and to enjoy her time with him, and she would not be so considerate next time. Sung-mi thanked her and agreed. The next day, Sung-mi got ready and looked at herself in the mirror with thought that Yu Hui had given her this chance, and decided that she would do her best. The scene shifted to Park Do-hyuk's house, where a car was parked outside. Two C-rank mercenaries from the Guardians, Pitar and Alex, were there. Pitar asked Alex if Park Do-hyuk was really worth the money. Alex replied that he was sure. Even their master had shown interest in Park. If they captured Park Do-hyuk and brought him to their master, they would likely receive a generous reward, and they could not remain C-rank mercenaries in the Guardians forever. The international awakened organization known as the Guardians was different from other groups like the World Awakened Organization or the WBI. They acted only for their own benefit and did not distinguish between good and evil. If a client asked them to do something evil, they would do it. And if the request was for good deeds, they would do that as well. Money was their highest priority. Suddenly, mercenaries noticed Park's vehicle and discussed that his house was like a fortress. They decided to attack him when they were outside, such as in a dungeon or another building. Later, at XX Mall, Park was waiting for Sung-mi. He sensed danger everywhere around and realized they had been followed by a suspicious van since leaving his house and understood that these were the people Choi Dae-ho had warned him about. He felt regret that Sung-mi had been dragged into this situation. Soon after, Sung-mi arrived and called out to Park. He greeted her and asked her to come over. She apologized for being late and said she had hurried as much as she could. Park praised her faux casual dressing. She relieved and had been nervous since it was their first personal meeting. Park asked if they should go. She agreed. They held hands and started walking. Watching them, Paetar was irritated to watch them flirt. Alex said to keep patience until they saw an opening for attack. Sung-mi told Park when she checked the message what they should do. Park planned to move to a place with fewer people so they could block the attacker's escape route and told her to follow him. At that moment, the Guardians noticed Park heading toward the emergency stairs and shouted to alert the others. Park and Sung-mi entered an elevator and briefly looked at each other. Park politely asked for a moment, and they were about to kiss. Suddenly, the attackers rushed toward the elevator, shouting and launching their attack. After striking them, the attackers were shocked to realize it was only a fake. Irritated by strange noises, they shouted for support and warned their teammates that Park was still nearby, telling everyone to stay alert and quiet. However, Park said it was already too late. He cast Lightning Bolt and killed several of the Guardians. Sung-mi warned him that one attacker was escaping, but Park said it was fine. Alex thought the plan had been perfect and confused what went wrong. Suddenly, a large robot named Irene appeared and began killing the attackers. Alex realized too late how dangerous his opponent truly was, and Irene killed Alex as well. Park then praised Irene. At the battle spot, Yunso arrived and confirmed that the attackers were awakened members of the Guardians organization. Park asked if this was the group that did anything for money, and Yunso agreed. She explained that the attackers were not executives, but were listed as merchandise in official records. She added that after Park's scroll rewriting skill was revealed, his value had increased, making him a target. Park realized that the Guardians had been after him. Yunso said the situation was now under control and casually asked if Park and Sung-mi were on a date. Sung-mi became flustered. Yunso teased her and asked Park for his answer. He replied that they were only celebrating Sung-mi reaching C rank. Yunso accepted the answer, but Sung-mi noticed her expression and wondered if Yunso might also have feelings for Park. That night, Park returned home. When he opened the door, a cat suddenly jumped onto him. Hayes scolded the cat and called it Rukili. Park asked if it was her cat, and she explained that she had tamed it when she was younger. Park found the taming skill interesting. Hayes said that after resting and recovering her magic, she was able to summon it again. Park asked if she had rested well. She replied that she had studied using books and the internet and said that the food in this world was good, even though it was her first time eating it. Park joked that as royalty, she might not like instant food. She asked him not to treat her differently, and he agreed. Park then said he still had work to do and went to his workroom after wishing her good night. Inside, he noticed a blue light and realized that the translation was complete. He thought that the item he had obtained contained a blueprint, which turned out to be for the ArcMet gun. He decided to continue using the translator, hoping it would be useful, and noted that the increased usage limit was a valuable reward. He then considered creating the weapon. After creating, Park wrote a letter about Hayes and decided to complete Arkeens' side of the story. Although it hurt him, it was right for the Dark Prince Arkeens to die so that Hayes could become stronger. After finishing the letter, he was interrupted and realized that a C-rank promotion quest had begun. On the battlefield, a B-rank boss monster, the Rock Golem, appeared. The two robots, Akron and Irene, were already fighting it. They used coordinated skills such as initiating descent and fireball, dealing damage to the monster. Park observed the fight and realized that their movements were machine-trained tactics. He estimated their level to be around 21, and their attacks were reinforced. However, their power was still not enough to break through the defense of a high B-rank boss. He concluded that this was a good chance for him to step in and test his own strength. Park used the Arcmet gun and loaded it with high-grade dimensional stones, pouring all his magic into it. When the rock golem attacked him, Irene flew in and distracted the monster. Park then took position and fired the gun, destroying the rock golem in a single shot. He realized that he now had the power to defeat even high B rank or A rank monsters in one attack. With that, he completed the C rank promotion quest. Afterward, Park checked his screen and thought that this new skill would allow him to hunt more safely. He then searched the DNF homepage but found no information about Hayes. Since the available skill descriptions were limited, he decided it would be better to ask the DNF developers directly. He chose Taipung to help investigate this matter. 5 days later, 2 intruders broke into a house and discussed their findings. After searching through memories, they realized that someone else had already been there before them, likely another group doing covert investigations. They decided to leave and report what they had discovered. Soon after, Park and Taipung arrived at the same house. Park asked if this was really the place. Taipung confirmed that it belonged to the writer of the DNF stories. He explained that the writer had no international activity records, so he had contacted a DNF developer to locate him. Taipung added that when he arrived earlier, the lights were off and the door was open, so he had not gone inside. Park told him it was fine and said he would go in alone to avoid danger. As Park entered the house, the intruders noticed someone coming and decided to hide. Park told Taipung to stay outside. Inside, Park activated defensive armor and used magic missiles for light. He found several pages and realized that the story about Hayes, which was not on the DNF website, matched exactly what Hayes had told him. He began to wonder if Han Garam's story had become reality, and questioned who Han Garam truly was. At that moment, an intruder attacked Park, but his shield protected him. The intruder was shocked that his special blade failed to break through. Park demanded to know who he was and fired magic missiles. The intruder tried to escape, but Park ordered him to stop. Outside, Taipung heard the noise and asked what was happening. The intruder suddenly rushed out, with Park chasing after him. Park warned Taipung not to follow and told him to wait. When Park ordered the intruder to stop again, the intruder turned around, activated his power, and cast black magic toward Park. When black magic hit Park, he protected himself and realized that the spell was meant to weaken the body. The intruders noticed that the spell had failed and reflected back. One of them said there was nothing more they could do and suggested leaving immediately. As they tried to escape, a powerful spell suddenly struck one intruder and killed him. The other managed to flee. Park realized he had lost the remaining intruder. That intruder thought Park was far too strong and decided to escape at all costs. He threw his weapon toward Park to slow him down, turned invisible, and escaped. Park tried to stop him but failed. He realized that the intruders were willing to kill their own allies just to erase all traces. After the fight, Park gathered the 4 documents Taipung had collected. Taipung then gave 3 instructions. First, find all traces related to another Han Garam. Second, try to contact that person by any means. And third, question anyone who had been close to the author. Later, Park returned home and read the remaining documents. He learned that one paper described a contract between Deluck and the dark magician Vendela, while another detailed B Hard and the dimensional crack. Park wondered where Han Garam had gone after writing such stories. Hayes offered Park a glass of water and said she had something important to tell him. She explained that a few hours before his return, she had received an awakening system message. Park checked it and realized it was exactly the same as what had been written in the novel. Hayes added that the system felt familiar and that it appeared in the language of the Desmond Kingdom, as if it had adapted to her. When Park asked about her rank and job, she said she was a D-rank summoner. She explained that her companion, Rukini, could now stay with her at all times without draining mana. Park commented that she seemed calm, unlike him when he first awakened. Hayes replied that while it was surprising, it was nothing compared to traveling between worlds. Park then combined 4-dimensional fragments, creating a small dimensional crack. A dungeon gate labeled Desmond A appeared. Both Park and Hayes confirmed they were seeing the same message and believed it was connected to the Desmond Kingdom. Park warned Hayes that it could be dangerous since she had awakened only hours ago. She agreed but insisted on going, saying she needed information about her homeland. Park accepted her decision and added that such special dungeons often offered massive rewards, and he did not want to miss an opportunity like this. They decided to enter the dungeon together. When they arrived, they saw the ruins of an old kingdom and guessed that it was the Desmond Kingdom. Hayes said that the ruined place was the capital of the Desmond Kingdom, the last place she had seen before escaped. Park asked if she could land safely and warned her to be careful, reminding her that it was still a dungeon. She told him not to worry. However, as soon as she stepped onto the ground, countless hands burst out from the floor. They realized that the hands belonged to ghoul monsters. The ghoul monsters began moving toward Hayes and quickly surrounded her. At that moment, Akron arrived, threw the monsters away, and protected her. Akron and Irene started fighting together and killed many ghouls, but they soon realized that there were too many of them. Hayes said that it took a lot of effort to kill the ghouls, and Park agreed, saying they were stronger than most normal monsters. After a while, Hayes asked Park what was happening. He explained that by defeating monsters, they could grow stronger and fight even more powerful enemies. Before continuing, Park asked if she felt any special connection or emotion toward the citizens who had turned into monsters. Hayes said she did not, felt that this place no longer seemed like the home she once lived in. Then Park mentioned this dungeon could become a stepping stone for their growth, as every monster they defeated increased their experience. When she asked if it also made him stronger, Park agreed and said he was an awakened too. Hayes declared she would grant the monsters a peaceful rest. As they moved deeper into the Desmond Kingdom, they defeated all the monsters in their path, guided by a drone. When they encountered a large group of ghouls, Hayes confidently prepared to fight, saying she had leveled up enough. Park told her to go ahead and said he would support her from behind. Excited for her first real fight, Hayes engaged the enemies. Soon, 2 beast-type monsters charged at her, and she defeated them. Park observed that a summoner's magic worked very well in combat. At that moment, an A-rank boss monster, the wizard Isaac, appeared and accused them of burning the kingdom and killing its blessed citizens. He released his power toward Park, but Park blocked it with a shield. Isaac mocked him, saying he was not completely useless. Hayes then called Isaac by name and questioned why a wizard of the Desmond Kingdom would act against it. Isaac was shocked that she knew his name and called her Princess Hayes. He asked how she had returned alive from the dimensional crack. Hayes demanded answers. Isaac responded that he was helping the citizens who had been blessed by a certain being and claimed that Hayes would understand once she received that blessing as well. He offered his help, but Park refused, saying they did not need assistance from someone like him. Suddenly, Isaac unleashed his power, restrained Park's arm, and mocked him, saying that magic like that could not defeat him. He then declared that he would show them true magic. Isaac pulled Park toward him. Park realized that Fireball had no effect, so he tried Magic Missile instead, but Isaac said that magic did not work on him. Park wondered if Isaac was using an anti-magic field. Isaac asked if Park knew about such magic, and said that as a magician, Park would soon realize he had no chance of winning. Isaac then released his power and threw Park to the ground. Park recalled that normal anti-magic fields usually spread around the user and nullified magic in that area. However, Isaac was using a magic field tightly wrapped around his own body, allowing him to control mana around him. Park realized that controlling mana externally required enormous amounts of mana, which suited an A-rank boss monster. Hayes shouted and summoned a beast to attack Isaac. Isaac mocked her, saying that using a wolf to block him was meaningless. He said he would deal with Park first and told Hayes to stay where she was. Park thought about what to do next and activated Mirror Image and reflected clones around himself. Isaac said Park had wasted his last ability and mocked him for having magic but no physical strength. He also created clones of himself and told Park it was his turn. Park then used the Arcmet gun and switched it to a physical shot. He focused his aim and realized that the gun could distinguish the real body from the clones. He fired, and the shot pierced through Isaac's defenses, knocking him to the ground. Isaac was shocked and said he had never seen such power before. Park coldly told him to find out the truth in hell. Park then handed a sword to Hayes and told her it was time to take revenge. Hayes approached Isaac with the sword. Isaac begged for mercy, saying he still had orders from someone else and offered to reveal everything if she spared him. Hayes refused, called him a traitor, and killed him. Just then, Park leveling up. Hayes thanked Park for giving her the chance to take revenge. Soon after, an announcement warned that the dungeon had become unstable after the boss's death. A dimensional door leading outside had opened and would collapse in 10 minutes, urging them to escape. Before leaving, Hayes asked Park to wait, saying there was one place she needed to visit first. Later, Park and Hayes went into a library inside the dungeon to search for something important. Park reminded her that they did not have much time left. She said the item should be nearby, opened a locked area. She had found what she needed and urged them to leave quickly. Park agreed and told her to hurry. As they were escaping, part of a broken wall collapsed onto Hayes and injured her. The dimensional door was about to close, but Park grabbed her hand and jumped through just in time. After escaping, Park said they could have been in serious danger and asked if the book was what she had been looking for. She confirmed that it was a secret book that could greatly help him. Park asked if she wanted to check the rewards, but Hayes refused and said she wanted Park to take the loot this time. She would take her share next time when she contributed more. Park found this surprising but agreed and told her to rest while he checked. She praised him for doing well. Park then checked the rewards and found 2 spellbooks and 10 transcendental grade dimensional stones. He noticed that a new, higher grade dimensional stone had been added. He thought that since he also had access to an A-rank dungeon granted by the KBI, it was time to clear it. However, remembering the previous boss, he decided that 3 members would not be enough and planned to recruit more party members through the community page after resting. Just then, Park received a call from Taipung. The next day, Park went to the office, where a man was surprised to see him. Taipung confirmed that he was the real Park Do-hyuk and introduced him to Rikato, an author who had been close to Han Garam. Rikato introduced himself and revealed his real name as Lee In-gyu. Park explained that he had come to ask about Han Garam, and Rikato agreed to share what he knew. Rikato explained that although the story was never updated in the game, there was a dark magician named Vandala who turned AWAKENS into the Dark Prince, forced Hayes to flee, and caused the fall of the Desmond Empire. Park realized this matched Hayes' story. Rikato continued that 50 years later, a great wizard named Belhard investigated the incident. While researching the sudden disappearance of the Ogre Legion in the continent of Idamancia, Belhard discovered that the dimensional wave matched the one from the Arkeens incident. Park concluded that both the Desmond Kingdom and the Ogre Legion were connected to Vandala. Rikato agreed, but added that Vandala was not acting alone and was likely serving someone else. When Park asked what happened next, Rikato said he lost contact with Han Garam before learning more. Park thanked Rikato, who said it was an honor to meet him and promised to share any new information if he found it. After Rikato left, Park reflected on Vandala and the Ogre Legion and realized that what was coming would not be small scale. He decided he needed to become much stronger to prepare for the future. Later, a scene appeared inside a palace where someone sensed that an outsider had entered. They questioned whether this was caused by a dimensional crack and ordered that the outsider be punished, saying they did not want to get their own hands dirty. A group of investigators discussed the situation and debated reporting it, but they said they lacked evidence. They believed the incident was only a minor problem caused by a fugitive who had already escaped to another world. Since tracking him could lead to endless research and they had little time left, they decided not to pursue it further. The scene then shifted to Park, who was copying items and said that this was the last one he needed. Hayes approached him and asked what he was doing. He explained that he was copying items so he could give them to her. When she asked about the books, he told her they were new spell books. It had taken a long time to search through thousands of books, but it was worth it. Park noticed her hair had grown longer and asked about it. Hayes replied, it represented her determination. She wanted to grow stronger, master her awakened powers, and one day return to her world to take revenge on Vandala with her own hands. She was willing to endure any training or hardship to become stronger. Suddenly, darkness filled the room. Hayes asked what was happening, and Park explained that someone had recently been watching his house to capture him. Since they could not enter directly, he believed they were now acting more aggressively. An attacker suddenly flew toward Park, but he blocked the attack with a shield and used force missile to knock the enemy away. Looking outside, Park saw 2 women and asked how they dared to enter without the owner's permission. They told him briefly that his talents were being wasted in a small country and urged him to go with them, promising power, fame, and wealth. Park rejected the offer, calling it ridiculous and saying he would never go with them. They replied that this was their last resort and ordered the attack to begin. The attackers rushed Park, but he cast acid arrow on one of the women, freezing her in place. He continued fighting as more enemies attacked. Hayes grew worried as some attackers tried to strike Park from behind, but Akron and Irene arrived and joined the battle, pushing the enemies back. Park mocked other women, asking if puppet control was her only skill. She replied that he could not kill her so easily and used her subordinates to form a shield around herself before turning invisible. After covering herself with a shield, the woman said that the skill was brutal and admitted she would have frozen if she had reacted any later. She acknowledged that Park Do-hyuk's abilities were stronger than expected, but believed he could not survive the next attack. Meanwhile, Park wondered if that was truly all she had. The other woman suddenly attacked with full power, shouting in anger. When Park used flame magic, she mocked him and said fire could not defeat her. Park replied that there was no reason to focus on her yet. He then used Fireball together with Dimension Door. Realizing his plan, she shouted for Juria to dodge, but all the attackers were pulled into the dimensional space, and the fire burned them. Juria was killed. The woman rushed to Juria's side in shock and tried to wake her. Park coldly said that it was over. At that moment, someone placed a hand on Park's shoulder and said they could not allow this. Park turned around in surprise but saw no one behind him. Instead, he noticed a man standing nearby. The surviving woman apologized to her master for failing. The master clicked his tongue and said that despite preparing dolls for them, they had still failed. Park realized that this man was their master. He was revealed to be Wang Rihong, the guild master of Tewa. Park asked why he had been targeted. Rihong replied that it was because of Park's skill and said he always took what he wanted. He then tried to attack Park, but the KBI branch manager arrived and intercepted the attack by throwing a weapon from above. Rihong remarked that she had arrived sooner than expected. She warned him that she was not in the mood to joke and accused the Tewa Guild of interfering with a KBI-protected Awakened. Rihong denied the accusation, but she stated that the dolls at the scene could not be identified, making them useless as evidence. Rihong then told her to leave, saying too many people were watching. After that, he ordered his subordinates to retreat and left the scene. Later, Park told the KBI branch manager that he had not expected her to arrive so quickly. She replied that Daeho might have already told him that Park was under KBI protection and thought she had arrived late, but Park assured her that her timing had been perfect and mentioned that he had almost lost an eye to Wang Rihong's attack. She relieved that he was unharmed. Park then asked about the dolls Wang Rihong had mentioned. The branch manager explained that the Tewa Guild used special dolls designed to kill Awakened. Their identities were erased, and even if captured, their origins could not be traced. She added that these dolls underwent mind locking, which erased their memories and personalities, and this system was one of the reasons the Tewa Guild was the strongest in China. Park said that if Wang Rihong had gone that far, the conflict would not end there. She agreed and warned that Park might be targeted by more than just Chinese organizations. She added that for Park's and Hayes' safety, the KBI also needed to grow stronger. The next day, in the Blue Castle Guild's basement training room, a trainee struggled to cut through a shield and complained about its toughness. Yu Hui praised the effort and moved on to the next test. Park commented that things would have gone badly without Yu Hui. Sungmi agreed that since she and Park lacked party experience, finding a strong third member was important. Park added that Yu Hui's experience allowed them to test many scenarios, which gave him confidence. Sungmi asked if using Park's drone for testing was acceptable. Park replied that it was fine, as it was meant for evaluating party members. Yu Hui then called Park over and said that someone claimed to know him. Park recalled the branch manager's words about the KBI needing to grow stronger and realized this was part of it. A female applicant said she was not there to cause trouble and only wanted to break past the B rank barrier. Park explained that he had hoped this honesty would prevent special treatment. Yu Hui then suggested starting the test, and the applicant agreed confidently. As the test began, Yu Hui and Sungmi sensed that the applicant might be close to B rank or higher. The applicant launched a physical attack on the drone, but it activated armor. Yu Hui pointed out that higher rank monsters could be immune to physical attacks and asked how she would respond. The applicant replied that she could use both physical and magic attacks. Yu Hui noted that the temperature of the arrow was dropping. The applicant then fired a magic-infused arrow that pierced through the drone. Sungmi told Park that she was the first applicant to break it. Park admitted he had not expected that, but noted that the test was not over since she was a long-range fighter. The applicant then demonstrated close combat skills, saying she could fight even without a bow. She finished by cutting the drone apart with 2 swords and said she had her own way of fighting. After all the tests ended, the group made a final decision to recruit Lee Yunseo. She was chosen not only because she destroyed 2 drones, something no other applicant could do, but also because the party needed an awakened ranger who could use both physical and magic attacks. Lee Yunseo thanked them and said she looked forward to working with the team. The party agreed that their new goal was to aim for A rank together. The scene shifted to the Blue Castle Guild manager's office. The guildmaster noted that the recruitment had gone well. Yu Hui asked if she could report an issue and explained that the White Lotus Guild and the Wooden Soul Guild were openly clashing with them. She said both guilds held licenses for a dungeon near Myeongdong Station and were deliberately extending their clearing schedules, causing Blue Castle's teams to enter late and fail. The guildmaster said that filing a complaint would be useless since the other guilds were acting within legal limits and could rely on the KBI's passive intervention policy. She decided that Blue Castle should avoid direct confrontation and act carefully, explaining that there was no need to rush and that attacking first would only cause losses. She also instructed Yu Hui not to inform Park Do-hyuk, as he did not want to burden him unnecessarily. Yu Hui agreed. Later, Park was at Deo's Spire, reflecting on his recent progress. He recalled reaching Alchemist level 11, learning new skills, and obtaining the secret book from the Desmond Palace, which Hayes had given him after the attack by Chinese assassins. He thought the book's effects were incredible and understood why the Archinese Empire had tried to use it for revival. A guard informed Park that preparations were complete. Park decided to investigate the secret book later and first attempt a B-rank quest. He entered a dimensional door and noticed that the dungeon was set in a forest. Since there was a time limit, he began searching for the target. Suddenly, something wet fell on his head, and he realized a massive black lion was behind him. Park recognized it as the same black lion he had faced before. The lion's roar pushed him back, and Park sensed overwhelming power in it. However, he believed he was far stronger than before and attacked with fire magic, causing an explosion. Verhad observed the battle from the sky and recognized Park's magic. He noted that the Black Lion was powerful enough to challenge even a 6th-class magician and wondered how long Park could last. As the fight continued, the lion attacked Park's mirror images. Park realized that if the battle dragged on, the time limit would put him at a disadvantage, so he prepared a finishing move. Before Park could cast Fireball, Verhad intervened and used a binding spell, freezing both Park and the lion in place. Park noticed that everything had stopped moving. Verhad then said that the fighting should stop and suggested that since they had not met in a long time, they should talk instead. Later, Verhad told Park that he had not expected to meet him again like this. Park replied that he felt the same. Verhad asked how Park had arrived there, and Park explained that he had come through a dimensional door. Verhad was surprised and asked if Park was still using dimensional cracks. Park confirmed and said one was nearby. After moving to a safer place, Verhad asked if Park only had 50 minutes left. Park confirmed and said the time limit was shown on his status window and that staying longer would kill him. Verhad explained that such cracks were created by the entity Deus and mentioned that a similar crack had appeared recently on the Idamancia continent. He said the Carlin ogres once lived there but had completely disappeared, leaving the land overrun by demons. Park was shocked, and Verhad said he believed an entity had used the crack to move all the ogres to another dimension. He added that the crack had the same wavelength as the one that destroyed the Desmond Empire 50 years ago, and said that the ogre Lord Ebenar would not have disappeared without a fight. Park recognized Ebenar's name from his system and said it was connected to a technique involving blood and dimensional stones. Verhad then revealed Ebenar's weakness, explaining that according to records from Swordmaster Galen, the only unhardened spot on Ebenar's body was the back of the neck. Park acknowledged this information. Verhad then explained his theory that an entity was deliberately creating dimensional cracks to cause imbalance, while another entity had created Earth's awakened system to counter it. Park identified that entity as Deus. Verhad said that since the crack had connected them, Park's presence there must have meaning, and invited him to ask questions. Park asked about a book he did not fully understand. Verhad explained that normally only one internal core is used for magic, but Park had developed two due to his awakening. This allowed him to use two types of magic at once, but that mana had interfered with itself, reducing effectiveness. Park said he now understood clearly. Verhad then gave Park a book he had written about magic circles, hoping it would help him. As they walked together, Verhad made a request. He explained that because space and time were distorted, the next version of himself Park met might be from a different time. For that reason, he gave Park a necklace that had belonged to his late wife. He said that if Park met another version of him, the necklace would allow him to help. Park hesitated, but accepted the necklace and thanked him. Verhad said they had reached the end of their path and that it was time to part ways. He hoped they would meet again if fate allowed it. Park agreed and said it had been good to see him again. With that, Park's B-rank promotion quest was completed. After leaving the dungeon, Park was congratulated by a guard who offered to escort him outside. Park asked for a short break to check his stats, and the guard agreed. While resting, Park looked at the necklace Verhad had given him and wondered what Deus truly wanted from him. He thought it would be easier if the goal were clear, but for now, he decided the only option was to become stronger to face whatever lay ahead. The scene then shifted to the KBI. Dae-ho rushed to the branch manager and asked if she had seen the news about the mega outbreak. She confirmed it and reminded him to act calmly as a deputy manager. Dae-ho then asked whether they should request help from Park Do-hyuk, as they had during the Sedong Station incident, and expressed concern about KBI's prestige. The branch manager replied that rank and position were meaningless during a national crisis and emphasized efficiency over pride. She said Park was not a rival, but a valuable talent the KBI wanted to manage. Dae-ho apologized, and she accepted it. She then brought up the White Lotus Guild and the Wooden Soul Guild, saying they were likely to clash with the Blue Castle Guild. She explained that those guilds understood KBI's policies well and would see the current chaos as an opportunity. Dae-ho remarked sadly that some saw crisis as profit. The branch manager decided to keep watching them and maintain KBI's policy of passive intervention and aggressive forgiveness. The scene moved to the Blue Castle Guild, where the guildmaster was reviewing reports. Park appeared secretly and apologized for startling her. He said he had come because of the White Lotus and Wooden Soul Guilds and believed it was time to make a decisive move. When asked how much he knew, Park replied that he was aware of everything, including current negotiations. The guildmaster said she had not involved him because it was a guild matter, but she was relieved that all guilds had activated emergency systems for the mega outbreak. Park disagreed, warning that while KBI-focused Awakened dealt with the outbreak, the White Lotus and Wooden Soul Guilds would use the reduced restrictions to attack Blue Castle. The guildmaster doubted this, but Park revealed that the assassin sent after him was Min Soo-yeol from the White Lotus Guild. He added that KBI's passive response would come too late. When asked how Blue Castle could defend itself, Park said he already had a plan. At dawn, the next day, many cars gathered at an abandoned factory near Sindarim Station. Lizzie, the Pear Blossom Guildmaster, wondered why they had been called there late at night along with many top guild leaders. Someone noted that all guilds except the White Lotus and Wooden Soul Guilds were present. Lizzie said they would soon learn the reason. Shortly after, the Blue Castle Guild Master arrived and welcomed the gathered guild masters. She thanked them for coming and said that what she was about to say was not a threat, but a request. Later, during a meeting, the Blue Castle Guild Master explained that their guild was now in direct conflict with the White Lotus Guild and the Wooden Soul Guild. She said the purpose of the meeting was to request cooperation from the other guilds. Some guild masters questioned whether getting involved would change anything and said it was not their responsibility, since they were not the KBI. Park then spoke and said there was a clear reason to get involved, that this conflict would not only affect Blue Castle, but would eventually affect all guilds. He thought that words alone would not be enough to persuade them, and felt that the guildmaster was being too gentle. Another guildmaster asked why Park was present. Park replied that he would be brief and asked if anyone truly believed their guild was stronger than Blue Castle. He warned that if the White Lotus and Wooden Soul Guilds seized Blue Castle's assets, they would not stop there. When a guildmaster argued that the fall of Blue Castle would not affect others, Park replied that unity could prevent collapse, but if everyone stayed silent while one guild fell, the rest would soon follow. Lizzie insisted that the KBI would not stand by and do nothing. Park responded that the KBI would not act until it was too late, and asked whether they truly believed the KBI would always protect their interests. Another guildmaster suggested that the remaining guilds could unite without Blue Castle. Park questioned that idea and hinted that he had another plan. Meanwhile, at the White Lotus Guild's exclusive building, the leaders of the White Lotus and Wooden Soul Guilds discussed their preparations. They confirmed that low-ranking fighters had already been positioned near Dia's Spire, and that the KBI was too busy preparing for the mega outbreak to notice. Seeing no interference, they agreed to divide Blue Castle's assets equally and decided it was time to eliminate the Blue Castle Guild. Near Isu Station, Park monitored the area from above and thought that the invasion was about to begin. He had already positioned his party members, including Hayes, and knew that identifying the boss's emergence point was crucial. Soon, dimensional cracks opened and large monsters appeared. Awakened fighters tried to steady themselves and launched attacks, but many were killed. More Awakened joined the fight, shouting orders and firing magic, but the monsters were overwhelmingly strong. From the sky, Park saw massive explosions. An Awakened contacted him and reported a powerful reaction near Dia's Spire, requesting immediate support. Park agreed and said he would head there at once. As the Awakened wondered if the monster had been defeated, the giant creature mocking humanity's magic. It then gathered a massive sphere of power and unleashed it toward the Awakened fighters. An outbreak occurred near Gwanghwamun Market, where many large monsters appeared. Dae-ho was already fighting on the scene and continuously attacking them. The KBI branch manager soon arrived and used her spider ability to trap all the monsters in a single net before burning them at once. Dae-ho warned her that there was trouble. When she asked what was wrong, he reported that an S-rank boss had appeared near Isu Station. She replied that Park Do-hyuk was already there, so it should be fine. However, When another large outbreak began nearby, she remarked that the situation there was also becoming serious. Near Isu Station, another outbreak occurred, and a monster commander ordered its soldiers to advance. Park stood alone on the battlefield and asked where Ebenar was. A monster mocked him for speaking the Ogre Lord's name and tried to attack, but it was instantly destroyed by a powerful spell. Another monster questioned why a single mage was fighting alone. Park replied that he was not alone. At that moment, Sungmi and Yu Hui descended from the sky. They coordinated their positions and attacked together, crushing the monsters. When the monsters broke apart and continued attacking, Yunseo provided ranged support from a rooftop, destroying the fragments with her arrows. She told them to leave ranged combat to her and fight freely. Yu Hui commented that Park was about to rush ahead alone again. Park replied that he did not need to be the one to face the ogre boss directly. Yu Hui stopped him and said she would clear a path through the surrounding minions so he could advance safely. At the same time, in front of the Blue Castle Guild building, the guild masters of the White Lotus and Wooden Soul guilds confirmed that Blue Castle's main force had left. They noted that Zhou Jiangmi and Choi Daeho from the KBI were both near Guanghwamen. With their teams already positioned at the front and back gates, they decided it was time to move. At Isu Station, monsters advanced toward Park, but Yu Hui stepped forward and fought them, clearing a path for him. Park told her he would support her with buffs and then move ahead. Yu Hui flew upward and used her skill, Death God's Scythe, wiping out the monsters. Soon after, a powerful main monster appeared and mocked her for killing its subordinates. It attacked Yu Hui with a flaming arm, but she blocked it using Chaos Shield. She countered with Acid Arrow and web restraints, but the monster broke free and roared in rage. Yu Hui realized she could only delay it briefly, but decided that was enough. At that moment, Park emerged from a dimensional door and struck the monster's face using Force Missile and Fireball together, causing a massive explosion. Yunseo and Sungmi watched from a distance. Yunseo worried about Park, but Sungmi said there was no danger because Park's fire resistance had reached 100%. Moments later, they saw that Park had defeated the Ogre Mage, Crudelis. Park remarked that he had not expected the monster to drop dimensional fragments or for him to gain a title that had never appeared in the Awakened system before. Yu Hui noticed that he did not look satisfied. Park replied that the situation was not over yet and reminded them that another S-rank boss had appeared at Guanghwamun. He urged everyone to hurry. Meanwhile, inside the Blue Castle Guild's main lobby, the White Lotus and Wooden Soul guilds realized they were surrounded. They were shocked to see not only Blue Castle, but also all the top 10 guilds present. The Blue Castle Guild Master said their plans had been exposed and accused them of betraying their duty to the nations awakened. The Wooden Soul Guild Master asked if Baek Hui had set the trap. She replied that it was not her, but someone who had long been their greatest obstacle. They immediately guessed it was Park Do-hyuk. One of the enemy guild masters suggested joining forces, but was rejected, as no one trusted traitors during a crisis. They were warned that escape was impossible, as the back entrance team had also been captured. Lizzie and Baek Hui declared that the enemy guilds were already finished. The day before the mega outbreak, during the guild masters' meeting, Park proposed a plan. He said that he would give the Blue Castle Guild exclusive rights to all his products, including the 3 bomb items, identification scrolls, and a new item called the Compound of Glory. He emphasized that he meant everything. Some guild masters asked if this was a threat, but Park replied that it was a survival strategy and an opportunity. He explained that this plan would allow them to legally eliminate 2 guilds that were already committing crimes. Lizzie reacted in shock, asking if he was suggesting corporate warfare. Park confirmed and said that the White Lotus and Wooden Soul guilds would definitely ambush Blue Castle during the mega outbreak. Baek Hui added that defending against such an attack would count as self-defense. Later, Baek Hui prepared herself and thought that thanks to Park's persuasion, they had managed to take control without heavy losses. Lizzie reported that they had subdued the enemy guilds with minimal damage, but failed to capture Min Sun-yul and Kim Hoon, who likely escaped early using their members as bait. Another guildmaster said they would handle tracking them down. Baek Hui then said they should focus on dealing with the mega outbreak, as the danger was not over yet. At Guanghwamen Square, the S-rank boss monster, the Karlan Ogre Lord Ebenar, appeared. The KBI branch manager remarked that she had thought Ebenar was only a warrior, but realized he was also a powerful magic user. Daeho commented that the boss truly lived up to his S-rank status. When the branch manager asked if external support was possible, Daeho replied that since the mega outbreak was happening worldwide, overseas aid would be difficult. A group of Awakened launched a combined magic attack at Ebenar, but he easily blocked it and blasted it away. The branch manager was shocked by his power. Ebenar then released powerful waves and ordered the Awakened to be trampled. As he moved to crush the branch manager, Akron intervened, grabbing Ebenar's leg and slamming him to the ground. The branch manager noticed that his force had weakened and rushed in to bind him with a net, but Ebenar resisted and began pulling her in. Akron moved to block him, and Irene flew in to rescue the branch manager. Ebenar then cast Ice Storm, creating massive ice formations. Daiho realized that the magic power and summoned golems were overwhelming. At that moment, Park arrived and apologized for being late. He told Daiho to recover and warned that Ebenar would break free from the ice quickly. He then asked Daiho if he could stall the boss for a while. Daiho replied that he would try. Park told Daiho that he would leave the rest to him and ran ahead. Daiho agreed and charged toward Ebenar. Ebenar drew his sword and tried to cut him, but Daiho dodged and noted that the monster's movement was strong. He struck Ebenar with a fire-infused punch, but it had no effect. Daiho realized that none of his attacks were working. When Ebenar began pulling him in again with a powerful force, Daiho activated an anti-magic field to resist it. Earlier, while Park was running with Hayes toward Gwanghwamun, Hayes told him she needed to share something important. She explained that if the Ebenar from the system was the same Karlon Ogre she knew, then there were two things he should know. First, Sir Galen had once left a deep scar on the back of Ebenar's neck. Second, Ebenar could use a secret art to instantly pull distant enemies toward him. She added that this secret art was magic. Park thanked her and said that knowing it was magic was valuable information. Hayes asked him to be careful, and Park agreed. Back at the battlefield, Daiho noticed that the suction had stopped, but felt uneasy. At that moment, Park arrived and told him not to worry. Park used Lightning Bolt to shock Ebenar. Ebenar cursed and tried to grab Park, but Park turned invisible. Daiho then attacked again with strengthened area attacks, and realized that his blows were landing thanks to Park's buffs. Ebenar was pushed back, but suddenly let out a powerful roar. Daiho was shocked by the roar's force. Ebenar rushed forward, grabbed Daiho by the head, and threw him away. Park tried using acid armor and magic missile, but the spells failed in that space. Ebenar mocked him, saying he could not keep running forever. He then sensed Park's position and struck him despite the invisibility, punching him hard in the stomach. Ebenar declared that the fooling around was over as Park coughed up blood. Daiho was shocked and fell to the ground after seeing Park badly injured. Hayes and the KBI branch manager also believed Park had been killed by Ebenar and shouted his name in panic. However, Park was still alive and coughing. Ebenar declared that he would finish Park for good, ripped his hand away, threw him to the ground, and swung his sword at him to deliver a killing blow. Daiho rushed forward in anger to stop him, but Ebenar mocked his toughness, kicked him away, and used his suction power to lift him into the air. Ebenar grabbed Daiho by the head and said that even resilience would not matter if his head was crushed. As he was about to kill him, a bright light suddenly appeared. Park's stamina dropped to 1, and he received Angel's blessing. He was revived, with all stamina and mana fully restored and all negative effects removed. Park stood up again. Ebenar was shocked and said that Park now possessed power similar to his own. He vowed to kill Park this time without fail. Park responded by activating Mana Burn, summoning a massive mana entity that restrained Ebenar. Park absorbed Ebenar's magic power, and Ebenar angrily accused him of stealing it. Park then unleashed everything he had: dimension doors, force missiles, acid arrows, and continuous attacks, bombarding Ebenar from all directions. Ebenar became trapped among multiple dimensional doors and could not move. Park realized this was his chance. He flew through the sky, activating armor and stone skin. Ebenar managed to grab one Park and tried to strike him, believing Park had missed his chance. However, it turned out to be a clone. The real Park appeared behind Ebenar in the sky, holding the Archmit gun. While Ebenar mocked the use of clones, the clone Park told him it was no longer his concern and escaped through a dimensional door. From above, the real Park aimed his gun at Ebenar from behind and fired. When Park fired the gun, Ebenar was completely burned, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Hayes asked if it was finally over, and Park confirmed that Ebenar's defeat had been verified and there was no more danger. Park then supported Daiho and said that Daiho was badly injured and needed a healer immediately. After saying that he would leave the rest to them, Park collapsed. The branch manager and Hayes rushed toward them. The scene then shifted to Mokpo Port, where the Wooden Soul Guild masters ordered their men to search everywhere for the fugitives. Meanwhile, the White Lotus Guild leaders were hiding on a rooftop. Min Sunyul asked what they should do next. It was decided that staying there was too dangerous, so they planned to hide with the help of a Chinese guild. Sunyul hesitated, but they agreed that seeking protection from Wang Li Hong's Taiwa Guild was their only option. Later, Park woke up in a hospital and realized he was in the Blue Castle Medical Center. He noticed Sung-mi sleeping beside him. Baek Do-hui entered and asked him to let Sung-mi rest, saying she had stayed by his side the entire time. Park asked what had happened after he collapsed. She explained that Ebenar had been defeated and his body secured by the KBI. Daiho was safe and receiving treatment. She added that China and Japan were still facing severe outbreaks, with China suffering heavy damage, while Korea had no civilian casualties. She also said that the plan against the White Lotus and Wooden Soul guilds had succeeded, forcing them to flee. This all happened over 3 days. Park was surprised to hear he had been unconscious for 3 days. Sung-mi then woke up, saw him awake, and hugged him emotionally, saying she had been very worried. Park thanked her sincerely. The guildmaster teased them lightly and informed Park that KBI officials were waiting to meet him. Park said he would prepare and agreed to meet them. Finally, the scene shifted to a secret apartment in Jilin province, where the White Lotus Guild leaders were captured. They angrily demanded to know who dared treat them this way, claiming that Wang Lihong was backing them. The man confronting them revealed that Wang Lihong had been the one who chose their hiding place and ordered the investigation. He coldly told them that they had been abandoned. Later, Sun Yul shouted that it was impossible for Wang Lihong to abandon them. The man coldly replied that their actions no longer mattered and that he only needed to complete his task. He grabbed Kang In-han's head and searched through his memories. After saying that Kang knew very little about Park and was useless, he killed him instantly. Sun Yul screamed in shock, and the man then turned his attention to her. After Park woke up in the hospital, many matters were resolved. Once Ebenar's body was processed by the KBI, Park managed to obtain what he needed. He acquired Ebenar's blood and successfully created a legendary rank dimensional stone. As his body recovered, he learned the spells Taepung had found for him and absorbed the vitality from Ebenar's heart. As a result, his strength increased rapidly in a short time. Later, at the Deus Market, the host announced the final auction item, 5 unique weapons created by Park Do-hyuk. The crowd reacted with excitement as the bidding started at 80 billion won. Yoon-seo commented that it had been a while since Park last visited the market. Park replied that he needed to sell items he obtained during the outbreak. Yoon-seo joked that casually selling 5 unique weapons showed how much his scale had grown. Park agreed, noting that unique weapons usually started at very high prices. The bidding quickly rose, and a man eventually offered 650 billion won for all 5 weapons together. Park noticed that the man stood out from the others. Yoon-seo explained that he was Urian, an SS rank awakened from Germany. With no higher bids, the auction ended. Afterward, Yoon-seo asked if Park was leaving. She suggested having a proper talk and a drink next time, and Park agreed to make time after his next dungeon clear. As she left, Urian approached Park and asked to speak with him briefly over coffee. Urian then warned Park that as an executive of the WBI, he had come to Korea to caution him. Urian showed Park a photo and revealed that Kang In-han of the White Lotus Guild had been found dead, killed by an assassin known as Ant Ghost. He warned that Ant Ghost had placed Park on their list. Urian advised Park to be cautious and gave him a way to contact him if Ant Ghost appeared. Park thanked him and promised to be careful. As Park later walked toward his car in the Deus Market parking lot, someone secretly moved to attack him. When the attackers tried to ambush Park, he protected himself and flew upward. One of the attackers said that Park was now in a position where he could not dodge easily and gave a signal for a full attack. All the attackers prepared their weapons. Using infravision from above, Park realized that there were 13 enemies, including those hiding. Park then used Dimension Door and vanished. He reappeared behind one attacker, grabbed his neck, and used Disintegrate, killing him instantly. The remaining attackers were shocked but tried to stay calm. One of them said that Park could not keep using such powerful spells and was only trying to confuse them. Park recognized the voice, and the attacker revealed himself as Kim Hoon of the Wooden Soul Guild. Kim removed his disguise and angrily blamed Park for the humiliation he had suffered. Park replied that Kim would have lived if he had stayed hidden and quiet, but since he came willingly, it meant he wanted to die. Kim said that because of Park, he had become a wanted criminal and swore to kill him for ruining their plans. He ordered the other attackers to move. Park replied that it was their own fault for attempting betrayal during a global mega outbreak. He then used Fire Arrow on the attackers and cast Mirror Image, filling the area with smoke. Kim realized they could not see clearly, but Park used infravision to track them. Kim warned his allies that Park already knew all their positions and told them to protect their ranged fighters. Park thought the timing was perfect and used Hold Person, binding the attackers in place. He rushed forward and created a wall of fire around them. When Kim tried to cast magic at him, Park used Reversal, sending the spell back. Kim was burned, knocked to the ground, and defeated. Kim said that even if he died, it would not be the end. Park agreed, saying that as he gained allies, he would also gain enemies. Kim said this was only the beginning and that he would wait for Park in hell. Park calmly replied that he would see him there. After Kim Hoon was killed, Park looked at the remaining attackers and asked if they still wanted to fight. The attackers chose to surrender and threw down their weapons. Soon after, Yoon Seo arrived and called Park. Park told her that he would leave the cleanup to her. The next day at the KBI Seoul branch, Dae-ho reviewed the battle report. He confirmed that Kim Hoon had died and that 2 attackers who surrendered had been arrested. He also reported that CCTV footage showed Kim Hoon, an A-rank awakened, was completely overwhelmed by Park. The branch manager watched the footage as well and noted that Park had reversed Kim Hoon's attack. She instructed Dae-ho to keep details about Park's spells confidential, saying that knowing too much could cause problems. Dae-ho expressed concern that Park might leave the country one day with all the benefits KBI had given him. The branch manager asked if he trusted her and told him to focus on tracking the remaining criminals from the White Lotus and Wooden Soul guilds, leaving Park's matter to her. Dae-ho agreed. Later, Park waited at an amusement park and thought about how Seung-mi had surprised him by asking him out. He recalled her asking in the hospital if he was free on the weekend and shyly requesting a date. When Seung-mi arrived, she asked if he had been waiting long. Park complimented her appearance, saying she looked great. She asked if it suited her, and he replied that it did. He joked that he would have dressed better if he had known. She reassured him and said he looked good as he was. When he suggested going inside, she held his hand and asked if that was okay. Park smiled, held her hand, and said they should enjoy the day since their schedules would soon get busier. They enjoyed several rides together, including roller coasters and swings. Park later asked if she was having fun, and she said she enjoyed spending time like this. He asked if there was anything she wanted to ride next, and they chose the Ferris wheel. While sitting together inside the Ferris wheel, Park commented that the view was beautiful. Seung-mi looked at him and thought the same. As she was about to say something, sudden blackout fell over the area. When darkness suddenly fell at the amusement park, people panicked. Park said it seemed like the entire park had a blackout and suggested waiting calmly until the power returned. He noticed Seung-mi lowering her head and asked if she was okay. She said it was nothing but felt disappointed that a blackout had happened at such an important moment after all her effort. Park then used magic to light up the Ferris wheel cabin and asked if she felt better. Seung-mi asked what he meant, and Park explained that he thought she might be afraid of the dark. She denied it. When he asked if she was worried about something else, she tried to speak but stopped as the announcement declared that the blackout was over and the ride would continue. When Park asked again, she said it was nothing. Later, after the recent assassin attack, Park and Hayes moved to a safer place with stronger security and a large training room. When Park returned home, he wondered if Hayes was still training so late. He tried calling her, but her cat jumped onto his face. Following the cat, he found Hayes injured and asleep beside her beast companion. He gently covered her with a blanket. Park then decided that since his mechanic level was high enough, he should repair and upgrade Akron, Irene, and the drones. He summoned them, used leftover materials, repaired Akron first, and then increased the drone's rank. Hayes later woke up and found Park still awake. She asked if he had slept, and Park explained that because of a relic, he did not need sleep. He showed her the upgraded machines and asked what she thought. She said they looked stronger and much cooler than before. Park noticed that her magic power had grown and praised her effort. Hayes replied that she was training non-stop because she wanted revenge. Park said that several areas, including the Desmond B-rank dungeon, had been revitalized after recent battles. He explained that they would soon head out again and needed to prepare, especially since they might not gain the same rewards as before. Hayes agreed and said she would train even harder. Just then, Park received a late-night call from Yoon Seo. He asked why she was calling at that hour, but after hearing her words, he was shocked and asked her to repeat what she had just said. After the call ended, Park said that the arrangement was fine and that he would decide later and contact them once things were confirmed. When Hayes asked what had happened, Park explained that the KBI had offered him a dungeon commission. He asked if she wanted to join him. Hayes agreed immediately and said she would go as long as it was with him. She guessed that the dungeon must be difficult if the KBI had requested him directly. Park explained that it was an unbalanced dungeon located on Jeju Island. He said it had strict conditions and allowed only 5 participants or fewer, all of whom had to be SS rank or higher. Hayes said she understood and would prepare seriously. Park told her they had 1 week to prepare and suggested training together whenever possible. Hayes agreed to work hard. Later, at Seung-mi's house, she received a late-night call from Yu Hui. Yu Hui was surprised Sungmi was still awake and guessed that the date had not gone well. Sungmi admitted that was true. Yu Hui comforted her, saying that atmosphere and location were not what mattered, and advised her to act naturally and not overthink things. She reminded Sungmi that she would have more chances and encouraged her to stay confident before ending the call. After the call, Sungmi reflected on Yu Hui's advice and decided not to complicate things. Just then, she received a message from Park asking if she had time right now, which shocked her. 1 week later, Park and Hayes traveled by helicopter to Jeju Island. Hayes was amazed when she saw the sea for the first time and said it was far more beautiful than she had imagined. She apologized for getting overly excited, but Park reassured her that it was fine and said he would also enjoy sightseeing if not for the dungeon attacks. Upon arrival, they landed at the KBI Jeju branch. A woman named Lee Ji-ye introduced herself as their guide and told them that the others had already arrived. Park asked if they were late, but she said there were still 30 minutes before the meeting. She then led them to the waiting area. Inside, Yoon Seo told Sungmi that Park would arrive soon. Sungmi appeared quiet and tense. Yoon Seo checked on her condition and said that since the dungeon would be very difficult, Sungmi's physical state was important. Sungmi insisted that she was fine and ready. At that moment, Park entered the room and asked if they had waited long. Sungmi froze and stayed silent. Park noticed that she looked different from before. She explained that she had dressed up and used hair extensions during their last meeting. Yoon Seo sensed the awkward mood and suggested starting introductions. She then introduced Jeon Ik-san as another party member who would be joining them. Jeon Ik-san greeted everyone and said he looked forward to working together. Later, Park introduced himself to Jeon Ik-san and casually commented that Jeon was very tall. Jeon replied that he was over 2 meters tall. Yoon Seo then explained that Jeon Ik-san was 39 years old and used 2 large battle axes. She added that, like her, he could use both physical and magic attacks. Park told Jeon that since he was older, he could speak casually. Jeon asked if that was really okay, and Park agreed. The scene then shifted to the dungeon, where the team arrived. Park observed the surroundings and confirmed that this was indeed an unbalanced dungeon. Jeon remarked that it was his first time seeing a dungeon with such a wide interior. Park explained that dungeon size and terrain changed depending on rank. He then sent out a drone to scout the area. Jeon commented that having such a drone would make dungeon raids much easier and wondered how much longer his body could keep up. Park reassured him, saying that he was still in his prime. When the drone returned, Park said that according to the scan, they would not be able to rest inside the canyon, so they should prepare well before moving forward. Jeon felt Park's buff take effect and said it felt as if his strength had increased by nearly a full rank. Park then gave instructions, asking Hayes to protect the rear and support with her summons. She acknowledged the order. Park then told the team to move out, instructing Yoon Seo to watch the upper area and Hayes to monitor the rear. Suddenly, Park told everyone to stop. Jeon said he smelled something strange. Park realized he had smelled it before and warned that enemies were approaching from the front. He identified them as corrupted A-rank renegades. Hayes shouted that enemies were also coming from behind. Park decided to clear the rear first and asked Jeon and Sungmi to hold the enemies back. Sungmi raised her shield to block them, while Jeon continuously cut down the monsters with his axes, though he noted that they kept coming. Jeon was then shocked to see a massive monster approaching from the front and wondered how he was supposed to deal with it. At that moment, Akron and Irene arrived on the battlefield. Akron unleashed fire on the giant monster, while Irene flew overhead and attacked it with magic missiles. Inside the dungeon, magic missiles filled the sky like falling stars as they struck the monsters. During the fight, Jeon thought that the monsters should have been defeated already, but realized they were still unharmed. He noticed a red object inside the monster and guessed it was the real body. However, it was regenerating very quickly. Sungmi said that the red object was likely the monster's weakness. Jeon agreed, but pointed out that it seemed resistant to magic attacks. Sungmi then said she would use the golems to hold back the renegades and open a path. She told them to attack the core when she used her provoke skill. Park ordered Akron and Irene to protect Sungmi, and they acknowledged. As Sungmi fought, a monster tried to attack her, but Akron blocked it from the side. Sungmi sensed the opening and told them to attack. Jeon rushed forward but was suddenly restrained by arms rising from the ground, leaving him unable to move. At that moment, Irene swooped down, protected him, and lifted him into the air. Jeon praised her timing and asked her to throw him. Irene complied and launched him toward the giant monster. Jeon struck the red core with his axes, shattered it, and split the monster in half. Elsewhere, an enemy watched a large container and realized that his creation had been destroyed. One of his subordinates warned him that intruders had appeared and the renegades in the canyon were being wiped out. The enemy, revealed to be Odium, an S-rank boss monster, said he already knew. When the subordinate admitted they could not stop the intruders, Odium mocked his fear, killed him, and declared that he had no need for weak subordinates. He ordered the dead to be resurrected, commanded his forces to block all exits, and said he would deal with the intruders himself. Meanwhile, Park and his team rested inside a cave at night. Park thought it was strange that it was raining inside the dungeon and felt relieved that they had left the canyon quickly. However, he worried that they had not brought much food. At that moment, Seung-mi sat beside him and asked if they could talk for a moment. Park asked Seung-mi why she was still awake. She said she could not sleep, but not because she was tired. Park told her that she had worked the hardest that day and should rest. Seung-mi then moved closer and said that she wanted to say something she could not say earlier on the Ferris wheel. When Park told her to go ahead, she confessed that she liked him and asked if he would become her boyfriend. They both fell silent. At that moment, Yoon-seo returned and told them that it was time to change shifts, interrupting the moment. The next morning, the rain inside the dungeon suddenly stopped and the wind calmed down. As the team's coordination improved, their progress became faster. Along the way, they were attacked by the bodies of Awakened who had failed the dungeon before, but they stayed calm and defeated them. Eventually, they reached their destination. Park said that they had arrived at the entrance of the altar on the mountain peak. Monsters appeared and declared that they would not allow anyone to reach Sir Odium. John noticed that one monster seemed different and appeared capable of speech. Seung-mi agreed. Park realized that Odium had once been the head priest before corruption and was now a subordinate of Vendela, making him the dungeon boss. Park decided they would eliminate the monster. A large battle followed as monsters rushed at them. After defeating them, the team entered the temple. Odium mocked them, saying that all who came to kill him had fallen to hell. Park replied that this time would be different. Odium asked if Park was the one who had killed Isaac. When Park confirmed it, Odium realized that Park was the intruder entering multiple dimensional cracks. He questioned who was backing Park, as such power should be impossible alone. Park answered that it was Deus, an entity trying to stop their plans. Odium said that beings like him were merely tools and discarded once they lost value. He claimed that after being abandoned, he believed this was a test and that by eliminating beings like Park, he could return to his original world. Park ignored his speech and told the team to move according to plan. Odium suddenly rushed forward, appearing in front of Seung-mi, and declared that they would not escape. He raised his weapon and attacked, shocking Seung-mi. Odium attacked Seung-mi directly, causing her serious pain. Park shouted for her to wake up, and she warned him that Odium was behind him. As Odium continued attacking, Park pushed Seung-mi away and told her not to worry about him and to run. When Odium tried to stop her by blocking her escape, Park used an absorption spell, allowing Seung-mi to escape safely. Odium mocked Park and asked if he planned to keep blocking him forever. Park replied that he could not allow Odium to harm the others. Earlier, before the boss battle, Park had stopped the team inside the inner path of the temple to explain the plan. He told them that Odium could not be defeated directly unless they destroyed 3 magic stones located in rooms surrounding the boss chamber. He explained that there were 4 rooms in total and that each magic stone was guarded by stone statues with different traits. Park assigned Hayes and Yoon-seo to take one path together where they would face statues focused on raking attacks. Seung-mi would handle the speed-type statues, and John would take on the defensive ones. Park warned that if any magic stone became fully charged, all living beings inside the temple would disappear, so they had to destroy them quickly. Back in the battle, Odium relentlessly attacked Park, but Park countered with force missiles and defensive spells. Odium mocked him, saying his wounds would never heal and taunted his weak human body. Park used shield and stone skin to endure the attacks. Odium challenged him to see how long he could last. While holding Odium back, Park silently hoped that his teammates would destroy the stone statues quickly. Suddenly, parts of the temple began to collapse. Odium was shocked and questioned why his sanctuary was falling apart, believing the stone statues should have been impossible to destroy. Park replied that Odium had no idea how long he had fought him in DNF and said he had been waiting for this exact moment. As the temple destabilized, Park activated Sunfire and launched his attack. The scene shifted to Hayes and Yoon-seo, who noted that after destroying many stone statues, their offensive power had greatly weakened. Hayes said it would now be easy to approach the magic stone. Yoon-seo decided to move ahead while Hayes provided support from behind. As Yoon-seo dashed toward the magic stone, dodging attacks, a dungeon trap suddenly appeared in front of her. Hayes quickly summoned Lucchini's shield, protecting Yoon-seo. Taking the opportunity, Yoon-seo fired her arrows and shattered the magic stone. Meanwhile, Seungmi fought her own stone statues. Park had told her that although they were fast, they had low resistance and fixed attack patterns. Realizing this, Seungmi calmly dodged an incoming strike, counterattacked, and destroyed the statue with a single blow, causing the dungeon behind her to collapse. At the same time, John was battling a high-resistance stone statue. Park had explained that this statue would be difficult to destroy alone, but combining magic and physical attacks would work. John followed this advice and unleashed a powerful mixed attack, creating a cyclone-like force and destroyed it. At that moment, Odium appeared and mocked Jaeon for resisting. Jaeon replied that Odium would soon find out whether it was pointless or not. Park then activated reinforced intelligence and AoE strengthening, allowing him to move freely again. He launched a powerful fireball at Odium, breaking part of his stone armor. Enraged, Odium shouted in anger. Park realized he had to finish Odium before he could act further. He fired force missiles and fireballs together, but Odium raised a stone shield to block them. Odium then declared that instead of slowly torturing Park, he would now send him to hell. Later, Odium covered himself in stone and began growing larger, stretching upward. Park noticed that the transformation was similar to the renegades he had encountered earlier, but far more powerful. Odium's body was formed from countless skeleton monsters, making him a completely different level of threat. Odium declared that he would crush Park and swung his fist. Park dodged, but when Odium's punch struck the ground, the entire dungeon shook violently. Elsewhere, Hayes and Yunseo felt the tremors. Hayes asked what was happening. Yunseo replied it was likely caused by powerful magic at the center, urging them to hurry. Seungmi and Jian also rushed toward the battlefield. Odium looked down and roared, saying that hiding would not save them. He attacked Park's shadow, claiming Park would die for angering him. However, Park appeared through a dimensional door and struck Odium with lightning bolt and force missile together. Odium blocked the attack with a shield and mocked Park, saying his magic was too weak to break through. Odium's many hands then grabbed Park, slammed him to the ground, and restrained him, threatening to crush him. Park realized he could not drag the fight out any longer. At that moment, Jian arrived and shouted for Odium to release Park. He cut off all of Odium's hands, freeing him. Odium remarked that he had not expected Jian to return so soon. Seungmi then arrived and struck Odium from behind with a shield bash, causing him to stagger. She called out to Park, signaling him to attack. Park climbed onto Odium's body, but Odium tried to strike back. Yunseo arrived and distracted Odium with continuous arrows. Odium declared that his barrier could not be broken, but Seungmi threw Park a sword. Park jumped up, used an enchantment on the weapon, and shattered Odium's defense in a single strike, though the sword broke in the process. Park then took another weapon and struck Odium's head, where his power was concentrated. Declaring that it was the end, Park unleashed a massive explosion, completely destroying Odium. After defeating Odium, Park realized how dangerous the battle had been. The team gathered together, and John praised Park for doing well. Park replied that if John had arrived any later, the situation would have been critical. John said they were lucky, as he had returned right after destroying the stone statues. Park admitted he had not expected everyone to arrive so quickly. Yunseo said it was only because Park had clearly explained the strategy. John reminded Park that he still needed to explain how he knew the boss's weakness. Seungmi praised Park for his hard work, and Park thanked her, saying she had saved him by throwing the sword at the perfect moment. Seungmi said she acted based on her experience with monsters that resisted magic. Seungmi then noticed that Park's stigma had not disappeared, which made Park wonder as well. Suddenly, Seungmi sensed danger from underground and shouted a warning. She pushed Park away, and sharp spikes burst from the ground, striking her instead. Park called her name in panic as she collapsed and lost consciousness. The scene shifted to a hospital, where Seungmi later woke up. She realized she was hospitalized and asked how long she had been unconscious. Park told her it had been 3 days. She remembered the dungeon and asked what had happened. Park reassured her, explaining that the attack was Odium's final strike and that Odium had been destroyed immediately afterward. He said the team collected the loot and left safely, telling her to focus on recovery. Park offered her fruit, and she thanked him. Park then admitted that she had saved him multiple times, both in the dungeon and before, and said he felt like he kept causing her trouble. Seungmi returned the fork and asked him to answer the question she had asked before. Park realized what she meant, apologized for not understanding her feelings earlier, and confessed that he liked her. He asked her to be his girlfriend. Seungmi accepted with a smile. The scene then shifted to Mokpo Port, where a man commented that it had been a long time since he had entered Korea this way. A woman arrived, and the man remarked that if not for her being a wanted criminal, he could have entered freely. He then asked how it felt for her to return to her homeland after so long, addressing her as Min Sun-yul. After everything settled, Park checked his system and reviewed the materials he had obtained. He realized that the materials alone were worth nearly 1 trillion won. He had not expected this, but it made sense since so many rare ingredients were required to create Deus-grade relics. From clearing the Odium dungeon, he obtained a transcendent-grade dimensional stone, a popular drone blueprint, and the legendary equipment, the Odium ring. However, he realized that these were not the most important rewards. The dimensional fragments he had collected had automatically transformed into a dimensional token. He remembered that a fragment synthesis alert had appeared right after Sungmi collapsed, but he had ignored it because they were focused on escaping. Only later did he realize that this allowed him to produce Deus-grade equipment. Park then identified the biggest remaining problem: Akazella's heart, a key ingredient. The condition to obtain it required delivering the killing blow to the boss. To do that, he would need to enter a dungeon in Alaska that was currently controlled by the American Freedom Guild. Since he had no clear plan, Park decided to contact them first and called Go Yeri. The scene then shifted to the Freedom Guild in America. A staff member reported Park Do-hyuk's request to the guild leadership, explaining that he was asking either to temporarily borrow the dungeon conquest rights or to join one of their raid teams. Guildmaster Brox reacted with surprise, saying that the Akazela dungeon had caused heavy casualties even for them and was overwhelmingly dangerous. He questioned why Park Do-hyuk would want to challenge it. When told that Park wanted Akazela's heart, Brox found it strange, since the item was known to increase stamina by 1,000 points, and Park was primarily a spellcaster. He commented that a spellcaster would normally target something like the Asura dungeon in China instead. The staff member agreed, but said Park had not explained his reasons further. Brox then decided that this could be a good opportunity to personally observe Park's abilities, as he was interested in him not only as a potential guild member, but also as an awakened. He instructed his staff to prepare an attack team to accompany Park, but set 2 conditions. First, the dungeon access fee would be 300 billion won per team member. Second, all participants would need to pass a unanimous evaluation before the raid. If Park accepted these conditions, Brox promised to guarantee Akazella's heart. However, he made it clear that the Freedom Guild would not clean up after Park if anything went wrong. The staff member confirmed she understood and said she would relay the message exactly as instructed. Later, Brox thought to himself that this situation would be interesting. Meanwhile, Park ended his call and said that since the Freedom Guild would give their answer the next day, he should rest. While preparing to do so, he noticed a faint light in the corner of the room and realized that a translation had been completed. Since the translator's recent results had been unreliable, he had stopped paying attention to it. Out of curiosity, he checked the result and found a book written in the language of the gods, which he could not read directly. After a moment, he realized that the message was warning him to prepare for a dimensional crack. Park concluded that, like Ebonar's case, another war was likely approaching. Because the message mentioned the closest spire, he determined that it must be pointing to the Deus Spire in Gwanghwamun. The scene then shifted to the KBI Seoul branch. The branch manager said she had not expected Park to request access to the top of the Deus Spire. Park replied that it was for personal reasons. She explained that although the KBI supported him, permission was required from the director of the WBI Korean branch to investigate the spire. She added that the director happened to be visiting the Seoul branch that day and that she had arranged a meeting. Park asked if it would be a face-to-face meeting. The branch manager replied that it could be seen as a polite meeting, but it might also feel like an interrogation. As they walked to the meeting room, she stopped at the door and told Park that the director was waiting inside. She advised him to cooperate, but not to reveal everything. Park agreed and said he would only share what was necessary. The branch manager then opened the door and introduced Park to the director. The director praised her for her work and introduced himself as Lee Jane, the director of the WBI Korean branch. He said he had heard much about Park and invited him to sit down. Later, they sat together as the director asked whether Park was claiming that, based on the books he obtained himself, all awakened could increase their growth efficiency and dungeon rewards. Park confirmed that this applied not only to him, but to all awakened. He added that he needed to reach the highest floor of the Deus Spire. The director said it was strange that so many unusual events kept happening around Park. Park replied that he had realized this while identifying the books he found in dungeons. The director commented that identification was a highly valuable ability and said many would envy it. Park replied that most people reacted the same way. The director then said it was time to focus on the Deus Spire. He explained that the top floor required Code S authorization and that only 5 people in Korea had access, including himself and Jo Jang-mi. He warned that the place was extremely dangerous and that provoking Deus could cost Park his life. For that reason, he said the book should be confiscated to prevent future risks, especially since Park was now a nationally important figure. Park refused politely, explaining that the book could only be used by the person who identified it. The director said this was the first time he had heard such a condition. The branch manager added that many unprecedented things were happening recently, including the appearance of transcendent-grade dimensional stones, especially with the 20th anniversary of the outbreak approaching. After thinking it over, the director agreed that there was no reason not to verify the effects of the dimensional amplifier, since it could benefit all awakened. He then decided that they would proceed to the spire together. They entered the Deus Spire together, where the director said they had arrived. He explained that this was the entrance to the top floor and told Park to go ahead alone, while he and branch manager Zhou Jiangmi would wait below. Park thanked them and stepped inside. Inside the room, everything was dark, and Park could not see anything. Soon, a ball of light appeared and illuminated the space. Park moved forward, opened his book, and saw that the first chapter of the dimensional amplifier had been unsealed. He realized that some time was needed for the amplifier's power to fully transfer. At that moment, a voice spoke and said that Park had obtained a hidden key. When Park asked who it was, the voice introduced itself as the Alpha and Omega of the Awakened system, a being called Deus. Deus told Park that as a reward, he was allowed to ask one question. After thinking carefully, Park asked whether the path he was currently taking was the right one. Deus replied that Park's path was not only right, but superior to anyone else's. Hearing this, Park smiled and thought that he still needed to grow much stronger and had a long way to go. Soon after, the power of the dimensional amplifier fully transferred. The book closed and transformed into an 8th class spellbook. Park was surprised, as he had not expected the amplifier to become a spellbook. He then noticed that golden gates had appeared at the highest spell tier in every country. Later, the scene shifted to Park returning home. He thought that since he was nearby, he should pick up the books Tai Pung had found, hoping that a high-level spellbook might be among them. When he opened the door, he saw someone sitting in his chair. He asked who it was, and when the person turned around, Park realized it was Min Sun Yul. Park said that he had known Min Sun Yul had escaped to China and asked how she had returned. Without answering, Sun Yul immediately attacked him. Park blocked her shots with a shield and realized that she was still an S-rank gunner from the White Lotus Guild. She continued firing without pause, and Park knew he could not lower his guard as his shield began to crack. Park tried to create distance, but Sun Yul pulled out a larger weapon and fired again. Park sensed that the attack was not normal and was mixed with magic and physical laws. Knowing it was dangerous, he opened a dimensional gate and escaped just before the attack exploded, destroying part of the building. Park reappeared through another dimensional door and flew outside, but Sun Yul kept firing. He blocked the attacks with his shield, then countered with force missiles, destroying her shots mid-air. Park thought that enduring attacks was pointless and that stopping her movement was the only solution. He then cast Force Missile and Ice Storm together, freezing Sun Yul in place. Park said that he had no interest in dealing with someone who was no longer human and decided to leave her capture to the KBI. Elsewhere, someone sensed the power of the ice storm and commented on its strength. However, Sun Yul thought the attack was still too weak and mocked the situation, saying it was ridiculous to struggle against a former S rank she had been modified from. She broke free from the ice and resumed firing at Park. An observer realized that Sun Yul's arrogance, which always made her feel superior to her opponents, would ultimately lead her to her downfall. After the attack, Park was slammed into the ground with great force, creating a large crater. He collapsed there, badly injured. Min Sun Yul approached him with a sword, intending to finish him. At that moment, a dimensional door opened, and a mysterious figure emerged. The figure questioned whether Park had been overestimated, and said he did not expect Min Sun Yul to defeat him so easily. Park managed to survive and realized he had endured Sun Yul's final attack. He asked the newcomer who he was. The man introduced himself as Ghost Ant. When Park questioned why he was there, Ghost Ant said they needed to change locations first because there might be too many witnesses. Park refused to follow willingly, but Ghost Ant said Park's opinion did not matter and forcibly pulled him through a dimensional door. They arrived in another world. Ghost Ant explained that it was a sealed space he had created with a barrier spell, inaccessible to outsiders. He told Park not to panic and said he only wanted to talk. Ghost Ant then asked Park how much he understood about the power he gained from DNF. Park was surprised because he had never openly mentioned DNF. When he asked how much Ghost Ant knew about him, Ghost Ant replied that he knew Deus had chosen Park and that all the abilities Park had shown were related to DNF. He then asked what else Deus had given him. Park refused to answer. Ghost Ant urged him to reconsider and suddenly appeared behind him, making Park realize how dangerous he was. Ghost Ant said Park was not ready for this conversation yet, and that he had come too early. He added that, for Park's sake, he would remove one of the bothersome eyes watching him. When Park asked what that meant, Ghost Ant said Park would understand after watching the Awakened news the next day. He warned Park not to think the world revolved around him, and said Park was only one part of a much larger system. Park replied that he had never thought otherwise, but Ghost Ant accused him of being unconsciously conceited. He emphasized that Park was not the only chosen one and told him to think carefully about his fate and what kind of awakened he had become. After delivering his warning, Ghost Ant left. Park was then returned to his original world. Later, the scene shifted to Park's apartment, where he was watching the news. Reporters stated that an explosion had occurred the previous night around 10 p.m. in Dongjak-gu, Seoul. Fortunately, there were no civilian casualties because the building was empty. Investigators also discovered a massive pillar of ice at the site, and the KBI was examining whether it was caused by an awakened-related incident. Park felt relieved that no civilians were harmed. The next news report revealed that Julian, a well-known SS rank awakened affiliated with the WBI, had been found dead in a hotel room in Gangnam at 3 a.m. CCTV footage showed no signs of forced entry, and the case was under investigation. Park was shocked, realizing that an SS rank awakened had been killed so easily. He recalled Ghost Ant's words about removing a troublesome eye and understood their meaning. Soon after, Baek Do-hui arrived and greeted Park. She explained that her father had assigned bodyguards to her after seeing the news. Park questioned whether an S rank really needed protection. Do-hui said she was looking forward to entering the dungeon with him and reassured him that he would pass the Akazela dungeon test easily. She then told him they would leave for Alaska immediately. The scene then shifted to the Freedom Guild's Alaska base. Brox was training when two S rank awakened, Ian and Arseny, arrived. They said they came early because they were interested in Park and wanted to see his abilities firsthand. Brox explained that Park had already received one vote of approval and that his buffing abilities were impressive. When Park and Do-hyu arrived, Do-hyu greeted the S-rank awakened, explaining that she had known them since childhood when she lived in America. Brox stated that all required members were present and reminded them that Park needed approval from 5 members to join the dungeon team. Do-hui immediately agreed, saying she had witnessed Park's abilities personally. Others also agreed, stating that rank mattered less than performance. Arseny then asked to test Park directly. His attacks failed to harm Park, even after Park reinforced himself with armor. The group was surprised by how much stronger Park had become. Arseny praised Park's abilities, expressed his approval, and officially agreed to let him join. The group welcomed Park, and Ian asked for a chance to test him as well, showing interest in Park's growing strength. Park asked Ian if he wanted to fight him, and Ian replied that he only wanted to test him. Brox stopped them, explaining that even as a test, a fight between an S+ rank and a B rank would be too dangerous. Instead, Brox suggested testing Park's buff abilities. Ian agreed and showed interest in the buffs. Ian first released a massive fire spell to demonstrate his power, but it caused no significant result. He then told Park to begin. Park applied multiple buffs at once, including weapon enhancement, strength, haste, and intelligence enhancement. Afterward, Ian unleashed a fire attack empowered by Park's buffs, which caused a massive explosion. The shockwave shook the entire base and even broke through the reinforced walls. Everyone was stunned by the destructive power. Brox laughed and said he did not expect the reinforced walls to break. Park apologized, but Brox told him there was no need, saying Ian had simply lost control after experiencing the buff. Brox then unlocked a highly secured gate and explained that strict security was necessary because danger could come at any time. Before departing, Brox reminded everyone that Park must deliver the final blow to Akazela. The team then moved toward the dungeon together. Inside, thick fog covered the forest, so Park warned everyone to stay alert. Brox reminded the group that this was an SS-ranked dungeon and that anything could happen. Soon, large snake-like monsters appeared and mocked the intruders for entering their territory. Brox immediately engaged them in combat with swift attacks. Arseny restrained the monsters with bindings, though Brox complained it was taking too long. Ian then burned the restraints along with the monsters, destroying them instantly. The group realized once again the overwhelming power of an SS rank awakened and continued deeper into the dungeon. On the second day in the Akazela dungeon, Ri warned the team that the snake monsters were attacking again. Do-hui was fighting them when she realized that far more monsters had gathered than expected. She decided to retreat, but one of the snakes caught her with its tail. Before she could escape, several monsters attacked her at once. At that moment, Brox shouted a warning, and Park stepped in. He activated his reversal skill and intercepted all the incoming attacks, saving Do Hui. Do Hui called out to Park and said she would repay him later. Meanwhile, in a hotel in China, Ju Ria was filled with hatred and swore that she would never forgive Park Do-hyuk. Kang Seo-yeon recalled a past conversation with their master, who had said that Ju Ria could never defeat Park in her current state. The master believed her anger toward Park should be left unresolved to fuel her growth. Kang Seo-yeon then contacted Ju Ria and harshly told her that she had failed because she was weak. This only deepened Ju Ria's rage, and she vowed to kill Park with her own hands. On the third day in the Ikazela dungeon, Brox stopped the group and warned them that they had entered a dangerous zone. He explained that the area was a colony of A-rank Katina monsters and that their numbers were far greater than in the past. Arseny suggested forcing their way through, but Park questioned whether they could move without making noise. When everyone said they could, Park proposed another plan. He cast permanent invisibility on the entire group, making them completely undetectable. Do Hui and Arseny were shocked, and Park explained that the spell would keep them safe as long as no monster with detection abilities appeared. After becoming invisible, the group passed through the Katina colony without being noticed. Not a single monster detected them. Brox remarked that intelligence was more important than brute force in dangerous areas. Arseny admitted that he had first thought Park's spells were only for show, but now realized they far exceeded his expectations. Park replied that he was glad the spell was useful. Brox said they had cleared the danger zone and suggested moving faster, but decided they should rest and resume the mission the next day since the boss area was close. They stopped to camp, and Brox quietly thought that recruiting Park would not be easy because his abilities were far too valuable to oppose. Later that night, Park remained awake due to his relic and decided to scout ahead alone. While flying, he sensed something unusual and discovered a strange temple-like structure. Inside, he found a dimensional token that began to resonate strongly with his power. Park realized he had been drawn into a resonance point and suspected it might be a trap. Suddenly, a being appeared behind him. It was Ikazela's transcendental body, different from the boss they expected to fight later. Park sensed a powerful heart within her body and analyzed her form. Ikazela revealed that she had been wandering through dimensions and was reborn by a god to guard this place. She said she had been waiting specifically for Park. Ikazela explained that although she had lost her original eyes, she now possessed abyssal eyes that allowed her to see through concealment. She told Park not to hide and invited him to fight her directly. If he won, she promised to give him everything she possessed. When Park asked why she had been waiting for him, Ikazela said his power resonated with hers and was the key to freeing her. She claimed this was the will of her god. Ending the conversation, she attacked first with her sword. Park avoided the attack and decided to observe her fighting style. He tested her with a fireball, but Ikazela dismissed it as weak and sliced it apart effortlessly, challenging him to fight seriously. Ikazela attacked Park and knocked him to the ground. When she tried to strike again, Park activated Iron Skin, and her sword failed to break through his defense. Park realized it had been reckless to challenge an SS rank boss and decided to fight seriously from the start. He cast Ice Storm, freezing Ikazela. She praised the attack and struggled before breaking free, saying she had waited a long time for a fight like this. Ikazela flew toward him, but Park used Healing Hymn, Transcendence, and Flame Arrow. She cut down all the flame arrows with her sword, but Park reversed the magic, causing the arrows to explode and injure her. Ikazela fell briefly, admitting that the combination of powerful and varied magic was impressive. However, she stood back up and reminded him that she possessed the Eyes of the Abyss. She attacked again, but Park opened dimension gates on both sides of her, redirecting her attack and trapping her momentarily. Park moved behind her and used Chain Lightning, binding her to a stone. Ikazela laughed and said she had never seen such fast and colorful magic before, calling the fight enjoyable. She then declared it was time to show her true power. Park sensed a massive change as magic from the surrounding area gathered into Ikazela. She absorbed the energy filling the sky, and her body transformed into a gigantic monster. Park realized that the magic spreading across the sky was gathering into Ikazela's body and that this was her true power. However, her body could not fully withstand it and was slowly melting. Enraged, Ikazela swung her massive sword at Park, but he avoided the attacks by using a dimensional gate. She chased him relentlessly, attacking from all directions. When she slammed her sword into the ground, massive flames erupted and the entire land began to shake. The scene then shifted to Brox, who sensed the powerful magic and wondered what was happening. Dahui rushed to him and said that Park had disappeared. She worried that he might have gone ahead alone. Brox replied that there was no way Park would face an SS rank boss by himself. At that moment, Akron arrived and reported that his master had already moved toward the temple and that he had been ordered to protect the party. Brox thought that even with absolute confidence, risking one's life like this was reckless. Do-hui demanded to know Park's location, but Akron refused, saying it was his duty to keep party members away from danger. Brox concluded that there was no choice and ordered the team to prepare and follow him. Akron warned that it was dangerous, and Irene added that her orders were also to protect the party. Even so, Brox flew toward the temple, thinking that Park was gambling his only life. Meanwhile, Ikazella remarked that she still had power left and hinted that even her strength might have limits. Park countered by firing force missile, while Ikazella retaliated with her sword. They exchanged attacks repeatedly as Park used haste and dimensional gates to dodge and reposition. Park then activated Death Stigma, confusing Ikazella, who wondered if he had truly used that skill. She captured Park with her tail and began slashing him, mocking his efforts as pointless. Park endured the attacks and cast Healing Hymn, shocking Ikazella, who demanded to know what he was doing. At that moment, Park successfully applied Death Stigma to Ikazella. Park broke free from Ikazella's tail and cast multiple spells to restrain her. He bound her with magical threads and used Permanent Web, connecting all the threads through his gun. He then pulled surrounding stones toward her, burying Ikazella under the rubble. After a moment, Ikazella shattered the stones, leapt toward Park, and attacked him with her sword. Park blocked the strike using his magic just as his drones arrived and deployed an advanced mana field around them. Ikazella questioned what the field was, and Park replied that it was the power of science. He realized he could not maintain it for long and waited for the right moment. Park escaped the field and immediately cast Fireball, causing a massive explosion. He understood that the battle would not end if he continued trading attacks, so he decided to finish it with a single decisive blow. He created a cyclone and unleashed Permanent Force Missile, which clashed with Ikazella's magic. Finally, Park raised his gun and fired. The shot shattered all of Ikazella's defenses and ended the fight in one overwhelming explosion, defeating her completely. After the battle, Park sat beside the collapsed Ikazella, who was still alive. She admitted that he had truly defeated her, and Park replied that he had also suffered many injuries. Ikazella said she had realized Odium's death when Park placed a death stigma on her. She confessed that she had planned to absorb Park's power and escape the dimension but had failed. Park accepted this without denial. Ikazella explained that many beings struggled across countless dimensions and that Park was still not strong enough compared to them. She then opened a dungeon and asked him to take her transcendental body and leave. Park noticed that its size had changed, and she explained that it adjusted itself to the owner's soul and power. Park said he would use it well. Ikazella then asked Park to kill her with Ecates so she could rest peacefully. She asked for his name, and when he told her it was Park Do-hyuk, she said she had enjoyed her final battle with him. Park granted her wish and ended her life with her own sword. Afterward, his party arrived and helped him escape the dungeon. Following intensive treatment, Park woke up in the recovery room and checked his status. He noted that his level had increased by 3, reaching level 74, and that he had been automatically promoted to A rank. His mana capacity had grown significantly, but he realized he would need even more mana to face stronger enemies, which required higher transcendent magic. He reviewed Ikazella's relics, including her heart, and chose to create the Deus Ring. During production, massive dimensional energy was injected, causing instability and violent shaking. The process briefly stopped due to dimensional imbalance, but soon resumed and completed successfully. When Park checked the finished ring, he was shocked by its many effects. At that moment, Do-hui entered the room, having sensed the intense magic. Park explained that the energy came from the ring. Suddenly, the ring transformed into a small flying creature that laughed, surprising both of them. The strange creature announced that it was confirming its target and began scanning the surroundings. Do-hui became alert and warned Park to move away, but Park asked her to stay calm. The creature scanned Park and judged him as harmless, then scanned Do-hui and found no danger. However, when it scanned her sword, it detected massive magical energy and identified it as a risk, preparing to destroy it. At the same time, Park noticed a system message stating that unusual dimensional energy had been detected and that a dimensional crack was being repaired. Suddenly, the creature disappeared, the dimensional cracks closed, and it transformed back into a ring. Do-hui was shocked by what she had witnessed. Elsewhere, in the Artani Amato Empire, a massive magic tower stood as the symbol of the Empire and the Black Wizard. Inside the tower, a wizard reported to Morse that Sir Bandela had left. Morse was informed that the outer altar required protection and that it was located in the Moscus Mountains, the outermost region of the empire. Although annoyed, Morse agreed to go, despite criticizing the others for previously ignoring the presence of a transcendent being and failing to protect the altar. At the Moscus altar, slaves were being used to absorb mana into a magic stone. A wizard reported that the stone had reached only 70% capacity and that many slaves had already died. Dissatisfied, Morse decided there was no time to worry about the slaves. He killed the remaining slaves himself, stating that their mana was needed to fully nourish the stone for the coming descent of a great being. He ordered the remaining slaves to be gathered and declared that he would personally handle any shortage. As Morse sat down, he sensed a strange disappearance of energy and realized that time was running out, fearing that the transcendent being might appear again and interfere. After resting in Alaska, Park and Hayes returned to Korea. During that time, Hayes steadily improved her abilities with help from the Cheongsong Guild. After a short period of peace, a dimensional gate suddenly opened in front of them, as if it had been waiting. Park and Hayes entered the dungeon together. Park remarked that he did not expect a dungeon to open so soon after returning. Hayes added that she also did not expect other people to be involved. Park said there were many questions, but dealing with the situation came first. Inside the dungeon, they discovered signs of the Black Cross. Suddenly, Park sensed an attack and warned Hayes. Just before the strike landed, he grabbed her and flew into the air. A massive explosion destroyed the ground beneath them. Park explained that dodging was the correct choice rather than blocking. He assumed they had entered the enemy's territory and that the attack was a wide-area strike. Park decided they should take the shortest route to the altar. He used invisibility, and they flew through the air, believing the enemy would not expect an aerial approach. While flying, Hayes noticed slaves locked in cages below, along with undead and priests preparing sacrifices. She realized the captives were about to be used in a ritual. Park told Hayes that he would handle the Black Cross Dark Wizard, while she should rescue the captives. She agreed. As she descended, she called for her summon, Rita, an eagle, which caught her mid-air. The guards noticed the intrusion and raised an alarm, but Hayes ordered her beast army to move and began the rescue. Meanwhile, the dungeon's ruler, Morse, questioned how the intruders had located the altar so quickly. He realized they had evaded his magic stone-powered attack and somehow concealed their magical presence. Enraged, he threatened to kill both Hayes and the slaves if Park did not reveal himself. At that moment, Park appeared and attacked Morse with Dispel and Force magic. Park then confronted him directly, identifying him as the S-rank boss monster, Morse. Hayes was surrounded by many guard monsters who tried to kill her. The guards warned each other not to lower their guard and launched a magic attack. Hayes created a shield that repelled them and praised her summons for holding on. She then summoned Garita, and the eagle attacked the monsters. While she stood calmly, a slave recognized her and respectfully called her Highness. The scene then shifted to the Muscus altar, where Morse was surprised that Park knew his name and realized he was facing someone stronger than an S-rank. Park attacked first, firing his gun, but Morse dodged and countered with Dark Arrow. Park used Blink, and the two began exchanging magic attacks. Morse used Dark Lightning Arrow, and Park realized that Morse specialized in magic, unlike previous bosses. Park then unleashed Transcendence Chain Lightning, striking the altar and binding Morse in place. Park thought this would prove that he was different from ordinary mages. Morse activated Chaos Shield, but Park's attacks began breaking through it. Morse was shocked that his shield was destroyed so easily and realized Park's magic had greater range than expected. When Park suddenly retreated, Morse suspected he was targeting the altar's magic stone. As Morse chased him, Park suddenly turned and struck with Sunfire, surprising Morse, who had never seen such magic before. Park confirmed that, like previous altars, this one also contained a magic stone that gathered mana and was likely important to the Black Cross, making it a priority target. Morse cast Chain of Despair and bound Park, claiming even he could not escape black magic. However, Park broke the chains through sheer force, tearing them apart and freeing himself. Hayes freed all the slaves from their cages and asked Rita to contact Park. She ordered Renga to destroy the prison, and the slaves rejoiced, saying they were finally alive. One slave thanked Hayes and asked to speak with her, but Hayes noticed a powerful explosion coming from the Muscus altar. She warned that the area was dangerous and told everyone to move to a safer place. The slaves agreed and followed her. Inside the Muscus altar, Park found a hidden room and realized it contained a magic stone created by draining mana from the surroundings. He concluded that destroying it would ruin the enemy's plans. However, he was horrified to see many dead slaves nearby. Morse appeared and asked whether the magic stone was safe. Park demanded to know what he had done to the slaves. Morse coldly explained that he had extracted their lives as mana because there was not enough power, claiming their deaths were sacrifices. He mocked Park and told him to accept death, then cast Ray of Death. Park countered by using a wide brilliance and a transcendent reversal, reflecting the attack back at Morse. Morse was shocked, realizing Park had reversed an attack that destroyed everything in its path and possessed overwhelming magic power. When an eagle arrived, Park understood that Hayes and the slaves had escaped safely. Morse realized he could not defeat Park and decided to flee. He teleported into the air above the altar, thinking it was better to retreat and survive. However, he was shocked to see Park rising into the sky toward him. The slaves and Hayes looked up in disbelief as Park appeared overhead. Park then cast Meteor toward the Muscus altar. Morse stared in horror as a massive fireball descended toward the altar, signaling the destruction of everything he had built. In the Artani Amato Empire, Vendela of the Black Cross met with his attendants. He asked about the Muscus altar. The attendants reported that Morse's spirit had not returned, so they investigated personally. They found that the altar had completely vanished, and Morse's body could not be found. After examining the remaining mana traces, Vendela ordered them to stop the search. He stated that from Isaac to Morse, someone was clearly interfering with their plans. However, he believed the enemy was not yet perfect, as they were hiding their identity and acting through servants. Vendela ordered all altars to strengthen their defenses and to track even the smallest trace left behind, saying that one chance would be enough to eliminate the intruder. The attendants agreed, and Vendela admitted that this enemy had finally caught his interest. Meanwhile, Park returned home from the dungeon with Hayes and a former slave. The man respectfully addressed Hayes as a princess and said he never expected to meet the famous princess in this world. Hayes recognized him as Rakis, the grandson of Asino, and asked about his grandfather. Rakis explained that after Hayes fled the Desmond Empire, his grandfather blamed himself for failing to protect her and lived with regret until his death. He had instructed Rakis to protect her if they ever met again. Rakis admitted he never imagined meeting her like this. Park realized why Rakis was shocked, as Hayes was the princess spoken of for 50 years. Hayes asked Park whether it was okay for Rakis to stay. Park replied that it was fine since the dimensional gate had accepted him. Rakis, being a knight of the Desmond Empire, questioned Park's presence beside Hayes. Hayes asked Park to give them time alone, explaining that Rakis would not believe her properly if Park stayed. Park agreed and waited upstairs. Later, Park checked the loot from Morse and felt that the rewards did not match an S-rank boss. He suspected special conditions related to black magic and decided to ask Brehand later. Soon after, Rakis approached Park, knelt, and apologized for his earlier rudeness. Park accepted the apology and spoke casually with him. Rakis pledged his life to protect Hayes and support Park, asking for help adapting to this world and growing stronger until the day he could escort Hayes back home. Park asked whether Rakis knew about this world. Rakis said he only understood that it was completely different and that people called Awakeners possessed special powers. When Rakis noticed a system message written in the Desmond language, Hayes explained the concept of ranks and the Awakened system, noting that Rakis had been evaluated highly. Park observed that Hayes looked genuinely happy to meet someone from her past and hoped Rakis would become a good companion for her. At that moment, Park received an urgent call from Taepung. Hearing loud noises on the other end, Park anxiously asked what was wrong, calling out Taepung's name. Typhoon was working late in his office and felt relaxed because the financial returns were increasing, though he still thought he needed to be careful since something was beginning. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and became cautious, as no one should have been there at that time. He saw only a shadow and felt that its presence was not a good sign. He took out his phone to contact Park, but before he could do so, he was captured by the power of the intruder, who took control of his body and forced him to lie on the ground. When the attackers checked him, they realized that he was not Park, but merely an employee, and they tortured him. During that time, Park picked up the call and asked Typhoon what was going on. The two girls recognized Park's voice, and one of them answered, threatening that Park should come there or he would lose his friend. Park recognized the girl, while she wondered why he was not speaking. Park then used teleportation to reach the place and struck her with his power. The other girl was shocked and stepped back, wondering how Park had done that. She attacked him using nearby objects. Meanwhile, Park moved Typhoon to a corner and apologized, saying that Typhoon had been caught only because of him. Park healed Typhoon's leg injury, and during that time, one of the women attacked Park again, warning him not to look down on her. Although she attacked him, Park created a barrier around himself and Typhoon to keep them safe. Typhoon was shocked to witness Park's powers. Park then opened a portal and told Typhoon to leave, assuring him that he would take care of the enemies. Typhoon asked Park to be careful and then left the place. After that, Park became enraged, a blue aura surrounding him, as he asked the enemies what their final wish was before they died, making it clear that he was not joking. The other girl grew angry and attacked Park, but Park's power was far greater than hers, putting such pressure on her that she wondered if he had immobilized her. Park then struck Liaya, and the remaining girl was horrified. Park reduced Liaya to pieces and then asked the other girl to make her wish before she died. The remaining girl attacked him with ice, creating numerous ice swords and using freezing power to trap him in place. The woman came closer and said that it did not matter how strong Park had been the last time, because he would not be able to keep up with her ice. Suddenly, she noticed that her ice was melting due to Park's sunfire power, which shocked her as she wondered whether it would be enough. Then they both clashed with ice and fire, yet the fire remained overwhelmingly strong. After a while, Park took out his sword, Akates, drew in the surrounding firepower, and struck with the Ascension sword. She was shocked to realize that he had been using the sword the entire time. She then attacked him, but Park handled it easily, stating that black was not his main state. He again used sword protection to force her to step back and remarked that she still possessed a useful skill, though she should not worry because he would end it soon. Park then activated a trance defense shield, upon which his enemy mocked him, calling him an idiot and wondering if he truly thought it would work on her. She used her power to cut through and destroy the barrier, but suddenly she found that Park had begun raging with electricity and attacked her with chain lightning. She was shocked to realize that Park's lightning ability was even stronger than her ice power. At the same time, Park also attacked her with fireballs, leaving her unable to dodge. In the end, Park defeated them, but they now had to find a new office because the place had been burned down. The scene shifted to the Taiwa Guild in China, where the deputy minister, Jinsu Ryo, reported to her master that both of the women they had sent were dead. Her master asked about Park, and she replied that Park's office had been completely destroyed and that according to the information they had, he had emerged without any injuries. The man, Guildmaster Wang Lihong, stated that it seemed 2 A-rank awakeners had not been enough to deal with Park, and that the plan was now to use Park to take care of them, adding that it was good they had not interfered. Jin Su stated that the KBI side believed the incident had occurred because the 2 women held a personal grudge against Park. Lihong replied that he was not interested in news from the Korean side. He explained that since the Chinese awakened media was controlled by their guild, all media outlets followed its guidelines, and the narrative would be that after Park persuaded the 2 to return to Korea, he killed them. Jin Su asked whether the awakened community would trust that explanation, and Li Hong replied that it would be fine as he would handle it. He added that the 8 Korean guilds might believe that peace had come after the disappearance of the White Lotus and Silent Spirit guilds, but that it was only an illusion as it was now time for their guild to move. At the Du's Spire before Gwangwamun, a portal bound in chains opened after the countdown, revealing a golden gate. It was announced that the destination was a world where participants would fight monsters and other civilizations and could even steal weapons. Entry was limited to a maximum of 5 people. Park also heard about this development. The scene shifted to the Changseong Guild's underground training center, where a girl walked alongside Iksan, wondering why they had been summoned for a meeting. Iksan admitted that he did not know either and had only received a message from Park. They speculated that it might concern the gold rate or the Golden Gate announcement, but Iksan felt it had nothing to do with someone of B rank like him and believed there was no reason to worry. Soon, they arrived at the meeting room. Inside, Seungmi commented that it was unfortunate they had not been able to meet recently. Park replied that he had been overwhelmed with work and could not spare the time. Seungmi then asked him to promise to spend a full day with her. While they were talking, the other 2 arrived, mentioning their appointments and asking why they had been made to wait outside. Just then, Iksan's phone rang, which caught Seungmi's attention. She asked how long they had been there, and they replied that it had only been a few seconds, wondering if they were late. Park stood up and said it was time to begin the meeting. When asked about the topic, Park revealed several gadgets, explaining that he had identified and collected the antiques himself. The 2 became excited, and Iksan asked to examine them more closely. Park explained that others would also be receiving their preferred artifacts and advised Iksan to handle them with care. He emphasized that the artifacts were not for sale and needed to be stored safely. He concluded that since they were now capable of tackling upper-level dungeons, both their equipment and artifacts needed a complete overhaul. Seungmi and the other girl refused to accept the items for free. Park responded that he would rent the artifacts to them and allow payment in installments. After agreeing to the deal, he told them to choose whatever they wanted. As he prepared to leave for other work, Seung-mi reminded him of his promise. Park said they would discuss it later and then headed to a cafe to meet someone. There, a man explained that he had gathered all critical information from D and F, who were tracking traces of Garami. As he listened, Park grew uneasy. Heisey was adapting to life in the second world and had coincidentally met Lacus in another world, experiencing something similar to what Park himself had once gone through. After reflecting on this, Park asked about the liberation of Desmond's palace. The man explained that the dark magic stone had fused with the depths of the Imperial Palace's basement, contaminating the entire Imperial capital. Hearing this, Park wondered if something lay beneath the palace. The man mentioned Durahan Formido and revealed that beneath the Sanctuary of Darkness where he resided were the stone chamber tombs of the ancient kings. He added that reaching that place would grant resurrection and a mysterious spell passed down through generations of the Desmond Empire. Park was stunned when the man further revealed that Arcanes had once been the Empire's Black Prince, and that Park could resurrect him again. That man explained everything to Park, and while Park was thinking about it, he understood that the next dimension would be very important. The man wondered whether his explanation had been helpful, and he was very happy to hear that Park found it useful, mentioning that it made him feel good to know Park had been paying attention. Park asked him to inform him if he found any other information, and the man agreed. The scene then shifted to December 24th at 4 p.m. on the streets where Seung-mi was standing in the snowfall, as if she were waiting for someone. Park approached her and placed an umbrella over both of them so they would be protected from the snow. He wondered why she had not waited inside a store while it was snowing, but she replied that she thought he would arrive early, which was why she had waited outside. Park then suggested that they leave since it was their date, and she grabbed his hand. They spent the entire day having meals, drinks, and walking together, and by the time night fell, they were still holding each other's hands. Park asked her how her day had been, and she held his arm and said that it had been really good. She then recalled how their previous dates had always been ruined because something had happened and added that this time she did not want anyone to disturb them. Park mentioned that he did not think he was lucky, and Seung-mi replied that because of that, she had been able to get closer to him. With a gentle smile, she said that they had truly spent a very good day together. Suddenly, they saw a display of firecrackers and enjoyed the sight. Finally, when Park approached his car, he asked if he could drop her home since it was already late, but she revealed that she wanted to stay with him until morning. As Park agreed, they both went inside a room, and Seung-mi grew nervous, wondering what they should do next. Suddenly, Park reached out and moved closer to kiss her on the lips, after which Seung-mi blushed deeply and fell onto the bed. Park approached her again, but she asked him to wait, saying she would go to wash up first. While Park was waiting outside, she took a steam bath, and suddenly the phone rang. He went to check it and found that it was an unknown number, which made him wonder who the caller might be. After finishing her bath, when Seung-mi came out, she found that Park was no longer there and noticed a letter placed on the bed. As Park went outside to meet some people, he wondered whether they were the ones who had called him. One of them asked about his identity and questioned if he was Park, which surprised him and made him hesitate when he noticed that there was something wrong with their wings and eyes. While he was observing them, a man angrily approached and complained that Park's car was occupying the space of 2 cars, leaving no room for them to park, and they shouted at him to move it immediately. Park wondered if they had really called him for such an absurd reason, as he did not think they would specifically summon him for that. One man questioned how Park knew about the issue, but another told them to leave, stating that many people seemed uncomfortable with Park's fame. At that moment, one of them took out a knife, and Park noticed several people behind him. Realizing that he was being surrounded, they told him to die peacefully, which angered Park as he questioned whether this was the real reason they had called him. He then attacked them using magic missiles along with burning hands and an ice storm, defeating everyone. Afterward, he demanded to know who had ordered them to attack him and who had assigned assassins of that skill level to kill him. They replied that they did not know the person behind it, explaining that they had received a letter stating that if they killed Park and returned, they would receive a large amount of money along with unlimited drugs. Park noticed that they were about to attack him again when, suddenly, a man intervened and used a storm to counterattack them. Park then wondered if there was anyone else left and thanked the person who had appeared behind him. Upon closer observation, he noticed that this man had a different aura compared to the others, which made Park feel that he was not associated with the attackers. Park asked who he was, but the man ignored the question and instead asked whether Park knew what a psychedelic potion was. Park replied that it was a drug that temporarily increased bodily reaction speed and concentration for skill casting, adding that he had learned that the man they had captured was also addicted to it. Park further explained that he was aware a large-scale extermination of that potion had been carried out since the Guide War. The man stated that the situation had worsened after China's Taiwa Guild intervened and said that he had been keeping watch to capture the remnants distributing the drugs in the Seoul area. He admitted that he had not expected Park to be their target and assured him that he would handle those people and hand them over to the KBI, telling Park that he was free to leave. Park thanked him, wondering if the man was related to the KBI, to which the man replied that they would meet again soon. After that, Park disappeared from the scene and returned to his room, where he sensed a strong fragrance filling the entire space and realized it was coming from a magic perfume bottle. He approached Seungmi but found her in a distracted, dreamy state, and she moved very close to him, leading him toward the bed while implying that the night was still very long. Park and Seungmi went to the mountains the next day, where they discovered a dungeon in such a place. Seungmi told Park that they would have to wait since no one else had arrived yet. Suddenly, they heard a voice from the bushes and a girl appeared saying that Park had finally arrived first. Upon hearing her voice, Park remarked that she was someone he had met the previous day. A boy agreed and said that he had been dressed differently the day before, but Park had still recognized him at a glance. He greeted Park and introduced himself as Baek Cheonju. He also greeted Seungmi and mentioned that he had heard she had obtained a B rank. Seungmi did not seem happy to see him and said that she still had a long way to go compared to Baek Cheonju. Baek Cheonju replied that Seungmi was very humble. Seungmi commented that he did not seem to have changed at all, while Baek Cheonju thought that he had changed a lot after meeting many new friends abroad. He added that although he had met Park the previous day, he had never expected to see him in such a bright place, noting that Park looked very cool with his tall and muscular body. Park responded that Baek Cheonju looked very different compared to the previous day as well. From inside the bushes, two other girls approached and apologized for being late. Baek Cheonju replied that it was fine and said that since everyone was present now, they should move on. Eventually, they all entered the dungeon, with Baek Cheonju leading and explaining that clearing the dungeon was not their purpose. He stated that the dungeon had never been attacked by their guild before, and that because Park had attacked it at the beginning, it had been difficult to request external support. One of the girls said that it was a very difficult place for their guild, and explained that since it belonged to her, she had to attack it, even though the sacrifices increased each time. However, she added that the members were well balanced that day, and that they also had the all-rounder Park, so they needed to proceed step by step. She mentioned that she felt she could not give Park this earlier, but then showed the Denkart magical sneakers, which she had decided to exchange now. She also said that she had prepared a legendary sword and hoped that Park would like it. Park suddenly sensed an attack and warned Baek Cheonju to be careful, but Baek Cheonju replied that he was already on guard and said that it was merely a welcoming greeting. Numerous magical arrows were shot toward him, and he swung his hands to counter them, eventually remarking that this must be the beginning of the dungeon since they were now surrounded. Park thought about helping him, but Baek Cheonju refused, saying that Park should first grasp the topography of the place because the situation seemed very different from when they had attacked it before. He added that they would try to hold the monsters back until then. As the monsters approached, Baek Cheonju used his giant fist to capture them and suddenly called out to Park, telling him to take care. Park had already leapt into the sky at great speed and wondered where they were, as it felt as though they had stepped into a different dimension rather than a dungeon. He noticed a girl fighting the monsters with her shield when, all of a sudden, a massive shadow loomed over her. She was left shocked upon seeing a gigantic monster standing before her, one that was of SS rank. They were all shocked to see the monster as it prepared to use its beam to attack them. Suddenly, Lee Park heard a sound from another direction, and when he turned to check, he discovered that many A-rank Black Knights were also approaching. A girl called out to Park, telling him to leave the gigantic monster to them and take care of the enemies coming from behind. Park thought that this was exactly as expected, as he worked well with the master. He then used his power to form several electric spheres near the gigantic monster, saying that it was a gift for it. An explosion erupted, and during that moment, he slashed at the monster once more before rushing away, thinking that his first priority was to block the path between the gigantic monster and the Black Knights. He used the Transcendence Firewall to create a barrier and wondered how the Knights would react, but he was shocked when they passed straight through the flames and advanced toward him. Park then tried to restrain the knights, realizing that dealing with each one of them was proving to be extremely difficult. After that, he decided to use Transcendence to strike the knights with chain lightning, causing a massive explosion. Baek Cheonju was shocked by what he saw, and remarked that Park was only 2 ranks below him, adding that if Park were truly an A ranker, it would not make sense at all. Park thought that those enemies would not recklessly try to break through the barrier, and even if they attempted to go around it, it would take a long time to cross the wall of fire, leaving the sky as the only possible route. Suddenly, he noticed that a few of the knights and 3 monsters were leaping toward him. As they prepared to attack, Park readied himself and unleashed continuous darkness to strike them all. Without stopping, he used Transcendence Cloud Kill along with a shield, then released Cloud Kill Poison, causing them to be affected by the toxin and melt away until they were killed. The scene shifted to the Kingdom of Sinteres, located in the Parkern part of the Mirasalam continent. It was stated that around 30 years ago, the kingdom had gone through a very difficult time because an undead legion was discovered living in the Lepalan Mountains, a natural habitat and a treasure trove of underground resources, which created serious problems in the nation's troop development. It was mentioned that conditions were worsening everywhere, and a knight asked another knight what he was looking at. The other knight replied that he should look ahead and asked whether there was any report about the royal wizard coming to support their fortress. When this was denied, the first knight questioned why those wizards were heading there and remarked that he was becoming curious about that place. It was then stated that he decided to go and check the area despite the other knight warning that if something seemed strange, they should turn back and not go there. The gigantic monster was also under attack, and as it was about to land a punch on Seungmi, a huge explosion occurred. Seungmi tried to block the attack, wondering why it was so powerful. At that moment, a girl used her Devil's Whisper ability to block the strike and create a barrier so they would be safe, saving them from the monster's magic. She called out to her master, saying that her psychic magic was not working at all. Her master addressed her as Nami and explained that the monsters were immune to debuffs, instructing her to aim for the eye of the gigantic monster using an attack skill. The girl then used her speed to deliver multiple slashes to the monster's leg, but realized that it was not even budging. Realizing that ordinary attacks were ineffective, she began chanting and unleashed a brutal strike that severed one of the gigantic monster's legs, causing it to fall. Enraged, the monster focused all its fury on Seungmi and prepared to attack her with its full power, but she was somehow saved. Park then created a barrier to protect the master and urged them to move quickly. 2 robots rushed in to attack the gigantic monster, drawing its attention. While one distracted it, the other struck, and through their coordination, they managed to land a powerful blow on its head, forcing it down. Park felt that the attack relied purely on brute force. The 2 fighters then retreated, but the gigantic monster was still alive. As it opened its mouth, Park moved closer and threw several skull balls into it, followed by a massive electro ball. They had finally defeated the gigantic monster, and Park was examining the 7th class spell of Undead Control, while wondering whether it was the best reward for an SS rank. After checking the description, he realized that it was actually the correct spell for the situation. It was mentioned that he also had drones that could be used on the ground, and he felt extremely lucky since entering the dungeon. He then heard a sound, after which Seungmi and Baek Cheonju arrived, and Seungmi said that it seemed the interest had shifted because the gigantic had been captured. Park agreed and stated that they now needed to go back, so they should hold their position there for a while. He asked Baek Cheonju for his opinion, and Baek Cheonju replied that it would not be a loss for them since they had not captured a gigantic, so they should continue pushing forward. He further suggested setting things up as before, with Akron and Irene assisting Park while Park attacked from the sky. Seungmi told them to be careful. It was then described that Park flew into the sky and looked toward the forest, where he saw many red lights and understood that they were all monsters. He stated that they would witness the true power of the spell there, after which he cast Meteor Storm over the area. It was stated that during that time, the knight was also approaching and noticed the monsters, prompting him to draw his sword and slash at them instantly. It was mentioned that he suddenly saw a meteor attack descending from the sky and wondered whether it was magic, suspecting that it might be their kingdom's archmage, Lord Beltran, though he believed the archmage was supposed to be stationed at the border of the Dark Empire and questioned what could have happened. While Park was using the attack, Seungmi asked whether he was sure, as it seemed difficult. Baek Cheonju wondered if Park had brought along an extraordinary individual, to which the master replied that it was a partnership. Baek Cheonju then stated that although he had served as an A-rank assistant referee until then, he did not understand why his skills felt so inadequate that day. The master responded that it was because Park was very unique, It was then mentioned that Sungmi warned them to stay alert as the monsters were finally approaching. While she stood on guard with her shield raised, the knight arrived and used an aura blade to cut down the monsters, after which he asked who they were. Sungmi was shocked by what the man was saying and could not understand it. Park told her that night that they were from a different world. The knight asked whether they knew how to use interpretation magic and whether they were the ones who had killed the undead legions. The man was the SS rank Duke Smelitz. Park agreed, stating that they had come through a passage connected to another dimension and that they had also hunted down the undead who were threatening them. Smelitz said that they had their own reasons for hunting them and asked whether they were sure those undead were not among their own prey. Park replied that he was only following the traces of the Desmond Empire and mentioned that there had also been a battle with a Kalon ogre that had disappeared on the continent of Idamantia. Smelitz said that she wondered whether Park was talking about the Desmond Empire that had been destroyed on the central continent. Park agreed, and Smelitz continued that it was the miraculous northern continent, called so because it lay in the upper region and that there would be no trace of that empire there. Park replied that they had no intention of showing hostility, but requested Smelitz's help in hunting down the undead legions. Smelot said that she understood, but for the sake of the kingdom, they rejected all foreigners who came there and would now turn a blind eye and ask them to leave. He then revealed the power of his sword and stated that the next time they met, he would treat them as enemies. Baek Cheonju, along with the master and Sungmi, went on guard, but Park stopped them. He then told Smelitz that they would be leaving, but would surely return. Smelitz sheathed his sword and said that he would welcome Park's challenge at any time. After that, he turned away to leave, calling Park the wizard from another world. As the other knight remained at his position, Smelitz finally arrived, and the knight asked whether he was injured and what had happened. Smelitz reported that there were a total of 5 foreigners with different clothing styles and languages. He added that for hundreds of years, despite the massive whirlpool and countless sea monsters, no one had ever crossed the high seas, so he wondered whether, like the Lich they had killed some time ago, those people had truly come from another dimension. Smelitz replied that the group claimed so, but he had sternly warned them to return. He added that the energy he felt from the wizard he had spoken to was completely different from that of the other 4. He said that he had seen many people in his life, yet he hesitated to speak further. The other man remarked that this was probably because the wizard had no idea of Smelitz's true strength. Smelitz stated that Park would surely return, and when that happened, the other knight would understand why Park had been able to remain so relaxed in front of him. He then said that he should write down what had happened and send a letter to Lord Belton. The other knight agreed, stating that he would go and make the necessary preparations. Park and the others finally returned from the dungeon and were summoned to the waiting room of the Heaven Guild dungeon, where Baek Cheonju stated that it was not a dungeon, but another dimension. The master added that she had never thought of it that way until then. Park explained that the advanced party that had entered earlier had been annihilated by the undead army. He added that they had fought the Gigantics, and it seemed that Smelitz, having sensed that battle, had come to them. The master said that she did not think there was any real use in knowing about other dimensions. Park agreed, stating that once other dimensions became known, someone would surely try to enter them for selfish reasons. However, he added that he would still like to attempt a few more raids. Someone then mentioned that Smelitz had warned Park to be prepared when he returned. Park wondered whether it would not be fine to settle things purely based on skill. The others replied that it seemed there was a built-in respect between them, that both sides had initially viewed each other as monsters, and that they had regarded one another as foes with intentions as dangerous as those of the undead. They agreed that since Park could communicate with them, he could clear up the misunderstanding. The master said that she was trembling at the thought that it was not a dungeon, but a civilization from another dimension. Nami added that it was amazing to meet people after only encountering monsters for so long. Park thought that he had felt the same way when he first realized the existence of other dimensions. Sungmi sank into deep thought, recalling the Gigantic's attack and wondering whether she might have had a chance to counterattack if she had not held back her power. She felt that she needed to train her agility to better dodge such attacks, and noticed that Park also seemed to be reflecting on the last battle, which made her feel sad. However, Park placed his hand on her head and told her that she had done a great job tanking the attacks. She said sadly that it really was nothing, and that it was just a battle with a lot of room for improvement. Park did not move his hand, and she placed her own hand over it, saying that it felt really good to be praised. As they acted affectionately toward each other, the master said that after 2 days of maintenance, they would start again, and decided to disband for the time being. Baek Cheonju stated that since everyone had worked so hard, he had taken a large amount of loot, and that they should focus on improving their specs. He added that he had collected 5 super-level stones. The scene then shifted to the middle of the sea, where heavy rain and storms raged as the Guardian aircraft carrier floated on the waters. A man asked his junior how many days the weather had been like that, and the junior replied that it had already been over a week. The man wondered what was happening with the weather. Suddenly, the carrier was attacked, and they initially thought that lightning had struck the deck. However, they then discovered someone standing on the deck despite the storm, making the man wonder whether that person was a ghost and conclude that they should immediately send personnel to deal with it. His junior contacted everyone, announcing an emergency and instructing them to check the deck. A few people arrived and demanded to know who the intruder was. That person then unleashed an overwhelming power, with purple eyes glowing intensely. They were shocked to see that he was wearing the same uniform as theirs, and one of them wondered whether he was Palaki from the first platoon. Another questioned why someone who was not even properly on duty was there. The man then attacked and defeated them all, revealed to be under the control of someone who had ordered him to kill everyone and to find those who had crossed dimensions uninvited to interfere with Bendela's plan. The scene shifted to Park's house, where he was sitting on the bed while Seungmi lay beside him. He was organizing and checking his items, including the Great Awakening compound, which he thought had strong synergy with the White-Eyed Strong God. He noted that a frequently used special spell had been strengthened and felt it was worth using continuously. However, he reflected that he had not seen a spellbook recently and that obtaining artifacts had become more common. He also thought that it had been a while since DeusNet and Identification had appeared. Suddenly, a golden screen appeared, stating the benefits he would receive to promote his growth. He felt relaxed and never expected to see such lotteries again. He also received dimensional fragments and wondered whether he should try using them immediately. He used one dimensional fragment, which announced that it would search for the spell's 7-class Summon Blaze and 8-class Similar Simulacrum. As the search began, Park exclaimed that it was ridiculous when he discovered information about Desmond C, a dungeon where he could obtain the Summon Place Simulacrum spell. He then thought that he might as well use 5-dimensional fragments at once. Soon after, he realized that the Desmond C dungeon had been activated and that it would be difficult for Heise and Rakis to go together at the moment. Seungmi crawled over to him and asked whether something was wrong, recalling that he had shouted earlier. Park agreed and showed her what had happened. She wondered whether he was worried about that dungeon and said that she would go with him. Park refused, explaining that the dungeon was far more dangerous than the one they had faced previously and that he could not take her to such a dangerous place because she would not be able to handle it. He added that the dungeon was tied to dangerous stories involving the Black Cross, the Desmond Empire, and Hayes, and said that he was certain they were all connected. Seungmi insisted that she would be fine as long as Park was with her and asked him to test whether she was qualified to enter the dungeon. She added that if she failed, she would give up. Park replied that if she was prepared to go that far, then they should proceed. They went to the underground training area, where Park explained that she would succeed if she managed to break through his attacks and hit him. However, she would fail if the damage she received exceeded 10% and turned yellow. He added that spider drones would be mixed into the attacks and warned her that she would only have one chance. He then asked whether they should begin. Seungmi began stretching her body and agreed, telling him to take care of her. Park launched force missiles at her from different directions, and she tried to dodge them all. After a while, a blast occurred, and smoke filled the entire training area. Suddenly, Seungmi attacked Park from above, leaving him shocked. As she delivered the strike, Park quickly deployed a barrier to block it. As the exchange continued, Seungmi increased her power, but her sword broke. The spider drones attacked her, yet she used her shield and the broken sword to evade them and gain some distance. However, she became unsure of what to do next, as her weapon was broken, and her only chance to attack seemed to have failed. Park told her to look at her arm. When she noticed something tied there, she told him that it was nothing and insisted that she could still continue. Park replied that she was misunderstanding the situation and informed her that she had already passed the test. Seungmi was confused, as she believed she had not landed a single blow on him. To explain, Park said that she only needed to break through his attacks and managed to attack him in order to succeed. He added that it was extremely difficult to break through his barrier with her level of attack power, yet she had performed remarkably well. He further explained that since she had dealt with the spider drones while remaining vigilant until the very end, he believed that she had done enough. They then entered the Desmond C dungeon together, and Park wondered where that place was. Heise explained that it was the location of the tombs of the former emperors of the Desmond Empire. After they finally fell, Park noticed that an enemy was waiting below and that it suddenly attacked him. He He used transcendence to form a shield, but the monster's power was overwhelming, and the force nearly sent him falling. Seungmi caught him in time, and Hyza used her power to envelop all of them in a sphere, allowing them to land safely. Seungmi worriedly asked Park to open his eyes, but he did not wake up. As the monster continued to approach, it roared that it would be a satisfying ending to kill them all. The creature revealed itself to be the boss, Dullahan Formido. It stabbed its sword into the ground and used its power to raise its soldiers. All 4 of them felt something strange and soon realized that monsters were emerging from the floor. Rallis said that she had never imagined she would meet her ancestors like that, while Hyza told her to stay focused. Seungmi asked the others to take care of Park, but he suddenly woke up and said that he was fine. He then used overhealing on himself, causing the boss monster to remark that its own life force was fading, and it ordered its soldiers to charge at them. Park told the others that he would handle the front while they dealt with the minions. He activated skills to enhance his strength and haste, and the boss monster remarked that Park possessed some interesting abilities. Seungmi then used a provocation shout with her shield, disrupting the enemies, and during that moment, Park rushed in to attack. The boss monster called upon the dead, and Park wondered whether it wanted to be hit by the same technique again. As the monster attacked, Park opened a portal so the attack passed through and struck the monster instead. However, the attempt failed when the boss erected a barrier and countered with Shadow Thorn, creating 4 portals around Park that attacked him simultaneously. Park tried to escape with a barrier, but the fight continued as he took a direct hit. At that moment, the monster sensed something unusual, realizing there were spiders nearby. Park commanded them to explode, and the spiders detonated around the boss monster. Hyza was ready to fight the skeletons and use her spirits to strike at them all. When an attack came toward her, Seungmi stepped in between and blocked it with her shield before slashing the monster. She told Hyza to get down, and as Hyza did so, Seungmi used a revolving strike on the surrounding monsters, stating that they were all higher-level undead. Hyza thanked her again, but suddenly they saw smoke as the ashes of the undead gathered together to form a single giant with multiple heads. The boss monster then moved to attack Park. Park used suction magic to block the attack, which left the boss monster completely confused. He was now in the air, wielding fire in one hand and suction in the other, remarking that it was his first time being so far from his body. He then used force missiles and fireballs together, followed by chain lightning as well. The boss monster became terrified and created a barrier around itself, using its skull to protect itself while summoning more undead. Park used a portal to dodge repeatedly, and the monster remarked that Park was extremely quick at running away. The boss monster attacked Park again, and Park dodged while moving closer to it. The boss revealed that it was not going to let its guard down, and was about to use its power, but Park suddenly used Dimension Door, forcing one of its skulls halfway inside before closing it and crushing the head. As a result, the entire body began to fall, and Park wondered if that had been its final struggle. However, the boss delivered one last powerful blow, which Park countered using reversal. When the undead tried to strike Seungmi, it was intercepted and destroyed, and both of them stated that it was finally over. They defeated the boss and obtained 2 skills. Afterward, they all went to the 3rd underground floor, where Park stated that the structure was not very different from the 22nd floor and that they had to return soon. For that reason, he said they needed to use the Resurrection Art Book immediately. As he began using it, he mentioned that he was resurrecting a man, and when Hyza looked at the person, she became extremely emotional because it was her brother. She approached her brother while calling his name, and her brother was confused, wondering how she was there and whether she had died as well. Suddenly, she rushed forward and hugged him while crying, saying that Park had really managed to revive Arcanes. Rallis also became emotional and said that she was truly happy for Hyza. Arcanes looked at Park and wondered if he was the one he had fought before. Park agreed and showed the Desmond necklace that Arcanes had left with him. Arcanes then remembered everything, recalling that he had given it to Park after entrusting his people to him. He then asked how Park had managed to revive him. Park revealed that he had used secret revival magic in that place to bring him back. Arcanes stated that it seemed he had been deep within Park's care, so he took out an item to give him, saying that he knew it was not enough, but that Park should accept it. Park discovered that it was the Sword of Conviction of Legend rank. Arcanes revealed that the sword had belonged to Saint Zakali and that he had never gotten the chance to use it, but he was certain it would be useful to Park. They were informed that they had only 5 minutes left to leave, and as Seungmi mentioned it, Park agreed, stating that they had to go out. Hyza said that she would never forget the time they had spent together, and that it was truly thanks to Park that she had survived and that her older brother had been saved as well. Park replied that he had also had a lot of fun with all of them. Heise then swore that she would continue fighting until the day she could take revenge on Vendela and his goons and revive the entire empire. Rala stated that she would do the same. Arcane said that he hoped they would meet again, and Park expressed the same feeling. Finally, they cleared the Desmond Sea dungeon and came out. When Park and Seungmi returned to the room, Park mentioned that he had never noticed it while he was with the others, but now that they were gone, the house felt very large because of all the empty space. Seungmi looked sad and asked if he felt lonely now that they had left. Park denied it, saying that they had gone to the place where they belonged, but he still wanted to wait and see what would happen to them and was sure they would be fine. Seungmi said that it would be fine and that if Park felt lonely, she would stay with him. Park asked if she truly wanted to stay, and she replied that it was fine as long as he wanted her to. Park agreed. Seungmi was about to go and get her belongings from the accommodation, but Park asked her to wait since it was very late and told her to rest for the night. By the next morning, the DNF scriptwriter Garam was writing the ending of the Arcane story. Garam mentioned that, including the bear heart he had prepared beforehand, they now had the Prince of Darkness. His father then called him and asked whether he was still working. Garam replied that he had just finished everything and was planning to take a break. He then asked if his father would like to go out for dinner later. His father agreed, suggesting that they get some fresh air and mentioning that another person would be joining them as well. Garam agreed, saying that everyone had finished their work and would be coming so they could all go together. He added that he would head there now and then, hung up the call. The scene shifted to a room glowing with red lights, where Park received a notification that he had entered the Lentis A dungeon. Park was with Seungmi, and she wondered if it was different from the dungeon they had entered last time, since they seemed to be in an alley. Park agreed, saying that he did not sense any monster magic nearby. They had a special quest to activate the Bearheart meter. Seungmi was surprised that not all quests involved hunting monsters, and she also noted that there was a time limit on the linked quest, similar to the previous one. Park noticed a person ahead and wondered who he was, noting that he did not look like anything special and did not resemble Bearheart at all. He realized that Bearheart appeared to be at least 20 years younger, which made him think that this dungeon might be different from the Desmond dungeon, and that he might be looking into the past. He did not know what Deus wanted him to change by sending him there, but he knew that he needed to find Bearheart. He suddenly noticed something and told Seungmi to get ready to move. She was surprised and asked if he had found the person related to the quest. Park went to check with her, and she pointed out someone lying nearby. Park then discovered that 3 men were beating a boy, kicking him repeatedly, and that the boy was unable to defend himself or block any of their attacks. Park told them to leave the boy alone, saying that he had business with him. He threatened that if they did not leave, he would make sure they were injured. Bearheart was confused and wondered who they were. One of the men stepped forward and remarked that it seemed Park had a pretty girl with him. As he was about to say more and tried to call Seungmi over, she suddenly punched him brutally, sending him crashing into a nearby wall. She stated that she would not forgive anyone who insulted Park. Park then asked about the other 2 men, and they immediately ran away. He went to Bearheart and asked if he was all right. Bearheart asked who Park was. Park replied that they had attracted attention and suggested leaving first, explaining that he would explain everything once they were alone. He then used teleportation to get them all out of that place. After that, they discussed everything, and Park explained that they now needed to solve the problem Bearheart was currently facing. The 3 of them traveled together while flying, and Bearheart was still shocked that they claimed to have met him in the future. Park said that he understood why Bearheart would not believe them. Bearheart agreed, remarking that no one would normally believe something like that. But he said he was willing to believe anyone if it meant he could save his beloved Mary. Seungmi called out to Park, saying that there was a red flag on a nearby house, and they realized that the red flag marked the location of the bandit's den where the Bandit King was staying. Park asked Bearheart if he knew where Mary might be. Bearheart replied that she was probably being kept in the underground prison and that the bandits held many women there, not just Mary. He explained that they kidnapped people to demand ransom. Park responded that he would launch a frontal assault on the place and asked Bearheart to come with him. He then asked Seungmi if she could stop the bandits at the entrance once they went inside. She agreed, stating that it would not be a problem. With that, they decided to move. At the entrance, the guards were wondering if there was even any point in keeping watch, since they had Fresco, the man who had killed 3,000 soldiers of the feudal army, and questioned who would dare to raid the place. Suddenly, as those words left his mouth, a huge explosion erupted behind them. Several more attacks followed, leaving the guards in shock, and finally, a heavily powered figure wearing a robotic suit appeared. Park told Bearheart that this was their chance to get inside, and they both ran. Park noticed something, grabbed Berhard's hand while apologizing, and used invisibility. An attack was launched at them, but Park narrowly dodged it with a quick reaction. A man appeared and questioned who they were. It was Fresco, the Knight of the Bandits, who wondered how Park dared to attack that place and demanded that he show himself. Park wondered if Fresco was far stronger than even an A-rank monster. Fresco spread something throughout the area and eventually detected Park's presence, questioning if Park was the one bold enough to attack. As Fresco moved in to strike, Park prepared to strike back as well. Inside, the captured girls wondered if someone had finally come to rescue them. A man grew angry and shouted at them to stay quiet, declaring that there was no way they would be saved because Fresco was the one who dealt with all outside intruders. As the man was about to say more, Berhard attacked him with flames and began opening the gate, telling the captives not to worry because he would rescue them all. Mary saw him and was shocked. He hugged her and told her not to worry. Mary asked what was happening and whether the soldiers and Fresco were there. He replied that someone else had helped him make this possible. Outside, Park was fighting Fresco and was struck by a powerful slash. While Park lay unconscious before him, Iksan felt that everything made no sense, and then he noticed that 2 men had been thrown into the air. Sungmi was still fighting when Iksan called out, wondering whether she thought it was time to give up and surrender. He then lifted Park and stated that he had already killed that precious comrade. Sungmi wondered what he was even talking about and thought that, although it looked like Iksan, it also looked like Park. Iksan then turned and saw that the body resembling Park was growing, but it was not actually Park, and soon exploded. Injured in the hand, Iksan grew worried and wondered where Park really was. Suddenly, Park appeared and landed a punch on him, while also using Disintegrate. Everyone else was shocked to see their boss defeated and turned to dust, so they decided to flee. After wiping out the bandits, they sent the kidnapped women back to their homes, and Mary stepped forward to thank them again for saving everyone. Park welcomed her, and they both greeted Mary. He then showed them a locket, saying that it would have been nice to have a long discussion, but unfortunately, they did not have the time. He asked Berhard to take the locket, explaining that there was a message inside the pendant from their future, even though Park himself did not know what the message contained. When Berhard opened it, a bright flash and glow were released, and he came to understand everything that had happened. He became emotional, saying that he had finally received a message from his future and wondered whether that meant he should thank himself. Park then stated that they had completed the mission and that the Tigris dimension, as well as Anthetus, had been liberated. He received blessing energy from both dimensions and was finally promoted to S rank, while Sungmi was promoted to A rank. She also received an additional reward, the Tigris Cross Shield of Legend rank. Confused upon seeing the shield, Sungmi heard Park say that he had not known new users other than himself would receive such a bonus, and he congratulated her on achieving A rank. Berhard then called Park, and Park wondered whether he had listened to the message. Berhard agreed, thanked him, and said that he would work hard to produce meaningful results that would improve the future Park had shown him. Park appeared confident in Berhard's eyes as he moved his hand and stated that, even if it was only for the sake of the precious person beside him, he hoped they would meet again soon. After some time, the scene shifted to the Fukutsu Guild in Japan, where a woman named Ri was called in by the guildmaster, Kazuya, who wondered whether she knew why he had summoned her. She agreed and explained that, following the field assault on the giant Buddhist statue dungeon, the JBI had offered prize money to any international party willing to attack it. She added that, due to the high chance of an outbreak since the dungeon had existed for nearly 20 years, Kazuya wanted her to ask Park's team from Korea to clear it. Kazuya stated that she was indeed well informed and noted that she was the only person in contact with Park. She agreed and assured him to leave everything to her. He then asked whether she truly thought Park was impressive. She explained that Park's abilities were undoubtedly exceptional and that there was a reason Brox, Arsini, and Ian held him in such high regard. Kazuya then asked whether she thought Park's team could successfully clear the dungeon. She thought for a while and replied that it was difficult to evaluate them as a team since she had observed them closely, but she did not believe they would succeed if the dungeon could not be cleared by a single person. She added that the only one who truly stood out in the team was Park himself, while the rest were merely a group of unknown awakened individuals. Kazuya stated that they needed to spark Park's interest and instructed her to make sure he was told that all the prize money and rewards would be his to keep, and to try to accommodate any requests beyond that. He concluded that, in this way, they could use him to gather information about the dungeon and then apply it in their next assault. The scene shifted to Park's house, where he recalled that he had obtained a new special skill for teaching the S class. Since he already possessed many offensive abilities, he felt that he truly needed a defensive one. He realized that the new skill was invincibility, and after reading its description, he understood that it essentially granted him one extra life, so he resolved to protect it as best as he could. He also recalled that he had already used Identify on all the artifacts he had obtained from the prison. Just then, Iksan and Leah arrived, and Park welcomed them both. Iksan wondered whether they were planning to enter a dungeon, and asked why Park had called them beforehand. Park replied that he had been contacted by the Fukutsu Guild in Japan, who wanted them to clear their original dungeon, known as the Giant Buddhist Statue Dungeon. He then shared the information with Iksan, Sungmi, and Leah. As they read it, Leah asked Park whether he would mind if she told him what she knew. When Park agreed, she explained that it was a very famous dungeon that had failed to be cleared for nearly 20 years. She added that there were a disturbingly diverse number of ways people were attacked inside. She said that, unlike the Ikazela dungeon they had conquered, which relied on having powerful awakened individuals, the Giant Buddhist Statue Dungeon required strong teamwork. Park wondered whether, no matter how powerful they were individually, they would stand no chance if their teamwork was poor. Leah replied that many teams had already been wiped out for exactly that reason. She further explained that Fukutsu was in a precarious situation because of the dungeon and had lost the majority of its main force. Iksan then wondered why they were still willing to challenge it despite all the risks. Leah replied that for the top guild in Japan, it would be dishonorable to give up on conquering their original dungeon. She then explained everything, and Sungmi wondered whether the person who had contacted them was someone she had heard about from her master, as although that person might not have been a guild executive, she was actually one of the main damage dealers. Sungmi found it strange because outsiders were not usually granted the authority to conquer an original dungeon, and she hesitated upon hearing such a request. She guessed that they might either truly want to conquer the dungeon, or be planning to use them as sacrifices while raiding it themselves. Iksan stated that they might not know the real goal of those people, but if Park had called them to ask whether they would participate, then it was clear that the decision should be made together. Park agreed, saying that it was not something he should decide on his own. When Leah asked about Park's thoughts, he replied that he was ready because the rewards were very good, but more importantly, he believed in their teamwork. Sungmi also expressed her desire to go, but said that before doing so, she wanted to clear a few more dungeons, even if they were simulations, in order to perfect their teamwork. Leah agreed and said that they should go only after they were confident in their coordination. Iksan then agreed as well, stating that if everyone was going, he would join too. Finally, Park accepted the plan and said that they should make sure to clear that dungeon when the time came. The scene shifted to the Buddhist dungeon, where a man was creating a statue and stated that some small and insignificant pests had come there again. He reflected that he had been trapped in that dimension for nearly 20 years, but now the time was almost up. He swore that he would find those children who had taken away his peaceful life and vowed to search for the people who had separated him from his sister. He hoped that his sister would continue to endure, as the statue he was making was of her. He then returned to his place, where he put on a helmet and held a spear in his hand. The man, revealed to be the giant Buddhist, stepped forward before his army and used his power to awaken them. As he unleashed a massive surge of energy, a giant monster suddenly rose behind him. He then declared that some people had entered the dungeon and that all of them had to be killed. Park, along with Ri, entered the dungeon, and she remarked that she had seen flying drones before, but wondered whether Park had acquired some new ones. Park revealed that he had brought a few drones that he usually used for ground reconnaissance. She commented that it was already the third time they had formed a party together, yet Park always seemed to bring something new each time. Park agreed and mentioned that the first dungeon they had entered together was the AWAKENS dungeon. Rie then suggested that they should meet somewhere pleasant instead of such a dangerous place, adding that since Park had come to Japan, she wanted to take him to a nice restaurant that only members could access. Park acted coldly and told her to focus on the dungeon first. She grabbed his hand and said that it was good to loosen up a little, explaining that Park would not be able to perform even half as well if he remained so tense. At that moment, a system display showed that negative energy was being absorbed from the surroundings at a constant rate. Park checked everything and felt that, although Rie appeared fine on the outside, she was actually very nervous inside. Suddenly, a spear was hurled toward them, but Sungmi blocked it with her shield. As soon as she recovered from that, she noticed that many more spears were coming their way. They all managed to avoid serious harm, and then the monsters appeared. Park realized that his drone's thermal sensors could not detect them because they were stone statues. Among them was an S+ rank mid-boss with 3 heads. The monster grew enraged and attacked, but Park used his insects to intercept the assault and caused an explosion, which shocked the monster and caused the attack to backfire on it. Sungmi then struck at the monster, but it used 3 of its arms to slash at her. She struggled, but managed to dodge all of the attacks. From another side, Iksun also slashed at the monster. After a while, the creature attacked again by pulling something out of the ground. Sungmi stated that she would lure it to the north and distract it using her Provoke Roar skill. The monster became furious and charged at her, unleashing Earth Shatter. She used her power to block the attack, though it was overwhelmingly strong. After the barrier held, Park, along with Leah and Rie, launched a coordinated strike, which resulted in a massive explosion. Iksun moved to engage another enemy, which attacked him by striking with multiple swords at once. Sungmi supported him with her bow and arrows, clearing a path, but one giant sword was still about to land on Iksun. From the other side, Sungmi attacked the enemy again, causing the sword's direction to change, and Iksun then delivered a decisive slash that killed the monster. He thought that this was true teamwork and that everyone should feel proud. He felt genuinely glad that he had left the Pilungjang Guild to join Park's party. He recalled how he had been tortured there and how well he had been treated in Park's group, which was why he was determined to give his best. He believed that if he did not, there would have been no point in coming to Seoul and leaving his past behind. Park approached him and asked whether he was all right, noticing that he had suddenly zoned out. Iksun replied that Park did not need to worry about him and said that they should continue the battle. They moved forward, cleared the remaining enemies, and finally arrived at Area B. Rai stated that they had previously managed to reach that far and that no more subordinate statues would spawn in that area. However, she explained that if they failed to clear areas B and C within the limited time, the boss from Area C would become enraged and enter Area B since the 2 areas were connected. She concluded that they needed to defeat the boss as quickly as possible. Park agreed, and soon the SS rank monster Avalokiteshvara, which possessed 3 heads, began to rage after realizing that intruders had appeared before it once again. It declared that it would personally show them the way. The monster created many portals around them, from which several giant hands emerged to strike. Believing it was about to hit them, the monster grew pleased, but Sungmi used her barrier to block the attack. As the monster assumed that it would be wise for them to give up and retreat, Park suddenly opened a portal beside it and emerged. He thought that he did not know how long Sungmi could hold the attack, but it was the perfect opportunity, since the monster was still unfamiliar with his spells. However, one of the monster's heads noticed Park and attacked him with numerous weapons at once. Park was struck, but he then unleashed his freezing power, thinking that he would use it to defeat Virutaka while maintaining an empty mind. After that, he used the horrid spear to deliver a powerful blow to the monster. The creature fell apart, shattering into pieces, but it soon entered a defensive mode and began healing itself to regenerate. Park was genuinely shocked by this. At the same time, the attacks from the giant fists suddenly stopped, and Sungmi wondered whether the monster was now focusing entirely on Park. As Iksun rushed forward, the monstrous figure declared that they had been identified as dangerous and that Park would be eliminated first. Numerous magic circles appeared, and one released a dust slap aimed at Park, but he used a barrier to protect himself. Another magic circle then formed, and a spear was launched toward Park, causing him to grow visibly concerned. Park was shocked to see that Iksun took the spear attack on himself and even spat out blood. The monster stated that Park was the final piece and told him not to worry, as it would not take long before he sent the rest of his companions as well. Suddenly, Iksun laughed, which confused the monster, making him wonder what was so funny. Rie used a deadly shot on the monster, but it was easily blocked. A few more attacks were launched, but the monster kept defending and regenerating his body. He dodged every attack until suddenly one part of his body was severed, which made him wonder how it had happened. He then noticed Leah and realized that they had used the first attack as a distraction to lower his guard before striking from the side. Eventually, the monster was defeated, and Park used Overheal on everyone. Park felt that the monster had passed out due to excessive blood loss. The Shackleys were lucky to still have some time to spare, so they stayed there to regroup. Rie stated that they had to keep guard at the entrance. Park thought that he could now understand why the dungeon had not been cleared for 20 years and felt that he needed to be more focused. Suddenly, he noticed a change and realized that dungeon areas B and C had been blocked off by an unknown force. They were completely confused and discovered that the boss monster, the giant Buddhist statue, had left Area C. Everyone heard a rumbling from behind and saw a giant monster, along with a masked old man, approaching. The old man stated that they had completely destroyed all of his creations and that he would rebuild the place after getting rid of them. He struck the ground to clear the entire area, but he was shocked to find that Park had used his barrier to protect everyone. He tried to crush them again, but Park created portals behind the old man, and suddenly flowers covered him. Park then used magic burn and transcendence, along with support magic to increase wisdom, and formed a giant magic circle to cast Meteor Storm. The old man was shocked to see the fireballs attacking the giant monster. Park thought that he had also increased his wisdom and added transcendence as support, which was the strongest spell he currently had at his disposal. Seungmi was blocking the incoming attacks, while Iksan and Rie were shocked by Park's power. Rie thought that Meteor Shower was something they had only ever seen in films or novels. Leah asked whether they were even being helpful to Park. Seungmi replied that Park seemed to be in bad shape after using that spell, and that it had probably taken a heavy toll on him, so they should be ready in case something happened to him. Park thought that the 9 transcendent spells were still too much for his body to handle, and hoped that this would be the end of it. The ground began to rumble again, as the giant monsters started splitting into smaller ones. The old man then asked if Park was going to take everything from him again. Park thought that, judging by the condition of the statues, the old man was already at his limit, so he had to finish things before the man recovered. As Park prepared to attack, Iksan told him not to waste his magic on the statues, and said that they would open a path for him instead. Iksan and Leah then struck the statues, creating an opening for Park to move forward and attack the old man. The old man used his power to regenerate the monster's body, forming spears along with it, and then unleashed all of them toward Park. To counter this, Park used Force Missile. After the explosion, Park noticed more spears flying toward him, but he used his speed to close the distance to the old man. Suddenly, a punch was about to land on Park, but he activated Iron Skin and moved in close, using Acid Arrow Web and Poison Web to bind the old man and target the core of the boss. He then unleashed a combined strike using Force Missile and a Horrid Spear, releasing the full attack on the boss. The old man was reminded of his childhood, recalling how he once lay under the shade of a tree while his sister, Sarah, sat beside him, wondering why he was sleeping there. He had told her that he would make her a toy, which annoyed her as she asked him to get up. He stopped reminiscing and was now lying beside Park. Park wondered if he was still awake. The man was shocked that Park could speak his language, and Park explained that it was because of his powers. The man revealed that he had hated every day of his existence, hated being trapped, and wanted to kill everyone who invaded, as the core's voice had slowly consumed him. Park stated that he understood and that he had met many people like him who had been taken against their will and forced to live in isolation. The old man then asked who Park was. Park introduced himself, saying that he was searching for the one responsible for creating that vicious cycle of evil. The man felt that the name Park sounded strange in his world, and asked if he could make a request. He reached out to Park and created a small doll, asking him to give it to Sarah, his younger sister, if he ever met her. He said that he had also written a letter for her and placed it inside the doll, and since his handwriting was very poor, she would recognize it immediately. Park agreed, and soon after, the man died. The doll suddenly came to life, kissed the man, and wished him good night. She then turned to Park and said that he would not forget the old man and that she would remain in Park's care from then on. After the dungeon was cleared, the news spread, and Palungjang of the Palungjang Guild became furious, shouting that anyone who betrayed his guild should go and lick Park's boots. While he was yelling, a man knocked on his door and informed him that Suryo Jin, the deputy guild master of the Taewa Guild, had come to meet him. Pilung was confused as to why he had received a visitor from China and told the man to send her in, only to immediately order that she be sent away because he was not in the mood to talk. Before he could decide what to do, the gate was cut down by Jin as she entered. Pilung questioned why she had done that and wondered if awakened individuals from China always had such bad manners. Jin replied that she had not expected a warm welcome, but she questioned how they could be so cold to the deputy master of the Taewa Guild. Noticing 2 men standing nearby, she asked whether it had occurred to them that they were losing guild members. She frightened the 2 men, causing them to collapse. Pilung, confused and enraged, dared her to repeat herself. Jin stepped closer and stated that someone who could not control his emotions would never be able to defeat Park. Pilung grew even angrier, wondering how she dared to say such a thing. Jin then took out a letter and said that her guild master had ordered her to provide him with enough money and support to rule over all the guilds in South Korea, on the condition that his guild agreed to obey the Taewa Guild once they stood at the helm of South Korea. The scene shifted to the Blue Star Guild's basement training facility, where Iksan was walking. As he entered the training area to call out to Park, Park warned him to watch out, and a bag suddenly flew toward Iksan. He barely managed to catch it and noticed several fist marks on it, which left him confused. Park then approached and asked if he was all right. Iksan said that he was fine, and asked what kind of training Park had been doing. Park replied that he had been testing a spell he had obtained from the dungeon they had cleared and needed to understand its effects so he could use it properly. The small doll then said that she would heal Iksan's injury, which surprised him. The doll introduced herself as Sarah and told him to leave the healing to her. Park wondered why Iksan had come so early in the morning. Iksan took out a document and showed it to him. Park learned that before joining his party, Iksan had been part of the Pailungjang Guild and had now been invited back after the giant Buddhist dungeon incident. Iksan had done a lot of work for the guild, and although he had mainly handled administrative duties, Park had assumed that he would be assigned manual labor. Iksan clarified that he was more of an intellectual type. Park was confused and remarked that it would have been easier for the guild to recruit someone new instead of going out of their way to bring Iksan back. He also honestly felt that Pilung would come after him. Iksan asked if they were being targeted, and Park agreed, explaining that if Iksan still possessed sensitive information about the guild, they would try to silence him. He added that they would simply have to deal with anyone who came after them. Later that night, as Iksan was walking, several men watched him from the terraces of nearby buildings. One of them reported that Team A had visual contact with the target, while Team C was also keeping an eye on him. They wondered why Iksan had suddenly entered a deserted area, but considered it fortunate when he went into an empty warehouse. They discussed how to proceed, and one man said that although he did not know what Iksan was planning, they had the Taehua Guild as backup. Suchang approached Iksan and said that it had been a long time since they had last met. Iksan turned to him and replied that not even a day had passed since he had received that letter. It was then revealed that the man was Suchang Han, the deputy guildmaster of the Pilungjang Guild. Suchang asked Iksan not to act that way, saying that they had known each other for a long time. Iksan directly asked why they were searching for him again. Suchang replied that Iksan had already brought them there because he knew the reason. He added that their boss did not like the fact that Iksan knew so much about the guild and that he had come to silence him. Suchang then called for the others to come out. But when he stepped aside to check, he realized that everyone was gone. Iksan wondered if something was wrong and guessed that this was not what they had expected. Park then appeared and said that Suchang had walked straight into a trap. He explained that they had known Iksan was being followed, so while Iksan lured them into the warehouse, Park had taken care of the other guild members. Suchang became frightened and asked who Park was. Park snapped his fingers, lighting up the area and revealing Suchang's guild members hanging there. Park warned him to surrender. Suchang thought that he had originally planned to deal with Park after getting rid of Iksan, and that he had even requested backup from the Taehua Guild. Suddenly, the windows shattered and attackers rushed in, attempting to strike Park and eliminate those involved. However, Park and Iksan were protected by a barrier. Someone questioned Suchang about what he was doing. Suchang was then seized by another person and cried out for help, but he was killed instead. That person emitted a terrifying aura and stated that the target had been confirmed. The man attempted to strike Iksan, but Irene moved in to protect him and used chain lightning on the attacker, who dodged it with ease. Park arrived and remarked that the man was extremely fast. Iksan thought that he had grown stronger after the last dungeon experience, yet he was still far too slow compared to Park at that pace. Park told Irene to take Iksan and get away from there. Irene immediately left with Iksan, and Iksan thought that Irene might still be under the influence of Park's psychedelic potion. He reasoned that its effect would not last long, and that Park would have to defeat the man quickly if the fight dragged on. Park wondered if the potion was the reason the man's magic felt similar to that of the opponents he had fought before, which meant that the Taehua Guild was backing them. As Irene retreated with Iksan, the attacker ordered his subordinates to stop them, saying that the students had let the target escape. Several people rushed to attack Iksan, but Irene used Smart Fist, creating multiple fists that struck all of them. While recalculating an escape route, she also activated her booster to flee quickly. Park then thought that he could finally focus on the fight. Park fired a force missile at the man, but it was dodged, and when the man counterattacked, Park used a barrier. The attacker pressed in close and continued his assault, making Park realize that single-target spells were too slow to defeat him. However, he could not use wide-range spells either, as the corpses needed, as evidence might be destroyed. With no other option left, Park activated Wizard Sight and lowered all his defenses. The man did not realize that the potion's effect would soon wear off and believed this was his chance to kill Park. He landed a hit, but Park dodged and counterpunched. The attacker wondered how Park had managed to see through that attack, and Park replied that it was simple, as he could see everything from above. Park then restrained the man and finally captured him, leaving him unable to move and his mission a failure. With only one option remaining, the man decided to destroy all the evidence and unleashed an enormous power to wipe out everything nearby, leaving Park momentarily confused. Jin was watching everything from a distance and wondered whether the doll enhanced by the potion was truly that powerful, as it should have possessed more magical power than Seoyeon and Leah. While engulfed in flames, Out simply used an ice storm to extinguish them and freeze everything around. Jin believed that the person had blown himself up to hide the evidence, and that the police were already on their way, arriving much faster than expected. Jin was shocked when he saw Jongmi step out of the police car, which left him confused. He thought that Jongmi had turned her back on the goodwill of the guildmaster, Ri Hong, yet she still seemed to care deeply about Park, which he found completely unforgivable. She grew angry and unleashed her heavy power, prompting someone to warn that it would be dangerous. Jin replied that she was well aware of the risk and stated that they should return now, as they had confirmed Park's abilities. He thought that she would back off for the time being since they were not prepared, but she was determined to make Jangmi pay for what she had done. The scene then shifted to an alley somewhere inland, where a man was being attacked by another man, who confirmed that this was not the person he was looking for. The victim begged to be let go, promising to give everything he had, but the attacker stated that he had to die. He said that even if the man was not a renegade, he could not leave a witness behind. After killing him, he remarked that there were still many names left on the list of potential targets and that he needed to deal with everyone in England first. It was then revealed that the list had been updated and that Park, who was from Korea, had cleared the giant Buddhist statue dungeon. As a result, the man decided to eliminate those targets first before heading to Korea, declaring that everything he did was for the sake of Vendela. The scene shifted to Park, who was walking with Seungmi and wondered how her meeting with her family had gone, assuming they must have been pleased with how involved she had been. Seungmi hesitated and said that her father had told her it was time to move on to a bigger stage to further improve her skills, as she had already gained some momentum. She thought that her father was already looking for the next place she should go, especially since her contract with the Blue Star Guild was nearly over. Seungmi did not understand why her father thought so poorly of Park, but he had said that Park was not a suitable partner for her as soon as he found out they were dating. She clenched her fists and said that it was as if her father knew nothing about Park. Park comforted her, telling her not to worry and assuring her that he would always stay by her side, while Sarah also encouraged her. After some time, Park, along with Seungmi and Ralis, entered a dungeon. Park stated that they already knew the abilities of the monster ahead and that they should proceed according to their plan. Suddenly, he noticed a flash, and with an aura blade, they were attacked by someone. That person turned out to be Smellets, who said that he had already warned them and had told them that he would treat them as enemies if they met again. He then asked whether this was truly what Park wanted. Park replied that an undead army was perfect fodder for them to grow stronger, and promised that they had no intention of attacking them. However, Smellets did not trust them and stated that he was responsible for protecting that area. As he moved to strike at Park, Park was already prepared and began to battle Smellets. Smellets was shocked to see that Park did not need to chant to use magic. Park kept attacking him, and the battle continued, but after a while, Park suddenly disappeared. Smellets grew confused, and moments later, he realized that many versions of Park were floating in the sky. The scene then shifted to the Miraculum continent, at the northern front of the Sinstress Kingdom, where a man was working with a magic circle. Senior sorcerer Reinhardt arrived and asked her senior where he was heading. The man, revealed to be the great sorcerer Belton, replied that he was going to meet the young man Smellets had mentioned. Reinhardt asked whether he truly believed that the man came from a different dimension. Beltan responded by asking if she remembered the man named Berhard, who had crossed the central continent, and whether she did not consider him one of the most incredible individuals to cross the Magnum Sea in the past 100 years. He then recalled a conversation he once had with someone while they were researching together, in which that person repeatedly told Belton that his name was Park, and that if Belton ever met him, he should listen to him carefully. Belton stopped reminiscing and told Reinhardt that Park was living proof of the flaws and gaps in dimensional research. He then asked Reinhardt to impersonate him while he went to investigate in another direction. Reinhardt asked whether the matter was truly that important, to which Belton replied that he was extremely curious about Park's true identity. Reinhardt understood, said that she would do everything necessary to impersonate Belton, and wished him a safe journey. The scene returned to the present, where Smelitz was fighting multiple versions of Park and attacking them all. Park continued dodging, and was impressed that, instead of allowing his aura to disperse, Smelitz gathered it into his sword to extend its range. However, Smelitz did not focus on defending himself, as he firmly believed that the multiple Parks were merely illusions. It was explained that normal illusions would disappear once they were sliced apart, but that was not the case if they were created using simulacrum. Smelitz became extremely angry, and at that moment, Park used an ice storm. Smelitz tried to retreat, believing that all of them were merely illusions. However, as he moved away, another Park attacked him from behind with a horrid spear and a flame arrow. Park then used Transcendence Smite to deliver a brutal punch to Smelitz. Smelitz struggled fiercely and declared that it would not be enough to take him down. He then vanished and attempted to strike with an aura blade, but Park used reversal, causing the attack to turn back towards Smelitz. A barrier was suddenly formed to interfere and stop Park's power, and it was stated that Park did not seem to have any intention of killing Smelitz. Smelitz noticed how easily that overwhelming power had been stopped and wondered who the man responsible was. He then asked Belton why he was there. Belton replied that he knew Smelitz would face that young man in battle, which was why he had come to intervene. He reminded Smelitz of what they had been through when the undead army had emerged from the dimensional cracks, and said that, while it was understandable to be wary of those who might lead such an army, there was no need to treat them as enemies. Park stated that he would not fight if they were unwilling to fight him. Belton then asked Park whether he knew someone named Berhard, explaining that Park fit the description of the young man who had helped him 20 years ago. Park agreed and said that he had helped Berhard save Mary, but for him, that event had happened only a few days ago. Belton replied that, thanks to Park's help, they were still living happily together, and he introduced himself as the person who had assisted Berhard with his research on the dimensional cracks. As he recalled everything, Belton stated that it seemed the past and the present were different from what Park had known. Park agreed, saying that he believed he had interfered with events in both the past and the present, which had changed the outcomes in their world. Belton then explained everything they had discovered and said that they felt Park was like a messenger sent by the gods. He told Park that if he ever needed to contact them, he should use the communication stone that Belton provided, and suggested that they leave the matter as it was, since nothing good would come from making Park's existence widely known. Park expressed his understanding and said that Belton had helped him greatly. As Park left the area deep in thought, Belton reflected that he did not wish to become Park's enemy, as he felt that Park carried good intentions. It was said that after Park and his party members spent the entire day killing several undead, they went deeper into the dungeon and discovered countless gigantic monsters that were extremely difficult to approach. Because of this, they decided to retreat and leave the dungeon, promising to return later. The next day, while Park was at home, a girl approached him. Since he did not recognize her at first, he asked who she was. She greeted him, and Park then realized that it was Jangmi, prompting him to ask why she had come. Jangmi first apologized for bothering him and asked whether she could come inside. At that moment, Seungmi arrived, wondering if something was wrong. When she saw Jangmi, she went to prepare some tea. Jangmi then revealed that she had something important to discuss, though she had not known that Park and Seungmi were living together. Park replied that they had started dating recently and had ended up living together out of convenience. He then asked Jangmi the reason for her visit that morning. She first asked him whether he knew that the Golden Gates had opened. Park replied that he did, as he had heard that the Ministry of Awakened Affairs in every country, along with high-ranking guilds, were attempting to clear them. He added that he was also interested in trying his luck, but the Golden Gate in Korea was being managed by the Kama. Jangmi then revealed that they had successfully cleared the Golden Gate, but 3 out of the 4 teams had failed. She explained that the 4th attempt had succeeded by harvesting legendary dimension stones after eliminating the enemies and obtaining artifacts. However, she said that Lee and the others at the Kima had no intention of mourning those sacrifices, and that the director was now calling it a new worldwide virtuous cycle for high-level Awakened, whose real plan was to attract Awakened from other countries and turn anyone who refused to follow him into sacrifices. Park guessed that he was also included in that group. She agreed and asked him to simply reject the proposal. Park was about to respond when the entire area suddenly began to shake, making him wonder whether something was emerging from the basement. He then made a quick decision and asked her to wait there for a while before going to check, stating that an outbreak seemed to be occurring inside his own house. It was described that the monster had multiple legs and a tail, and it ordered Park to kneel, threatening to kill him with a flamethrower if he refused. Park did not comply, and the monster fired the flamethrower at him, but Park blocked it effortlessly, saying that there had been a misunderstanding. The monster replied that the words of a human meant nothing to them, and as it prepared to attack again, Park noticed that the firepower seemed lacking, even though he had never seen such a skill before. A missile was then launched at Park, but he used Dimension Door to redirect it through a portal, causing it to land back on the monster and explode. Park then heard voices, one of which told the captain that Park was extremely powerful. The captain responded that they should not give up, stating that interdimensional travel had made them stronger. As the smoke cleared, Park was shocked to discover that the attackers were actually a mouse and a cat. The mouse introduced himself as Latte, while the cat was named Deli. Deli stated that they could not die in a place like that. Park asked why they had attacked him, to which Deli replied that he should stop pretending, explaining that they had come to track down the person who created the rifts and that they had been trapped inside the dimensional gap for the past 30 years because of Park. He also questioned whether Park had any idea how many near-death experiences they had endured. Park believed there had been a misunderstanding and said that he had no intention of fighting them. Deli told him to surrender, declaring that they would fight to the bitter end. In response, Park created an enormous fireball and calmly asked them to lower their weapons so they could talk it out. The two of them then surrendered, agreeing that talking would indeed be a good idea. They introduced themselves by saying that they had once been nothing more than an ordinary cat and mouse before getting caught in a dimensional rift and being experimented on by a mage they had encountered. Park wondered what they planned to do next, since this was not their intended destination. Deli told him to wait, but then she felt pain spreading through her body as dimensional energy surged within her. She said there was no need to force it, and asked him to give her a different dimensional stone. Latte asked her to wait, saying he would show that they still had some left, but Park took out one of his own and handed it to Deli. Deli was shocked when she saw it, describing it as an enormous, crystal-clear blue stone. She said that despite exploring countless dimensions, she had never seen a dimensional stone like that before. She added that they could not accept it for free and asked what Park wanted in return. Park replied that he wanted nothing, but was curious about the object they had been using. Deli said that she would show him their collection of various artifacts if he agreed to protect Latte and allow both of them to stay there. She explained that they were arms dealers and engineers, so they could be useful to him. Park accepted the deal and asked them to cooperate. As they finalized the agreement, Seungmi and Jangmi arrived and asked whether everything was all right. Park assured them that everything was fine. Deli commented that they had a pleasant scent and asked who they were and whether Park lived with them. Seungmi examined Deli closely, wondering what kind of beings they were. Park said that he would explain everything later and asked Seungmi to keep them company for a while, promising to return after finishing his conversation with Jangmi. As Park walked away with Jangmi, Seungmi felt a twinge of jealousy. Jangmi remarked that being with Park meant there was never a dull moment. She said that although she had many questions about what had just happened, she wanted to hear his answer to the issue they had been discussing first. Park then said that he intended to challenge the gate. When she asked for his reason, he replied that he wanted to, that it was necessary for his team to grow stronger, and that his second reason was to lure out and expose Lee's dark secrets. She wondered whether it would be safe. Park replied that if they proceeded, the pressure on them would only increase, but he was prepared for it. She agreed and apologized that they would not be able to support him openly. Park told her that everything would be fine, even if it remained under Lee's control, and added that if they disappeared, all enterprises would fall under Lee's influence anyway. She said that they were searching and researching everything connected to Lee, and hoped that Park would take care of himself. After that, Park accepted Lee's offer and contacted his teammates, only to learn that only 5 members could enter the gate. Since Park, Seungmi, Leah, and Iksan made 4, they decided to call Juhi, who was working in Europe. At Incheon International Airport, Juhi finally arrived and looked around, thinking that someone would be there to guide her. Soon, a car approached, and it was Park himself who asked whether she had been waiting long. She was surprised to see him, as she had expected to meet him through teleportation and had not anticipated that he would come in person. Park replied that since he needed to meet her anyway, he had decided to give her a ride. She then wondered aloud whether Park was currently dating Seungmi. Park remarked that she had just landed and was already asking such questions. Suddenly realizing something, he asked how she knew about it since she was in Europe. Juhi replied that it had been last year when Seungmi had asked her about Park, and that she had even given Seungmi some good advice. She added that if everything was going well between Park and Seungmi, it was all thanks to her. She then told Park to treat her as if she had done a lot for him. Park laughed and without any hesitation asked what she wanted to eat. She decided that pork gimbap and kimchi would be fine. Park said that it would have been nice to visit a famous restaurant, but he was currently very tired and all the team members had already gathered in the meeting hall. Joohee was shocked as she had just arrived in Korea and was already being dragged into a meeting, thinking that Park was being extremely cruel to her. The scene then shifted to the Empire of Mado, inside the magic tower of Artania, where several people were seated for a discussion. One man stated that a golden-colored dimensional portal had appeared in the imperial palace of the old Desmond Empire, and that an advanced team had been sent inside to investigate. He added that they had encountered intelligent beings from different dimensions. As the discussion continued, another man approached and declared that his faithful sword, Pursues, would follow him. The man stood up and wondered whether they truly needed to move forward, remarking that even if they did not interfere, there were many capable individuals who could replace them. Pursues replied that there was no place where he did not recognize his enemies and said that he would go regardless. The man then wondered who Pursues intended to take with him. Pursues answered that 4 people would be sufficient, mentioning deception, chaos, and even discovery, along with mastery over various skills, making them a total of 5. The man agreed, stating that they should proceed to eliminate the enemies and absorb their knowledge before returning, though he added that it would be even better if they could capture the place and take the enemies alive. The scene shifted to the area in front of the Golden Gate at the DU Tower in Korea, where a man told Park that during the successful conquest of Kavi, the reward given to each participant had been valued at 10 billion BOH. He expressed his hope that Park's team would succeed and return safely. They shook hands, and finally Park and his team entered the gate. Sarah was also with Park. They arrived in an area where they were instructed not to move beyond a designated boundary until 5 enemies were selected for them. Leah was amazed to see that the system itself was issuing instructions, while Joohee felt that it was just like a game. Park thought that it had simply created an awakening system and could be considered something similar. Eventually, 5 enemies were confirmed and the barrier was removed. Park told everyone to stay on guard, and as the enemies appeared, they were finally prompted to begin the fight. A giant plant monster with spiked branches appeared, and Joohee went to attack it. The monster unleashed several branches toward her, so Deepa and Leah helped create an opening. The monster then attacked Joohee with flames, but the attack had no effect. Joohee emerged wielding her giant scythe and cut off the monster's head. In the end, they defeated it, and Park appreciated her efforts. Joohee imagined that the monsters inside the Golden Gate would be stronger, but they turned out to be quite weak. Leah stated that the other team had faced monsters far more dangerous than these. Seungmi added that she did not think they needed to worry much if the monsters were only at that level. However, Joohee said it would be easier if the enemies were openly hostile like the monsters and simply came closer. Park thought that the enemy was trying to appear friendly so they could catch them by surprise. A screen then appeared, informing them that the death of a member of the Black Crows had been discovered. Park wondered whether it was an accident, and Joey asked what was wrong. They discussed how to regroup, while Park said he needed to prepare something urgently. During the discussion, Joohee was shocked when Park said he wanted her to act as the team leader, and Iksan wondered why Park was making such a decision. Park replied that he possessed a relic that could recognize enemies and their effects, and that its effect had just activated. Joohee asked whether this was related to his decision to change the leader. Park replied that he would play the role of a low-level porter and that everyone should treat him as a carrier so the enemies would be distracted. He added that if they behaved normally and only attacked monsters, the enemy would relax. Park also said that Joohee was very suitable to be the guild leader. Joohee heard his evaluation of her, but Park said it was not flattery and that they should now pretend it was real. He then lifted the bag and the 5 of them moved forward. Suddenly, another monster appeared and Joohee led the group by telling everyone to dodge. Park fell some distance away and they continued moving. They soon noticed that the monster went after Park and he used a magic package to link it. Just as it was about to attack, a fire blast struck it. Park was confused, wondering how Perseus had appeared and used a deceptive psychological attack. A man offered Park a hand and asked if he was fine. Park agreed and thanked him for the help. Joohee and Seungmi came over and apologized, saying that the youngest member of their team had caused him trouble. The man replied that it was completely fine. Seungmi then shouted at Park, asking why he had led them there, and called out to the leader, saying they should not interfere and should keep moving. Joohee said she would kill the junior and told everyone to be careful. The man then stated that before they went to meet the dungeon master, he would like to introduce himself as Perseus, and added that the others were his subordinates. Jovi introduced herself as the leader of the team. Perseus replied that they did not have much time, but said that he hoped they would be kind to him. Jovi agreed, stating that together they would do everything possible. A man called out to Perseus and asked what he planned to do. Jovi replied that Vendela had warned them that an unexpected guest might appear and that even appearances could change to distract them. She said they should limit their force and assist in the hunt, while the carrier could hide his power. She added that Perseus would watch Park carefully, as those cautious of him had blamed AWAKENS and destroyed the kingdom of Desmond, so he would remain vigilant. She concluded by saying that they would see which of them would last longer. A worm monster attacked and chased Park, while another monster lifted him up. Perseus thought they were completely clueless and that no more time should be wasted on them. Park pretended to struggle greatly, and eventually they arrived in front of the boss. Juhi asked everyone to cover her light beforehand, but just as she was about to attack, Perseus struck her. Sungmi and Iksan became enraged. Perseus said they should kill them, and his subordinates moved to attack Sungmi and Iksan. However, Park finally used his power and froze everyone. They were all shocked that they could not move, and Perseus was equally stunned. Juhi said that she had hoped the power would protect her and that she did not want anyone to approach her with a knife again. Perseus was shocked, wondering how Juhi was still able to move. Another attack was launched, and Perseus was finally freed from Park's spell. Perseus wondered whether Park knew about her. Park then revealed his true self, stating that he did know and used superior spiritism to attack her. Another man appeared and said that he had not held back when facing the unexpected guest Vendela had spoken about, adding that he was the host and that he would kill Park on the spot. Park replied that he would accept it, as he was responsible for everything. They then began to fight, while the man lifted Park into the air and said it was even better that Park could fly. Park used a power package to attack him, but the man slashed through it, saying it was useless against his magic sword. He then attacked Park, and Park thought that even a slight hit from such a powerful electric charge would shatter his body. Even so, he used transcendent protection to pass through the attack, thinking that the electric current of a regular magic sword without an aura would not be a problem for him, and decided to use the power of that current instead. The man was shocked to see the sword crackling with lightning, and Park then attacked him with a lightning orb, asking him to repeat what he had said earlier. The man struck back with his own power, causing a massive explosion. The boss monster also began to move, and although Park did not know whether Perseus would survive, he was worried about him. The three heads of the boss monster attacked, but the man told everyone not to worry about the monster, stating that he would take it down with a single slash. The man killed the boss monster with a single strike, and then unleashed an extremely powerful attack on Park. Park countered with a fireball, and after the explosion, the man survived and upgraded his form, gaining wings. He flew at high speed and struck Park with his sword. Park activated sword protection and continued fighting. The man was shocked, wondering how Park was able to use that technique. Suddenly, Park summoned numerous drones, saying that the man did not need to know about them, and then activated the level 4 drone shield replacement. The man was badly injured, yet he continued to fight back. Park then deployed Irene to land another strike on the enemy. The man kept attacking Park, but all of a sudden, one of the attacks turned against him. Sarah continuously healed Park, while the man said that the fight was truly useless. The drones used magic packets to attack him, but he blocked them with a barrier, and stated that such attacks would no longer work on him. Park knew this, but the assault lowered the man's guard. While the man was distracted and not paying attention, Park struck him with the victory sword. The man retaliated by releasing green smoke, but as he turned, a fire blast hit him. The poison had no effect, because Park was currently supported by Sarah. The flame strike finally landed, causing a massive explosion. After killing Perseus, Park left only one subordinate alive and blinded him as a warning to send back to Wendell. After receiving the Golden Gate trophy, they returned home. The scene then shifted to the magic tower of Artania, where an old man was sitting and learned that Perseus had died, but that one survivor had managed to return alive. It was not acceptable for that survivor to appear alive before him, so the old man cast him out, extracted his soul, and said that he was now ready to talk and wanted him to say everything. The soul revealed all it knew, while the old man questioned what kind of magic or technique Park had used. The soul admitted that it did not know all the details. The old man then concluded that Park was being observed by the wild trader and became extremely enraged, declaring that all the magic of the tower and their primary objective were to search Park's dimension and collect all the dark energy from the altar. Meanwhile, Juhi left because she had other work to attend to in the UK. Leah received a secret promotion in the KBI case, and Iksan asked the others to take time to rest and recover after what had happened at the 30th gate. Park was in the underground training area, examining a 5th class spell and an 8th class spell, along with a sword. He thought about the 2 replacement rings and believed he had truly taken a valuable trophy from Perseus. He then called Deli, wondering what she was doing. Deli said that the result of Park's automatic production had not satisfied her, which was why she was improving it. She explained the process, and Park remarked that she truly was an excellent engineer. She agreed and added that since she owed Park for allowing her to live there, she should do such work. Park then recalled that Deli had previously created a mechanical robot. He asked her whether she could repair the robot he had made, saying that he trusted her to improve it. She became very happy upon seeing the robot and examined it, saying it felt as though she was touching an incredible creation from the highest level of civilization. She said it was truly amazing and seemed as if someone could be sitting inside it. She asked whether Park was controlling the robot, but Park replied that he could not because of the power dimension. She then asked if it was Seungmi, and Park agreed, saying that he had asked Seungmi for help and believed Deli was capable of handling it. Deli agreed and said that if Park could prepare a large number of legendary level dimension stones, she could easily do it. Park then called Seungmi, and Deli happily linked with her, saying that she would surely create something charming for her. Later that night, the scene shifted to the WBI Korean department, where Director Lee was presiding over a meeting. Wong said that it had been a long time since their last meeting with Lee. As they discussed it, Weiss stated that they had not gathered for casual conversation and should get to the main point. He said that the preparations for sending X to the guards were complete, and the volume was significant. But if traders intervened midway, they would find themselves in a difficult position. Lee agreed and said that the cargo shipment preparations were in their final stage. Jang also agreed, adding that a separate team sent by Wang had joined them, and that preparations for the invasion of Seoul had begun. They discussed the remaining problem involving KBI, and Weiss wondered about the subordinates who were dissatisfied under the general manager. Lee mentioned their names and said he would handle the matter in his own way. He added that even if they did not need to take their lives, there were many other ways to deal with them, so there was no need to worry, and they should proceed to the next step. Weiss stated that as long as a clear supply line was established in Korea, the Guardians would continue supplying X. However, if anything went wrong, everyone who had seen their faces would be held accountable. They continued their discussion. The scene then shifted to Park as he entered the Lentus B dungeon. Suddenly, Seungmi warned him that a monster was approaching with a flame attack. Seungmi raised a shield, and Park thought that the power of the dragon's breath was insignificant and very weak. He used Dispel, and Seungmi was confused when the dragon disappeared. Park said that it must have been a hallucination or an imaginary space embodied by a higher concept, meaning everything they had seen was fake. However, Park himself was confused about who had created it. They then met Berhard, who wondered whether someone had entered the barrier to stop intruders, and said those were faces he had missed. Park and Seungmi both asked how Berhard was doing. Berhard replied that 20 years had passed and that he was now around 40 years old. He said he had married Mary and had a son named Jared, who was 17 years old and currently studying hard as the top student at Lentus Magic Academy. Berhard seemed to have much to say to the guests who had been absent for a long time and first invited them to his mansion for tea. Seungmi asked why Deus had sent them to a time period about 20 years later. Park replied that it was an important moment for Berhard, just as it had been when they rescued Mary in the past. Seungmi said she thought the meeting and the quest would be very important. Berhard then said that it had taken him quite some time to find the map and asked whether the remaining time was set the same way as before. Park replied that they did not know yet. Berhard then said that the time granted by God would be determined in conjunction with what he was about to say. Firstly, he said that he had been continuing his research on dimensions, but it had been blocked since the previous year because solving dimensional equations and conducting experiments simultaneously required high-power magicite that could withstand the experiments, which could only be obtained from a black dragon. He wondered how he could extract it from the eye of that black dragon. Park then showed him a stone and asked whether it would be enough. Berhard replied that it was impossible, explaining that the stone was already processed, whereas the high-powered magic gemstone he needed had to be in its original state and was waiting for Park to return to that world. That was why he asked Park to join him in a plan to retrieve the magic gem from the Black Dragon's eye, adding that it was also their mission. Berhard further stated that he had already discovered the boundaries of the dragons, which would be very useful information for Park, since dragons usually spared no one who entered their territory. He explained that to steal the high-powered magic stone, they would have to attack from the dragon's rear. Berhard told Park not to worry, saying that he would take care of it. Park then inferred that while Berhard was luring the dragon, they should aim for its rear. Berhard was shocked and asked whether Park knew how obsessive the dragon was, explaining that it remembered the location and names of every item it had collected in its rear and never tolerated intruders. Park wondered whether it would be fine and then went to the border zone. As he entered the dragon's territory, something happened, but Park did not feel anything strange when it appeared. In the darkness, a black dragon spoke, saying that Park had finally found him. Park approached, and everything turned completely dark. Finally, the black dragon stood before him and said that the bug that had entered his territory was Park. Park started his battle with the dragon, and at Mableros's lair, Berhard was trying to take the stone, but it was difficult for him and the defense system activated, causing him to be attacked. However, Seungmi was also there and saved him from all of that. She realized that there were 3 robots standing in front of her and knew that the guard golems of the Black Dragon would be difficult to fight. Berhard told her to hold on for a while, saying that he had figured out how the spell worked and that he only needed to destroy it. While she continued fighting, Berhard eventually succeeded in destroying the spell and finally obtained the stone. However, he suddenly fell to his knees as a golem moved to attack him. Seungmi noticed a sudden change and distracted the golem, causing the one approaching Berhard to turn toward her as well. She realized that the skill did not only capture the attention of monsters, but also dragged all nearby monsters toward the user like a magnet. She moved swiftly, positioned herself between them, and suddenly jumped high into the air, making all 3 collide with each other. She then rushed forward and struck them at once, finally defeating them. After that, she said that Park was waiting for them. The scene then shifted to Park's battle with the Black Dragon, where the entire area was burning from its breath, and the dragon wondered why the dispel was not working on Park. Park teased the dragon, saying that it would have to catch him to find out. He also learned that they had finally managed to obtain the stone, which made him feel relieved. He then came to know about the Limited Wish, an unusual spell that granted the user a wish, but, due to its complex conditions, did not always grant what the user desired. It was explained that if the caster did not choose their words carefully, the effect of the spell could cause them to lose their mind. As Park was running, he sensed something and realized that a few attacks were about to hit the dragon, leaving it with no chance to escape. He then used the Limited Wish to make all of it disappear, which shocked the dragon and made it roar loudly, declaring that it would never forgive Park for that. All 3 of them teleported to a forest near Berhard's house, and Berhard noticed that the place was close to his home. Park was sitting down and told Seungmi not to worry, explaining that he felt a bit dizzy after using all his magic at once. Berhard wondered how they had managed to escape from that place. Park revealed that he had used the Limited Wish, explaining that it had several conditions, but could grant the user's wish. Berhard said that he had never known such an absurd form of magic existed, and had neither seen nor heard of that kind of magic in his world. Park guessed that the mages in his world had a slightly broader perspective on magic. Berhard approached Park to help him stand, and said that he was glad they had all made it out safely, adding that because of Park, he was now able to get his hands on the most important piece of research material. Suddenly, a red screen appeared in front of Park, informing him that all Black Dragons had selected him as their highest priority target and that his condition had significantly deteriorated. Park laughed at it. Berhard said that he was happy he could now continue his research, but felt that this event might affect Park and Seungmi when they returned to their world. Park hoped it would be a positive thing. Berhard confidently said that he would work hard to make it happen, and added that aside from the magic stone, he had some items that might be useful to them. He gave them an old book along with rare potions, and Park thanked him for everything. Soon, Park and Seungmi began to glow, signaling that it was time for them to return. Berhard promised that he would show them how much progress he had made the next time they met, and hoped that they would grow stronger as well. Park and Seungmi finally cleared the dungeon. Meanwhile, a man was looking at a picture of 3 people, wondering whom he should choose. He heard the news that recently there had been incidents around the world involving a mysterious, unidentified, awakened murderer. It was reported that the JBI had lost an awakened known as A, their rising star, and they were claiming that the ant spirit was behind those incidents. Hearing this, the man became angry, wondering how they dared to drag him into the matter. He then chose one person and altered his appearance, thinking that the individual must be someone targeting rising stars around the world during those chaotic times. He reasoned that this could not be due to a simple grudge and wondered if they were actually looking for Park. He decided that he should send a warning, as he was going to be very busy from then on, and hoped that Park would not die. The scene shifted to Park, who was currently in the underground training area, where he had finally managed to use black magic, the Dark Flame. It was extremely difficult to use because the mana cost was much higher, but he could use it at least once as a secret weapon. He had also learned a variety of new spells, and thought that once he learned more, he should start entering more dungeons. Just then, Seung-mi stepped in and asked if he was planning to go to another dungeon. He was startled to see her, and she continued by saying that it had not been long since they had returned from the last dungeon, so he should not push himself too hard. Park was caught examining the loot they had obtained from the dungeon when she asked if he had eaten dinner. She suggested that they go out, as it had been a long time since they last did. Park agreed, and they went to a fancy restaurant and had a lot of good food. While eating, Park remarked that he had not expected her to want to eat chicken so late at night. Seung-mi replied that she would not be eating like this if she were currently training, and that since they were not, they should eat as much as they wanted. She then revealed that there was something she wanted to tell him, and announced that she had become an S rank. Park was shocked and wondered when she had reached such a rank. She explained that she had obtained a growth potion from the Black Dragon's lair, which she drank, allowing her to reach that level. Park said that if he had known, he would have taken her to an even fancier restaurant and thrown a party to congratulate her, but she replied that she was fine as long as she was spending time with him like that. He felt that she was truly very cute. As Seung-mi went to the restroom, Park suddenly received a notification stating that the next target of the awakened murderer would be Park himself and warning him to be careful. Park wondered if the message was from the ant spirit. At that moment, a man approached, and Park apologized, saying that the seat was already taken. The man replied that he had been waiting to meet Park and revealed himself to be the awakened murderer, Palachi. Palachi sat down, and Park felt the terrifying aura of radiating mana, making him wonder if Palachi truly was an awakened murderer. Palachi introduced himself, and Park immediately asked whether Vendela had sent him after him. Palachi admitted that he had never expected to hear that name, and remarked that Park's aura was very impressive, confirming that Vendela had indeed sent him. Park noted that Palachi possessed the same unpleasant mana, and suggested that they go somewhere inside to talk, as he did not want innocent people to get hurt and hoped that Palachi would not cause a scene in such a place. Palachi agreed, but warned him not to think about running away, threatening that unless Park wanted to watch Seung-mi be sliced into pieces in front of him, he could simply cut off one of her fingers as a reminder every time Park thought of escaping. Enraged, Park flipped the table toward Palachi, but Palachi casually slashed it apart with his leg. Park appeared right behind him and used teleportation to disappear from the area. They arrived at a distant location, leaving Palachi shocked at how Park had managed to do that. Park used a horrid spear and struck the ground to attack him. When the smoke cleared, Park saw Palachi emerging in a monstrous form and was shocked to find that the attack had not even left a scratch. He then used Death Brand, but it also had no effect on Palachi. Palachi rushed toward Park, continuously attacking, while Park kept teleporting to maintain distance, eventually activating Iron Skin. The battle continued until Palachi struck Park, forcing him back into his normal human form, and mockingly asked if that was all he had. In response, Park used the limited wish to undo Palachi's body transformation. Palachi was shocked as his body began transforming back, and he wondered what Park had just done to him. As he moved to attack Park, Park countered with a wall of flames, stating that he did not think Palachi could withstand such intense heat. Before the clash ended, Park also used Ice Storm to trap Palachi inside it, but Palachi broke through and came dangerously close to striking Park. Just before the attack could hit him, Park created a portal and remarked that it had been extremely close. Palachi pulled back, realizing it was now his chance, and tried to retaliate, but Park cut off his arm and moved in to strike. Before he could do so, Park felt something stab him from behind. He was certain he had severed that arm, and wondered if this had been part of Palachi's plan all along. Park then called Irene and ordered him to push Palachi back as far as possible. As Palachi was forced away, he continued to strike Irene and kicked him brutally. Irene said that he was doing it all for his master, and a blast erupted there. While Irene distracted Palachi, Park used Overheal on himself, after which Palachi remarked that he was impressed that Park had recovered from such a severe injury instantly. Park replied that the attack had been incredible and that he had never seen it coming. The severed arm attacked again, and Palachi stated that the moment Park let his guard down, he would die. Park agreed and said he would keep that in mind, adding that the same applied to Palachi as well. Palachi showed no intention of losing his arm, but Park created a robot replica of himself and said that since Palachi was going to die anyway, losing an arm meant nothing. Palachi attacked, and Park, along with his drones and robot, used barriers to block the assault. Palachi continued attacking, and both of them unleashed their powers, with Palachi using dark flames, while Park combined chain lightning with black lightning. Palachi expressed shock, saying that Park was supposed to be a white mage, and questioning how he could use black magic. Park replied that there was more where that came from, and then used Swamp of Despair to attack Palachi, stating that Palachi had given him advice earlier and that he was merely returning the favor. He then summoned the Red Lightning Sword, saying that trump cards should be kept hidden until the very last moment, and delivered a brutal slash to Palachi. The upper body of Palachi was lying nearby, and he said that it was finally the end. Park remarked that he did not think Palachi could fully recover with only half of his body left. Palachi felt ashamed of himself, bid farewell to Park, and was killed. After some time, Park noticed Palachi's dead body rising into the sky, surrounded by a large amount of aura from which something emerged. It was a strange creature that said they had finally met. Park wondered if the creature was Vendela, and the being confirmed it by revealing that he was the lord of the magical tower in the magical empire of Artania. Park then asked why Vendela had called him the Transcendental One. Vendela questioned whether Park truly believed that his reckless attempts to interfere would succeed. Park thought that this was not something worth discussing with Vendela. Vendela warned him that if he continued to stand in his way, he would face the consequences. Park stated that he was not afraid and said that if Vendela had not wanted interference, he should not have been involved in the first place, adding that he would continue meddling whether Vendela liked it or not. Vendela continued warning him, but Park dispelled it and succeeded, after which he obtained 5-dimensional fragments. He hoped that he would not have to listen to Vendela anymore, as he had plenty of spare fragments and planned to save them for crafting the Deus equipment later. In the second scene of the chapter, inside a magic tower in the magical empire of Artania, an old man stood near an object, wondering how Park had managed to injure him with that single strike. The old man then apologized to the demon lord Balzabrox. The demon lord stated that there was no reason for concern. The old man still apologized, trying to prolong the conversation. The demon lord replied that it was fine, and added that even if they did not know Park's exact location, they could still inflict significant damage on his dimension, as he should be somewhere nearby. He also said that he would send his faithful subordinate to conduct a preliminary search in that dimension. The old man asked whether the demon lord was finally going to make a move. The demon lord denied it, saying that it would merely serve as a message from him. He added that if the man managed to obtain proper loot in front of Park, it would be sufficient. They continued their discussion, and the demon lord also mentioned that he would soon issue orders to his army. The scene then shifted to the KMAA Korea branch, where Lee had just arrived and saw 3 screens appear. On the first screen, Wong asked about the reason for the urgent emergency meeting. Lee stated that Park had requested permission to raid the N391 dungeon in North Korea. The others were surprised, as no one had been able to clear that dungeon so far, leading them to believe that Park was attempting to monopolize the treasures inside. Lee said that he was not entirely sure what Park was after. They concluded that Park must be completely unaware of their plans, and Lee agreed, stating that their plan would proceed much more smoothly with Park out of the picture. He then asked for everyone's opinion. After a thorough discussion, approval was finally granted. After the meeting ended, Lee felt uncertain, but believed that luck was finally on his side. He thought that no matter how skilled Park was, there was no way he could clear that dungeon in a single day, and by the time Park emerged, they would already have full control over the entire nation of Korea. As Park was traveling in the truck with Seungmi, he said that he was pushing the limits of his budget when it came to creating equipment, and added that he was relieved to have finally obtained the required resources. Seungmi remarked that they were lucky the dungeon was nearby, but Park replied that while it was close in terms of physical distance, he had never imagined he would have to go to North Korea, and felt that he had received permission to raid the dungeon much faster than usual. Park felt that Lee was hiding something from him. Suddenly, they felt the entire area begin to shake, and Park was confused by what he saw in front of them, as a shark-like creature was rushing toward him to attack. Park teleported Seungmi out of the van as it was overturned by the monster. He had not expected to encounter such intense activity while they were still far from the dungeon entrance, and realized that this was what happened when an area like that was left unattended. He thought that if they fought every monster they encountered, they would be exhausted before even entering the dungeon, so they needed to focus only on the immediate threat. Seungmi held on to him tightly as he flew away at high speed. Park then noticed that the dungeon entrance was completely blocked and surrounded by numerous monsters. Seungmi said that she would go down first, and Park agreed. She landed and kicked one of the monsters, and as the others became alert, she readied her Shilan sword to fight them back. The scene then shifted to a building where 2 guards wondered why members of the Pilungjang Guild, led by Guildmaster Pilungjang, were arriving with several people. Pilung Jang stated that it was time to commence the operation and told the others that they could use their potions. They all consumed them. The 2 guards attempted to report the situation to their superiors, but before they could do so, they were killed. As they moved forward, one man declared that he intended to kill all members of the Blue Star Guild. Another man approached Gitai Park, an awakened member of the Blue Star Guild, and informed him that Pilung Jang, along with dozens of people, had secretly entered the country and was attacking their building. Gitai became furious, having never expected to be raided while the guild executives were away, and questioned whether they had the KMAA's support to carry out such an action. The man stated that he had contacted other guilds affiliated with the alliance, but they had replied that they needed to investigate the situation further before providing assistance. Gitai said that only the Plum Blossom Guild had agreed to send backup and instructed him to gather all the awakened in the lobby while he bought time against the enemies. He did not leave the building to fight Pilung Jang directly. One man observed that even with the potions, Pilung Jang's group was struggling to break through the main entrance, noting that it was no surprise the Blue Star Guild was ranked at the top in Korea, though it was only a matter of time. Gitai then struck at Pilung Jang, calling him a filthy traitor and demanding how he dared to betray the alliance and side with another country. Pilung Jang retorted that only the strong survived and that whoever emerged victorious would gain the power to decide the rulers, declaring that they were certain to win the war. He then unleashed a tremendous amount of power and attacked Gitai. 2 hours had passed since Park and Sungmi had entered the dungeon, and Park felt that they would have been in serious trouble if Sungmi had not recognized the trap earlier. She was also shocked, as she had not expected to encounter the same kind of trap they had faced in the Black Dragon's lair. Eventually, they reached the boss room, and Park wondered whether the enemy was waiting for them behind the doors, or if it was another foe they had yet to encounter. As the gate opened, Park looked through it. Park learned that Berhard's magic had been detected, and that he was moving to another area. Eventually, Park entered Berhard's garden, where everything was white, causing him to wonder where they were. A boy was sitting there, welcoming them, and saying that he had been waiting for them. Park and Sungmi went on guard, questioning who he was and how he knew them. The boy explained that Berhard had told his parents a great deal about them. He then introduced himself as Jared, the only son of Berhard and Mary. The scene shifted back to the battle between Pilung Jang's guild and Gitai. Gitai was fighting alone when he was suddenly slashed and fell to his knees. Pilung Jang praised him, saying that Gitai was truly exceptional for having lasted so long against so many opponents by himself. However, he declared that it was now over and that Gitai's precious Blue Star Guild would fall to him. Suddenly, new fighters appeared and attacked Pilung Jang and his guild members. Cheonhua and Lizzie from the Plum Blossom Guild arrived to help, stating that they would wipe out Pilung Jang's forces and questioning whether he truly thought they would stand by while he joined forces with China to take over Korea. The scene then returned to Park and Sungmi. Park was surprised to learn that Jared was Berhard's son and questioned what the place was. Jared replied that it was a separate space his father had connected to Park's dimension, and said that he was sure Park had met his father in a similar place before. He added that his father had told him to hand over certain gifts if Park and Sungmi came. These gifts turned out to be the legendary Great Dimension Stones. Park wondered how Berhard had managed to obtain so many of them. Jared explained that he had been traveling across continents with his parents to search for the items Park needed, but said that was not all he had prepared for him. He added that it was extremely difficult to maintain that space once the items were handed over. He said that his parents had worked very hard to create equipment such as a staff, a Zakali wheel, and the Golden Stone. Park expressed his surprise, saying that he had never imagined he would receive such incredible items. Suddenly, a mark appeared on Park's hand, and he realized that it had many functions, including the ability to be worn alongside other equipment and even change his appearance. Park felt guilty about taking everything, as the items were far too valuable. Jared told him not to worry, explaining that his parents often talked about how much they owed Park. Park felt deeply grateful for everything. Soon after, the space began to collapse, and Jared said that his role there was finished. He then used his power to open a portal and asked them both to leave. Park asked Jared to convey his regards to his parents when he returned and said that he hoped they would meet again in the future. After that, Park and Sungmi appeared in the training facility beneath his house, where Deli and Latte wondered how the two of them had arrived there. Park said that he was unsure himself and asked about the weapon Deli was carrying on her back. She explained that she had been working on his request when the dimensional door opened, which was why she had been keeping an eye on it, and added that Park's device had been ringing for a while. Park realized that it was a call from Gitai and answered it, asking if something was wrong. Gitai immediately asked for Park's help. Park noticed that Gitai's voice was unusually tense, and Gitai explained that Pilungjang's guild was attempting to take over the entire tower and seize full control of it. Park grew furious at Pilungjang and told Gitai to hold on for a while, saying that he was on his way. Seungmi asked if something was wrong, and Park revealed that the closed dark guild was under attack. He instructed Dilly to take the bag and turn it into a suit. He also asked Seungmi to go with Dilly and put on the suit once it was finished, adding that they would leave as soon as possible. As they left, Park thought that he needed to finish creating the dais equipment in the meantime. He began the production process, for which he had to form a dimensional rift. It was revealed that the dimensional residents, Isla and Fiola, had successfully identified the source within the dimensional rift and were sending messages to other beings beyond it. Park wondered if this was a warning from another dimension, but decided that it was not the time to worry about it. In the end, he completed the production and manifested the gauntlet. As he read its description, he realized that it was his second piece of dais equipment. Seungmi was also ready, and Park leapt away together with her. Cheong and Lizzie were still fighting their opponents, and Lizzie signaled Cheong to land a decisive strike. Cheong prepared to form an enormous sword to attack them all. Gitai thought that Cheong's attacks grew stronger as he accumulated more magic and assumed that he had probably used up all of his mana just now, hoping it would be enough to end the battle. However, several trucks soon arrived with people pouring out of them. Gitai wondered how many awakened they had, as more kept coming no matter how many were taken down. Cheong said that they had been unable to contact the other Blue Star executives or the awakened from the KMAA. A woman stepped out of one of the trucks and recognized Lizzie from the Plum Blossom Guild, one of the 8. Lizzie wondered who the woman was. The woman remarked that she had not expected Lizzie to appear there and implied that it was foolish of her. Lizzie grew visibly angry, and Cheong told her that the woman was Jin, the vice guild master of the Taewa Guild. Lizzie was shocked to learn that Pilungjang's guild had gained the support of a top-ranking guild from China. Jin ordered her people to attack them. Cheong commented that it was an honor to fight alongside Lizzie, but Lizzie, taken aback, told him not to give up so easily. Suddenly, they heard a loud sound, and a beam of light descended as a shield slammed into place, leaving everyone stunned. The shield activated into a barrier, preventing those affected by the device from passing through it. Seungmi arrived wearing a different suit. Jin said that she was certain Park had entered the dungeon only an hour ago, and insisted that there was no way he could have cleared it and returned so quickly. She questioned what kind of armor Seungmi was wearing, and warned everyone not to be deceived by her appearance, claiming that Seungmi was merely a tank and nothing to fear. Seungmi responded by unleashing an overwhelming challenge. Cheong called out to Lizzie, and Lizzie observed that Seungmi seemed to be trying to draw all of their attention, though it was not working. Seungmi then swung her blade, sending a massive slash toward all of them. After the slash, the enemies fell, and Jin said that it was hard to believe such a powerful attack had come from a tank. She added that the mercenaries were still under the effects of potions and would not go down easily. Seungmi wondered if they still wanted to fight. At that moment, Park attacked them all, and Jin shouted for everyone to defend themselves, saying that it was Park's spell. They attempted to resist, and Pilungjang remarked that Park's spells were weaker than he had expected, claiming that the rumors about him had been exaggerated. Jin, however, thought that the spells she had previously seen Park use had not been that weak. She then realized that what they were facing were merely Park's drones. Pilungjang was shocked and wondered how long Park intended to keep watching from a distance, and whether he was truly too afraid to fight directly. Suddenly, Park appeared behind him with a gun and shot him. Jin panicked, wondering how Park had managed to kill an SS rank awakened with a single shot, and assumed that he must have used a great deal of mana. She immediately ordered her people to attack Park at once. Park wondered whether she truly believed that he had used all of his mana. He then attacked them with hellfire but realized that Jin had escaped, using her subordinates as bait. He wondered whether he should chase after her. Seungmi approached him and asked if he was all right. Park told her that he was fine, said that he would leave the cleanup to her and the others, and then went after Jin. The scene then shifted to outside Dungeon 871, near the second exit of Yonghwa Station, where an injured girl emerged, supporting a wounded boy. She apologized to him, saying that everything was her fault. He calmed her down, telling her that it was not her fault and that she should not blame her choices, adding that it had been his decision. She insisted that he would not have been injured if it were not for her. Eventually, they reached an open area with no path forward. Someone appeared from behind and said that they had finally reached a dead end and that the chase was over. The woman angrily confronted Lee, asking if he had any idea what he had done, stating that there had never been internal conflict since the KMAA was first established. Lee asked whether she had investigated him separately and said that she was the one who had started it. The girl accused him of corruption and blamed him for everything that had happened. Lee shouted that he had had enough of their accusations, declaring that the country had done nothing for him despite all his efforts to build the KMAA into what it was, and that they had even tried to demote him when they thought he was no longer needed. He said that it was then he realized he would eliminate anything he did not need and take full responsibility for coordinating all awakened individuals in Korea. The man then shouted, calling Lee a fool and questioning whether he truly believed he could achieve such a goal by joining forces with others. He said that Lee was nothing more than a puppet and asked if he honestly thought he would be safe once the two of them were gone. Suddenly, the man was attacked and collapsed to the ground. Lee stated that everything was pointless and that everyone else would fall in line once he got rid of the two of them. He then ordered his subordinates to kill them both. The man thought that he had to find a way to escape. Filled with rage, he forced himself back onto his feet. The girl tried to help him, as his injuries were severe, but he said that an opening would soon appear in that place, allowing them to escape. She pushed him forward, and just as he was about to hit the ground, the floor beneath them shattered right in front of Lee's eyes. Those two still had not fallen, and the man mocked Lee, wondering if he was actually trying to take them down. After that, a few of Lee's people also fell there. Another one said that they had to get out of that place, but while everyone was talking, Lee denied everything, insisting that those two were still alive after passing through the portal, and that there was no way they would die from something like that. He ordered everyone to return to the entrance immediately and find those two, as they could not let them escape. The girl tried to wake him, and they wondered how they had survived. They then realized that it was Park who had come to help. Park said that he was glad they had noticed his portal just in time and added that, since they had recovered a little, they should take Akron with them and leave that place. He apologized, saying that they would only be a burden because they had run out of mana, and asked Akron to escort them both out. Akron agreed. As Lee and his people were moving, they suddenly found themselves trapped in Park's strings, and Park used chain lightning on them. Lee stopped it and asked Park how he had found that place, then saw him enter the dungeon. Park said it was unfortunate, but Lee was out of luck. Lee declared that it was not over and that his men were camped outside, waiting for his command, and that Park would not be able to leave that place. Park replied that Lee was very slow, explaining that he had already handled the situation, that those people had retreated, and that he had personally dealt with Pilung Jang. Lee became angry and asked if Park really thought he would believe that. Park responded that it was Lee's choice whether to believe it or not, then used Transcendence support. When Lee attacked him with lightning bolt, Park countered with fireball, causing a huge explosion. Lee stepped back and attacked again with lightning prison to capture him. As Lee prepared to use lightning god spear, thinking it was not enough to take Pilongjang down, Park used suction magic on him. Lee tried to block it with lightning shield, but Park shattered the shield with a punch and slammed him to the ground. Lee was injured and remarked that he had never seen a mage use their fists before. Park replied that it was still magic and proceeded to land a few heavy blows. After that, a lightning strike was directed at Park, and a lightning spear hit him, but he used a spell that caused Lee's magic to disappear, leaving Lee shocked. Park wondered if that was supposed to be Lee's trump card and commented that it was truly disappointing. He then landed another punch. As those two people came out, Ji-young said that Lee was one of the few SS rank mages in the country and that Park could be in danger, but Lizzie replied that they should have faith in Park and wait for him. When the portal opened, someone rushed out at high speed. Ji-young hurried forward and called out to Park, but Park then emerged from the portal unharmed and asked what had happened. Lizzie was shocked to see him and wondered who had come out first. Park replied that it had been Lee and that he had brought him back alive. Jin, who was observing everything, realized that both Lee and Pilongjang had been defeated by Park and forced to retreat to the second line. She was in contact with Wang, who instructed her to evacuate everyone to China and end their involvement in Vietnam. Jin agreed, but remarked that although Park had defeated 2 SS rank awakened, he was likely exhausted from the ordeal. Wang told her not to make him repeat himself. She apologized and then informed her team to leave behind everyone who was not from their guild and withdraw from the area. In the end, they all left, and the largest scale battle in Seoul, involving the Guardians and led by Lee, finally came to an end. After that, public order regarding the Awakened underwent a significant change in Korea. To begin with, a scandal erupted at the KMAA when Lee's history of corruption and bribery was exposed, resulting in all officials associated with him being either demoted or relieved of their duties. Jang Mi was appointed as the new director of the KMAA, while Daiho became the head of the KMA Seoul office. Leo Lia was offered an opportunity for promotion during this process, but she chose to leave and officially join Park's team instead. The scene then shifted to the dimension Lamina, where monsters were flying through the sky. Voila went to Isla and asked about the name of the person they had been discussing in the meeting. Isla replied that it was Park, and explained that people said he was a mage from another dimension called Earth, adding that the order had come directly from Lord Balzarox, so it had to be taken seriously. Voila agreed, remarking that low-ranking members like them did not really have any other choice. He added that he still could not believe they had been ordered to leave the demon world and go to Earth just to eliminate a single person. Looking out of the window, he spotted a dragon, burned it with his breath, and stated that he simply wanted to indulge in some bloodshed. Isla told him that this was their last chance. Voila replied that she should not worry, assuring her that they would complete the mission and prove their worth. The scene then shifted to the basement training facility of the Blue Star Guild, where Seungmi was training with Park. She was told to be more aggressive in her attacks, and as a result, not only was her defense enhanced, but her mobility was also maximized. He further stated that it would be a waste if she used it only for defense, and asked how long she intended to keep defending. She apologized, and Park lectured her, saying that although she might not be comfortable with him changing her equipment to a more offensive style, she needed to get used to it because they had recently become significantly stronger. He added that they had to adapt and grow accustomed to their newfound power. After that, they resumed their training. She rushed forward and attacked him with multiple sword techniques infused with power, while Park dodged them all before striking back with the horrid spear, creating a massive blast. However, she emerged from the explosion from a different direction, prompting Park to counter with a force missile. They continued training, and she thought that her power would not be able to break through Park's shield. She then used a provoking roar against him, leading Park to wonder if she was trying to restrict his movement so she could land a decisive strike. He activated a shield armor and told Seungmi to show him what she had. Seungmi then used her power to cast a very high-level spell on Park in an attempt to break his shield, causing a huge explosion. She was transported to the lobby of the Blue Star Guild Tower, where a man arrived, saying that he had sensed the magic. Introducing himself as guest number 137, he apologized, explaining that he had been distracted by something else. When asked about the purpose of his visit, he replied that he had come to meet Park, though the receptionist appeared confused. He asked her to pass the message on to Park. After some time, while he was seated in the lobby, Park appeared and remarked that he had never expected the man to come looking for him so boldly, addressing him as the Ant Spirit. The man requested that Park not use that name in public and suggested they move elsewhere because too many people were watching. They went to the terrace, where the Ant Spirit admitted that he was genuinely surprised that Park had survived his encounter with that person. He also wondered how Park had managed to kill an awakened murderer, remarking that the man had been extremely skilled. Park stated that they had fought and that he had easily defeated him, adding that there was nothing more to say about it. He then asked Ant Spirit why he had come and what he wanted. Ant Spirit replied that he was interested in finding out how much Park knew about the Awakened. Park caused one of his hands to glow and said that if Ant Spirit was aware that his abilities came from B and F, then he should already know the answer to that question. Ant Spirit responded that if Park was wondering whether he could be trusted, he would reveal his deepest and most important secret. He then removed the mask from his face, revealing his true appearance, and stated that he was willing to share any other information he had with Park. Park was surprised to see his real face. Ant Spirit explained that no one had ever seen his true face and lived to tell the tale, as he had killed all of them, and that Park was the only one who had seen it and survived. Park remarked that it was truly an honor, but said that he still had nothing more to say to Ant Spirit. Ant Spirit then said that Park should show his own face, as he wanted to know why Park had been chosen. He extended his nails and remarked that he wanted to see who had witnessed his appearance and managed to survive. Park asked whether Ant Spirit truly intended to go that far. Ant Spirit attacked him, but Park activated Iron Body and remarked that he had not expected Ant Spirit to attack without warning. Ant Spirit replied that in a real fight, no one warned their opponent before attacking. He attacked again, and Park attempted to block it, but Ant Spirit's overwhelming power trapped Park inside an orb and struck him, transporting him back to the same space where he had been trapped earlier. Ant Spirit said that the place reminded him of their first meeting, noting that back then Park had seemed as though he would struggle even to catch Seungmi, whereas now he possessed an overwhelming amount of magic. Park responded that he did not like it, to which Ant Spirit replied that it was not his problem and that Park should instead focus on how he would prove himself, as that was the only way he would escape from that place. He suggested that they try again and attacked once more. Park wondered if that was also one of Ant Spirit's skills and countered with chain lightning, only to discover that the spell was absorbed. Ant Spirit attacked again, but Park used his power to create multiple copies of himself, something Ant Spirit found new. All of the copies attacked with Force Missile, but Ant Spirit dodged them and moved toward the real body, leaving Park shocked at how Ant Spirit had identified it. Ant Spirit struck Park, who created armor to protect himself, but the attack shattered the armor. As Ant Spirit prepared to attack again, Park summoned Akron to restrain him and landed a heavy blow, but Ant Spirit stopped it and asked if Park had forgotten that he could create that space with his mana and control everything within it. He freed himself, took control of all the copies of Park, and made them attack the real Park with force missiles, resulting in a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, a high-speed attack swept in from the side, and Ant Spirit asked Park whether he had used a spell to amplify his magic and break free. Park replied that it was not over yet, but Ant Spirit said that it was already enough for the day, as he had never expected Park's magic to become so powerful. He added that his sealed will might unravel, causing quite a commotion if that was what Park wanted. Ant Spirit remarked that although it seemed Park knew many powerful people, the last time he had not even been able to get close, which showed how much he had improved now and how he had managed to respond this time. Even so, Ant Spirit stated that Park still had a long way to go. Park began to realize how much he was lacking after facing Ant Spirit. Ant Spirit explained everything to him and lectured him, saying that they would meet again in the future. After that, he disappeared. Park understood that Ant Spirit still did not trust him, so he would have to become strong enough to earn his approval. Later, as Park was traveling by car, he asked Deli if she was fine, reminding her that they were heading to a dangerous location. She told him not to worry, saying that they had explored and survived many different dimensions and would go anywhere to obtain the artifact they were searching for. Park replied that he would not stop them if they were so determined, but emphasized that they still needed to be careful because their lives were valuable. Deli agreed and said that it was now time to learn more about Park's dimension. She then created an orb and showed Park many faces, asking if he recognized any of them. Park mentioned the Gigantics, and Deli explained that they were from a different dimension, most likely led by vampires, and were also known as blood-sucking monsters. Deli added that their commander was a pure-blooded vampire named Raylan. Park asked how she knew so much, and Deli replied that they had seen that planet before it was destroyed. She then began to explain the story, telling Park to listen carefully and stating that beings from one dimension should not interfere with those from another, because if Park interfered, certain anomalies would arise in his dimension. Park wondered if this meant that the dimensional rift on Earth was expanding. Deli agreed and explained further, asking if he truly believed that the monsters were merely clumps of data. She stated that they were all taken from their respective dimensions and warned that if the dimensional rift continued to spread at that rate, all barriers would eventually collapse and Judgment Day would arrive. Park realized that they needed to reach at least Class 6, as that was the only way to deal with the approaching crisis. The scene then shifted to the Repulin Mountains Undead Army Base, where Vampire Raylan was drinking and complaining that she was tired of relying only on animal blood, wondering when she would finally be able to drink fresh blood. A person standing behind her said that the arrival of the 13th unit could change everything. She acknowledged this and said it would not be long before the fortress belonged entirely to her. She added that within 3 days, they would launch a full-scale attack once the 13th Army arrived, and ordered him to make proper preparations and be ready. Suddenly, someone rushed in with urgent news, reporting that the Eastern Front had been breached and that the 5th unit had been completely wiped out. Raylan reacted in shock and asked if the 5-person unit was responsible. She then ordered him to take part of the main force to handle the situation, stating that she would not forgive them for destroying the Eastern Front and warning him not to make her get involved. The man agreed to carry out her command. The scene shifted to the battle between Relis and Nami against the monsters. Nami used her chainbind to strike them and then asked Guildmaster Relis to move in and attack. Together, they killed all the monsters, though Nami was left somewhat tired. Relis asked whether she was exhausted and remarked that she still needed additional training once they returned. Suddenly, another monster attempted to attack Nami, but before it could strike, Deli appeared, used her gun, and severed both the monster's hand and head, defeating it instantly. She warned that lowering one's guard in such a place could cost them their lives. Shortly after, Park arrived as well. He reflected that leveling up had become slower as he had already reached level 80 and needed just one more level before advancing to Class 9. At that moment, Park sensed a powerful magic aura and noticed someone landing in front of them. The monster radiated extremely dense pressure and commented that although it had arrived in haste, the 5th unit had already been wiped out. It also remarked on the manners of Park and the others, introducing itself as Ranai, the loyal servant of Rylan. Ranai expressed strong displeasure that they had been hunting her armies and stated that she could not allow them to continue. Seungmi identified Ranai as a mid-tier boss monster and believed that defeating one should not be difficult for the 5 of them. Park responded that it was not just one, warning that something far greater was approaching. He was standing atop a creature as it unleashed its power, causing numerous skeletons to rise. Park explained that the monsters they had already killed had come back to life. Nami, shocked, pointed out that it was not a simple resurrection, as the revived monsters had become even stronger than before. Morveda, the mid-tier boss, appeared and wondered whether they were the ones trying to destroy the area. Nami stated that he was an above S-rank mid-tier boss. Morveda declared that this was as far as they would go. Park told everyone to leave Morveda to him. Rallis asked whether Park was sure, pointing out that it was an SS rank monster. Park rushed forward to attack, while the others prepared to fight Ranai and the skeletons. Morveda asked whether Park was truly willing to face him alone. He then unleashed his power, stating that he would teach him the true meaning of despair. He summoned numerous crows, isolating the area and transforming it into a different realm, where Park realized that, unlike a spatial barrier, it was a virtual battleground. Park asked whether it was the ruined homeland of the undead. Morveda confirmed that it was, and added that even though he could no longer return there, he had once called it his home. He then explained the tragedy that had befallen that world and everything that had happened there. Park revealed that he was also seeking the reason behind it. Morveda responded that Park should entrust that duty to him, claiming that Park was far too weak to be the torchbearer of such a quest and that this place would be his final resting ground. Park replied that he would make sure to send Morveda to his grave. Morveda, the monster, became enraged at Park and declared his intent to exterminate him and anyone else who dared to interfere. As he moved to strike, he stated that such flames would not be enough to stop him, and he then landed a brutally powerful blow on Park. Meanwhile, the others were fighting the skeletons and Ranai, with Seungmi performing on a completely different level compared to before. Rallis remarked that they could now probably trust her with any position. Seungmi fought ferociously, but when one of her attacks struck Ranai, he stopped it with ease and commented that they were free to continue irritating him. He then uprooted a tree and hurled it at her, noticing that she was moving at extremely high speed. When he appeared beside her, he observed that although her equipment was impressive, her body was struggling to keep up with its power. He mockingly offered to give her a special course in aerial combat, stating that the lesson fee would be her life, before striking her down with tremendous force and smashing her into the ground. At the same time, Park was battling Morveda, who wondered whether Park was distorting the spatial fabric to move, recognizing it as a difficult power for a swordsman to counter. Park used Smite to unleash a giant punch at Morveda, but Morveda countered it with his own power, shocking Park. Morveda then attacked swiftly, and Park was startled by how quickly he closed the distance. Park used Blink to disappear, yet Morveda's power still found him and launched another attack. Confused by the overwhelming strength, Park raised a shield to block, knowing he had to hold on until he could find even the slightest opening. As Morveda charged again and drew closer, Park finally unleashed Ice Storm along with Horrid Spear and Ice Spear to strike back at him. Park healed himself after the injury and realized that Morveda had also broken free from his spell. Park then used Bind to restrain Morveda and cast Meteor Storm on him, causing a massive explosion in the area. However, Park sensed that something was wrong, as even though it was a virtual battleground, Morveda had withstood the destructive power of the Class 9 spell without suffering any apparent damage. After a moment, Park understood that all the Morveda Master had done was grant Morveda the Crows with the power to create the battleground, and if that was the case, then Park had already surpassed his master's power. As Park attacked again, the monster transformed into a gigantic form with an enormous skull and declared that it would not let Park escape. Park stated that he would have to release even more magic and use transcendent support to shatter the giant skull, shocking everyone present. In the end, Park returned to the dungeon, leaving Morveda astonished that Park had managed to break through that dimension using magic. Morveda attempted to strike again, but was pierced by Park's Transcendence Hellfire attack, destroying his midsection. Morveda wondered whether Park had finally unleashed his true power before disappearing, admitting that it was truly impressive and expressing regret to Lady Raylan for failing to fulfill her request. As Morveda vanished, Park realized that the Transcendent support spell would not last much longer, and that he needed to hurry. The scene then shifted to Rylan, who learned that both Ranai and Merveda had been defeated. When Surat asked whether they were truly that strong, she instructed him to make the necessary preparations, stating that she would deal with those people herself. Smelitz observed the skeletons and found their strength impressive, unable to believe how quickly the undead executives had been dealt with. He reflected that the moment Belton had spoken of had finally arrived and that it would bring calamity and destruction upon them all. He also noted that some believed Vendela was to blame. Deciding it would be best, Smelitz chose to follow Park and the others a little farther. Eventually, he found them and was shocked to see the pure-blood vampire Raylan standing before them. He had not expected her to reveal herself, nor had he considered pursuing the leader due to the sheer number of undead scattered across the continent. Now that she had appeared, he realized it was his chance to attack. He launched an assault on her, and upon seeing the signal, the people at the fortress ordered all their soldiers to march toward the battlefield. Rylan mocked them, questioning whether they truly believed they could walk out of the fortress on their own feet and defeat her. She then unleashed her skeletons as well. From Smelitz's side, reinforcements also arrived, and the battle began. Relis remarked that the Sinstress army seemed to have moved parkward, worried about dealing with another force in addition to the boss, but now they would focus solely on defeating her. Rylan called them ignorant fools and launched a powerful attack on the army, but Sungmi raised a barrier, stating that they had barely managed to block it. Park then asked Relis to hand over command and set aside formalities. He assigned Sungmi as the main tank with Relis assisting her, instructed Nami to maintain debuffs from a distance with Bayek supporting her ranged attacks, and declared that he himself would act as the main damage dealer. As they carried out their roles, Park noted that the battleground was soaked in blood, making it far more advantageous for a vampire like Rylan. Sungmi realized that they needed to lure her away from that area. They attacked her together, and Park suddenly told Sungmi to step aside as he moved to confront Rylan directly, leaving her to wonder whether this alone was truly enough to defeat opponents like Merveda and Ranai. She appeared extremely enraged and began chanting her power, summoning a massive serpent to attack Park. She declared that everything would be finished by now. Park was saved by Smelitz and wondered why he was helping him. Smelitz replied that Park's power was indispensable in that battle and that he would do his best to support him. When Smelitz asked whether Park knew any way to defeat the undead leader, Park explained that she was a vampire and that defeating her on a battleground soaked in blood was nearly impossible, so they needed to drive her far away from it. Smelitz asked whether Park had a plan. At that moment, Rylan approached them, wondering what they were discussing, and suggesting that if they were done talking, they should continue the fight. She remarked that soaking in the blood of the fallen would only benefit her, then summoned numerous spears and prepared to attack. Park told Smelitz that holding Raylan in that place, even briefly, was his responsibility. Smelitz felt it would not be easy, but said he would try. The spears flew toward them as Smelitz attempted to push them back and counterattack, but Raylan stopped him by triggering a bloody explosion that caused a massive blast nearby. Smelitz did not understand how he was managing to keep her restrained. As the battle continued, Sungmi joined them. Smelitz used Aura Blade on Rylan, but she remained unharmed and challenged them to show everything they had. Suddenly Rylan stabbed Smelitz, remarking that it was truly a shame. Park thanked Smelitz for his help and then used teleportation, causing all three of them to disappear. Nami asked Relis what they should do next, and Relis replied that Schwartzman must have gone with Park earlier and that they would remain there to deal with the Death Knight. Rylan, now confused about her surroundings, realized she had been moved. Park arrived with Smelitz and healed him. Enraged, Rylan questioned whether they thought they could win simply by going somewhere without humans. Park replied that they would soon find out, as he combined his power with Smelitz and Sungmi to fight back against her. Surat was standing against the others, and Ralis thought that he seemed weaker than the other two she had met and fought before. However, she believed she could defeat him quickly and then go to help Park. She rushed to attack and asked Nami to assist her. The battle began, but she soon realized that Surat's movements were much smoother than she had expected, making it impossible for her to predict his attacks. Suddenly, as he moved to strike, Quicksand attacked him instead. He became confused, and Nami explained that it was her magic. She said that although she could not catch him with a bind spell, predicting his movement and setting a trap in advance was not a problem. Beck appreciated this opening and stated that he would take advantage of it by using a Qigong technique, creating a massive dragon that struck Surat. The scene then shifted to Rylan, who unleashed her power. When Sungmi and Smelitz tried to attack her, Rylan bound them both and slammed them into the ground. During that time, Park used a force missile, but Rylan disappeared and reappeared behind him to strike. Park responded by using Dimension Door, while the others blocked her attack with their shields. Rylan felt that the shield was extremely sturdy and realized she could not break through it, even in her blood mist form. She then formed a bloody nail and attacked Park again. Smellets used her aura blade to counter it, but Rylan easily destroyed it. Everyone began to wonder what they should do next. Park understood that Rylan had wasted her blood to destroy the attack when she could have avoided it. He realized that there was a 5-second cooldown on her transformation ability and concluded that he needed to land a decisive blow within 5 seconds after she returned to her human form. Before that, he needed time to prepare, so he asked Seungmi and Smellets to buy him some time. They engaged Rylan, and she mocked them, wondering whether they thought the shield would stop her and how long it would last. Seungmi struggled, and after some time, the shield finally broke, leaving Rylan ready to attack her. Before Rylan could attack Seungmi, Smellets intervened and struck with his sword. Park released the enchantment, causing the sword to glow brightly as it released continuous light. Rylan was shocked and became worried because the light was extremely bright and dangerous for her, forcing her to take action. However, Smellets managed to slash her, and Park realized that the 5-second window had begun. During that time, Smellets sliced the attack into small pieces, causing blood to scatter everywhere. The Bloodstone began to react, but Smellets did not stop and continued using his aura armor. Suddenly, Rylan returned to her human form, but Park used Limited Wish to create multiple portals, restricting her movement by forming a dimensional trap for those 5 seconds. When a portal opened, Rylan was confused by such a spell and threw her spear to destroy it, but the spear went inside instead. She was then pulled into the portal, and Park stated that Rylan should submit to her fate. Rylan struggled, and then Park captured her, after which the portal disappeared as she was defeated. Park realized that he had reached level 9 as a wizard and had obtained a spell called Mimic at max level, which he believed were the rewards for defeating Rylan. He then asked Seungmi and Smellets whether they were injured or fine. Smellets replied that he was fine and had avoided any major injuries because of his aura armor skill, adding that the attack had been nothing to him. Suddenly, they noticed a bright light in the sky, and Park remarked that it did not seem like the right time to talk. He then created a portal and teleported them away from the area. After that, they succeeded in clearing the remaining undead army in the mountains. The other members of Park's group received substantial rewards and returned through the portal, but Park stayed behind to visit the fortress at Smellets' request. As Park sat there, he wondered why he had been summoned. Beltan soon entered, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. They shook hands, and Beltan first thanked Park for all his help, saying that they had finally defeated the vampires. Park replied that it was nothing, and that the experience had allowed him to reach greater heights. Beltan then suggested having some tea, and they both sat down. Beltan placed an object on the table, which activated soundproof magic, causing Park to wonder about its purpose. Beltan then stated that he had some news to share. He explained that not long ago, Bearheart had told him he had made significant progress in his research on dimensions, and would soon be able to create a permanent portal between 2 different dimensions. Park thought that it must be related to the dungeon where he had recently met Jared, recalling that they had only managed a brief conversation at that time. He felt glad that he and Seungmi had intervened to help Bearheart. Belton went on to say that a nearby portal would be used for the connection, and if Park visited regularly using his usual portal, Belton would share any news about Bearheart during those visits. Park felt that it would make sharing information much easier. They concluded the meeting by parting ways, and Belton expressed his hope that the path ahead for Park would be blessed with magic. Park returned to the training area through her portal and noticed that the staff members were extremely busy. He approached Seungmi and asked what was going on and whether something was wrong. She wondered if he had not received the warning message from the system. Park then learned that an army led by demons was about to arrive on Earth through a dimensional rift and that there were only 40 minutes left. He realized that he had to go to the top of the tower to begin the discussion. Park mentioned that he had received a golden system message and wondered if Seungmi had received it as well, but she denied it. He then decided to head there himself. Rallis stated that they were going to KVI because their guild master had called for an emergency meeting too. Park replied that the timing was perfect and said he would head there and show them the way. He asked Seungmi to summon the rest of the team and make sure to bring Deli and Latte as well. After that, he teleported away. The scene then shifted to the Tower of Deos in China, where Wang was standing and stated that the heavens were indifferent to mortal struggles and that he had not expected an outbreak to be triggered with China as the target. His assistant wondered whether they should wait and act only after gaining a better understanding of the situation. But Wang refused, saying that they had to seize the opportunity to increase their guild's reputation. With only 9 seconds remaining before the demons arrived, everyone was fully prepared. When the time ran out, a portal opened, but no one could see through it. Something emerged from within, and the awakened fighters struck at it, yet nothing happened. The beings were extremely powerful, but Wang stepped forward and declared that it was time to show the world how strong he was. He ordered all units to commence the attack, and everyone prepared to fight the demons. Finally, various kinds of demons arrived, and the battle began. Humans struggled to fight them back, except for Wang, who was effortlessly slashing through the demons and remarked that it was disappointing because such insignificant monsters did not allow him to display his true power. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure filled the area, and Wang was surprised to see a portal appear in front of him. 2 demons named Isla and Voila emerged, wondering why a transcendental being was present there and stating that they had come to defeat him as ordered. Wang declared that he would exterminate both of them to show the entire world how powerful he was. The 2 demons wondered who he even was. Isla commented that he seemed to be the strongest among the humans, while Voila decided to have some fun. However, Isla reminded him not to forget their objective. Voila then stepped closer to Wang, as if they were about to begin their fight. The scene shifted to the dais tower in Korea, where Zhao was sitting and watching Wang's battle while all his guild members had already been deployed. As Park watched the fight, he noticed Voila suddenly grab Wang by the head and smash him into the ground, mocking him by asking whether he was truly considered the strongest human and whether that was all he had. However, Park then saw that Wang had not moved at all, even after enduring Voila's power. Voila struck him again and declared that this would be their future. Flames spread toward the helicopters flying in the sky, and the live broadcast ended as a result. Park thought that he could not believe Wang was already dead. Jiang Mi approached Park and asked if he had seen the broadcast of the battle in China. Park agreed, and Jiang Mi revealed that they had been contacted by the CBI, requesting reinforcements. She explained that if the brutes decided to travel by land, they would likely pass through North Korea to reach them. Park agreed, and Jiang Mi asked whether, after finishing his business at the tower, he could assemble a team and head straight to the KBI headquarters. She said they would discuss the details once they met again, as she needed to continue monitoring the situation in China. After that, Park went to speak with Deus, who informed him that the demons had arrived by creating a black gate, which would rapidly accelerate the dimensional rift. Deus explained that if the Black Gate were completed, the dimensional rift would become permanent, leading to an unstoppable disaster. Park asked what he needed to do, and he was then informed of the consequences and what actions were required. Park learned that if he succeeded in preventing the Black Gate, Deus would seal the rifts occurring across all dimensions for the next 100 days. He was surprised and wondered whether such a thing was even possible. Deus replied that this was the greatest chance Park could manage in his current state. However, he added that dimensional rifts would begin to appear again once the 100 days ended, and after that, the demon lords would start carrying out their schemes. Park felt that they did not have much time, and Deus stated that the demons had to be stopped from attacking. Park thought that Deus was a transcendental being, and wondered whether all of this was beneath his power. He questioned why Deus could not simply interfere and stop everything himself. Deus denied this, explaining that his existence was incomplete. He stated that Earth would receive his blessing once more, causing its creatures to become stronger than ever, and that overcoming these trials would accelerate Park's growth. Deus added that Park would need to use the next 100 days wisely once the gate was closed. Park acknowledged and understood everything. The scene then shifted to the vicinity of the Deus Tower in China, where Isla and Voila were moving. They held a magical stone and mentioned that there was indeed a transcendent being in that dimension. Voila stated that it was time for them to make their move. As they discussed their surroundings, they mentioned that there were around 200,000 humans available as sacrificial offerings. Isla decided to open the gate, and as he used the magical stone over the dead human bodies, a beam of light appeared, and the entire area was engulfed in darkness. Isla stated that the preparations were complete, and that once enough sacrifices were fed, the dimensions would connect in no time. Voila remarked that they might as well behead the transcendent being before the gate finished connecting, and Isla agreed, adding that the demon lord would surely commend them for their efforts. Voila left the gate's work to Isla and set out to find the transcendent being, as he was also seeking a worthy opponent. Isla proceeded to open the gate, allowing numerous monsters to emerge and accept the offering. The scene then shifted to an abandoned factory ground near the Chinese CBI, where humans were fighting monsters. A mid-tier boss monster easily defeated them and searched for the transcendent being. Park arrived and attacked it with a horrid spear, stating that he was the transcendent the monster was looking for. He followed up with a fire spear and defeated the monster with ease. The survivor thanked him and wondered who he was. Park told him to just leave everything to him. Then a girl arrived, introducing herself as a vacant fighter of China and apologizing for being late. She introduced herself as Yunso from the KBI. After returning from the Tower of Deus, the support team of AWAKENS selected by KBI headed towards China, but they could not get past the barrier that had been created near CBI, so they had to make a detour before landing. For a few days, they eliminated monsters near the barrier and used the dimensional fragments they earned as rewards to acquire a pair of Deus shoes. Finally, they reached the underground base of CBI, which was closest to the barrier. There, a man noticed Park and remarked that they must be AWAKENS from Korea, welcoming them and saying that he could not thank Korea enough for sending so many reinforcements. A girl stated that all of humankind was at risk, so it was natural that they would come to help. The man suggested that they should discuss everything later after taking a break. Park said that he wanted to know what was going on inside the barrier, after which the man asked him to follow and took him to CBI's command center. Park saw the scenes there, which were monitoring the situation on the other side of the barrier. The boy explained the entire situation to Park, and Park understood that it was like a cage for humans. He learned that over the last few days, hundreds of monsters had emerged and started kidnapping people. Park asked how they had managed to place cameras inside the barrier. The boy explained that CBI agents who had been captured by monsters had risked their lives to install those security cameras within the barrier. He added that electrical signals could pass through the barrier, which allowed them to gain extensive coverage and gather information that would not have been possible otherwise. He also told him about Isla and Voila. Park wondered if there was any way to find weaknesses or patterns in their movements, even the smallest details. He felt as if he had made eye contact with Isla. Isla sensed Park and then created a giant spear to move away. Voila also sensed this and wondered if Isla had found the Transcendental One. Park asked to use the microphone to inform everyone to take cover, as the brutes were already aware of the security cameras and could detect them with magic. A red alert was issued to everyone, and Park called his team, asking them to protect the people because he could not allow that place to be attacked and would protect it at any cost. He realized that the spear was coming, so he created a shield to block it, but it passed straight through. At the same time, Voila attacked Park with his power, and Park struggled to maintain his shield until a huge explosion occurred. Voila sensed an incoming attack and easily dodged it, only for Park to appear and launch a direct assault. As Voila tried to block, he realized that another attack was descending from above, and Park suggested that they move elsewhere to continue the fight. Inside the underground base of CBI, parts of the facility were damaged. When a man was helped up by someone, he expressed his gratitude, only to realize that it was a robot created by Zhang Mi, who confirmed that he was a survivor. Zhang Mi arrived and stated that there was no need to panic, explaining that it was the golem of a member of their group and advised the man to hurry to the safe area if he could still move. She called out to the golem, Akron, asking where Park had gone. Akron replied that Park was relocating with the enemy. Zhang Mi understood that Park had left the golem behind to handle the situation and was luring the enemy away to prevent further casualties. She decided to rescue the civilians as quickly as possible, hoping that Park could hold out for some time. Under immense pressure, Park dragged Voila away and slammed him into the ground. Voila remarked that he had expected more from a transcendental being. Suddenly, Park attacked him with an icicle lance, but Gorilla shattered it effortlessly, calling it weak. Rising amid the flames, Gorilla stated that he had been waiting for this moment and challenged Park to come at him with everything he had. Flames erupted all around him, and Park was deeply concerned by the intense heat, realizing that he had to stop Gorilla before he attempted anything else. Park struggled to advance, but then an attack was launched at him. To counter it, he used an ice shield, but it was shattered, sending him crashing to the ground. Even so, Park forced himself to stand, thinking that at this rate, he would be buried alive. The spear attack was thrown at Voila, and it was carried out by Park's other teammates. As Voila was distracted, they decided to continue drawing his attention, and Iksan was instructed to rescue Park and take him away. Voila grew furious and warned them not to interfere in his fight with the transcendent being. Although they were clearly struggling against the intense heat, they said they would interfere because they were Park's friends. After a while, Raleigh stood up and charged forward to attack, using weapon enhancement with ice, along with armor, haste, and strength. Raleigh came very close to landing a hit on Voila. Release landed a slash on Voila and followed it up with multiple strikes. Meanwhile, Iksan reached Park, and Park realized that although his ice attacks had not even left a visible scratch on the demon, they were slowly inflicting minor damage. Iksan asked whether Park thought he could move. Park looked around and then told Ixin to go and help the others, explaining that Relaz could not buy them much time on her own and needed support. He added that he needed time to gather magic to defeat the demon and asked Ixin to distract it for at least 5 minutes. Ixin agreed and moved in to attack. Voila then fought both of them alone, throwing them aside, though they were still unharmed. Suddenly, Voila unleashed a powerful blast, but before it could hit them, Seungmi stepped in and activated her shield, protecting everyone. Park told Seungmi that he only needed 5 minutes to gather magic, and she agreed. Soon after, a massive amount of magma appeared before them, and a monstrous figure emerged, revealing Voila in an extreme form as he launched another attack. He kept slashing relentlessly, and when Seungmi felt she could no longer hold on, Park appeared, thanking everyone for their help. He then used his special mimic skill to attack Voila with the demon's own power. Using ice, he restrained Voila, and it seemed as though the weather itself had changed, making everyone realize that Park had altered the entire climate with a single spell. Park used a spear to slice through Voila's core, but when no notification appeared, he became confused. Seungmi praised him, but Park remained doubtful and thanked everyone else for their efforts as well. He then warned them not to celebrate, explaining that their location had already been exposed and that another demon, as strong as the one they had just defeated, still remained. He added that they should not waste time and needed to move immediately to defeat the other demon too. Isla realized that Voila had been defeated, and as he moved on his own, he decided to take revenge for his brother. He sensed humans standing before him and wondered if the transcendental being had finally appeared. However, he was unable to detect the magic of a transcendental among them, and instead noticed traces of magic in other directions, clearly meant to distract him. Enraged, he ordered the vampires and other demons to attack them all. At that moment, Park was with Jangmi, who stated that everything was going according to their plan. She said she was truly glad that they had managed to reach him before he crossed into the barrier. She explained that if she diverted the remaining monsters' attention to allow the top 5 elite members to approach, Park could conserve his magic power and move in closer. He agreed and urged her to hurry and proceed according to their plan. She told him to take her hand, and they rushed away at high speed as she lifted him in her arms. On the other side of the barrier, the battle between monsters and humans continued, and just as a monster was about to attack the humans, it was cut down by Juhi. Isla observed everything and remarked that 3 approaching magic signals had managed to thwart his minions. He then summoned numerous swords and sent them to attack the humans who were fighting. As they drew closer to him, Isla used his leg to create ice barriers, freezing people within them, and stated that he had expected to see some of the strongest humans, but none of them were sufficient. He declared that they were all useless, except for Park. After that, he dispelled everything and unleashed a firestorm. He then noticed Jangmi entering the fight, but he pushed her back effortlessly, wondering if she truly believed she could stop him. She replied that they did not need to stop him and only had to divert his attention for a while. At that moment, Park appeared behind Isla and used Hold Person to restrain him, then took him into the sky, used teleportation, and moved them to a different area. Isla warned that this would be a mistake, explaining that as the activator of the altar, a safety mechanism would trigger if he moved beyond a certain distance. The others, who were nearby, stated that they only needed to destroy it. However, the altar opened a portal from which an S-rank altar guardian of enormous size emerged. Isla called it shameful that Park had chosen to retreat to save his friends, declaring that he would end up losing them all. The altar struck at Jangmi while Park continued battling Isla, showing no concern for the others, confident that they would not fall so easily. As the altar moved to attack Jangmi, Daiho stepped in to block it, stating that he was much better after being healed by the fairy and that the others would return soon. They all launched their attacks on the altar with their full strength, and Juhi felt that if it could be damaged, then it was possible to defeat it. She touched the altar's surface and quickly retreated, warning everyone that it was not a normal golem and that they would need another way to deal with it. She then suggested that they attack the altar together all at once. Meanwhile, Park prepared a firestorm to strike Isla, but soon realized that the spell was not strong enough to pierce Isla's ice. When the ice counterattacked, Park leapt aside to dodge it. Suddenly, countless swords appeared and rushed toward him, and although he raised a wall of flames to block them, it was not enough to withstand such a powerful spell. Enraged, Park summoned thunder, shattering the attack, and followed it up with sunfire. He then used Dimension Door to close the distance and delivered a heavy blow to Isla. Without pause, he unleashed flame bursts and spears, relentlessly attacking with all his power until a massive explosion erupted. A boy watching the fight was left stunned, realizing that Park had fused fireball and chain lightning into a single attack. Isla then rose once more, transforming his form to fight back. Park deactivated the sunfire from his body and found that Isla was still standing in front of him and had unleashed an attack on him. Park used his shield to block it, but it was destroyed very easily. Isla then attacked Park with even more power, which made him worried. All of them attacked Park together, but he used the blink skill and disappeared from there. However, Isla did not stop attacking him. Park understood that there must be a cost to using such conflicting power. Realizing this, he took out Akron and asked him to divert Isla's attention. He was barely able to withstand one of Isla's attacks, yet he continued to fight and managed to strike Isla. All of a sudden, Park came out of it and found Isla's hand emerging from a portal. Isla grabbed him, slammed him to the ground, and was about to attack, declaring that it was all over. The battle continued, during which Isla was also attacking Irene. When the drones arrived, all of them were destroyed, but Isla became enraged and was determined to defeat everyone. During that time, Park used Meteor Storm to attack him, while Isla was also using his power, which was blocked by Alter. As Isla was about to strike Park, he realized that Park's meteor attack had come extremely close and noticed that Park had created many portals. Then the skill hit, causing a massive explosion. The system finally appeared and announced that Park had defeated the two demons and stopped everything. Inside the Black Gates zone, humans were still fighting monsters, and once they found a good opportunity to attack, they defeated those monsters as well. Jiang Mi also struck the remaining spider monster, and all of them were defeated. Jiang Mi had used a large amount of mana, so she was told that she would be fine after resting for a while, after which they should return to where Park was. They then discovered more dragons, but all of them were suddenly destroyed at once by a force missile. Jiang Mi realized that it was Park. Park stated that he would now take care of everything. Soon after, more Avengers joined to handle the situation. Once Isla and Voila were dead, the monsters with lower intelligence struggled without anyone to command them. The demon horde remained trapped inside the barrier and eventually died within it. Park finally reached the Black Gate, which was using human sacrifices. He came to understand its function and realized that he only needed to disconnect it. He then used his power, unleashing an extremely bright light that caused all the barriers to disappear. The gate was finally sealed, and Park hoped that everyone who had been sacrificed would rest in peace. They noticed that the light was coming from the top of the Deus Tower, and it spread across the entire world. Deus declared that all dimensional links connected to Earth would be forcefully severed for the next 100 days, stating that this was the first and final protective measure he had created using his limited power. He explained that he had used the utmost limit of his strength. A golden screen appeared before everyone, informing them that the seal of that realm would remain for 100 days. Deus bestowed upon them the greatest possible blessing through the awakened system. He then spread his power to everyone, revealing that some might fall, while others would gain an explosive amount of growth through this blessing. He expressed hope that they would take full advantage of the increased rewards and loot and urged them to prepare to fight the threats beyond their dimensions. The scene shifted to the party hall on the top floor of the Gloria building, where a host proposed a toast to commemorate the successful closure of the Black Gate in China. Park was also present and remarked that it must have been difficult to be sent on an external mission. A lady replied that it was nothing, explaining that they were only a support party, so it was not that difficult. When her junior commented that she was not even complaining about Park despite their limited external support, she hit him lightly and told Park not to worry about it. Jiang Mi then arrived and praised Park for the final dispatch mission. Park thanked her and mentioned that he had heard she was quite busy these days. She agreed and explained that after the warning was issued, ordinary citizens had begun to panic, and crimes committed by awakened individuals were also on the rise. She added that it was thanks to the footage of Park released by the CBI that panicking awakened and civilians had calmed down and started placing more trust in the awakened keepers. She then wondered how Park planned to spend his remaining time until the protection period ended. Park replied that he would focus on becoming stronger with his party members by clearing dungeons, recruiting new members, and doing everything possible within his power. A year had passed, and with only 7 days left until the seal was to open, Park was standing in front of a black dragon. The dragon became enraged and attacked him with flares, but Park blocked them with his shield and countered with frozen nova. The black dragon was shocked and considered retreating, but Park used Windcutter to slice its wings and force it to fall. He then followed up with a combination attack using Windstorm and Reverse Gravity, tearing the dragon apart and finally eliminating it. Park then thought about returning to Korea to finish the remaining matters. The scene then shifted to the East Asian branch of the Guardians, inside the VIP room. Vice, the third in command of the Guardians, was having a meal while wondering aloud whether anyone opposed the plan to eliminate Park, steal the artifacts, and attack the WBI, stating that they were free to speak openly. Karthus replied that he had no complaints, but added that there was important information everyone needed to know before proceeding. He mentioned the equipment named after Deus and confirmed that Seungmi was in a relationship with Park and possessed one Deus artifact. He further explained that between the two of them, they held a total of 5 items, so everyone needed to be wary of their abilities when facing them. Vice was surprised by this information as Karthus continued, remarking that Park was extremely shrewd and that despite possessing artifacts, he often complained in interviews about how difficult his life had been as a salesman and how he had never forgotten those hardships. When Vice mentioned a certain point and accused Karthus of having an inferiority complex, both of them became enraged and stood up against each other. A third man present intervened, stating that it was not the time to fight and instructing both of them to focus on their objective. He then asked his assistant, who was standing nearby, when Park was expected to arrive in Kolyar. The assistant replied that Park had boarded a plane from England that morning and was currently en route. That man, Rafir, the first in command of the Guardians, stated that they would commence their mission the day after Park arrived and expressed his hope that they would carry it out successfully. The scene shifted to Park, who had finally returned to Korea, and it had been a long time since he had last taken a break. He looked up at the night sky and remarked that it was unusually clear. While he was in the park, the ant spirit appeared beside him and asked how his overseas trip had been and whether he had enjoyed himself. Park was startled to see the ant spirit there and asked how she had arrived. She was also the one who had tried to attack him at every opportunity, and things would have been different if they had not been enemies. She replied that this was precisely why she had come, to settle everything between them once and for all. She said that this would be Park's last chance to prove himself. Both of them released their powers as she declared that he had to prove that he possessed what it took to advance to the next stage. Park stated that this would be the last time he saw that barrier. Soon, the two of them were transported to a different stage, a separate area altogether. Park activated Transcendence to support himself, revealing how much he had changed over the past 3 months. Their battle was about to begin. Ant Spirit reminds that when she awakened as a disbeliever, the light of the sun felt like a curse to her. She resented Deus for shattering her ordinary life in such a way. She began gathering information to understand why she had been turned into a vacant. She believed that Deus was searching for a vacant capable of fulfilling his purpose and assumed that she would also be entrusted with something, but she received no guidance at all. Eventually, she gave up on seeking such revelations and started tracking other vacants who might be avatars of Deus. That was when she learned about Park. She initially thought he would be ordinary, but discovered that he was vastly different and extraordinarily powerful. The scene then returned to the present, where the two of them were fighting. She asked Park to show what he had gained over the past 3 months. As the battle continued, she managed to scratch his back with her nails and then seemed troubled by her own nails, sensing that something was wrong. Park activated his immunity, and the spirit realized that although Park had previously been unable to react to her attacks, he was now following her movements clearly. She appreciated his growth and attacked him once again. Park realized that the ant spirit's mana capacity was on an entirely different level now. Both of them began using their full power, and Park finally unleashed Dimension Break to attack her with everything he had. She was genuinely impressed, as she had not expected him to be able to block her technique. Enraged, she launched a furious assault, which Park countered with Volcano, Spell Fusion, and an Earthquake combined with a Lava Dragon. When their powers collided, a massive explosion erupted. They stood facing each other, and although she did not want to acknowledge Park's relationship with Deus, she had to admit that no matter what anyone else said, Park truly was the avatar of Deus. Park wondered if she was satisfied now. She agreed, adding that Park had grown so much in the past 6 months that no one could keep up with him. Park remarked that it had been about that long since his awakening and said that they should end their fight. The Ant Spirit admitted her defeat. They then returned to the garden, where she said that if they continued fighting, Park would easily defeat her. When Park called her Ant Spirit, she stopped him and revealed that her name was Jong. Park complimented her, saying that she had a beautiful name, and asked what she wanted to tell him. She agreed and stated that she would explain why she had been searching for the avatar of Deus and would also share everything she knew about Vendela and the demon lord Balzarox. She then handed him a note, explaining that it was a page she had torn from Garam's notebook. As Park read it, he wondered if she had been the one who had taken Garam away before others could. She admitted that she had, explaining that she had discovered this while researching Park's background, so she had decided to take care of Garam herself. She added that she had been protecting both Garam and her mother, and that they were safe in her secret base. Park felt relieved to hear this, and remarked that Jong must have read Garam's novel as well, then asked what she thought would happen next. Jong replied that she wanted to read the novel hundreds, even thousands of times, but said that she would not be able to. When Park asked why, she explained that the writer of DNF was the other half of Deus, and that she was bound by a curse that would kill her if she read those words. Park was surprised to learn that such a curse even existed. She then realized that it applied only to her and was shocked by that fact. Mark appeared in Park's hand, and he stated that he had not expected the security measures to be so strict. Ji-young remarked that it was a testament to how much attention Deus was giving to that dimension. Though no one could truly know what the future held, Park was unsure whether it was appropriate to say so, but he felt it was strangely amusing, because this was the point where the real story was about to begin. He reflected that instead of 100 battles ending in 100 defeats, as in the original story, they now had a chance, a real fighting chance, to steer themselves toward a happy ending. Ji-young did not immediately understand his way of thinking. Park stated that they could not avoid their fate, and in that case, they should steel themselves for what was to come. He then asked what she planned to do next. She revealed that she intended to cross into the other world as soon as the countdown ended. She explained that the avatar of Balzarox was using an altar he had created to sacrifice countless humans, whose souls were flowing into the underworld to nourish Balzarox. Therefore, she suggested that they destroy all the altars that had appeared in their world. Park decided that this route would allow them to cross directly into the northern continent. He then began to explain his plan, but she stood up, saying that it was already settled and that they had more important matters to handle. Park moved to another building as Jong informed him about Vice and Karthus, who were SS and SSS ranked awakened. Park wondered how she had learned about them before he did. She explained that there was nothing more precious than life, and that, during her last infiltration of the Guardians, she had secretly planted a traitor among them. She also revealed that they were targeting Park's life and intended to send a message to the KBI. Park realized that he would have to deal with them eventually. He then deployed his drones to survey the area, and using infrared vision, he spotted a car with 3 people inside. He told Jong that the KBI and Seungmi were on their way and asked her to cooperate with them. She then asked how he was planning to stop the ones who were already moving in. Their conversation continued as Park said that everything would be fine since he now had Sarah to help him. Jong looked at Sarah and remarked that she was more talented than she had expected. Soon, the car finally arrived, and Vice commented that they had arrived earlier than he had anticipated. Karthus added that immigration procedures in Korea were very lax, and that no one had even noticed when a passport was forged, wondering whether it had really been necessary to put on such an act. Vice asked about his subordinates and stated that they would commence the plan as soon as they arrived, instructing them to get within 50 meters of the house. Karthus replied that he did not mind anything as long as he was able to kill Park. At that moment, Sarah placed Karthus into the Chamber of Truth, leaving him confused as he wondered where he was. Park then appeared in front of Karthus. Meanwhile, inside the car, Vice was confused about where Karthus had disappeared to. The driver called out, stating that there was someone standing in front of the car and that he would not run them over without Vice's order. Seungmi then struck the car and declared that they would now be eliminated. As Vice came out, he found Seungmi standing there and was shocked, as he had been told that she was currently in the dungeon. Jong came from behind and wondered whether Vice had considered the possibility that he had been misled. Vice turned and questioned whether they expected him to believe such nonsense. Jong then incapacitated Vice's 2 bodyguards, remarking that he should not expect all guardians to have unwavering loyalty toward him, as there were many who would betray him in exchange for money. Vice was shocked to hear this and questioned who Jong even was. Before he could say anything further, Seungmi moved in to strike him. Although he was sent crashing into a building wall, he somehow managed to protect himself. Seungmi then challenged him to fight, and he slashed at her in return, stating that he would surely kill her. The scene then shifted to Park and Karthus, where Park formed magic circles to attack Karthus. Karthus continued dodging while fighting back, stating that he did not care how Park had managed to find him, but now he would show what he was capable of. He launched a powerful attack at Park, but before it could land, Park protected himself with a barrier. Suddenly, Karthus appeared behind him and delivered another slash followed by continuous blows, claiming that there was no way a low defense class like a spellcaster could remain standing. However, Park had already activated Iron Body and questioned whether Karthus had expected such strength from an SSS rank opponent. He even mocked Karthus, saying that he was not even a match for him. Park then used a flame strike to push Karthus back some distance and followed it up with a gravity field that slammed him into the ground. Karthus struggled but claimed that the power was not enough to stop him. Park acknowledged this, then struck to clash their powers and used the death blade to sever one of Karthus's arms. Karthus became frightened, and Park warned him to wait, stating that he was only just getting started. Park then used Firestorm on Karthus. Karthus did not want to use his own power at that moment, so he resorted to using a potion instead. Even after the blast, Karthus was still standing, behaving strangely, and attacked Park with extreme brutality. Park somehow managed to hold his ground and realized that he was sensing the magic of vendetta coming from Karthus, which made him wonder if it was the effect of the potion. Karthus continued attacking Park with all his power, prompting Park to use a dimensional gate to redirect the attack. However, the attack suddenly came at him from multiple directions at once, so Park opened multiple dimensional gates, which ended up stabbing Karthus. Park sensed everything and stated that he was truly surprised to feel Vendetta's magic coming from Karthus. Seeing no benefit in dragging the fight out any longer, he struck decisively with Meteor Storm to defeat Karthus. He hoped it would be enough to prevent Karthus from being revived, and then asked Sarah if she could deactivate the Chamber of Truth. She agreed and suggested that they head back. The scene then shifted to Seungmi, where Park finally arrived through a portal and stated that it was not the location where the Chamber of Truth had been activated. Seungmi hugged Park and said that she was truly glad he had returned after fighting an SSS rank opponent. Park asked whether they had dealt with the other one. Jong said that she would explain what had happened and revealed that they had fought Vice as planned, but he had used some kind of potion and began pushing them back brutally. With no other choice, Jong had stepped in to extract some information. She explained that she had figured out the base of operations and the nature of the potion. She then released pressure, stating that this was why she had made the request. She explained that she had requested a ride to the aircraft she summoned, as it would take them to the base of those people. The perspective then shifted to Rafir, who had established a company called Silence in Igla End and was living a double life as an ordinary CEO. Rafir was shocked to learn that the two had been defeated. He told his people not to worry and instructed the guards to remain on standby, saying that there was no need for concern at the moment. He then looked at several chambers containing human bodies and stated that people would soon come to rescue them all. He made an announcement to all departments, warning that they would soon be under attack and ordering them to raise security to red level and prepare for the invasion. Rafir reflected on how, during the last demonic invasion, he had used the rift to meet Vendella and how the encounter had felt almost like a reunion between old friends. He recalled receiving Vendella's black magic, which allowed him to surpass the limits of human ability, but losing that connection when Park destroyed the Black Gate. He regarded Park as another irregular, one who had caused significant damage to the Guardians and had therefore become their highest priority for elimination. Rafir remembered sending 2 of his people after him, only for them to be defeated, noting that even Park should not have survived a surprise attack by 2 SSS rankers. This led him to conclude that there was surely a traitor on the inside who had leaked the assassination plans. He acknowledged that he could not abandon the place, as it contained too many valuable subjects and crucial data, leaving him with no choice but to confront them there. The scene then shifted to the CEO office of Silence Company on the top floor, where 2 guards were discussing whether the enemies would really attack them. One of them stated that they only needed to follow orders, adding that since it was the top floor, it would not be easy for the enemies to reach them no matter how powerful they were. Suddenly, they noticed a flash outside and wondered if it was a surprise attack, prompting them to prepare their guns. At that moment, Ji Yong broke through the window and defeated both guards effortlessly, stating that one part of their plan had been completed. Seungmi then arrived and suggested moving on to the second stage. She unleashed her power across the entire building, creating absolute chaos and drawing everyone toward her, remarking that all evacuees would gather there. She instructed Ji Yong to hurry and search for the secret letters and experimental records. At the ground floor lobby of the company, panic spread as people began running in all directions. Some waited for the elevators, while others shouted warnings, telling them to use the stairs or climb the walls instead. Park used his power to disappear from their sight, having already completed the 3rd stage on the 9th underground floor of the Silence Company. Rafir stood alone as Park appeared before him. Rafir welcomed him and questioned whether he had come to kill him. Park asked whether the captives were safe, to which Rafir replied that he should not worry, as they were precious subjects and would not be killed, at least not yet. Rafir added that he had even prepared a grave for Park. Suddenly, Park was captured and dragged down by a monster, but he struggled and used his power to break free. Rafir approached, wondering if he should check on Park's condition, only to find that Park had already defeated the monster with ease. Rafir remarked that he had expected more from the Guardians and expressed his disappointment at how underwhelming it had been. The evacuated people began attacking Sungmi, but she used a barrier to block their assaults and counterattacked, forcing them all to fall back. A man remarked that the Guardians could not break through even a single shield and then ordered his army to launch a full attack. Sungmi realized that every attack they used was extremely powerful and would inevitably be countered. She was momentarily confused about what those people were trying to achieve, but then she understood, just as a massive explosion tore through that floor. Meanwhile, as Park stood facing Rafir, Rafir stated that he could summon a black gate at will once he acquired Park's dimensional abilities, and that he intended to kill Park to steal that power. Park responded by displaying his own strength, stating that he highly doubted such a thing was even possible for Rafir. He added that Rafir must have gained some form of power from Vendela as well, unless he wished to suffer the same fate as the others. Park then suggested that Rafir make full use of his power. Park then bound Rafir and used Firestorm on him, but Rafir emerged unharmed. He used the potion to break free and was now surrounded by a different kind of armor. Park followed up with Chain Lightning combined with a Flame Burst, yet Rafir pushed through the attack and moved in to strike. Park blinked away, disappeared from his position, and countered with a Force Missile, but the attack was blocked. In the next moment, the test objects and bodies merged into a single weapon in Rafir's hand, which he used to slash at Park. Park realized that it was an aura blade, or perhaps something even more dangerous. The battle continued fiercely. Even when Park raised his shield, Rafir's weapon broke through it, and Rafir landed another powerful strike. As Rafir stood still for a moment, he noticed Akron descending from the sky to attack him, accompanied by Park's drones. Rafir destroyed all of them, and struck Akron as well, declaring that they should stay down and follow their master into the abyss. Park wondered who had said anything about being dead. Rafir was surprised to find that Park was still alive, even after taking that hit. Park explained that while the others were rescuing the captives right under Rafir's nose, they had also evacuated all the civilians from the building. Now, only the Guardians remained inside, which meant Park could finally unleash his magic without restraint. He activated his support, while Rafir prepared himself to counter Park's attacks. Park then launched a massive assault at him. Elsewhere, a man remarked that this was all they needed to do and ordered all units to follow him, instructing them not to let a single intruder escape alive. However, as they moved, they were shocked to realize that nearly 15 minutes had already passed since the intruders had entered the building. He then ordered everyone to spread out and find them. Suddenly, the entire building began to shake as if it were about to collapse. From outside, Ji-young stopped it from falling. Sungmi was shocked to witness this and wondered who Ji-young truly was. She then removed the building, guessing that it was time for them to leave. Both of them raised their powers to understand what was happening inside. Meanwhile, Park and Rafir clashed with all their might. Park multiplied himself, causing Rafir to scoff and remark that Park was nothing more than a fly to him. Rafir fought through all the copies and drove his weapon straight into Park's main body. Jong understood that Park had obtained the keyword, while Sungmi remained unusually calm. Sungmi mentioned that she was not worried because she had faith in Park. Park used Heal Breath on Rafir while healing himself, after which Rafir grabbed Park and unleashed an extremely brutal power. Park created multiple magic portals to transfer the Heal Breath and then summoned a giant sword to strike Rafir, cutting him into pieces. In the end, Rafir was defeated, and Park finally relaxed. He realized that Rafir must have performed a sacrificial offering to obtain that power and gain the ability to wield dark energy. Park understood this and believed that the option of using dark energy would surely come in handy someday. Sungmi and Jong arrived and asked if he was fine. Park appreciated their efforts and asked whether they had gathered everything. They showed him the illegal transaction records with the Guardians, evidence of artifact smuggling, and reports of inhuman experiments, all of which they had brought. Park appreciated their work, and as they prepared to leave soon, he stated that they could not allow another criminal organization to rise from those ruins. Elisa mentioned that the barrier duration was almost over and asked whether Park could deal with everything within that time. Park replied that there was no need to worry because they had plenty of people to help. After that, the balance of power among the Awakened worldwide entered another era of reorganization, along with the collapse of the Guardians. Significant changes followed, and things progressed smoothly. Eventually, with 2 days and 22 hours remaining, the scene shifted to the KMAA Seoul office, where a man was watching the news and remarked that everything seemed normal, completely normal. Jangmi approached Park and stated that he had done a lot of overtime, asking what had brought him there now. Park said that he had a few things to discuss with her and that he had also brought some drinks for her. She agreed, and they went to talk together. Park explained that the day they would put the plan into action was approaching, so he thought it would be best to touch base with her beforehand. First, he took out a tablet and asked her to look at it. She realized that the people shown were members who used to be in his party. She noticed Jong and asked whether she was a new member of the party. Park replied that Jong was formerly known as Anti-Spirit. Jangmi said that KMAA had conducted numerous investigations to learn more about her and had discovered that her reputation was unfounded. Park agreed, adding that Jong was known to others as Ant Spirit. However, Jangmi was confused about why Park was showing her the members of his party. Park then explained that once the countdown ended, the party would travel to another dimension to eliminate the mastermind behind the mega outbreak and the descent of demons onto Earth. Jangmi was shocked to hear this, as she did not know that such a force existed or how Park had found its location. Park explained that he had first learned about a dungeon belonging to the Blue Star Guild and had figured it would not be wise to share the findings publicly. Jangmi felt it was surprising that there was a connected portal leading to another realm, and wondered whether that meant they could cross over to that world through the portal. Park agreed, but added that those people had not done so yet, as dimensional portals themselves were difficult to find, and there were friendly forces nearby guarding it for humans. Jangmi said that she would like to help guard the portal as well, but Park denied the request and asked her instead to prepare to handle any emergency situations that might arise. As they discussed the plan, she remarked that Park had grown so much that she was no longer able to help him now. Park replied that everyone had their own roles to play and simply had to fulfill them. She bowed before him and said that he should do as he pleased. Park then went to the underground training area and called out to Delhi, wondering where Latte had gone. He thought they might still be working, but when he arrived, he found that Jong was playing with them. He asked her what she was doing, and she replied that she was taking a break after training and had been training Sungmi. She also mentioned that she had learned something very interesting from Delhi and Latte. Noticing that Jong was bothering them, Park asked her to leave them alone and tell him what she had learned. He then asked Delhi what was going on. Delhi hesitated to speak in front of Jong, but Park assured him that it was completely fine and that there was no need to hide anything from her. Delhi revealed that she possessed a dimensional energy detector that could help explore dungeons with a high concentration of energy. However, since Earth was a stable dimension, the detector would not respond unless there was an outbreak. She explained that they marked the coordinates whenever they discovered a location causing peculiar anomalies. The place they found was far away, but they were certain it was a dungeon that had never been raided before. Jong checked the location and realized it was in Australia, the only nation that had not been affected by the outbreak. That was why it had very few dungeons and why barely any awakened had ever set foot there. As they continued discussing everything, Park asked for the exact location, but Delhi said she needed a bit more time, as she and Latte wanted to finish the factory work and other tasks Park had requested. Park decided to leave them behind and stated that he would provide support with a few friends, while they could proceed to Australia later. He hugged Delhi and said that he knew he could count on her and Latte. Time passed quickly, and the scene was about to end in just 10 minutes. There were special requests requiring the elimination of all 7 dark sorcerers located in the northern continent and other regions. Park noticed that the mission details had been updated and now even included the name of the final boss. The rewards listed included an A-level rank up, another level increase, and a special ability. By then, hunting demons and raiding dungeons had raised his level to 95. He calculated that if he eliminated the 6 dark magicians, excluding Vendela of class 10, then defeating Vendela would be the bare minimum requirement. Sungmil, along with Iksan, Leah, and Juhi, arrived and thanked him for allowing them to join the mission. Everyone was prepared, and Jong also stated that she was ready to do her best to protect everyone. The scene shifted to Bearhard in the central continent, where he was analyzing the situation and discovered that all the coordinates had been sealed. As a result, he was confused about what he should do next. His wife, Mary, and their son were also present, both worried because Bearhard could not find any coordinates. Bearhard was uneasy, as there was still a route through the northern continent where Belton resided, but it seemed that all direct routes had disappeared. Jared asked whether there was another way for Park to cross over to the central continent, mentioning that the only remaining option was to enter through the existing northern route where sea monsters resided. Berhard was deeply concerned about whether Park could safely reach the central continent, as it would not be easy. Moreover, it had not even been a month since Belton had been injured and defeated in the Great Battle of Varzian, and they could only imagine how powerful those enemies must have become since then. Berhard then contacted Belton and asked whether he was feeling well enough to move already, remarking that his wounds could not have been easy to heal and questioning who had treated him. Through the device, Park appeared and stated that he had managed to treat Belton's wounds. Berhard was pleased to see him, and Park said that he was glad as well and that he would update Berhard on everything that had happened once they met. He then shared the plan, explaining that he wanted Berhard to meet those people and lend them his strength as a favor. Berhard agreed, saying that he would join as soon as possible and thanking Park. After the connection ended, Berhard told Mary that they should start moving, adding that it had been a long time since he had taken part in a war. The scene shifted to the western front of the central continent, where monsters appeared before Park and the others. Park realized that they were using black magic unit skills that had greatly improved, and their attacks were completely relentless. Seungmi prepared to fight along with the others, and then used Absolute Challenge to lure all the monsters toward herself. The scene then shifted to someone named Matena, when a woman arrived and reported that it was an emergency, stating that a warrior wearing unknown equipment had come to challenge their troops, and that those with weak wills were being tempted by his ruse. Matena wondered why they had allowed a rat to enter their midst. She then used her power to force that person back into his true form, revealing Park, and she was surprised that she had seen through his disguise. Matena was confused about who Park was. It was revealed that Matena was one of the 7 dark magicians. The scene shifted to the central continent, where humans were fighting against skeletons and struggling to hold their ground. AWAKENS arrived to assist them, urging them to stay focused and reminding them that they still had a long way to go. He said this as he resisted the Black Crusaders until his last breath. Encouraged by his words, they fought back, and suddenly a beam of light descended, from which Berhard appeared. He remarked that it seemed he had nailed the coordinates and wondered if this was where the Desmond Revival Army was stationed. AWAKENS asked who he was, and Berhard introduced himself as a sorcerer from the old Lenta Empire and an ally of Park who had received his aid. Soon after, the skeletons advanced again along with their leader, but Berhard used his power to destroy all of them at once. Heise then asked Berhard if he had any news concerning Park. Berhard revealed that Park had arrived on the northern continent and would cross over to the central continent after dealing with matters there. Heise was happy to hear this. Berhard then suggested that they move on, adding that although he might be an old-timer, he was certain he could still be of some help. Meanwhile, Martina was confused that Park had created a realm without her preparation. Park introduced himself as a spellcaster and stated that he was there to kill her. She grew angry at his words, while Park said nothing further and prepared to attack. Martina created a massive magical snake, saying that Park had underestimated her and questioning whether he even realized whom he was dealing with. She unleashed the attack toward Park, who managed to dodge it, but Martina continued to maintain its form by continuously infusing magical energy into it. Park then used Reversal to teleport the attack back toward Martina, realizing that her power was truly superior to his own. He found that she was attacking him once again with an enormous weapon. Park used Ice Crystal Orb along with Ice Shield and Crystal Flower, but they were destroyed. Park wondered whether she had anything stronger, as her attacks felt predictable. She did not, and instead was shocked by how Park seemed to know all of her moves, launching another attack with the intent to kill him. Park was preparing a barrier at that moment when it suddenly broke through. He was shocked to realize that Dispel did not work. Park grew worried and used Blink to disappear from the battlefield, reasoning that if it had been a magic-type skill, it would have vanished with Dispel. He then realized that it was a demon and wondered if it was some kind of demonic beast summoned through dark energy. He proceeded to use Disintegrate on it. Martina was shocked, questioning how Park had managed to destroy it so easily. Park then activated Limitless Transcendence, multiplying himself and circling around her while attacking with force missiles. Martina struggled to counter everything she had and declared that Park's tricks would not work on her. Park moved in close and warned her not to let her guard down before using Mana Burn on her, reducing her mana to 0. He then slashed her from behind and stated that he was not finished yet, following up with Transcendent Sunfire to burn her. As she cried out to the Demon Lord for help, a massive magic circle filled with dark aura appeared, accompanied by a giant eye. Soon after, an enormous monster emerged in front of Park and struck him. Park easily dodged the attack and countered with a lightning spear. As the battle continued, he realized that he did not have enough magic to disintegrate all of the dark energy. He also realized that he had completed the quest to eliminate Matilda and understood that she had been enduring his continuous attacks until just moments ago. This made him conclude that there was a way to destroy the monster. His level increased and he obtained a special skill. He then unleashed an extremely powerful beam of energy, forming a gun-like construct, stating that he would pour all of his mana into that single attack. Using Disintegrate, he fired at the monster as it charged toward him, commanding it to disappear. The scene reminded of 3 days earlier, when their dimension had been on the verge of collapse, and Park had received a weapon from Deli. Deli had explained that she had upgraded the gun because it could not keep up with Park's stats, and that it should now be able to withstand his mana. She had also mentioned that there were some hidden features that Park would have to check later. Park wondered if that was what Deli had been referring to. He then looked around and realized that he was in the same room where Martina had been earlier, and he understood that his magic had more or less recovered, meaning he could go and finish the battle on the western front. On the western side, Zuri was slashing through the enemies and wondered whether they were all dark sorcerer zombies, as they kept coming no matter how many were killed. Rita stated that they had received the signal and needed to retreat. Suddenly, a body was thrown near them, and they were shocked to see that it was Martina. Park then arrived and stated that Martina was dead, so whether they continued to resist or quietly surrendered was up to them. A Class 7 Dark Sorcerer stated that Park must be exhausted from fighting Martina and declared that they would attack him together. Park understood that there was no point in negotiating when Irene appeared and unleashed a meteor storm on the enemies. Beltan stated that he was truly surprised by what he had witnessed, but that Park's magic was at least 10 times stronger than the meteoroids he himself could conjure. Smelotz agreed and apologized for saying it so bluntly, but stated that Park's magic was incomparably stronger than Belton's. Park then approached them and stated that they had arrived at the right time. They revealed that they had come only to help and had not expected Park to have already dealt with everything. Park replied that it was fine and asked if they could teleport his companions to the Eastern Front. Beltan wondered whether Park was not going to take a break, but Park replied that they were racing against time and had to move without stopping. Finally, they were all teleported away. Smelot stated that they should proceed with the next stage of the plan, and Belton agreed, saying that since they had already received so much help, they should at least do their part. He asked them to mobilize all the troops immediately and stated that they must find a Spirit King. Smelotz agreed and wondered whether Belton had planned to go himself, now that the path to the central continent was clear. The scene then shifted to another castle where a person was trying to contact Vendela and stated that it seemed a transcendent being had appeared on the northern continent. Vendela wondered whether that transcendent being was truly so powerful. The person was Karkis, one of the 7 dark sorcerers, and he mentioned that he was not sure and was not completely convinced, but that Park had already reached the 9th class. He understood that Park was using a different kind of magic. Vendela then stated that Karkas would be the next target and warned him to make sure he was prepared, as there was nothing more frightening than a mage trying to surpass human limits. Karkas agreed with her, thinking that Vendela rarely issued such warnings, and decided that he should fortify their defenses a bit more. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura, and when he came outside, he found that his castle was already covered by Park's giant magic circle. Park continued using his transcendent wizard sight, and the people inside the castle felt uneasy because of it. One of them suggested that someone should inform Karkas immediately. Tuba then used his power and discovered that Karkas was observing everything from inside the castle, after which he told his teammates to launch an attack at that location. Everyone grew anxious, and soon they thought that Karkas had come out using his power and was now floating in the sky. Karkas thought that he did not know where the attack had come from, but he was certain that he would find them if he swept the entire area. He then created a massive sword and slashed it across the region. At that moment, Leah and Sungmi appeared, and Sungmi used a shield to block the attack. Karkis was confused and wondered what would happen next. Ixan then appeared behind him and landed a strike. Karkas ordered everyone to attack those people, but Ixan slashed through them, and the battle finally began. Park then prepared to attack Karkis with a flame burst and told him to worry about himself. Karkis struck the ground in response, still filled with anger. Park instructed them to form a barrier around him, and they created a blood circle. Using his powers, Park moved closer to Karkis, leaving him confused about Park's location. Park told him not to worry, explaining that they had only created a barrier to prevent him from escaping. Karkas wondered whether Park truly believed that he would run away. Park then attacked with a fireball, which Karkas countered with his own power. Karkas created a gigantic hand to strike Park, but Park used Hell Breath to destroy it easily, leaving Karkas in shock. Finally, Park used the Death Blade to strike Karkas, who tried to block it with a bone shield, resulting in a massive eruption. Karkas created a barrier around himself just as Park moved in to strike. Jong arrived and stated that it did not seem necessary for her to put up a barrier. Park replied that there was a chance Karkas could escape, so it was better to be cautious, and added that the barrier had already cooled down. When they checked, they found that Karkas was still bound, and Park decided to leave the rest to Cheong. Cheong agreed to give it a try and moved closer to extract his memories. Park asked whether she had found anything useful, to which she replied that they needed to hurry to the central continent. As she said this, Karkas revealed that he would offer himself, and a dark magic circle appeared near him. He began chanting to summon a greater demon, but was immediately slashed. Park could not allow him to summon another demon, and used Aura Blade to finally finish him. It was stated that many things had changed in just one day. The scene then shifted to Belton's residence, where Park was sitting and learned that Vendela's Black Crusaders were in the central continent and had sent troops to capture the port in the northern region. Belton stated that they had managed to contact Bearhard and that he was already making preparations to protect the port. Sungmi asked Park whether it was really fine for them to take a break at such a time. Park agreed, stating that everyone must be exhausted after continuous fighting and that rest was extremely important. It was stated that there was nothing they could do until the Lord was built and a way to cross the sea to the central continent was found. Juhi was eating snacks while lying there and stated that they simply needed to rest if they wanted to recover their strength. Leah stated that they had tried to look through the records, but not only was the language unfamiliar, they also had very little information about that world. Smellitz arrived and stated that he hoped they were comfortable. Park agreed and wondered whether he knew how things were progressing on the northern continent. Smellitz then explained everything. After a while, Belton arrived and stated that he had not expected them to deal with 2 level 9 dark sorcerers in a single day, but that he was truly glad he had found a way to cross overseas. Park was pleased, and Belton then explained his idea of borrowing the power of a water spirit that controlled a region near the Magnum Sea. However, it was unclear whether the spirit would be willing to lend them its power. Belton then stated that he had considered the possibility of spirit cooperation, and believed that he could convince the spirit to work with them. Park, along with Belton, went down near the ocean, and Park wondered whether Belton truly knew anything about the Water Spirit King. Belton stated that it had been a long time since they had lost contact, so he could not be certain. However, he knew that there had been a severe drought in the land of the water spirits, and that the Sinstress Kingdom had sent them significant aid, which they had rejected because they placed utmost importance on adhering to their principles. Even so, they now had no other choice but to ask for their help. Park replied that it was fine, as he possessed a commune spell. He thought that the king would not be able to reject the absolute authority bestowed upon him by the ancient Spirit King. Eventually, they arrived in front of a barrier, and Park stated that he would return as soon as possible, leaving Belton waiting there. Park flew through the barrier to enter, and when the water creatures saw him, one of them asked Talia what they should do. Talia was unsure, as she sensed a familiar spirit energy from him, but she still ordered them to activate the traps and launch the commune attack. They all attacked him, but Park dodged swiftly, leaving them wondering whether he was even human. Park then used a spell to break through and finally reached the castle, wondering if it was the place where the water spirits lived. The guards raised their weapons at him and demanded to know why he had come. Talia, the younger sister of the Water Spirit King, arrived and stated that there had always been an understanding between humans and spirits not to interfere in each other's affairs. Park replied that he understood, but explained that they were facing a crisis nearly impossible to solve with human power alone, which was why he had come to make a request. Talia asked why Park thought they would help him. Park stated that he had no need to explain himself to anyone other than the Spirit King and demanded to be taken to him. Talia became furious, but suddenly the Spirit King spoke, stating that the outsider was very interesting. Park was confused and wondered from where the Spirit King was speaking to him. A massive tide of water rose behind Park and pulled him inside. Park was confused as he was transferred to a different place, where the water spirit first apologized for the lack of hospitality. He then greeted Park and introduced himself as Talasa, the ruler of that land, and the Water Spirit King. Park formally introduced himself as well and stated that he had come to request help. He then explained everything, saying that the fate of the central and northern continents was at stake. Park stated that the fall of Magendal would not affect the spirits directly, but questioned what would happen if the opponent was not human and instead the demon lord from the demonic realm. He then released his power and stated that Talassa should obey his command as the bearer of the pact with the ancient spirit king Antiquum. The light reached Talassa, who stated that he did not understand why a human bore a pact with the ancient spirit king, but that he would accept it. He added that the water spirits would certainly help Park, but on one condition. Talassa stated that Park must prove how powerful he truly was by showing his strength, which would give Talassa a reason to assist him with his full power. Otherwise, Talassa said he would still be generous enough to share part of his power with Park. Park understood that if he was asking for help, he could not afford to care about how he was treated. He then asked where the trial would be held. Talassa replied that he would create the arena himself and proceeded to alter the entire area. Park looked around and wondered whether everything he was seeing had been created by Talassa's power. Talassa explained that the walls and floor that remained after he withdrew his magic were formed from high-density magical stone over the course of millennia, and that the walls could not be destroyed even by 9th-class magic. Park stated that he would begin at once. Talassa then rose from his throne to face him. Park noticed that Talassa was holding a sword, which soon transformed into armor around his body, and Talassa stated that they would fight until one of them surrendered. The battle finally began, and Talassa was surprised to see that Park knew how to wield a sword. Park even used fire magic against him, but Talassa changed his weapon into a spear and rushed forward to strike. Park used a dimensional gate to redirect the attack from different angles, yet the spear still came at him from multiple directions. During that exchange, Park used teleportation to move behind Talassa and struck him with a lightning spear. Talassa then summoned a gigantic creature to attack Park. Park raised a shield, but he struggled greatly against it. He then used Sunfire to make the creature disappear and followed up with a heavy strike against Talassa. Talassa tried to block the attack but was struck regardless, after which Park unleashed another lightning bolt at him. After the thunder strike, Park found that Talassa was still standing and was about to attack him, but Park stopped him. As he stepped closer, Talassa said that Park had bested him and then praised Park's spells, stating that they had surpassed the level of magic humans were normally capable of using. Park believed that the outcome would have been in Talassa's favor if he had used all the power at his disposal. Talassa also said that if Park had done so, it would have meant Park's victory. He added that they could continue their conversation later and that they should first discuss the issue at hand. They began to talk, and Talassa stated that he would first explain Tenax. Park agreed, acknowledging that since all the water spirits would participate in the battle, any complacency or lapse in judgment would result in heavy losses, and that they needed to be thoroughly prepared before facing the enemy. After 3 days, Park returned after arranging a meeting with the elite force of water spirits at the harbor of Landrek, and Belton was pleased to hear that they would receive the help of the water spirits. The elite soldiers of the Sinstress Kingdom had also agreed to gather at the harbor of Landrek after 3 days of preparation. Since they had no further business on the northern continent, they returned to Earth. The scene shifted to the KMAA Seoul headquarters, where Park was walking with Jangmi. She said that she had not expected Park to come there directly and mentioned that a warning message had appeared worldwide shortly after Park left. The message stated that 304 black gates from the demon realm to Earth had been activated and that it would take 33 days for the full connection to be established. As she spoke about it, Park wondered whether Brox and Ian were also present. She replied that the original plan had been to discuss and share information with the association head, but it was eventually decided to allow other interested parties to attend as well. As they entered the room, 3 people were already seated, and one of them greeted Park, saying that it was their first meeting since they had gone to the Ikazela dungeon together. Park greeted them back, and they all sat down to continue the discussion. Jangmi then took the lead and explained everything, stating that organizations similar to the IMEA had been established in every country to respond to the situation. She added that despite the recent large-scale outbreaks, they had managed to overcome every disaster thrown at them and had emerged stronger than ever. However, according to exhaustive research on dimensional energy conducted by the research teams, it had been discovered that each gate had the potential to cause an outbreak. Everyone was shocked, and she further stated that they had only around 33 days left to act. One man questioned whether Jangmi had called them merely to share such bad news. She agreed, and before moving on, asked for permission to talk about another world that had not yet been disclosed. She then called Park forward. Jong told Park that if it was acceptable, she would speak, as the explanation needed to start further back in time. Park, along with Jong, went up to the stage, and Park stated that he wanted everyone to first listen to Jong's story. One man became angry and questioned why she was even allowed to speak, pointing out that she was not on the awakened ranking. Zhang said that she understood their position and believed that they all already knew her by the name Ant Spirit. There was silence among them, and she stated that she had many questions from the very first day she awakened, questioning why she had been forced to become the chosen one. She said that it had taken 20 years to find the answer, as they eventually realized that they were at the center of a wheel of fate. She explained that the awakened were meant to fight the monsters and the demon lord, and that they had been engaged in a proxy war for the past 2 decades. Now, she added, the outcome would be decided in just 33 days. When some of them said they could not believe her and asked for evidence, Park showed them the special quest, stating that they had already crossed into another world to take part in the war and had dealt with 2 dark sorcerers on the northern continent. Zhang stated that all they needed was the support of as many awakened individuals as possible for the coming battle, as it was a race to reach the finish line. Either the Black Gates would open on Earth after 33 days, or they would topple the magic tower in the other world before that happened. After explaining everything, she left the stage and returned to her seat. The meeting then concluded, with Zhang Mi asking everyone to contact her once they were ready to join the war in the other world. After that, they headed straight to Australia after Park received a call from Taiping. Park, along with Yang, was looking around when Deli suddenly rushed forward and hugged Sungmi, saying that she had been waiting for her. Park greeted her, greeted Deli as well, and learned that she had many things to share about the dungeon. She first explained that the dungeon had never been cleared, that it was a primordial dungeon, and that the level of dimensional energy detected inside was extremely high. Taiping had organized the information that Deli provided and was pleased that it had been helpful. Suddenly, a different kind of dimensional energy appeared, and Juhi said that it gave her goosebumps. They found it strange because if the dungeon had remained uncleared for a long time, it should have naturally revealed its position by causing an outbreak. Park told everyone that, as they now knew, it was an SS-ranked dungeon and that a quest would appear as soon as they entered. Park noted that there would be a total of 8 people, including Deli and Latte. The others had no objections to them joining, and they finally entered the dungeon. Park felt that everything was completely normal, but suddenly the gate disappeared and he told everyone to move forward. A large number of monsters began approaching, so they all prepared to fight back. Park took the lead, and together with the others, they struck down the monsters and gained a large amount of experience points. Seeing that there were still many monsters left, Park used Hell Breath on all of them. Exon was frightened by the spell, stating that he would have melted if he had even touched it. Leah said that he was worrying for nothing. Deli asked them to look ahead, pointing out that those were the legendary Great Dimension Stones. Park decided to divide them among everyone, but Zhang replied that Park did not need to give her any, as she was not interested in money or such things and believed that they needed them more than she did. They continued forward, and Sungmi also stated that she did not need any stones. When Leah arrived, Park told her that she should at least take her share, but she replied that they would be of better use to him. Since no one was willing to take them, they let Park keep everything. Park thanked everyone, saying that he would put them to good use. Park then entered another gate and came face to face with the boss monster, Hatred. Ixen and Exen attacked it with their weapons, causing a massive blast, but Hatred moved in close to strike, attempting to stab Exen. A shield formed to protect him. Park recognized the stone spear, recalling a previous battle involving a monster and a sorcerer. The fight finally began, and although everyone struggled against the boss, Park continued to land powerful slashes and attacked with horrid fear and lightning strikes. He asked Sarah whether it was the same goat he had encountered before. She denied it, saying that although it looked similar, she could not sense any purity within it, and that only hatred for the one who had killed it remained. The boss monster Hatred declared that if Park were killed, it would destroy everything with its own hands. Deus then connected to Park, stating that the hatred was not directed at him. Park realized that everyone around him was frozen and understood that Deus was the only one capable of doing such a thing. Deus explained everything to Park, describing what the place was and how things had come to be. He said that it was a realm where the souls of victims remained, those who had not been fully liberated from hatred. Park was told to use his power to help them accept their fate, let go of their resentment, and attain liberation. Deus added that when the vicious cycle of war finally ended, he himself would embrace the sin, punishment, and evil. Park then rose and prepared to use Firestorm, asking everyone whether they were fine, as he intended to heal them first. He explained that they had been facing a mass of hatred created by the awakened system and the dimensional rift, and that they were only liberating that hatred in order to clear the dungeon. Zhang asked whether it was a battle of endurance, and Park agreed, stating that it seemed the entity could only copy boss monsters from the memories of the awakened ones it encountered. Soon after, another boss monster, Ikazila, appeared before them. A long time passed as they fought one monster after another with all their strength. Eventually, Carcass appeared, and when he unleashed his power against them, they dodged the attack. At Park's signal, everyone launched their attacks together. Carcass formed a giant fist and struck at them, but they countered with their combined powers, creating an opening for two of them to attack him directly. Carcass's defenses resisted at first, but they were destroyed by Park. Taking advantage of the opening, Zhong unleashed all of her magic, creating a massive blast around Carcass. Finally, they defeated the final boss, and the raid was completed. It was stated that there was a 300% increase in damage against demons, and Leah remarked that it was better than most unique rank relics. Park replied that one could never go wrong with a damage boost. He then entered the personal reward room and found that there was no one else around him, with nothing present except an old sword lying nearby. He realized that the relic had been specifically designed to be used against the demon lord, Balzarox. After obtaining the equipment, he mentioned that he was startled to discover that his enlightenment level had increased, as he had not expected it. He was then asked to choose a spell and accept the Spirit Mage subjugation contract with the Fire Spirit. As he read the description, he understood that everyone else must have also received rewards suited to their own powers and wondered what the others had obtained. He hoped that something unexpected had happened for them as well. When Sungmi checked her reward, she realized that it was perfect for protecting Park. She reflected that he had helped her greatly, and now it was her turn to protect him. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the primordial dungeon, where everyone had gathered. Park asked whether they liked their rewards, and they replied that they had not expected them to be so good. However, Park noticed that Sungmi seemed sad, so he approached her, wondering whether she had received something worthwhile. She replied that she had obtained some provocation skills meant for tanking. Park could only smile at her in gratitude, and he was satisfied as long as she was happy with her skills. Zhong then approached Park, wondering whether he had done something to upset Sungmi. Park noticed that Sungmi had already turned to leave and wondered where she was going. She replied that she had some personal matters to attend to, and asked him not to worry, assuring him that she would be back before they set off. Park then said that they should head back as well. The scene shifted to Jiang's secret hideout, where Garam was sitting and writing a story, thinking that everything was finished, and wondering about the best way to give it an ending. She then got an idea in which the hero finally stood before the demon lord and risked his life to deliver the final blow, accepting a destiny he could not escape. Feeling relaxed, she stood up, but suddenly wondered why her body was disappearing after she finished writing. Completely confused, Garam vanished entirely. Shortly after, Zhong arrived, calling out for Garam, but found no sign of her anywhere. The scene shifted to northern continent Landrick Harbor, where Park finally arrived with his team members and found that the weather was really pleasant, making it hard to believe that the place was in the middle of a war. Someone approached them, confirmed Park's identity, and welcomed him. The man introduced himself as Pierre, an admirer of the Sinistress Kingdom. Park greeted him and stated that he had come to cross the Magnum Sea. Pigeon thanked Park for saving the northern continent, after which Park asked how the departure preparations were going. Pigeon replied that there was no need to worry, as they had gathered their finest soldiers and mages, and all preparations were complete. Belton was waiting on the deck along with Smellets. Park assumed that they were late because it had taken them some time to resolve issues in their own dimensions. He then wondered whether Pigeon had run into some problem. Suddenly, a giant spear rose from the water and Talassa appeared, apologizing for being late. Everyone looked on as Park spoke with him. Somehow, Pigeon seemed strange, and soon they set sail from there. It was the 5th day of sailing in the Magnum Sea, and Park was flying while thinking that this was exactly what was expected of the waters known as the Demon Sea, where monsters appeared endlessly every day. Talassa came over and warned Park not to let his guard down, as they were about to enter the territory of Tenax. Suddenly, the ships were caught in a storm, which made them unstable. Park noticed it and stated that Tenax was approaching. It then attacked the boats, and Park created a white shield to protect everyone, while Sungmi also used her shield. She felt that she could not hold it alone, so the other mages joined in to help. As Park was about to attack, Talasha stopped him and asked him to conserve his strength and leave the task to him. He then moved forward to fight Tenax, telling it to come out. When Tenax finally attacked them, Park felt that the raid had truly begun. Park began attacking with force missiles, landing several hits along with a flame burst, but it did not even suffer a scratch. Suddenly, some of Tenax's legs struck at Park from behind. Talassa commanded the water spirits to restrain Tenax, and they moved in to capture it, but it continued fighting Park as they used shields to block its attacks. Eventually, 10x broke through Park's shield and struck him, causing him to fall into the water. Park lost consciousness, and Seungmi rushed to him, calling out his name. When he regained awareness, he was surprised and wondered what she was doing there. She stated that she had come to help him. Park asked about the ship and the others, and she replied that everything was protected within the barrier. Seungmi admitted that she had abandoned her post because she was worried about him. Park tapped her on the head and then rose again to fight 10x. Park then noticed that Jong was fighting 10x along with the other members, holding it off until he returned. A blast struck one of the ships, causing a few people to fall. Park used limited wish to analyze 10x's weaknesses and discovered several weak points, all located at its gills. He asked Seungmi if she could distract it for as long as possible. She wondered whether he had a plan, and Park replied that he had used a spell to determine its weakness and would attack once it was distracted. She questioned whether he was confident, and Park reassured her not to worry, stating that he would not let his guard down. He then rushed forward as Seungmi attacked 10x with the Rod of Rover of Hatred. Using Dimension Door, Park moved closer to 10x and struck at its weak point. Park went inside 10x, believing it was the best chance to enter. He used Continual Light to see inside and discovered powerful stomach acid, but he believed he would be fine due to the protection of his transcendent armor. He hurried and used Smite to attack 10x from within. Outside, everyone grew worried as 10x began escaping back into the water, attempting to drown Park, so they realized they had to lure it back. Inside, Park noticed spikes lining the stomach and found that physical attacks were ineffective because the spikes were coated with acid. A huge amount of water suddenly rushed over him. Outside, Ji-young and Seungmi chased after 10x, and Seungmi used her shield to force it to rise again. They continued slashing at it, but felt that it was extremely strong. Thalassa used his power to strike 10x, while Ji-young struggled to hold on and hoped that Park would finish it quickly. Park was nearly drowned again and wondered how he could pierce the stomach, realizing that its true weakness must lie beyond the stomach lining. He noticed pieces of armor and relics inside its body and understood that they contained a large amount of magic. Using his power, he enchanted and melted them, forming a fire spear, which he threw to pierce the stomach. When an opening was created, Park gathered his power and struck through it. Park finally found 10x's heart, though a large amount of magic still remained around it. Outside, everyone continued fighting, and just as the next strike was about to land, Park felt something strange and fell into the sea again. Everyone realized that Park had brought 10x down. In the end, Park completed the task, and almost forgot that defeating it had also been one of his objectives. He obtained several high-class relics as well. The others gathered around Park, all of them overjoyed. Belton stated that he had never expected Park to defeat 10x. Smelitz and Belton remarked that it was something truly impossible that Park had accomplished, and that it was now their duty to put everything on the line for the upcoming fight. After the ship's finished inspection, Pigeon asked everyone to move on. The scene then shifted to the central continent, Port Morales, where several guards were on duty. Heisey, along with a few others, rushed in, reporting that civilians had been massacred and everything had been taken. Heisey acknowledged their anger but stated that they had to stay focused, as rescuing the imprisoned civilians was the top priority. After checking the situation, she stated that she was once a princess of an empire that had fallen to ruin long ago, but status did not matter when it came to saving people. They entered an area Heisey referred to as Lasis and discovered many imprisoned civilians. As she began freeing them, she removed the mouth covering of one person, who urgently told her to run away because a spell placed in his mouth would cause a massive explosion. After the blast, the guards rushed to check the area, and Black Cross Sanan was also present there, smiling as he wondered who had come to save the people. Suddenly, a blue lion attacked him, but Sanan blocked it effortlessly and stated that it must be the princess of the empire that had fallen long ago. She was furious and demanded to know how he dared to do such things to those people. Laxus said that there was no point in reasoning with them at the moment and insisted that they should retreat before the soldiers and dark sorcerers arrived. However, before they could escape, the enemies attacked, and a shield formed to protect them. Laxus initially thought that Heisa had cast it and expressed her appreciation, but Heisa replied that it was not her doing. Jared then appeared, stating that it seemed he had arrived at the right time. Everyone was shocked to see that someone so young, with only 6 magic circles, had accomplished such a feat. Jared released thick smoke throughout the area and began fighting Sanan and the others. Sanan soon realized that the 3 had already escaped, which filled him with rage and fury. A short while earlier, Jared had been in an underground tunnel where he created an opening to escape. From there, he led Heisey and Laxus away. Heisey recognized him as Berhard's son and asked whether there was a reason they had to leave so urgently. Jared revealed that shortly after they had gone to rescue the civilians, they received a message stating that Park, along with the others, had conquered the northern continent's sea and was heading toward the central region. He explained that the area would soon turn into a war zone, so they had to leave before that happened. Suddenly, they heard a disturbance, and both Jared and Sinan noticed the sound of an emergency horn. Someone reported that dozens of ships were appearing from the northern continent. It was also reported that 2 mages were already in the sky and that they needed to stop them. One of them was identified as Salamon, the dark sorcerer, and the other was Malkan. Everyone began preparing for battle, and Sinan realized that they could not ignore Wendela's orders. They then saw a flash of light in the night sky, and Sinan immediately understood that it was an attack. He was shocked as, at that very moment, Park cast Meteor Storm upon them. The guards became worried and began to flee from the area. Sinan grew enraged and used Soul Eater, while at the same time, Malkan cast Soul Shield to create a barrier around them to withstand the meteor storm. Berhard watched everything and remarked that it was truly a sight to behold. Mary added that Park was far stronger than they had imagined. They realized that Park's abilities were exceptionally high, and Berhard hoped that Jared had made it out safely. After some time, Park finally arrived and confronted the 2 sorcerers. Salamon attacked him, claiming that Park's magic must have been almost depleted after casting such a powerful spell. He struck with dark fire, but Park dispelled it, remarking that Salamon talked too much and that when faced with danger, he sacrificed the lives of others just to save himself. Salehman became furious, after which Park asked Sarah to activate her power, the Chamber of Truth. All 3 of them were drawn into the Chamber of Truth. Park declared that it was now their turn, then used Limitless Transcendence and multiplied himself. Solomon was terrified as Park unleashed Fireball, casting 16 fireballs at once. Solomon attempted to strike one of them, believing it to be the original who had been watching from the shadows the entire time. Malkan urged him to maintain his composure, but Salamon ignored him and continued attacking Park. From behind, Park struck Malkan and told him to be silent. He then killed Malkan and moved to attack Solomon, who protected himself with Soul Shield. Solomon sought help from Malkan, and Malkan, now using all of Solomon's power, caused a massive explosion in the area. Malkan took over Solomon's body as well, and Park thought that he had absorbed his own ally in order to evolve. Malkan attacked Park, while Park blocked the assault and created multiple copies of himself, thinking that he first needed to deactivate that spell. Malkan then stated that only Park's real body would remain and attacked with death rays. Park countered with a lightning spear, directing it toward Malkan. Although Malkan tried to stop it with his chains, the spear did not halt and struck him. Even so, Malkan remained completely unharmed and used his chains to bind Park. Park was confused about how Malkan had become an arch-lich. Malkan ignored his words and attacked him again, using Soul Plunder. Meanwhile, Ixan stated that there was nothing left in the areas where Park's spell had passed through. As they examined the ground, Zhang said that if there were any survivors, they would have to report to Wendell that they had crossed the central continent. Suddenly, they sensed an incoming attack, and Sinan appeared, questioning how they had dared to tarnish the mission entrusted to them by Wendella. The battle began, and Sinan looked extremely confident that he would defeat them all. They too prepared themselves to fight him. Park, still bound by Malkan's power, then unleashed Transcendent Support, thinking that he would strike Malkan with something he would never expect. Malkan was confused to see a spellcaster wielding a sword. He then used the Blade of Death to attack Park, wondering what Park could possibly do with a sword. Malkan felt delighted as he struck at Park and then formed a giant sword to attack him again. However, Park used Aura Blade to cut through that power and even counterattacked, leaving Malkan shocked, as only a swordsman was supposed to be able to use Aura Blade. He wondered how a magician could possibly do such a thing. Park attacked him once more, stating that if Malkan was truly curious, he would have plenty of time in hell to think about it. Park observed everything and was confused as Malkan used his power, wondering why the dark magician always ended up doing the same thing. Malkan created a giant monster by himself and declared that Park would die. Many heads struck toward Park, but he slashed through all of them and remarked that Malkan himself had taught him that. He then cast a spell using transcendent power, captured the entire body, moved closer, grabbed the mana core, and destroyed it, finally defeating Malkan. The scene then shifted to the ground, where Sinan lay, unable to believe how powerful the Transcendents were, though he still hoped Salehman and Malkan would handle everything. As soon as the portal opened, Park was the only one who came out, and he wondered whether everything was under control. Zhang agreed and said they needed to go to the coast, where the others were already waiting. Park agreed, and stated that they should listen to what the others were saying and take some time to organize themselves. A barrier covered the entire area, but it shattered easily, leaving Park confused as he wondered how Berahard's shield had been broken so easily. Park noticed that Berahard and Jared had been thrown in that direction, so he and Sungmi went to lift them. A beam of light came down to strike them, but Ji Yong stopped it and told them to take Jared and Berahard to a safe place. Asto, the Black Crusader, appeared and wondered whether Ji Yong would be his opponent, hoping to fight against a Transcendent. When she provoked him, he became enraged and moved to attack her. Park set Berahard down and wondered what had happened. Berahard explained that he had been maintaining the barrier when soldiers from the magic tower appeared in the distance. He said he had held them off to maintain the front line, but suddenly an explosion occurred and he told Park to dodge the attacks. Outside, Jong noticed that someone else had joined the battle, so Park went to check as well. Usher wondered whether one of them was a Transcendent. Asto told him to stop interfering in the battle, but Asher replied that it was not a game but an order from Vendela, so they had to take it seriously. Suddenly, Asher realized that Asto had been killed by Park's power, and Park declared that they had time to talk and that, within that time, he would wipe out each and every one of them. Asher attacked Park with his sword, but Jong used her Bloodthorn power to slash at him. Sinan asked Asher to calm down, saying that he knew Asher had been very close to Asto, but attacking a Transcendent in a fit of rage would only throw his life away, so they needed to be cautious. He then added that it was a pleasure to meet Park, introduced himself, and mentioned that they had lost a great deal of their forces to him. He stated that to settle that grudge, the Black Crusaders would do everything in their power to take Park down. Suddenly, a huge blast erupted among them, and someone rushed to Sinan, informing him that there was a problem as Desmond's resurrected army had appeared from the forest and was attacking. Sinan was shocked and said that he had thought they were still occupied with other battles. He then instructed Asher to handle the situation behind them and reminded him to remember what Vendela had told them all. Another massive explosion followed, and Belton appeared, declaring that he would now show his true power. The battle continued as he used the lava blaster to attack his enemies, but he found that their shield was too strong for him to deal with easily. Belton continued fighting with all his strength, while his opponent wondered how long he could keep going. Eventually, Belton succeeded in striking the shield, and Park remarked that it was more like physical magic at that point. At the same time, an attack came toward Park, which he blocked. He realized that he still had to complete his own objectives after defeating the Dark Sorcerer, from whom he had gained special abilities. After learning about them, he read the description of the skill and concluded that it would be a waste to use it all on just one person when he had not yet dealt with all the Black Crusaders. He decided that he had to finish it himself rather than using a clone. Finally, he began the battle in earnest, and as Sinan created a tornado, Park wondered whether he was trying to stall. He then struck with a thunder strike, and Sinan finally located Park's real body and moved to attack him. Park was deeply confused and wondered whether Sinan had somehow avoided his magic detection, as no living being should have gone undetected. He then suspected that Sinan might already be dead, sensing a dark magic radiating from him that was disrupting Park's own magic circulation. Park realized that it was a suicide attack and hoped that his immortality skill would activate. Sinan refused to leave Park, and Sungmi stepped in to pull Sinan away. Park became worried for her, but suddenly an explosion occurred, leaving everyone in shock. Park discovered that Sungmi had disappeared, with all her armor lying nearby. He stood there in disbelief, thinking that he had assumed he could easily handle everyone except Vendela, and that this carelessness had led to Sungmi's death, which was now irreversible. He felt remorse for Sungmi, realizing it was far too late to ask for her forgiveness, but he vowed to avenge her. He then instructed everyone on their tasks, stating that he could not fight properly while worrying about his allies. Jong created a massive barrier, shocking everyone as they wondered whether all the rebels had vanished. Park stood alone, consumed by rage, preparing to unleash all his magic, force missiles, ice power, thunder strikes, and everything he possessed against his enemies. When someone attacked him, Park, enraged, summoned a spirit and used a fire spear before finally finishing the enemy with a lava dragon attack. Jong was struggling greatly to maintain the barrier. She knew that she could not fully understand how Park felt after losing Sungmi, but she believed that he could not afford to fall apart like that, and that he should pour all of his anger into the barrier instead. Park then launched an attack on the enemies. One of the monsters tried to strike back, and they began to wonder whether Park possessed endless magic. They realized they had to do something quickly, as Park was preparing a wide-range attack to overwhelm them, so they planned to approach him once they managed to block his attacks. They attempted to move closer, but Park unleashed Hellfire again to strike them. Sinan managed to block it, and the second monster charged toward Park. Park formed a shield to block the attack, but before he could use Blink to disappear, he was captured. The monster slammed him into the ground and declared that Park could no longer escape using magic. Park merely smiled, suddenly bound the monster with chains, and used a lightning spear, stating that he did not care even if he suffered damage himself. A massive explosion followed, killing the monster, and the barrier that Jong was maintaining also broke apart. Sinan was bound by the chains, while the monster reverted to its normal wolf form and lay nearby. Sinan admitted that he had not expected Park to use the same idea as him. Park replied that he had simply set traps while casting the meteor spell, and that the beast had caught him off guard. Sinan stated that it was already too late for him. Park shouted that he did not want to hear their voices anymore. Sinan then used his power, and suddenly something happened to Park, causing him to collapse. Jong rushed over to check on him. Park lay on a bed, feeling as though someone was calling him. He got up in pain, his head aching, and wondered whether he had been dreaming. Sungmi was sitting beside him and handed him a cloth, asking him to wipe his face. Park thanked her, then suddenly realized it was Sungmi. Confused, she asked why he looked so surprised to see her. Park reached out to touch her and was truly shocked to find that she was alive. After a moment, he woke up from the dream. Jong came to him and said that he was finally awake. Worried, Park immediately asked what had happened to Sungmi. Jong told him to calm down, explaining that he must have had a nightmare. Park then understood that it had only been a dream and sat quietly for a while. Jong gathered everyone and said that Park had been unconscious for 5 days, so he needed time to eat and readjust. The others stepped away and Park began to cry for Sungmi. After some time, Jong returned and asked whether he had calmed down a little. Park replied that after Sungmi's death, many people had come to see him and had placed their faith in him, and that he could not keep moping around like that. He added that he did not want to disgrace her, as she had risked her life to be there, and that doing so would also disrespect Sungmi, who had sacrificed herself for him. Finally, Park asked Jong to tell him what had happened during the last 5 days. Jong first revealed that they had won the battle, after which she explained how everything had unfolded and added that they were still not strong enough to fight Vendela. Park was pleased to learn about the special quest, and the two of them continued discussing what needed to be done in the future and what was happening across the world. The scene then shifted to Vendela, who went to a location and placed the orb at the center of the area, releasing an overwhelming amount of dark magic and summoning the Demon Lord. Vendela explained everything to him, and the Demon Lord was shocked, stating that he had never considered them his followers. He added that if they were not truly Vendela's servants, as Vendela claimed, then they would die despite having been granted the Demon Lord's power, and that humanity had deeply disappointed him. Vendela knelt down and begged him to grant a single request, asking to be allowed to draw upon the power of the altar, vowing that he would use all his strength to destroy every enemy in that world. The Demon Lord stated that the situation was not as bad as it seemed. Vendela admitted that it had been his mistake to underestimate the transcendent, and he expressed gratitude for being granted the authority. He finally received the Demon Lord's power, after which the Demon Lord revealed that they would never meet again and that the dimensional connection would be sealed from that day onward, warning Vendela not to make unnecessary visits. With that, the Demon Lord disappeared, leaving Vendela filled with anger. The scene then shifted to the magic tower of the Artenia Empire, where a man was summoned by Vandalha. Vandalha ordered him to begin the final preparations so that he could fight in his best condition, instructing that no one was to be allowed near the room during the preparation period. The man agreed and left. Vandalha thought that he would prepare everything perfectly and deal with Park with his own hands. The scene moved to the temporary lodging at the port, where Park was examining the Sword of Judgment, checking his stats and the special ability he had obtained. He discovered that he was close to reaching Class 10 and that his level had reached 99. He then stated that it was time to begin preparations, deciding to use mass production and initiate the creation of arcane androids. He understood that they would not lose to the Maggot Critical Union as long as they had enough time. Jiang arrived and told Park to come for dinner. They went to the supply base, where everyone was eating. Park sat down, but found himself unable to eat. Leah noticed and asked whether he was not hungry. Park apologized, saying that he had been lost in thought and did not feel hungry. As they sat together, Leah mentioned that the teleportation magic repaired by Berhard and Belton had been a success. At that moment, Park saw Sungmi appear beside him and ask about him. Park was overjoyed, while the others were confused about how this was possible. Sungmi explained that among the spoils she had chosen from the primordial chamber, there was a special resurrection item, which allowed her to survive and return to a designated place, and that she had come as soon as she woke up. Overcome with emotion, Park hugged her, saying that it was not a dream and that she had truly come back. The others were also relieved and happy that Sungmi had returned safely. Park understood everything, including why it had taken Sungmi some time to return. She explained that she had met Awaken, who agreed to support her across the dimensions, and they had headed there together. She mentioned that the teleport gate connected just as they arrived at the northern continent port, which they used to cross over. She said she had something to give Park and revealed that it was the ancient dragon tome. Park thanked her, and then they both went to meet the others from every dimension, where the awakened ones were also present. Park stated that it was their meeting to discuss the future that awaited them. After a few days, the scene shifted to the Artania Empire, where Vendela was meditating while using all his powers, trying to maintain the flow of dark energy, though it could not be helped. He was attempting to obtain a report about Alter, but the magic crystal was not working. Suddenly, he heard Berhard's voice asking if he could hear him. Vendela became enraged, and Berhard wondered whether Vendela even knew who he was. Berhard then struck the stone first and attacked Vendela afterward, leaving Vendela completely confused about what was happening. Afterward, he checked and discovered that there were more forces beyond the one stationed there. The Demon Lord disconnected from Vendela even though Vendela wanted to discuss something. Berhard grew increasingly angry and unleashed his power throughout the entire tower. Vendela became worried and realized he needed to prepare the Imperial Edict to mobilize both soldiers and civilians. He then announced the mass mobilization of the Artania Empire. The scene shifted again, this time to the forest near Morala City, where two monsters were attacking Park. Park connected with Berhard and asked him about everything that had happened. Berhard told him not to worry, stating that everything was going according to plan. While Park led Desmond's resurrected army to face the two dark sorcerers, they succeeded in destroying Alter and provoking Brendela. When Berhard explained everything to Park, he told him to gather everyone and head to the Artania Empire. At that moment, one of Park's enemies used a gravity field to attack him, and Park struck the monster from behind. However, the monster used a shield to save himself and counterattacked Park. Park already had a plan, and he realized that his enemies were the dark sorcerers, Ronan and Oberyn. They then descended upon Park, and he did nothing but endure their attacks repeatedly. They even created a gravity prison around him and used a gravity burst to smash him violently into the ground. Two enemies were slashing through a specific area when they sensed someone's presence and assumed that the person would not be able to withstand their attack. They felt the impact and realized it was Park, who was injured and had run into the forest to lure them. One of them rushed forward to attack Park, but the other told him to wait. He stated that this was their chance to strike Park because, even if he healed his wounds, it would not happen instantly. He then landed a blow on Park, causing a huge explosion. Eventually, Park and the enemy stood facing each other, and the man claimed that Park would no longer be able to fight in such a poor physical condition. The other enemy moved behind Park, but Park merely smirked and said that it was the perfect time. He activated his super magic engineering mana interference device. The monster was confused by the countless numbers appearing around them but dismissed it, believing Park's body was still unfit for battle. Park then used Overheal on himself and recovered instantly, remarking that it was unfortunate for them. He unleashed his power and summoned all of his loyal minions. As the robots appeared, the enemy wondered how such absurdly advanced technology could even exist. He tried to use his magic, only to find that it would not activate. The minions attacked him, and when he slashed his weapon and attempted to teleport away, he discovered that the spell would not cast and that he needed help. However, the other man was occupied elsewhere. Park then used Thunderstroke to strike him, and with the combined attacks of his loyal minions, the enemy was finally killed. Park stated that he usually gave his enemies time to speak their last words, but since one of them was still alive, there was no time for that. Finally, Park killed Ronan, leaving Oberyn as the only one remaining. Park then attacked Oberyn, who was trying to flee, having become worried after Ronan's defeat and deciding that he had to escape. However, Park's army continued to attack him. In the blink of an eye, Park closed the distance and landed a strike on Oberyn, then used the Aura Blade to slash at him. Oberyn was shocked to see Park using the Aura Blade and fought back while creating a shield to block Park's blasts. He struggled against Park's overwhelming power as Park continued attacking with various abilities. Finally, a lightning attack struck Oberyn and knocked him down. Park then ordered everyone to commence the fire and also used freeze, turning the area into a frozen kingdom. He thought that even Vendela must not know about the existence of such high-level golems created by him. Park kept Oberyn alive and stated that Oberyn would become his shield. He then drew his sword to slash at Oberyn, who was frozen by Park's power, declaring that he would now be useful as a disposable shield. Park then used the soul-binding contract to reunite Oberyn's head and body, after which Oberyn began following Park's orders. Park told him to wait inside his pocket dimension, and he finally reached Class 10 as well. He was extremely happy to have reached that stage. Suddenly, everyone received a notification that Deus was pleased with their progress and that a blessing of pure virtue, unattained and untainted by worldly corruption, had descended upon Earth. Everyone became aware of it, and Yang understood that the operation must have been successful. Park gained many things as his power increased and his mana capacity rose by 20,000. He felt an overwhelming sensation at that moment and wondered if this had all been part of Deus's plan. He also thought that if they merely wanted to strengthen him, he had no reason to refuse it. It was finally time, as he now possessed a divine spell that consumed a massive amount of magic. At that moment, Park had a temporary assistant to help him wield the divine spells and enable rapid adaptation. The assistant detected the range and asked Park to choose the direction and select the target for annihilation. Park was surprised that he could do so merely through his thoughts. He then launched the strike, which caused a tremendous explosion of light that left everyone shocked. They all remained on guard. Juhi wondered if it was all over. After the bright light faded, everyone was stunned to see that every single enemy had vanished, and they realized it was Park's skill. Seungmi wondered if something had happened to him, but Park suddenly appeared behind her and told her not to worry. She hugged him, and everyone praised his great work. Park explained that it was simply another level up for him. Ji-young stated that it was now the perfect time for the final showdown with Vendela, and that Deus's plan was truly flawless. Park did not know whether the outcome had been calculated from the beginning, but he was glad they had reached the best possible scenario. A gate then opened in front of them, and Park told everyone that Vendela was waiting for them in the magic empire of Artenia, so they should go and meet him now. The scene shifted to the magic tower of the Aratania Empire, where Vendela was seated on his throne, laughing as he recalled everything he had done and the preparations he had made. He reflected that he no longer had any choice and had to abandon his plan of receiving dark energy from the altars. Suddenly, someone interrupted him by reporting that enemies had appeared near the castle. Vendela asked about Oberyn and Ronan, and the person reported that not a single soldier had survived alongside them, which was all the information their group had received. Enraged, Vendela killed the messenger and declared that it was now a battle between himself and Park, and they would see who emerged victorious. The others present grew uneasy, and all of a sudden, Vendela's head exploded, leaving everyone in shock. However, it soon regenerated, and Vendela ordered all the soldiers to remain strong, declaring that this was their final battle. He instructed them to gather at the fortress, their homeland. The scene then shifted to the guards on the other side, who wondered why there had been no word from Vendela. They were deeply worried when they realized that the rebel forces were approaching. Terrified, the guards saw Arcanes arriving with his warriors. Arcanes drew his sword and urged everyone to move forward, stating that they had important tasks to accomplish. He encouraged them to save their people from the enemies and ensure that those foes would never set foot on their land again. Meanwhile, at the fortress, a commander instructed his subordinate to activate the barrier around the stronghold. The mages began deploying magical fire to attack Arcanes' army, but Berhard created a shield to block the assault, which angered the enemies. Berhard responded that he had never planned to fight alone, and he summoned numerous robots that launched a combined attack on the enemy barrier, finally breaking it. Taking advantage of the opening, Ji-young leapt inside with the others and began attacking the enemies. However, they suddenly sensed something strange and realized they had been teleported to the center of the fortress, yet all they could see were ruins. They understood that they were under Vendela's control, made to experience an illusion created by him. Jongmi wondered whether it was the dark magician Park had mentioned earlier, realizing that she stood no chance against him and could not break the binding. Vendela remarked that he did not believe it was such a difficult question for them and asked where Park was at that moment. Ji-young replied that they were not going to reveal anything about Park. Suddenly, angered, Vendela attacked them, saying that such tactics might have worked against him before, but not anymore. Ji-young remained confident and said that it was not what Vendela thought, as she was merely signaling his arrival. Vendela was confused when Park suddenly struck him with a crushing fist. Park finally appeared, apologizing for being late and telling them to leave everything to him. Vendela used reverse gravity on Park, but Park blocked it with a transcendent shield. Ji-young then took Jiangmi away from the battlefield. Dark lightning was launched at Park, but he evaded it and used all 4 spear skills to strike Vendela with an elemental spear attack. Park suddenly realized that Vendela had come very close to hitting him, but he countered by punching him again with a sunfire attack, and their battle continued. After some time, Vendela stated that when he had first heard about Park, he had never imagined that fate would turn them into mortal enemies, and Park admitted that he felt the same way. Vendela then launched another sudden attack, and Park retaliated with a lightning spear. As they continued exchanging blows, Park declared that he would never show mercy to someone like Vendela, who sought to use his power to conquer the world. Vendela laughed upon hearing this. Park said that he had not come to talk and questioned whether they were going to fight or not. He added that Vendela had better pray he did not die like a dog, as it would be a disgrace to face his fallen stepborn in the afterlife. Enraged, Vendela opened the third eye on his forehead and shouted that Park would regret it. The power of the Demon King surged into him, completely transforming his form, as he declared that every choice Park had made would now fill him with regret. The monsters began fighting back against the humans, and the ordinary soldiers struggled greatly. They discovered that the monsters' cores were located in their chests, so Arcanes instructed everyone to sever their legs to prevent them from advancing. He then encountered a gigantic monster, which was being attacked by numerous undead. Arcanes charged forward and slashed at it with all his strength, realizing that the Empire clearly regarded this battle as the final one. He understood that retreat would mean total defeat, and that they had to win the war no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Park and Vendela continued their battle, unleashing all of their power. Vendela attempted to stab Park from behind, but it turned out to be an illusion. Park explained that he had deployed an advanced magical engineering mana interference device around the area and said that he needed some time to cast his spell. He then completed the Great Awakening. From a distance, Nisa also noticed the light and realized that Park had drawn upon some of the power of Eos, which only enraged Vendela further and drove him to attack more fiercely. Park began destroying Vendela's attacks and struck at him with the Death Blade. Vendela responded by creating shadow clones of himself. Park recognized the tactic and prepared to fight them alone, unaware that Vendela was actually aiming for his back. However, Park did not give Vendela the opportunity. He slashed behind him, only to realize that it was not Vendela's real body. At that moment, the real Vendela emerged behind Park, ready to strike. The battle continued as Park made a wish to swap one of Vendela's clones with his own clone and immediately cast a location exchange spell. The wish was granted, and one of Vendela's clones transformed into Park. Vendela attacked the wrong target, while the real Park calmly realized that the wish had enabled back-to-back spell linkage. Not wasting the opportunity, Park used mana to briefly stop time. Within those few seconds, he slashed Vendela and severed his arms. When time resumed, Vendela was confused to find that his body was not regenerating. With no time to dwell on it, he focused on keeping Park from getting too close and launched another attack, only to find Oberyn standing before him. Vendela felt momentarily relieved upon seeing Oberyn. Taking advantage of the distraction, Park used a holding spell and struck Vendela. Oberyn, who was under Park's control, was used to restrain Vendela, and Park unleashed immense power that Vendela could not escape without suffering heavy damage. Park then used the Phantasm variation, causing everyone to stop as a massive orb formed. Afterward, Oberyn collapsed, and Vendela stood facing Park, realizing that he needed to retreat into the forest to replenish his dark energy. As Vendela attempted to flee, Park pursued him with full force. Vendela prepared to unleash all the remaining dark energy in his body to counterattack. At that moment, memories of the Demon Lord speaking to Vendela surfaced before Park, allowing him to understand that Vendela had rejected subjugation and allowed fragments of his memories to leak through. Park declared that it was the end and stabbed his sword into Vendela's body. A system message then appeared, announcing that Park had successfully defeated Vendela. Park reflected that, since being chosen as a vagrant, he had continued pushing forward, met many friends along the way, fought countless battles, and finally reached Deus. He arrived in a garden and wondered if it was the place where Deus resided. A person dressed entirely in white appeared and remarked that the place felt a bit empty, which was why he had decided to decorate it before greeting Park. Park wondered if the person was Deus, as the aura he sensed from him was far beyond comprehension. They both sat down, and the man explained that if Park had been an ordinary person, his mind would have shattered already, but because he had acquired a divine spell, he was now able to withstand it. Park was confused, unsure of when he had even sat down, and found himself strangely enjoying the moment. The man told him not to worry, explaining that he had shifted them to a more suitable location for conversation. He then showed Park many dimensions and explained the law of natural order, stating that where there was light, there must also be darkness. He added that the Demon Lord was a fragmented form of his own incomplete evil side, and since the Demon Lord was born from his essence, it could be said that the Demon Lord was another deus. When Park asked for further explanation, he learned that to kill the Demon Lord, he would ultimately have to kill Deus. He was also told that Park had exceeded all expectations by defeating Vendela, who had been the avatar of Ixon. Their conversation continued, and Park asked whether Deus knew someone named Garam. Deus replied that Garam was one of the selves he had intentionally split from himself, removing from that self the ability to foresee the future and influence reality. Through this discussion, Park came to understand many hidden truths. Finally, Park asked what would happen after the Demon Lord was defeated. Deus replied that he intended to close all dimensional gates, as the tragedies caused by encounters with otherworldly beings had been far too great. He acknowledged the pros and cons of such a decision, and stated that he would bear all the sins and karma that resulted from it. When asked if he had any other request, Park asked Deus to set up a detonation system using himself as the catalyst, as he intended to take the Demon Lord down with him. Deus agreed and carried it out. At last, the final step came, in which Deus granted Park as much power as his vessel could withstand. Park obtained 6 intermediate divine spells and prepared to fulfill his duty as an avatar. Having transcended the limits of mortal power, he returned to the human world, declaring that he would put an end to all wars among the humans of the continent. When he released his power, everyone was shocked as a brilliant light spread across the land, turning night into day. There were many giant holes, and when humans came to investigate, they were shocked and wondered where Vendela's dead body was. They could not find it and soon ran away from the place. Arcanes, along with his party, arrived and began clearing the remaining enemies. Berhard, who was with Park, said that he had never expected Vendela to be hiding beneath the magic tower. Park explained that he had only learned about it after peering into Vendela's memories. They then went down together, and Berhard remarked that it looked like an ordinary cave. Park used the key to open a door, and they both entered an open area that turned out to be a laboratory, which surprised them greatly. Berhard moved forward to inspect it, but Park asked him to wait, saying that he had a spell that would be helpful. Berhard wondered if it was the same intermediate divine spell Park had used on the battlefield. Park agreed and cast the spell. Suddenly, Berhard felt something different and said that he had discovered the equation for a seamless, rift-free dimensional connection that did not affect any dimension. Both of them were extremely happy about this discovery. They continued their investigation, during which Park obtained a relic capable of pinpointing the Demon Lord's location within its realm, allowing him to reach the Demon Lord without being harmed. Berhard also picked up a book containing a question, but threw it aside, stating that the starting point had to be the magic tower. As they continued talking, Berhard used his power on the magic tower and confirmed that the ancient draconic tome Park had mentioned earlier was indeed there. Using their powers together, they found that the tabulization process was in progress at a rate of 5%. Elsewhere, a vampire girl was walking and asked Mablaris whether they could guess the source of the signals. She added that it did not matter who obtained the tome. The Black Dragon, who was also present, grew angry and said that they had to head to the source of the signal first. The vampire girl hoped that something interesting was waiting for them. Park and the others were near the sea, and they were all willing to follow him to the demon realm. Sungmi could not allow Park to carry all the burden alone, but he assured her that there was no need for her, or anyone else, to sacrifice themselves. Even so, they insisted that Park should take them with him to the demon realm. Belton also arrived and said that the Battle Mage Division was determined to see the fight through to the end as well. Filled with rage and resolve, they all decided to go with Park. Zhang then asked if there was anyone willing to volunteer to speak on behalf of the group. Everyone remained silent until Ixon remarked that someone should do it. Suddenly, everyone turned toward him and encouraged him, saying that he should be the one. Ixon was shocked by their reaction. Later, Park went beneath the magic tower and found that the stabilization rate had increased to 25%. When he turned around, he saw that everyone was there, explaining that they had not come just to watch him, but to help him fight the Demon Lord in the demon realm. Park asked them not to come just to be sacrificed and told them to leave that task to him alone. However, Ixon stepped forward and said that Park had always handled everything by himself and that he did not have to do so anymore. Park still refused, saying that the damage in that place could be catastrophic and that it was not something they should involve themselves in. They argued for a while over Park's refusal to let them accompany him. Exon then stated that Park would not be able to finish things without them. Jagmi also stepped forward, agreeing that Exon was right and urging Park to let them go with him. Park admitted that he could not guarantee their safety or even ensure that they would return alive from that place. Even so, Sungmi was ready, and in the end, they all decided to join Park in the demon realm. Berhard also asked Park to let them go with him. Park became happy, but suddenly felt a different aura. Berhard told Park to leave that place to him, saying that it seemed someone had come to see him. Park then teleported to the top of the tower and found that it was the black dragon Mableros. Mableros remarked that Park seemed to have adopted a much more polite tone and pointed out that just the previous day, Park had been calling him an overgrown lizard. He was clearly angry and demanded that Park apologize by kneeling. Park did not remain calm and instead warned him to stay away. The black dragon attacked Park, but discovered that Park had cast a spell, blocking the entire area with a shield. Park then descended from above and struck the black dragon, breaking the shield and forcing him to crash to the ground. Park wondered if he had overreacted. Suddenly, a vampire lady appeared, called Park very interesting, and asked him for a duel. Park was suddenly startled and stepped back, wondering who the woman was. She introduced herself as Glorious, stating that she was the younger sister of Marvelous. Park was confused, as he did not know that Marvelous even had a sibling, and he initially thought it might be a lie. However, he sensed a similar mana flowing from both vampires, which made him reconsider. At the same time, the dragon rose again, demanding to know how Park dared to attack him. Both of them launched an assault on Park, who fought them alone. Suddenly, all three of them felt a strange aura. A mysterious person appeared, addressing Leonard and asking whether he intended to disgrace him further. He then told Glorious to stop interfering. The woman apologized to Park and said that she would release him from the Dragon's Peak. Park replied that they must have underestimated him, and he used Grand Awakening to free himself. Glorious was shocked by what she witnessed and became curious about what had happened to Park. Park said that he would first explain what had happened to the world, and he proceeded to recount everything from the beginning to the end. Glorious was stunned and wondered whether the Demon King and his army had begun to move. Park replied that the Demon King had already gone through his subordinates multiple times. The mysterious person then asked for Park's name and stated that the book Park had taken was his legacy, belonging to the dragons. He explained that it was a dragon who had once challenged the Demon King to protect the middle world from the demon race, and that the glory of that act was contained within the book. He further revealed how the dragons had been declining over time. Glorious then asked Park directly what he wanted them to do. Park asked them to accompany him to the demon realm and fight back. Time passed quickly, and by using the rapid growth divine spell, Park strengthened all of his comrades as well as the dragons. During this period, Park also worked on creation using dimensional stones, which he used to create arcane androids. At the same time, they continued holding strategic meetings. Soon, the stabilization process was completed, and the dimensional gate to the demon realm began to open. Park took the orb with him, thanked everyone for standing with him, and said that he would devote everything to the fight, hoping that they would all return alive. He suggested that they wait until enough time had passed before he entered, and that once he went in, they should then follow him into the demon realm. Park finally entered the demon realm and found himself in a forest, with a terrifying bird flying overhead. He did not think that demons or monsters would notice him in that area. He then used his ability to leap into the air, flying through the sky to observe his surroundings. Soon, he noticed something and hid, realizing that they were demon soldiers. He understood that he could make good use of them. The soldiers had been sent to investigate the area, unaware of what was about to happen to them. Suddenly, Park made one of them disappear, leaving the other in shock as he wondered where his companion had gone. Moments later, Park reappeared before the remaining demon soldier, kneeling before him. Enraged, the demon demanded that Park reveal his identity. Park immediately defeated him, and the second soldier was left terrified. That soldier later appeared in a small village and reported to Lord Ictus, stating that he had returned from the reconnaissance mission. Ictus asked whether he had discovered anything. The soldier fell to his knees and replied that there had been no sign of anything unusual at the assigned location, but he had encountered someone emitting an incredibly menacing aura and had barely managed to escape. Ictus became furious, realizing that it must have been a human, and wondered why the presence reeked so strongly of humanity. She kicked the soldier aside, and at that moment, Park appeared, stating that his disguise did not work on a mid-rank demon. The demons attacked Park, but their assaults meant nothing to him. Ictus unleashed a powerful blast, and soldiers stationed at a distance grew worried. Suddenly, Park advanced and began draining Ictus, remarking that he now understood how strong the demons were and that it was time to finish everything. Ictus was shocked to see a communication magic device and a map of the demon realm, realizing that Park had infiltrated the camp to obtain them. Park then burned the entire camp and used absolute annihilation to destroy everyone there. Sometime later, when Jong arrived, she commented that Park had been very fast. She then approached him and found him sitting alone, holding a scroll in his hand. The scene shifted to another group of demon warriors, whose leader was growing angry as he wondered why they had failed to submit a report and whether he had no choice but to wait for news from his subordinates. His name was Zulark. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching at great speed and went on guard to protect the area. It turned out to be Park, with Sungmi approaching rapidly. The demon was shocked to see the machine she was using, as such a thing did not exist in the demon realm. He then realized that it was a human who had entered their world using a demon wheel and attacked her. Sungmi immediately raised a barrier to protect herself. After a massive explosion, smoke spread across the area, and the demon realized in shock that Sungmi had blocked his attack. She then began fighting him and struck him, sending him crashing a short distance away. Back at Zulark's encampment, the demons looked up at the sky, feeling as if a meteor had fallen. Soon after, others reported that someone was approaching. They then saw Zulark being thrown toward them, accompanied by flying debris as ice formed around him. A dragon also arrived alongside Park to fight Zulark. Zulark struggled to retaliate, but was struck heavily. In the end, the entire encampment was burned down by the dragon. Park then stepped forward, remarking that Zulark was far smarter than the others, but would soon submit to him. He used the divine spell of complete subjugation, taking Zulark under his control, while Ruthoth simultaneously absorbed Zulark's memories of the entire region. As Park was moving through the forest, Jangmi suddenly came and said that everyone had been killed and that they should move out. She added that all of them were fine because there had not been any major battle yet, and that most of the enemies had been wiped out by the flames of the dragons. Suddenly, Park heard something and asked her to be quiet. They then saw a giant demon walking around, which could not sense Park's presence because of the barrier. It was thanks to the spell that everyone was able to rest comfortably. They returned to the tents for a meeting, where Park thanked everyone and stated that he had managed to locate the location of Demon Lord Balzarox. Ixen suggested that they should get going, but Park replied that there must be another reason why they could not move in yet. He then showed them a magical device that could track the Demon Lord's location, explaining that the blue dot appearing on it marked the device's position. Park further revealed that the device had detected the location when he first arrived there, but it had disappeared afterward, and he had not realized it at the time. They understood that it was very difficult to find the Demon Lord, but Park explained that the Demon Lord was on a floating fortress hidden behind stone clouds at around 32,000 feet in the air, with many small and large fortresses surrounding it as well. He mentioned that he had found 2 towers and a fortress near the camp that had been built to activate the large Shankal. They continued discussing the possibilities and realized that if they wanted to sneak in, they would need to divert the enemy's attention. Belton felt that it would be a suitable task for a sorcerer like him. As Park was about to say that they would go, Jiang stopped him and told him to get some rest, saying that the others would go for now. The scene shifted to Lord Arknesta, where it was revealed that 10 hours had passed since they had lost contact with Zulark. Arknesta realized that Park, along with his companions, had entered their world, and she ordered 2 of her people to go and wait at the 2 towers. She then wondered what their first move would be. Suddenly, as she was about to have a drink, her entire mansion began to shake, making her realize that Park and the others had arrived. Outside, the soldiers discovered that a huge fireball had been launched at them, and 2 of those people moved to counter it, striking back and shattering the fireball into small pieces with their swords. Belton attacked them and used the blazing sword again to strike at both of them. As the battle continued, he stated that he was not the one who had started it and then struck with the judgment of fire. The 2 opponents struggled to fight back. On the other hand, Jangmi and Daiho were running while remaining invisible, thinking that if the dimension connected to Earth opened before time, there would be massive casualties. They stated that if they wanted Park to have a place to return to, they would need to destroy the core of the massive magic circle and stop the gate from connecting. Jangmi said that they needed to move as quietly as possible. There were many soldiers stationed ahead, confused about why the door was open and suspecting that someone must have entered. Jangmi and Daiho, still invisible, moved closer and noted that no one was able to see them. As they continued forward, they found the core, and Jangmi thought that the enemy must be planning to open the gate using the magical stone in the tree as a conduit. She suggested getting closer, but the magical stone began absorbing the mana from its surroundings, causing them to lose their invisibility. A demon arrived for a routine inspection, remarking that it was a waste of time because no one would be in such a deep place, and then left. However, a high-class demon noticed Jungmi and Daiho, telling them not to be shy, to come down, and asking how long they planned to stay hidden. They then became visible and began battling the demon, who was enraged, overflowing with power, and confident that he would defeat them both. Meanwhile, Park was moving with the Black Dragon toward another location, realizing that to honor the trust of others, he had to ensure their victory. Eventually, they reached the fortress of the Demon Lord, where Park saw someone standing ahead, clearly indicating that he was not allowed to pass beyond that point. The demon struck at Park, and they formed a barrier around the area. Park did not think the demon would be easy to defeat and decided to assist the dragon in fighting it. The demon used his power and moved closer to slash at them, and although the dragon was unable to block the attack and took the hit, he remained unharmed, stating that it was nothing. He then struck back at the demon with all his power, and the battle continued for some time. The demon realized that his attacks were barely leaving any marks on the dragon, and that the dragon's scales were extremely hard. The dragon remarked that the demon was letting his mind wander while fighting him. Suddenly, the demon noticed the dragon's tail and attempted to strike it, while the dragon continued using fire attacks. As the battle raged on, Park rushed ahead and noticed that lightning was concentrating into a single strike. He was confident that the dragon could handle the fight and realized that he could not focus on anything other than the Demon Lord. With only 1 minute left before the magic circle disappeared, Park knew he could not afford to waste a single moment. The battle between the demon and the dragon continued, and suddenly the demon managed to strike at the dragon's mouth, but the dragon narrowly dodged the attack. The demon realized that the dragon's scales would not be able to protect him forever and told him to accept defeat. He then noticed that Park was missing and soon realized that Park was charging straight into the magic circle. The demon declared that Park would be burned by the magic circle, but Park broke through it and moved forward, determined to enter. The demon tried to stop Park, but he was intercepted by the dragon. The demon struggled fiercely and warned the dragon not to get in his way, but he was seized by the dragon and slammed into the ground. Meanwhile, the two guards from the towers were battling Jungmi and Daiho. Daiho realized the situation and delivered what he believed to be a fatal blow, but the wounds turned out to be shallow. The demon remarked that they had merely been spared and suggested that he should now use a bit of his real power. At the same time, the dragon began chanting one of his strongest spells against the demon guarding the magic circle. Seeing this, Jungmi and Daiho decided to retreat to a safe place, knowing they would be killed otherwise. The dragon then unleashed an elemental burst, completely clearing the entire area, and stated that their mission was now complete. Others commented on how far they had come, while the dragon praised everyone for their efforts and told them to hold their positions. Finally, Park reached the Demon Lord's castle, realizing that above all else, he needed to stab the Demon Lord with the primordial dagger. As he touched the gate, he wondered how he would trick the Demon Lord. A voice echoed, saying that Deus had finally sent someone for the battle, and questioning whether Park could withstand the Demon Lord's power. Park was then pulled inside, where he used his power to form flesh within the castle and discovered 3 enemies that looked exactly alike. Filled with confidence, Park declared that they would see who would die and who would survive. One of the enemies used a cloning ability, creating multiple copies of himself to attack Park. In response, Park struck back with chain lightning to bind them all, but they soon broke free and attempted to surround him and strike together. Park leapt high, thinking that he could not waste his mana on opponents like them, and that he needed to find the real body. At that moment, the magic orb in his hand shattered, leaving Park confused about how he was supposed to locate the main body now. The clones then attacked him simultaneously, and Park began battling them. He was unable to sense even a faint trace of the demon among them, and realized that the tentacles were merely the structure surrounding him. He fought against the tentacles, slashing through the enemies while deploying his constructs. He ordered them to prioritize evasion while tracking the source of the Demon Lord's mana. They all rushed in again, attacking with tentacles and capturing him in an attempt to destroy him. The Demon Lord declared that if he killed Park and absorbed the power of his golems, he would become even more complete, and he attacked again with a brutal laugh. Enraged, Park activated Arcane Vision and detected magic coming from the top floor of the castle. He instructed Arcane to dodge the attacks and remain alert. The battle continued as Park kept slashing through the tentacles and advanced upward without stopping. With the help of Akron and Irene, he destroyed the tentacles blocking his path and finally reached the top floor, where he was greeted by a stone that congratulated him for making it that far. Park stated that the Demon Lord seemed extremely confident, and he admitted that he had not expected him to reveal his magic core so openly. The Demon Lord challenged Park to attack him directly, declaring that if Park could penetrate his defense, he would succeed. In response, Park used Hell Breath to strike the core. A massive explosion shook the castle, yet the core remained completely unharmed. It then unleashed its power toward Park. Although he attempted to dodge, several spikes shot out and struck at him. He quickly used Blink to escape and avoid the incoming attacks before launching Flame Burst at the core. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it formed a massive fist and struck Park. Even though he activated a barrier to protect himself, he was hurled against the wall. Suddenly, countless spikes were launched toward him. Park attempted to create another barrier, but it was destroyed with ease, and the spikes continued rushing toward him. As he struggled to defend himself, he realized that he had been trapped between the spikes and could no longer move. Despite being in a desperate situation, Park used his cloning ability once again. The Demon Lord summoned several monsters and ordered them to attack all of Park's clones. Park understood that this was expected, but he also realized that the longer the battle continued, the worse his situation would become. Even if it meant that the Demon Lord would discover his true location, Park decided to take the risk. He created a brilliant light and resolved to use the primordial dagger. As the monsters charged toward him under the Demon Lord's command, Park declared that it was already too late. A gigantic sword appeared above the castle, pierced through the barrier, and destroyed all the monsters. Immediately afterward, Park cast the divine spell, Transcendent Movement, and successfully struck the core. However, within that brief moment, a jelly-like monster managed to capture him. The monster declared that it would make good use of Park's power. Although Park was already trapped inside, a sudden flash of light surrounded him. When the light faded, he saw that Seungmi and Jong had arrived to rescue him. They asked what had happened, while Park, equally confused, questioned what they were doing there. The monster grew furious and demanded to know who dared to interfere. Without hesitation, Park commanded Arcane Squad 200 to activate their self-destruct sequence. As soon as he gave the order, the three of them disappeared from that place, and a massive explosion erupted behind them. Park, along with Seungmi and Jong, reappeared within a protective barrier. He immediately questioned the situation. Jong explained that they had initially followed Park's plan and gradually gained the upper hand in the war against the demons. Seungmi added that both of them had reached SSS rank among the Awakened, which was why they had come to assist him. She also mentioned that they had suppressed their magic power as much as possible while approaching in order to avoid detection. Park realized that he truly owed them his life. However, he soon sensed that the effect of the primordial dagger was beginning to activate. All three of them noticed another flash of light approaching. Park warned them not to lower their guard. They prepared themselves, but suddenly a monster appeared and struck the shield. The barrier shattered instantly. Park was shocked to witness Seungmi and Jong's defense being broken so easily. The enemy standing before them laughed mockingly and questioned whether Park had truly dared to trap him inside such a pitiful human body. He declared that Park would pay dearly for such an act. The monster then rushed toward Park with overwhelming power and slammed down with a devastating strike. Before Park could even react, the creature appeared again in front of him and attacked once more, taunting him by asking whether he had truly expected things to change. It continued to strike relentlessly, demanding that Park show his full power. In that moment, it seemed as though Park was completely powerless against him. He admitted that the primordial dagger had indeed struck him and compelled him to take on that human form. However, he explained that he had only done so to use that brief moment before the next command was issued, as that was all he had been capable of at the time. He then unleashed his power and declared that it was now time for Park to reveal his true self. At that very moment, Park realized that the second effect of the primordial dagger had begun to activate. Suddenly, the enemy's power started to fade away. A small dagger materialized and entered Park's body, causing a fierce aura to erupt around him as he was consumed by rage. Meanwhile, his enemy believed that killing Park would grant him everything that Deus had to offer. Jong was severely injured and realized that if Seungmi had not cast the shield in time, she might have died. Despite her own injuries, she quickly checked on Seungmi, who was also badly hurt but still conscious. Seungmi anxiously asked what had happened to Park and insisted that they needed to help him. Jong, however, told her to look up at the sky. Above them, Park and his enemy were charging toward each other. As their fists collided for the first time, a tremendous pressure spread across the entire area, shaking the surroundings. Supporting Seungmi as she struggled to walk, Jong stated that they would only become a burden if they tried to help Park. She insisted that it would be better for them to move as far away as possible. The battle in the sky continued relentlessly. Even when Park was struck by heavy punches, he refused to stop and counterattacked with equal force. After some time, Park raised his hand toward the sky. Suddenly, countless strikes rained down upon the ground. His enemy began retreating, declaring that the power of Deus had transformed that spell into a supreme form of magic. Using transcendent movement along with a divine spell, Park instantly appeared in front of his opponent. Lightning flashed around him as he launched a powerful kick and prepared to release a devastating beam attack. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord also gathered his strength and formed an enormous sphere of energy to attack Park. Park wondered whether that preserved fragment had not been affected by his primal sword. The massive attack struck Park directly, and Seungmi grew deeply worried. However, Park had already activated Absolute Annihilation to protect himself. The burst of light from his defense shot toward the Demon Lord, leaving him stunned. In desperation, the Demon Lord thought of Lord Balzarox and called upon him for strength. Suddenly, he felt a sharp impact in his hand and chest. To his horror, he saw Balzarox extracting his magic core and consuming it, declaring that he would now reclaim the power he had lost to the primordial dagger. Park was shocked to witness the Demon Lord killing one of his own kind without hesitation. The Demon Lord, now consumed by rage, demanded more power and began slaughtering humans, monsters, and demons alike in massive numbers. Suddenly, people nearby noticed the chaos and began fleeing in terror. Park did not understand what the Demon Lord was attempting, but he knew he could not allow him to absorb any more power. Without delay, Park launched an attack. A dragon was already assisting Park in the battle. Soon, another dragon arrived and said that he would go check whether the Demon Lord was truly alive. However, the Dragon Lord shouted at him to retreat immediately, position himself behind him, and prioritize the safety of the humans. They were all shocked by how the Demon Lord had survived. The Demon Lord calmly told them not to worry, declaring that he would absorb every ounce of their power. He then moved to attack the Black Dragon, but before he could strike, Park rushed forward and landed a powerful blow that knocked the Demon Lord to the ground. The Demon Lord stated that the avatar of Deus was interfering with him, but that it would not matter as the power he had gained was already sufficient. The sword embedded in him shattered shortly afterward. Park hurried to the Black Dragon, intending to heal him. However, the Black Dragon told Park not to waste his strength, reminding him that he was the only one capable of defeating the Demon Lord. Park understood and declared that he would stop Balzarox, even if it cost him his life. Suddenly, they sensed that Balzarox's magic had changed. Everyone was confused as his form began to transform, unleashing an intense and suffocating pressure across the battlefield. Standing firm, Park wondered whether that strange transformation was Balzarox's true form. Balzarox declared that the power Park had received from Deus would ultimately become his downfall. Park responded that it was none of Balzarox's concern. Balzarox agreed coldly, stating that Park would now suffer even more. In an instant, he unleashed a devastating attack. Park barely managed to defend himself, wondering how Balzarox had cast such a powerful spell without even moving. Another attack struck immediately afterward, and Balzarox mockingly asked whether Park was surprised. Park questioned how Balzarox was able to use divine spells. Balzarox then revealed that he himself was a godlike being similar to Deus, and therefore capable of wielding divine power. Without hesitation, he launched yet another brutal attack at Park.